Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning. Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1 Conqueror Haki shows prestige. New World. On the shore of the island, the pirate flag on the mast fluttered in the wind. The crossed samurai sword had a ferocious skull pattern in the center, and there were 2 red claw marks on the skull's eyes that were as dark as the abyss of the night. Standing on the pirate ship, you can vaguely hear the deafening sound of the blood-boiling fighting in the island. Kill 91 people. Kill 92 people. Kill 93 people. ... A handsome young man with red eyes, his whole body was vaguely sullen. At this time, Baizi's virtual panel appeared in front of Baizi's eyes. The record of killing pirates again and again was the same as spawning monsters in the wild. That's Baizi, one of our red-haired pirates' interns a week ago. Vice Captain Ben Beckman said, facing Usopp next to him, with a curved corner of his mouth. Well, Vice Captain, this kid named Baizi is more excited than anyone else when he sees a fight. It's good to be young. Looking at the dozens of pirates holding a samurai sword, he sighed with emotion, and his eyes flickered. With a trace of envy, he also has the blood of the past. It is said that Teach, a member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, attacked and killed the captain of the 4th Division. The captain takes this matter very seriously. Teach has great ambitions. I am afraid that there will be bloody storms at sea soon. Looking at the field, Ben Beckman's mind came to the picture of their captain Redhair and Blackbeard fighting. Although their captain underestimated the enemy, the strength of Blackbeard really surprised them. Otherwise their pirate flag would not have been displayed. There are 2 more red claw marks. Before that, I hope these fresh blood can grow up and even be able to take charge of themselves in the future. When Ben Beckman was worried, Baizi's eyes became even more scarlet. Kill 98 people. Kill 99 people. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 100 people and successfully binding the killing upgrade system after completing 100 consecutive kills. The system is being activated. Done. Baizi's heart was overjoyed, his eyes were shining brightly, and the system was activated. He is not from this world, but came to this pirate world a week ago, a world that Baizi dreamed of coming to. After he came to this world, he was hit by the system, but before that, he had to kill 100 people to activate the system. Fortunately, a week ago, the red-haired pirates happened to recruit soldiers and have been attacking the red-haired pirates. Baizi, who I liked more, just joined the red-hair pirates to activate the system. After a week of fighting, Baizi finally killed 100 people and activated the killing upgrade and system. The killing upgrade system has been successfully activated. With this system, the host can become the strongest man in the pirate world in the shortest possible time. This system is dedicated to serving the host. As long as the host fights against the strong, or hangs and kills pirates, this system will reward the host with treasure chests according to the results. The stronger the opponents who fight or kill, the richer the treasure chest rewards. Nani. As long as you kill people, you can become stronger. No matter whether the soldiers or the 4 emperors can explode the treasure chest, this is not bad. It is indeed a golden finger that is necessary for travelers, this operation tisk tisk tilde tilde. Ding! Since the host is bound to this system for the first time, this system will reward the host awakening Conqueror Haki. Pa! Conqueror Haki. As soon as the system said this, it really shocked Baizi. Mother, Conqueror Haki, that is, according to rumors, there is only one lucky person out of 1,000,000 people, and even with the qualifications of Conqueror Haki, he may not be able to awaken. This Nima, interesting enough. Motherfucker, Conqueror Haki, as far as he knows, the only red-haired one who has awakened Conqueror Haki on the red-haired pirate ship. Ding! In view of the fact that the host has completed 100 kills in a week, the system will reward the host with 1 shake fruit. Note, this system provides shake fruit that is not afraid of water and sea stone. Quote. Tilde tilde tilde. Shake the fruit. Hearing the system's prompt, Baizi's mind roared. In his impression, the devil fruit in the pirate world should be the only one. Although it has not been confirmed, it has been accepted by everyone. It's just a shock to himself. Fruit, what the hell is that meow? Also, don't be afraid of water and sea stone, mother. You must know that water and sea stone can be said to be the nemesis of devil fruit owners. And now that quake fruit that he owns has no weak underbelly, doesn't it mean that the machines this Junjun fruit is even more dick than Whitebeard? Damn the system, this is the rhythm of making oneself immortal. In this case, use Junjun fruit, he said secretly in his heart, and Baizi felt as if his whole body had been baptized with holy water. His spirit was instantly refreshed, and a series of information about the use of Junjun fruit appeared in his mind. Ah, Baizi, be careful. On the other side, Kuro Star, who came to the Red Hair Pirates as trainees with Baizi, screamed and reminded. When Baizi came back to his senses, he saw a vicious pirate with a ferocious face, holding a samurai sword, falling from the sky and slashing head to head. With a ruthless slash, Baizi was about to be split in half. Extremely critical. Baizi's subconscious Conqueror haki burst open. Thump. Without the slightest hesitation, the pirate, who was about to split Baizi in half, slammed his eyes and fell softly to the ground. Not only this pirate, after a pause of 0.1 seconds. Thump. 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 Other pirates, whether the enemy or the trainee in the Red Hair Pirates, even some members of the Red Hair Pirates didn't pay attention. They rolled their eyes and passed out. In the blink of an eye, only Baizi, Beckman, and many officials of the Red Hair Pirates stood on the field. Swish. Swish swish. More than a dozen eyes stared at Baizi in the field. With him at the center, everyone was unconscious, and their eyes were white. Especially Beckman. Beckman, who was originally doing talent discovery, gave Biao a slap, his eyes filled with endless disbelief. It was just Conqueror. That's right, that's Conqueror haki. As the deputy captain of the red-haired pirates, Beckman's combat power is comparable to that of a red-haired existence. He has never seen anything. There is only one lucky conqueror among millions of people. Appeared as an intern in their red hair pirates. Psi tilde. What? How? Possible. Conqueror haki, like the captain, is far less powerful than the captain, but Conqueror haki can grow tilde. The cadres of the red-haired pirates have their eyes fixed. They can't believe what they see in front of them. An intern on their ship has Conqueror haki. Chapter 2 Challenge Beckman, new book for collection. Close black lens bracket. Conqueror haki. Everyone, including Beckman, was shocked by the sudden appearance of Conqueror haki on the field. After more than a minute, the comatose pirates lying on the ground woke up again one by one, completely unaware of what happened. Conqueror haki can shock or stun the enemy with its own spirit, but if the control is not good, it will implicate the people around it. That is, the enemy and the enemy will not be separated, just like Baizi who has just awakened, Conqueror haki. He stunned the enemy with Conqueror haki, but all his comrades, including Kuro Star, were also knocked out in seconds. The eyes of all the cadres around looking at Baizi again changed. Joke. That is having a Conqueror haki, but anyone who has a Conqueror haki will achieve absolutely unimaginable future achievements. Just like their captain, the red-haired Shanks. The original Shanks was just an intern on the Gul D. Roger ship, because of his awakening. With Conqueror haki, this made him qualified to become the Four Emperors. What happened? What happened just now? Suddenly fainted, so strange. The awakened pirates, touching the back of their heads one by one, have no idea what just happened, even Kuro Star. When many pirates were hotly discussing, Beckman stared at Baizi with bright eyes, and his eyes couldn't help but be excited. Your name is Baizi, right? There was someone who awakened Conqueror haki during the battle. Beckman's flat voice was heard by the ears of many unknown pirates, and his mind roared like being struck by lightning in an instant. Conqueror haki. Baizi awakens Conqueror haki. I'm darling, they heard it right, they just fainted because this guy woke up. Conqueror haki. The host shocked and beat 357 pirates and got a treasure chest. Would you like to open it? On. Without the slightest hesitation, Baizi didn't expect that Conqueror Haki's little test knife would even have such a reward. In other words, the system is getting more and more cute. Congratulations to the host for getting the Conqueror Haki Experience Card X100. Bring up the Properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Ability, /LV3, Conqueror Haki LV2. Shock Fruit LV1. Items, none. Looking at the attribute panel in the field of vision, the corners of Baizi's mouth twitched. Gouda ~. Baizi, you really woke up. Conqueror Haki. Star of Kuro stared at Baizi with wide bean-sized eyes. After getting along this week, he and Baizi became ordinary friends, and he couldn't accept this fact for a while. You must know that the Star of Kuro was also the leader of the pirates. The bounty on Marine's side was as high as 94 million Baileys, and nearly 100 million Baileys, which is not a small record, and Baizi. But the bounty is 100,000 Bailey, the gap between the two is more than galaxy. However, now tell him that the intern with a bounty of 100,000, who stepped on a horse, has awakened Conqueror Haki. No one can accept this. He has always had his own sense of superiority before, because he and Baizi have played against each other many times, and every time he won the Kuro Star, and now Baizi has awakened Conqueror Haki, which is definitely an unprecedented blow to him. Baizi, me, the Kuro Star challenges you. The author, who was struggling with the last trace of Kuro Star, did not believe that Baizi was stronger than him, and clamored for the challenge. As soon as Kuro Star said this, then Beckman looked at Kuro Star and nodded, this kid is pretty good too. Hearing the challenge of Kuro Star, Isho in Baizi's heart really thought that he was still the same Baizi before, but since he was challenged, he just happened to try the same shock fruit as Whitebeard. Good. After thinking for a while, with the attitude of trying, Baizi readily agreed. That Star of Kuro thought of the scene just now, his face turned red. Baizi, we are not allowed to use Conqueror Haki. Star of Kuro coughed lightly, jokingly, if Baizi used Conqueror Haki, he would have no chance of winning, he is not a fool. Yes, Baizi, who didn't plan to use Conqueror Haki, agreed immediately. The battle between the two was formed, and the surrounding Beckman and many cadres all looked at Baizi, but they knew that Baizi had never won the previous test between the two. A while. Above the open space, the two stood 3 or 4 meters apart, surrounded by spectators. Who do you say will win? It should be the Star of Kuro. Although Baizi has awakened Conqueror Haki, his skills are not expected to improve much. Well, I think so too. The surrounding cadres also talked about their predictions about the two people in the field. Hey, Baizi's sword has no eyes, you have to be careful. If Baizi opened Conqueror Haki, he would not dare to give him 10 courage to Kuro Star, but without opening Conqueror Haki, he was 100% sure to knock Baizi down. I'm here. Kuro, holding the katana sword in both hands, stomped on the ground with both feet, and with the sound of tearing the air, attacked towards Hakuzawa, who was holding the samurai sword in his right hand diagonally downward. Speed is very fast, and the bounty can be offered by Marine to 94 million Bailey, which is not a vegetarian. Just when the Star of Kuro was 1 meter away from Baizi, Baizi moved. Baizi, who was holding a samurai sword in his right hand, took a step forward. The samurai sword in his hand was wrapped with the ability of shaking fruit. It crossed an arc and collided with Kuro Star's katana. Short-handedly, the two weapons collided in an instant, making a dull sound, and in the next instant, a figure turned into a cannonball and flew out quickly, both hands trembling uncontrollably, and the tiger's mouth cracked. When the waves settled, the Star of Kuro had already been slashed by Baizi's slash, and it was more than 50 feet away. There was a 5-foot mark at the foot of the Star of Kuro, and the beloved knife in his hand, cracked, and under the remaining force of the shaking fruit, it turned into fragments of a weapon, and fell to the ground with a rustling sound. The power of a knife is so terrifying. Everyone present was dumbfounded, especially the trainees of the Red Hair Pirates and many cadres, including Ben Beckman. Congratulations to the host for hanging the Kuro star with a reward of 94 million, and obtaining a treasure chest. May I ask the host to open the shortcut to automatically open the treasure box? Hee, open it, Baizi said in his heart. Isho, this system is decent enough. Congratulations to the host for getting the /upgrade card X20. Congratulations to the host for getting the Junjun Fruit upgrade card X20. Use all. Without any hesitation, after getting the and Shock Fruit upgrade cards, he directly blessed it. Although it was only 20 points, Baizi clearly felt that his mastery of the skill and the Shock Fruit was a step deeper. Ha 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 ha, good. It seems that our pirate group has another super strong combat power. Stronger than Ben Beckman, he certainly knew that Baizi had left his hand, otherwise the Kuro star at this moment would have become a powerful one. Corpse. A random blow is to instantly kill the Kuro star with a bounty of nearly 100 million. Does this mean that the strength of this intern is at least 100 million? Very good, Baizi, I can satisfy you with whatever reward you want. Ben Beckman was in a good mood, finding such a genius with Conqueror haki. What a joy in the fitting room. It's true. Of course. Ben Beckman proudly patted the breast, as if I would satisfy you as long as you say it. Then, I want to challenge you, co-captain Ben Beckman. As soon as Baizi said this, everyone around was stunned. They all looked at Baizi with eyes full of horror. The combat power is second only to Ben Beckman of the red-haired Shanks. Chapter 3 Junjun Fruit, new book for collection. Close black lens bracket. Challenge me. As soon as this statement came out, Ben Beckman was stunned. The officers of the surrounding red-haired pirates looked at Baizi with interest, but they hadn't seen their deputy captain, Ben Beckman, for a long time. It's interesting. Since I promise you anything, I will make an exception to discuss with you today. Ben Beckman looked at Baizi with deep eyes. He also wanted to know the limits of this boy who awakened Conqueror haki, and he also one purpose is to let Baizi know that Conqueror haki can't be invincible unless he wakes up. After all, awakening and using are different concepts. Oh tilde. Ben Beckman's words made the eyes of many officials of the red-haired pirates full of interest, and the pirates around them even had bright eyes. Ben Beckman, as the deputy captain of their pirate group, his strength is comparable to that of their captain's red hair. I remember that the last time the deputy captain made a move was half a year ago. Thinking that the deputy captain will make a move later, the officers and members of the surrounding red-haired pirates are all looking at the field with 12 points of spirit. A while. Baizi and Ben Beckman were surrounded by the central open space, surrounded by officers and members of the pirates. This kid is good enough to challenge Deputy Captain Ben Beckman. No, it seems that this kid is afraid that the Conqueror haki has swelled up after awakening. Hey, there's a good show to watch now. Our Deputy Captain is going to teach Baizi the rhythm tilde. Kuro, who was smashed by Baizi with a katana sword, stared at the field with a bewildered expression. He couldn't believe what he saw, because just yesterday, he still clearly remembered Baizi. Not my opponents, but today. In just one day, what has he experienced? Not only has his strength soared, but he has also killed him in seconds. With the knife just now, Kuro Star knows that Baizi's strength here is far beyond his ability to deal with it. Boy Baizi, take action as you wish. With a wave of Ben Beckman's hand, he said arrogantly, such a good seedling will definitely be beaten in the future, perhaps before the storm comes. Their Black Thief group will have another incredible core combat power. Captain Ben Beckman, watch out. Since the opponent was Ben Beckman, Baizi didn't need to keep his hands. He held the samurai sword in both hands and swung it down with his incomparable wealth. Conqueror haki and Junjun fruit poured into the samurai at the same time, and the whole samurai was on the verge of collapse. Slashed out with a slash. Swipe through the white arc in the air, the speed is fast, and it is in front of Ben Beckman in an instant. Seeing the arc in front of him, Beckman stretched out his right palm and grabbed Baizi's slashing attack directly in anticipation of the crowd. This attack tilde. As soon as his right palm touched the slash from Baizi, Beckman suddenly felt that something was wrong, because the intensity of the slash was far beyond his expectations. Not only was Conqueror haki mixed with it, but there was also some kind of shock. Suddenly, Beckman thought of the scene in which Baizi smashed the Kuro star katana with one knife. Could it be? Baizi, you are a devil fruit user. That's right, this is the only weirdness that can explain which blow just now. That kind of devil fruit feeling can't be wrong, and Beckman is confident in his instincts. What? Devil fruit tilde. The surrounding red-haired pirate group officials and pirates were full of astonishment. Conqueror haki had already surprised them. Now this kid named Baizi is still a devil fruit power user. As expected of the deputy captain. Baizi withdrew his slashing posture and stood still, without concealing his laughter. Sure enough Beckman's eyes narrowed slightly, and he continued to ask, the slash you used just now had a vibrating effect. I don't know what fruit you were eating. Shake fruit. The dull voice resounded in the ears of Beckman and many cadres, as well as the black thieves present, like a thunderclap. What did they hear? This guy said that his ability is shock fruit. How is this possible? Only one devil fruit has ever appeared. Now that Whitebeard is alive and well, how can there be another shocking fruit? This is too unbelievable and unbelievable. Oh, then, how do you prove it? Beckman was different from the others, because he knew more about devil fruits, and asked Baizi with deep eyes. Prove it. It's very simple, the co-captain will punch me immediately. The corners of Baizi's mouth twitched. To be honest, Zhen Guo had just upgraded the new skills in his mind, and he also wanted to test it out. However, Beckman is undoubtedly the best object for his experiment, because he doesn't have to worry about the other party being killed by his own hand. Okay, then, Baizi, you can take action. Beckman here is completely afraid to underestimate the young man in front of him. If this guy really has the fruit of shock, he really can't underestimate the enemy. Looking at Beckman's solemn appearance, the surrounding officials and pirates raised their hearts in their throats, staring at the field without blinking. Then I'm welcome. The corners of Baizi's mouth twitched, and the soles of his feet stomped on the ground, instantly turning into a stream of light. All the power of the shocking fruit gathered on his right fist, and there were faint white spheres. Shattering and air-shattering. Hey, this little one is real tilde. Seeing the white light of Baizi's right fist, Beckman's face was solemn, and armament haki covered his entire body, and immediately punched Baizi's fist with a punch. Boom tilde. The dull voice swept out, and the next moment was the endless energy centered on Baizi and Beckman, scattered in all directions. The surrounding cadres were all dumbfounded, and those weak pirates were directly thrown off. Flew out. Within 5 feet of Baizi and Beckman, the ground sank 3 inches deep, dust splashed everywhere, and the energy was flying. The scene on the field was a little unreal. Star of Kuro looked at the power in the field, his eyes were full of astonishment and surprise. That guy is really... My God, how is it possible? Chapter 4 singled out the red-haired cadres of the whole regiment. Please collect. Close black lens bracket. The dust dissipated, and the eyes gathered. Many officers and pirates of the red-hair pirates stared at the field one by one, and their eyes suddenly widened. Fuck, this is the aftermath of the battle. Meow, that Baizi intern is amazing tilde. Did you fight to such an extent tilde? Look, Vice Captain Beckman took a half step back. Wow tilde. One of the surrounding members exclaimed and screamed, and immediately everyone looked over. As expected, Beckman in the field took a half step back, and Baizi, who was on the opposite side, took more than 10 steps back, but even so, it is enough to be proud of. Joke. Who is Beckman? That is an existence comparable to their red-haired captain. He is extremely jealous of Beckman as the 4 emperors and his confidant, and he is even more famous on Marine's side. Deputy Captain, that is the existence of exercising the captain's rights when the captain is no longer there. If there is not enough strength to suppress, who will obey? Punch, armament, body. Ben Beckman took a step back. This is definitely a big news in the pirate world. If this incident spreads, it will definitely cause a sensation in the entire East Blue and the New World. I am afraid that even the 4 emperors can't keep calm. Congratulations to the host for fighting Ben Beckman and defeating him, getting a treasure chest and awakening armament haki. Armament haki. Hearing the system's voice, Baizi's gaze fell on Ben Beckman, who was in armament haki on the opposite side. In reality, Conqueror haki, now armament haki, motherfucker, the system honestly won't deceive me. Tisk tisk tisk, good boy. Feeling the unparalleled impact, Ben Beckman was not only not embarrassed because he took a step back, but was extremely happy. The stronger Baizi was, the better it would be for their red hair pirates. Judging from the fact, this guy's strength is definitely higher than most of the cadres in their pirate group. I thought it would take a while for this kid to grow up to reach this height, but I really didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Baizi didn't pay attention to what Ben Beckman said, because he was digesting the information from armament at this time. Although Ben Beckman said so, he knew that Ben Beckman did not use all his strength, and he was just very tired. Maybe underestimated. After this battle, Baizi became famous in the Red Hair Pirates. But at the same time, on the coast of the island, a well-proportioned man with red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, a short beard, an empty left arm fluttering in the wind, wearing a long black cloak, is looking from a distance. Come slowly. Hey, it's just to solve a wave of little pirates, it takes so long. This is. Before the red hair finished speaking, there was a ray of brilliance in a certain room, because he felt the familiar aura that could no longer be familiar wafting in the air. Conqueror haki. That's right, it's Conqueror haki. That's right, is there a Conqueror haki in the other pirate group? His eyes flashed brightly. Ben Beckman, what's going on? The solemn look in his eyes is not concealed at all, because the person who owns the Conqueror haki is definitely not an ordinary person, but why did he not notice it on the pirate ship? Captain, you are here. We have another enchanting genius on board. Seeing the arrival of the red hair, regardless of the cadres or pirates around, their eyes are full of admiration and fanaticism, because the captain in front of them is one of the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks. A character that is enough to coerce the times. Hee, Captain, an intern on our ship just awakened Conqueror haki. Ben Beckman saw Shanks' solemn appearance, looked at Baizi with deep meaning, and said to Shanks with laughter. What? When the redhead heard it, his eyes flashed brightly, his eyes passed over many cadres and pirate members, and finally he landed on his body, which still had the slightest trace of Conqueror haki's breath. This kid is Baizi. The red-haired slender fingertips touched the forehead under the red bangs. He obviously had some memories of this passionate intern who had just joined. Ben Beckman had told him before that the reward for the intern on his ship was only 100,000 shells. Lee's newcomer. Yes, it is Baizi who has awakened a Conqueror haki like you, and just now, except for me and more than a dozen cadres, all the rest were killed by Baizi's Conqueror haki. When Ben Beckman spoke, the corners of his mouth were grinning. To the back of the ear, their interns this time really turned out to be a heaven-defying evildoer. What? More, Captain, this kid not only awakened Conqueror haki, he also has the same shocking fruit as Whitebeard. It's hard to imagine that there are 2 identical devil fruits in this world. Tisk tisk tilde. Usopp looked at Baizi in the field. I was filled with emotion, and to be honest, he was very envious. After all, Conqueror haki didn't wake up if he wanted to. Sure enough, there is more than one devil fruit of the same kind. The redhead thought of something, and his eyes were bright. Although there are no 2 devil fruits at the same time, there is no evidence that there is only one devil fruit with the same ability. Ha ha ha, if Whitebeard knows that someone has the same shocking fruit as him, I don't know what his expression will be, it must be very exciting. When I think that Whitebeard knows about this, I am afraid that I will be shocked. It is not only Whitebeard. If this news spreads, it is estimated that Baizi will definitely become the prey of everyone. After all, only the owner of the devil fruit dies, you will get the corresponding devil fruit from it. If someone spreads this matter, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable, at least until Baizi grows up. This news cannot be leaked. Suddenly, there was no sign. With the red hair as the center, the tsunami-like Conqueror haki instantly enveloped the entire island. Immediately, except for the red-haired pirates, all the other pirates collapsed, and lay dead on the ground. None of the pirates in the pirate group, including the intern, were unconscious. Conqueror haki's control was obviously extremely precise, not like Baizi at all. The whole process lasted for a second. The turbulent Conqueror haki was instantly restrained by the red hair, and the fierce anger shot into the sky and enveloped everyone in the pirates. Everyone, including Baizi, felt their souls tremble. This is really strong. The coercion of the person, the matter of Junjun fruit must not be leaked. If it leaks, I will personally send him out of this world. Shanks, with a curved corner of his mouth, was completely inconsistent with his usual approachable attitude, but everyone in the red-haired pirate group knew very well that he was not joking. Sigh tilde tilde. As soon as Shanks said this, everyone took a deep breath. Withdrawing the cold eyes, the red hair that turned into a face returned to a warm smile again. Next, I announce an appointment. Baizi will be the leader of my red hair pirates from now on. Then Beckman, Shanks, this. Numerous cadres. Even the pirates in the surrounding pirate group were all terrified. Did they hear it right? The captain actually wanted Baizi to be the cadre. Especially the star of Kuro, his eyes are full of surprise and astonishment. That's not right, Captain, the position of cadre has always been taken up. Once this case is broken, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince the public in the future. A cadre heard and glanced at Baizi and said with some dissatisfaction. The other cadres also changed their faces when they heard it, and obviously their mood fluctuated a lot. Although this guy has awakened Conqueror haki and has the shocking fruit, they are not vegetarians. The expressions of many cadres were in full view. Then Beckman laughed and looked at Baizi deeply. Of course, he knew that Shanks was tying Baizi to their boat. Baizi, what do you think? After Ben Beckman's words, the eyes of many cadres and pirates all focused on him in an instant, even blushing. Does strength matter? Under everyone's attention, Baizi didn't have the slightest change in his mood. He murmured a word, and then glanced at the many cadres around him. He would not miss such an excellent opportunity to gain experience, since this is the case. 13 cadres, let's go together. Chapter 5 The 13 cadres were madly abused for collection. Close black lens bracket. Let's go together. Baizi said in a frenzied sentence. All the 13 cadres on the spot were stunned, and all looked at Baizi in astonishment. Is this guy's brain caught in the door? He actually wants to challenge all their cadres. You must know that each of their cadres is the core combat power of the pirates, and the first condition to become a cadre is to be proficient in armament haki and observation haki. The whole new world, except for the 4 emperors. No one dared to provoke them like this, because it was no different from courting death. Of course, the forces of the Black Army and the King Shichibukai were out here. This kid can really cause trouble. The red hair pressed his forehead and said with a smile, but did not try to stop it. Ben Beckman heard. Sly Isho, don't you feel familiar with the captain? You looked so much like him when you were young. Cough cough. Is there? The red-haired Isho is embarrassed, saying that this kid is very similar to him when he was young. Because of this, the position of these 4 emperors is not someone else's, but his red-haired Shanks. You know, when Whitebeard, Charlotte Linlin, and Kaido of the Beasts were 3-legged in the New World, and in between, the red hair became the 4th emperor, and the sensation at that time was no less than a hole in the sky. Boy, it's arrogant, I'll meet you. Usopp, holding a pistol, stepped into the field. As a sniper of the Red Hair Pirates independent of the Cadres, Usopp's combat power is very strong. It can be said that besides Ben Beckman, he is the strongest firearms master. Coming to the field, Usopp observation haki and the whole body armament haki instantly turned on, and the black armament haki armor covered the whole body and quickly spread to the pistol in his hand. The two stood still, and the noisy field immediately became dead silent. At one point, the breeze blows. One swipe, Usopp's gun was about to shoot to the extreme. With a bang, a powerful bullet wrapped in armament shot by Z's shoulder as if it had passed through the void. After all, he was a teammate. Start or know the weight. But I saw that by Z's right palm was inwardly rotated on the side of his leg, and he stepped forward slightly. Boom. The next instant, before Usopp's whole body of armament could react, it turned into a cannonball and flew upside down. Along the way, he plowed out several meters of ditch marks, and finally crashed into the boulder outside the corn, which is abruptly embedded in it. Moreover, on the surrounding boulders, there is a slap mark of more than 5 feet. Immediately, the right palm turned into a scissor shape, and appeared on his shoulder as if it had passed through the void. The ability to shake the fruit gathered between his fingers, and the air vibration suddenly emerged, neutralizing the special bullet wrapped by armament by Usopp. In this scene, all the Cadres and pirate members were dumbfounded. Then Beckman and the red-haired Shanks looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. This guy's combat power is far beyond their imagination. It is indeed Whitebeard's shock fruit. This ability is really not ordinary. Congratulations to the host who has finished battering the red-haired core combat power Usopp, and obtained the X50 upgrade card of the shock fruit, and the X50 upgrade card of armament haki. Looking at the record after the abuse of Usopp, Z was more motivated, and looked at the 13 members of the red-haired pirates again. The 13 people in front of him had become upgrade cards for his various skills. I said that your core combat power will be shot together, but you still don't believe it. The very timely and aggressive method was like a steel thorn stabbing the hearts of 13 Cadres, and the violent factors in the whole body were instantly detonated. Good boy, since this is the way to fulfill you. This guy is too arrogant, he must be beaten into a pig's head. Wake up Conqueror Haki, what if you have the fruit of shock, watch me smash his 8 ribs with one punch. Go on, abuse that kid tilde. The 13 Cadres were on the spot, and the clay figurines had a third of their soil, not to mention that the 13 of them were the core combat power of the Red Hair Pirates. Give me. Ben Beckman was about to say something, but was stopped by the redhead beside him. Shanks, you. Hee, don't worry, with us here, that kid can still have an accident. What do you mean? Ben Beckman pondered for a while, and then knew about the redhead's plan. This was to let Z stand up and examine his strength by the way. The two looked at the arena calmly, while the members of the red-haired pirates who were present were dumbfounded, staring at the arena in awe, as if hungry wolves were attacking Z with various moves. The adrenaline of all people has skyrocketed. Mom, what did I see? 13 Cadres shot at the same time. Meow, it's the first time I've seen this battle on a horse, and I'm dying tilde. Especially the star of Kuro, looking at the situation in front of him, the whole person is dumbfounded. Thinking of the complete defeat of his samurai sword just now, it turns out that this guy is much stronger than he just thought. Let your mouth be tough and hit me. All of a sudden, the attacks of the 13 Cadres came, and none of them were worse than Usopp. 13 roaring winds rolled up the dust. The originally broken battlefield was instantly destroyed by these 13 Cadres, and various abilities were frequently used. Overlord slash. The rich Conqueror haki poured into the katana, and a crack came from the katana. Because the Conqueror haki was too thick, the squeezed katana had already reached its limit. Cut. Facing the oncoming 13 attacks, Z didn't make any fancy moves, and a silver moon arc that directly dominated everything, streaked a beautiful arc in the air, and instantly collided with the 13 attacks. Boom tilde. Boom tilde. One after another, the roaring sound was incessant, the dust was flying, the air was torn, and the soil and stones were splashed. All the members of the pirate group around were retreating, for fear of being hit by the soil and rocks and affecting the pond fish. After a while, the dust dissipated. Everyone's eyes swept to the field, and the eyes were all stupid. Actually, took over. The stunned gaze came from the eyes of a famous pirate, including the 13 cadres, all of them froze in place. They didn't notice their new attack at all, so they were easily resolved by a slash. However, before the 13 cadres thought about their progress, a devilish voice entered their ears. 13 cadres, be careful. Baizi's voice fell, and his right palm came to the front and was level in the air, and then slowly pressed down. In such a scene, Ben Beckman and Red Hair's eyes were slightly condensed, and they shook the fruit. Really? As soon as the thoughts of the two appeared, a loud bang came from under the 13 cadres. The 13 cadres instantly sank their feet into the ground, and the 13 captains were the center, and a giant palm print of 20 feet appeared. The dust flew up again. Boy, you! Boom tilde. Before one of the cadres could finish speaking, Baizi pressed VB again. Plop tilde. Plop plop tilde tilde tilde. The 13 cadres immediately knelt on the ground, and the endless dust dissipated. Everyone looked at the field, all stunned and speechless. Chapter 6 _ Take down the cadres and challenge the red hair for collection. Close black lens bracket. On the small island, the lungs of the 13 red-haired pirates officers exploded with anger. Bastard boy, there's a way to make us. Without waiting for a cadre to finish this sentence, a loud roar rose again in the field like a thunderous explosion. The original 20 jong palm print suddenly spread and expanded to a full size under the shaking of Baizi's palm. 50 feet tall. The overwhelming dust and sand splashed around. The star of Kuro and the members of the surrounding red-haired pirates, all like avoiding tigers and wolves, struggled for a long time and jumped off the boulder. Usopp happened to see this scene. That kid, his strength is so strong. Shanksburn and Beckman looked at each other with joy in his eyes. It seems that they have another incredible core combat power from today. And at this moment, the heads of the 13 cadres in the field were suppressed by Zejunjun fruit, and they were sticking to the ground fiercely. If they came up again, they would be photographed underground. Cough cough. Take it, take it. Finally, a cadre couldn't bear it first, and clapped his palms on the ground to admit defeat. They just heard that Whitebeard's shaking fruit has the ability to destroy the world. Now that they have experienced it, it is true. After the host abused the 13 officers of the red-haired pirates, the Slashing Upgrade Experience Card X100, the Conqueror Haki Upgrade Experience Card X100, and the Shock Fruit Upgrade Experience Card X100. 3 100 experience cards in a row. Baizi listened to the joy in his ears, but he should not be too happy. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Ability, /LV4, Conqueror Haki LV2, Armament Haki LV1. Shock Fruit LV2. Items, none. The 13 cadres who were completely defeated, thinking about what they said before, felt embarrassed. They looked at Baizi again and their eyes changed. This world is a world where the strong are respected. As long as you are strong enough, you will win others. Respect. Marine Dajong is like this, Shichibukai is like this, and the 4 emperors of their pirate power are still like this. The promotion of cadres, the 13 cadres no longer have the slightest objection. Joke. The opponent's strength obviously has reached the level of cadres. Although they are carelessly taken advantage of by Baizi, on the other hand, it also proves that Baizi has the possibility to defeat them, although this possibility is in the real fight. Among them is very small. Baizi was their comrade in arms, so naturally the 13 ministers would kill him without coming up. This was one of the most important reasons for the current situation, including the previous Usopp. Okay, if that's the case, then today, no, from now on, Baizi will be the 14th cadre of our red-haired pirates. The corners of the red-haired mouth curled into a happy arc, and announced loudly, "Today I will treat you as a guest. Don't leave unless you're drunk, Tilda. Long live the captain. Baizi, Baizi." Immediately, the members of the Black Thief were all excited, looking at Baizi with envy and jealousy, and a trace of admiration. As for Kuro Star, he swallowed his saliva. Ben Beckman was very happy when he saw the excited pirates. His eyes could not help falling on Baizi. He smiled and said in a good mood, "Baizi, congratulations on becoming the 14th member of the Red Hair Pirates. Officer, now, is there anything you want to tell everyone?" Ben Beckman's voice fell, and the excited members of the red-haired pirates became silent at a visible speed. "Baizi, it's yours. You've lost the face of all our cadres today, and you should be careful in the future," a cadre said jokingly in a detour, causing members of the surrounding pirate group to roar Isho. Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, "I've always had a dream." Baizi's face was serious. He was talking nonsense with a stern face, and his eyes swept to the red-haired body. "Actually, I really want to fight the captain, and I want to see the existence between me and the 4 emperors. What a difference. Quote question mark exclamation mark question mark. As soon as this statement came out, the audience immediately fell into a dead silence. Fuck. What did they hear? This kid said he wanted to fight the captain. Meow. Who gave him the courage? Even Ben Beckman was stunned when he heard it. He didn't expect this guy who had just become a cadre of the red-haired pirates from an intern. The first sentence made everyone including him challenge the red-haired Shanks. That is the new world's 4 emperors. Of course, what is Baizi's plan? They will never know. This opportunity is not to be missed. He had activated armament haki in a previous battle with Ben Beckman. If he fought Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, I don't know. What will he activate? As for the challenge to Shanks, it was completely within Baizi's plan. After finally crossing over to the world of Black Thieves, the only thing he could do was to try his best to become stronger in the shortest possible time, and to accomplish what he thought before. A pirate dream that you can't even imagine. Don't want to be One Piece. King of pirates must not be competent pirates. Cough cough. Baizi, although your strength is good, but it's probably not the right time to challenge the captain. After all, you haven't even awakened armament and observation haki. I think it's still. Ben Beckman coughed dryly to ease the small embarrassment in the field. After all, Baizi's words were too unscrupulous. Armament. When Baizi heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up. No one can stop him by challenging the redhead today, so the armament he just got is also exposed. Is he qualified? While speaking, Baizi raised his right arm and armament haki surged out, and the black armament armor immediately covered his entire fist, and it was more than that. Soon, armament haki covered him, just like Usopp and the 13 cadres before him. Armament haki, quote, of Ben Beckman I just pressed, and the same goes for Usopp and the 13 cadres, and even the red-haired eyes shone brightly. Shock. All these people are completely restless. The star of Kuro has a big mouth, his eyes are bulging out, staring at the fist covered by armament haki in the field. This guy. Even armament can. Hee, it seems that we really have an incredible genius on board. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, became more and more interested in the Baizi in front of him. Conqueror haki, Junjangwo, armament haki, although none of the 3 have grown up yet, the qualifications to do it yourself are barely enough. Okay, I promise. I also want to see what the strength of this newly appointed cadre is. The redhead raised his eyes and looked at Baizi not far away, and sat on a stone boldly. Come on, attack me with all your strength. Wow tilde. As soon as Shanks said these words, everyone around him, including Ben Beckman, was dumbfounded. It was here that the rich haki surged all over Baizi's body. A haki turned into a samurai sword. Armament haki wrapped around it. The shock fruit burst out with all its strength, and the thunderous aura swept across the 4 poles with Baizi as the center. Chapter 7 Encounter with the Giant Crocodile Pirates. A little later. In an instant, Baizi retreated more than 10 meters. On the other hand, the red-haired mouth still had a warm arc hanging from the corners of his mouth, and the eyes of many cadres were full of playfulness. Obviously, they had expected this result. The host fights the four emperors' red-haired shanks, awakens observation haki. Really? Hearing the system's voice, Baizi's eyes flashed, observation haki. Now with the previous Conqueror haki and armament haki, Baizi already has 3 kinds of haki. Drink freely, and when it disperses, it is already pitch black outside. Seaside. Shanks was smoking a cigar, staring at the sea dotted with stars, and there were faint waves rolling. What do you think of that kid, Baizi? Redhead breathed out a cigarette, rose in front of him, and pulled on his long cape and asked Ben Beckman beside him. That kid is not bad. With a little polishing over time, it is definitely not much of a core combat power. Ben Beckman thought of the scene he experienced during the day, and nodded with considerable affirmation. Oh, there are not many people who can be so highly rated by you. The red hair took a breath, smelling the sea breeze, and looked at the looming sea surface. I'm going to let Baizi go to find out about Ace's news. Ace? You mean Blackbeard? That's not right. When Ben Beckman heard the redhead mention Ace, he couldn't help thinking of the previous scene of the redhead and Blackbeard fighting. Whitebeard, see, of course, he knew nothing about the thieves group. Ace went to hunt down Blackbeard. I'm afraid it's going to be bad. After all, Blackbeard left 3 scars on the eyes of Shanks, one of the 4 emperors. Although the red hair was careless at the time, it was enough to show that Blackbeard was hiding deep. Baizi lacks everything. To go further into the future, this is his chance. Wise eyes flickered from the red-haired eyes. Although it was very secretive, it was still noticed by Ben Beckman. You mean to investigate Ace's trail, but in fact, let Baizi go to see to experience. The two have been partners for many years. Ben Beckman knows the redhead's mind very well, and he guessed the redhead's intention at a glance. Those who know me, co-captain. Then I'll make arrangements tomorrow. Originally, I wanted Baizi to go to Whitebeard to deliver the letter. Now it seems that Kuro Star will go instead of him. Ben Beckman murmured. ... The next day, early in the morning. On the deck of the Redford, Vice Captain Ben Beckman called everyone on board, looked at the red hair and said aloud, this time everyone is called, because there is something to announce. While speaking, Ben Beckman took out a letter from his arms. The Star of Kuro. Deputy Captain, I'm here. Star of Kuro, staring at the 2 panda eyes, hurriedly replied, he didn't sleep last night. Obviously the impact of yesterday's events on him was too great. Well, here's a letter from the captain to Whitebeard. You go to Whitebeard and hand this letter to him. Send a letter, me. The Star of Kuro is a little unbelievable, flattered and somewhat surprised and uncertain. Of course, this is a test given to you by the captain. When you come back, you will be a member of our red-haired pirates. Yes, Captain and Deputy Captain, promise to complete the mission. Afterwards, Ben Beckman looked at Baizi, and then glanced at many cadres. Everyone knows that there have been some changes in the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard pirates recently. Teach, a member of the 2nd Division, attacked and killed the captain of the 4th Division and snatched the dark fruit in his hand. The strength of Blackbeard is well known to everyone. This person is extremely insidious and cunning. After comprehensive consideration by the captain and I, due to the particularity of Blackbeard, I decided to send Baizi to investigate the traces of Ace and Blackbeard. After Ben Beckman's words, the 13 cadres all turned their attention to Baizi, and after following Captain Shanks for so long, they also had some guesses about Shanks' intention. The traces are false, and the experience at sea is true. It seems that the captain attaches great importance to Baizi. But it's not surprising. After all, that guy has 3 kinds of haki additions, and whoever will not focus on training. The vice captain's words have been heard. If there is no objection to the Star of Kuro Baizi, you will set off immediately, and the others and I will wait on the boat for the 2 triumphant return. After half a day, look for the trace of Ace towards the information given by Ben Beckman. Others don't know, but Baizi is very clear that Ace is definitely not the opponent of Blackbeard's insidious guy. In the end, Ace was defeated by Blackbeard and used it as a bargaining chip to trade with Marine headquarters to get the legitimate pirate of King Shichibukai. Teach has great ambitions. The reason why he joined the Whitebeard Pirates is to go to the Dark Fruit in the hands of the 4th Division. He hides very well. Since joining the Whitebeard Black Thief pattern, there is no trace of it, and he kills it as soon as he shoots. He became the captain of the 4th Division, and he finally killed Whitebeard in the war and got the shocking fruit, and then became the new 4th Emperor. Baizi remembered very clearly that if he hadn't made a red start at the beginning, the consequences would have been absolutely unimaginable. Baizi's boat is a few kilometers away. The flag of the crocodile fluttered in the wind, and the observer of the giant crocodile pirates found the pattern of the White Sea ship pirates and shouted loudly, "Captain, a pirate ship was found 3 kilometers away, with an empty pattern and 3 scars in the left eye. That's the Red Hair Pirates. It's the Red Hair Pirates ship." What? Who is it and how many are there? The giant crocodile heard the red-haired pirates. His eyes immediately became bright. As the pirates of Kaido of the Beasts, there was a fierce confrontation between the two pirates some time ago, and they also let the red-haired pirates the thieves suffered a small loss. Now that I meet the red-haired pirates, if I can, destroy this wave of pirates by myself, then I will make another great contribution in front of Kaido boss. Report to the captain, there is only one person there, and... The observer stared at the telescope with wide-eyed eyes, holding the latest news from the poster this morning. That person is the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, Baizi, with a bounty of 100,000. Baizi, it's that kid. Subordinates, and his eyes were bright. The newly promoted cadre of the red-haired pirates had a bounty of 100,000, while the head of his giant crocodile pirates had a bounty of 130 million. Both the difference is unknown how many times. Brothers, the opportunity for meritorious deeds has come. Shoot me and kill the 14th cadres of the red-haired pirates. Let's make a good breeze in front of Kaido boss. After a minute, a cannonball accurately crossed the arc and fell to Baizi, who was lying on a deck chair basking in the sun. Observation haki covered this sea area, and had already discovered the traces of the giant crocodile pirates, even the giant crocodile and the crew. Their conversations were clear. The corners of his mouth could not help but evoke a devilish arc. Hey tilde. Plop tilde tilde. Just as a cannonball was about to fall on the deck, Baizi shook the fruit and slapped a cannonball flying from the front into the water. Damn boy, order the ship to hit me, and smash that broken ship into pieces. Hee hee, 4 emperors with red hair and 14 cadres, I'm cheap tilde. Chapter 8 _ Destroy the giant crocodile pirates. The big pirate ship arrived in the blink of an eye. The condescending giant crocodile looked down at a small broken ship, and as expected, what he saw was the information he received. The 4 emperors and 14 cadres with red hair. Mother, the red-haired pirates are getting more and more alive, so the bounty is 10 Wanbaile's people will be elected as cadres. When he thought of killing the cadres of the red-haired pirates and becoming famous in the New World, the giant crocodile couldn't help being excited. Good boy, dare to go to sea alone. 4 emperors with red hair and 14 cadres. What a tempting fat. Tisk tisk tilde. The giant crocodile who wanted to smash the small broken boat into pieces suddenly changed his mind and prepared to joke about this. The newly promoted cadre of the red hair pirates. Who are you? Raising his eyelids, he glanced at the clamoring, superior giant crocodile across from him. Scoff tilde. Speaking it out will surprise you. Lao Su is the giant crocodile pirate group under Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the New World, with a bounty of 130 million giant crocodiles. Gia, I really didn't expect to meet the 100,000 Bailey cadres of the red hair pirates here. Tisk tisk tilde tilde tilde. The giant crocodile couldn't be excited. His cannon and all his subordinates locked on the kid. As long as the guy moved a little, he would immediately take it down. Kaido of the Beasts, the giant crocodile pirates tilde. Of course Baizi knew that the red hair pirates had recently had a confrontation with Kaido of the Beasts, and he suffered a small loss, since he is now the cadre of the red hair pirates, then charge some interest first. Well, how is it? Isn't it scary to hear that Lao Su's bounty is 130 million, tilde. Seeing Baizi's thoughtful appearance, the giant crocodile thought his name frightened the other party, and his vanity rose suddenly. Are you finished? Finish that. Just die. Armament haki covered the samurai's sword, and immediately slashed out with a slash, and then turned into a white arc and attacked the giant crocodile that was whimpering. What? Not good. When the giant crocodile reacted, he immediately activated the artificial giant crocodile fruit, forming a devil fruit form with a crocodile head. Bang tilde. Carrying an unparalleled momentum, the giant crocodile turned into a cannonball and flew out of the pirate ship. The head and the head were separated while the person was still in the air. A head and a corpse turned into 2 stones and fell into the sea. The crocodile is dead. Ah tilde. Ship, captain, he's dead. Sekal, the captain was killed in an instant. How is it possible? That guy only exists with 100,000 Baileys, how could this be? That guy is finished, he actually killed our captain. That's Kaido of the Beasts, subordinates tilde. The giant crocodile pirates immediately exploded, and the eyes they looked at Baizi again changed. The 14 cadres of the red-haired pirates were so powerful that they rewarded the 130 million Captain Giant Crocodile directly by seconds. This is where things are going. Because they know Kaido of the Beasts is the New World's famous short guard, and this little thing is over. Since your captains are all dead, then you all follow along. Glancing at the men who were talking about the giant crocodile pirates, Baizi stretched out his right palm and took Vivi in the direction of the giant crocodile pirates. No, that guy is going to shoot again. Hurry up, abandon the ship. The deputy captain of the giant crocodile pirates immediately plunged into the water without hesitation, splashing a wave, and his reaction was half a beat slower. Subordinates follow suit. Boom tilde. Before all the men of the giant crocodile pirates jumped into the sea, the sturdy pirate ship immediately shattered in the eyes of the deputy captain and dozens of men who escaped. Their pirate ship was actually held to pieces by the red-haired 14th cadre. God, the red-haired 14th cadre is so strong. However, at the next moment, a wave of haki centered on Baizi, instantly enveloped this sea area, and the corner of his mouth pulled out a radian, and it burst open. PFF tilde. Bah, Conqueror haki, how can the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates possible? The deputy captain of the giant crocodile pirates, feeling the devastation from his spirit and will, couldn't believe his head as soon as he crooked, he fainted directly. The red bloody smell overflowed, and the sea kings who smelled the bloody smell for a while came around one after another. After leaving Baizi for a while, he heard the screams behind him. The giant crocodile pirates were wiped out and the entire army was wiped out. Congratulations to the host group for destroying the giant crocodile pirates, for obtaining X100/experience card, X100 Conqueror haki upgrade card, X100 Armament haki upgrade card, and X100 Shock Fruit experience card. A wave of experience cards was perfectly harvested, and Baizi curved into a mysterious arc, obviously very satisfied with the result. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Ability, /LV5, Conqueror haki LV3, Armament haki LV2, Observation haki LV1. Shock Fruit LV3. Items, none. Few hours later, Baizi killed the kid of the Kaido of the Beasts pirates and spread like wildfire, spreading to all corners of the New World. To know. No matter Kaido of the Beasts or the red-haired Shanks, they are the 4 emperors of the sea, and even a small thing may cause riots in the pirate world. New World, an island bar. Baizi, he just went out for half a day and killed the giant crocodile pirates with a bounty of 130 million under by Beast Kai. He really underestimated him. Then Beckman took the newspaper from the newspaper bird and smiled out loud. Captain, Baizi has stabbed a big basket this time. Kaido of the Beasts is a famous protector. I am afraid that Baizi will attract the attention of all the pirate groups under Kaido. Usopp said with a solemn expression. They are all too clear about the forces of Kaido of the Beasts, who are also the four emperors. This kid can do things. The redhead took a sip of wine and glanced at the news in the newspaper. However, if you kill it, you will kill it. As long as the three major disasters of Kaido of the Beasts don't happen, just wait and see. Then, what if the three major disasters are shot? A Cadre asked curiously. The red-haired Cadre heard the words of the Cadre. The corners of his mouth curved into an arc and said calmly, then the red-haired pirates will start a war with Kaido of the Beasts. Yes, if Kaido of the Beasts really pulls his face and uses the three major disasters on the newly promoted Baizi Cadre, then our red-hair pirates will not hesitate to fight. Ben Beckman nodded in agreement. Shanks seemed very good communication. Once you provoke him, the consequences are very serious. Ha ha ha, but now, drink. You won't go home if you don't get drunk today. The red-haired, restrained Radiance, raised his glass to many cadres and members, and said arrogantly. Cheers. Many cadres and members laughed the same one by one, as if everything had never happened. On the other side, Kuro Star, who rushed to the Whitebeard pirates, stared blankly at the newspaper in his hand at this moment, fascinated for a while. The giant crocodile pirates, that guy Baizi, actually killed the giant crocodile pirates with a bounty of 130 million. Is he already so good? The pirates of Kaido of the Beasts, doesn't that guy really know how to spell dead? The star of Kuro swallowed his saliva and was shocked. The news was too shocking for him. Chapter 9_You Bays. Not far from the giant crocodile pirates, on an island. Giant Tooth Tiger Jalen pirates. Wild Wolf Iwan pirates. Viper Curies pirates. The three big pirates gathered together. At this moment, the three of them were surrounded by a piece of news broadcast by a newspaper. The most striking thing on it was the photo of Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates. As this kid who killed the giant crocodile pirates. Iwan of the wild wolf pirates with green eyes stared at the newspaper, as if seeing a fatal temptation. To destroy the entire pirate group with one person's power, it seems that the bounty is very incompatible with his strength. Viper Curies murmured with bright eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Hey, what do you want to do? Boss Shipshead gave us the task to find the location of the red-haired 14th cadre. Tiger J could not know what they were going to do when he saw the expressions of these two people. What, Jay, are you willing to let such a good opportunity slip away? Iwan of the Wild Wolf Pirates glanced at Jay and joked, wanting to make a name in the new world and kill a rising star like Shangbaizi is the quickest way. Hearing the words of Iwan the Wolf, Jay fell silent. Reconciled, how could he be reconciled? Jialoon is still hesitating. Don't you want to be a small captain all your life? The idiot of the giant crocodile is an idiot who has not even awakened armament. How can he compare with us who have awakened armament? Moved, and looked at the wild wolf Iwan a line, echoed. The three of them made a move, and the odds of winning could be much higher. After all, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates named Baizi had destroyed the existence of the giant crocodile pirates. Fool, there are risks, but if they kill the 14 cadres of this red-haired pirate group, from now on, they will be able to rise to the sky and become famous all over the world. By then, Kaido will take them even more seriously. If that's the case, then fight for it. Jilin's eyes were slightly condensed, and there was a hint of ruthlessness. Okay, I'll go on. Once someone finds the red-haired 14th cadre Baizi, we will act immediately, so as not to have too many dreams at night. Viper Cariz's eyes flickered sinisterly. In his opinion, Baizi was no longer in his eyes. Their goal is the springboard for him to become famous in the new world. On the shore of the island, the boat was docked, and Baizi walked to the shore. At the same time, a man with a sly-eyed eye saw the flag of Bai Zi's boat, compared his appearance, and his face changed quickly and walked away. When he came to the island, Bai Zi came to the tavern for the first time, which is undoubtedly the most well-informed place in this kind of place. Enter the tavern and come to the front desk of the boss. This gentleman looks familiar. What can I do? The owner of the Nozawa Tavern, a girl in her early 20s with a 9-point appearance, looks like she is in fact, but it is definitely not easy to survive in such a place. Have some pasta and a jug of wine. Okay, sir, just sit down for a while. Nozawa raised his beautiful eyes, but the depths of his eyebrows were suspicious. This young man was familiar with him, as if he had seen him somewhere. I heard that you were selling news here. Long before landing on the island, he used observation haki to know about the business of selling news at Nozawa Tavern. Of course, ordinary people would not know about this. Oh tilde. Yizi, who was just about to instruct his subordinates to prepare the meal, flashed a gleam in his eyes, and said with great interest, I don't know what kind of news, mister. Fire Fist Ace. Bai Zi didn't talk nonsense, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. Fire Fist Ace, captain of the 2nd Division of the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Pirates. Nozawa heard this, and his expression couldn't help but be shocked. It can be said that this incident is a recent rumor at sea, or it can be said that it is a domestic scandal of the Whitebeard Pirates. Teach killed the captain of the 4th Division, and Ace chased Blackbeard Teach to get rid of the traitors. It is well known here. Fire Fist Ace, the price is not low, at least 80 million Bailey. Nozawa looked at the familiar young man in front of him at this moment, and inquired about Ace's whereabouts. Who is this guy? 80 million. Bai Zi thought about it for a moment. He doesn't have any money now, but he has this. Boom, sound. A black cloth bag appeared on Nozawa's table, and a faint smell of blood rushed towards him. Nozawa untied the cloth bag. When he saw the objects in it, his eyes narrowed. This is Captain of the Giant Crocodile Pirates, the head of the Giant Crocodile. Nozawa, who sells information for a living, of course knows the Giant Crocodile Pirates, worth as much as 130 million Baileys. As soon as Nozawa said this, many pirates and local residents around who should really be eating were all horrified, and all the eyes of the brush looked over, and their expressions changed in an instant, and everyone looked at Bai Zi again. Hey tilde, that's the head of the Giant Crocodile Pirates. Could this person be the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates? My god, I heard it right, but there are 3 pirate groups on this island who are looking for news about this guy like crazy. Grandma, is this kid crazy? I'm here at this time, I'm afraid I don't know how to write dead words. The 3 pirate leaders on this island have a bounty worth 150 million upwards, which is completely unmatched by the Giant Crocodile Pirates. Mad, are all the officers of the Red Hair Pirates so haki? The rhythm of sending them directly to the door is this tilde. Nozawa's pupils shrank suddenly due to the heated discussion among the tavern guests. You are Bai Zi, the newly promoted 14th cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. It's him. No wonder. It's no wonder that the first time she saw Bai Zi, she felt very familiar. It turned out that, I really didn't expect this guy to be so bold and dare to come to this island. The reason why the 3 heads are on this island is because this land originally belonged to the sphere of influence of Kaido of the Beasts. This guy is definitely a lunatic. He even took the head of a giant crocodile and came to exchange condition. Is this provoking Kaido of the Beasts? Why, is the news still for sale? Seeing Yizi's astonished appearance, the corner of Bai Zi's mouth curved into an arc. Sell. Of course. Nozawa's calf is turning muscles at this moment. Just kidding. Does he dare not sell it? He is dying. Kaido of the Beasts can't afford to offend him, but she also can't afford to offend Bai Zi in front of her. Not because she's afraid of Bai Zi, but because she's afraid of the red-haired pirates behind Bai Zi. As for the head of the giant crocodile, she didn't dare to take it away, and she could only admit it when she met Bai Zi. After the incident, she would send the head of the giant crocodile to Kaido of the Beasts as soon as possible. After a while, Bai Zi, who got the trace of Ace, glanced at the empty tavern, and walked out of the tavern with a smile. Mr. Baizawa, if possible, leave this island as soon as possible. The 3 heads of Kaido of the Beasts are probably rushing over. Nozawa pursed his lips, thinking for a moment, and reminded him. The 3 pirates are interesting. The corner of Baizi's mouth raised a cruel arc, and Yeezy's legs were weak for a while. What was this guy doing? However, how did Nozawa know that Bai Zejuncho had no one to kill? Now that there are 3 waves of experience coming, how could he miss it? Chapter 10_Slaughter 1,000 people. Outside the Nozawa Tavern. Thousands of pirates surrounded the entrance of the tavern, blocking the entire Nozawa Tavern, and the eyes of the road ahead gathered in the direction of the exit. Hey, this time the 3 bosses shot, so what red-haired cadres will definitely die. No, our 3 bosses are all ruthless men who have awakened armament. I really can't imagine that the red hair pirates would choose a person with a bounty of 100,000 Bailey as their leader. That kid's strength is not easy. After all, that guy destroyed the existence of the giant crocodile pirates. It's not a jerk, or you think the 3 bosses will call everyone tilde. As soon as he stepped out of the Yes Tavern, he stepped forward and all his eyes fell on Bai Zi, and in the field surrounded by thousands of people, there were 3 men with green eyes. Obviously these 3 were 3 captain of a pirate group. The giant-toothed tiger Jalen has a bounty of 150 million Bailey. The wild wolf Iwan's bounty is 160 million Bailey. Viper Curry's bounty 180 million Bailey. Hey, the kid is very bold and fat. Knowing that the 3 of us are on this island, he dares to throw himself into the net. As the pirate with the highest bounty among the 3, the Viper Chris was the first to speak out, and his eyes were full of playfulness. Color. Not only Curry's, Jaren the Giant Tooth, and Iwan the Wild Wolf are all sparkling with brilliance in their eyes, and more than 1,000 subordinates around them are burning with flaming fireworks, as if there is a possibility of an outbreak at any time. Is Shanks of the red-haired pirates crowded by the door? I don't know how the 4 emperors were chosen to choose such an idiot as a leader. Hee, after today, the red hair pirates will become the biggest joke in the new world tilde. The 3 of you said each and every one of your words, as if the scene of 3 people killing the 14th head of the red-haired pirate group, and then becoming famous all over the world, has emerged in the new world. You really think you've settled on me? Bai Zi saw the 3 of them, who looked like clowns across from Jay. The poor people must have something to hate, but that's all. Hee. Otherwise, what do you think? The wild wolf Iwan, who sneered, looked at Bai Zi with pitiful eyes. That red-haired pirate group did not know whether to live or die. This guy was so hard-hearted when he was dying, he must torture him later, so that he would not live like this. Little guys, give it to me and kill him. Viper Chris's sinister eyes flickered, and he no longer hesitated. He knew too much that he could live to this day. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to get rid of this arrogant guy as soon as possible. Hey, boss, do it well. Go. Kill the cadre of the red-haired Shanks. Kill. In an instant, there were crowds of people, and more than 1,000 younger brothers suddenly rushed towards Bai Zi in the center like a torrent. As for the people around the street, seeing the pirates fighting in the field, they closed the doors and windows one by one and hid at home to watch the battle that was about to start outside the window. The scene of thousands of people besieging one person, how spectacular it is. All of them couldn't help but raise their hearts to their throats, staring at the field with wide eyes, as if the fate of the red-haired pirate Cadre had already appeared in their minds. After all, 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands. Nozawa and the tavern's subordinates also stood in front of the door, watching the crazy scene of Chris's 3,000 subordinates rushing up to eat. Especially Nozawa's scalp exploded. Kaido of the Beasts is right, but compared to the red-haired Shanks, it is a lot lower. It can be said that if Bai Zi, the cadre of the red-haired pirates, dies here today, he will wait for Chris 3. Man and Kaido of the Beasts will be the wrath of endless vengeance. Nozawa is convinced of this. Scoff tilde. When Nozawa's scalp was numb, a cold light suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, Chris and his 3 murderous subordinates bleed on the spot, and there was an invisible bloodstain on the neck. Buried New World. And this is just the beginning. Chi-chi tilde tilde. Chi-chi tilde tilde tilde. 3, 5, 10. Dao Dao Hanmang is like a poisonous snake spitting out a letter, cunningly stroking traces in the air. Every trace of Hanmang appeared, and several people were corpses on the spot. At this time, Baizi did not use Conqueror haki, nor armament haki, nor did he use shock. Shock fruit. With the slash and the blessing of observation haki, Baizi still entered the realm of no one, beheading more than 1,000 pirates one after another. Killing a person in 10 steps, leaving 1,000 miles behind. At this moment, Baizi has sublimated this sentence more than 10 times. In an instant. In about a minute, more than 1,000 people of Chris and 3 people died. The entire Nozawa tavern seemed to have formed an artificial Asura hell, and the blood of thousands of people gathered together to form a small stream. Under the oppression of the dark clouds, it was suffocating and unable to breathe. Nozawa and many local residents looked at the field in awe, looking at Baizi, who was covered in blood like the Shira god of war, and his eyes changed. Powerful. Horse riding, too strong. Niang Exapi, is this the strength of a bounty of 100,000 Bailey? Damn, what do the guys in Marine's headquarters eat? Are they all rice buckets? Baga, boy, you are courting death. Kill him. Go. The 3 of Chris saw that all of his men were dead, his eyes were cracked, his eyes were red, his foreheads were bulging, and his sharp fingertips were sunk into his flesh. The artificial devil fruit was activated instantly, and Baizi's opponent, Chris, turned into a poisonous snake with a letter, a ferocious wolf, and a fierce tiger with fangs. The most powerful Chris, although he is a snake jumping, is 4 or 5 meters tall, especially the giant-toothed tiger J-Loon with ferocious fangs, which is 7 or 8 meters high. If J-Claw goes down, it is estimated that the Nozawa tavern will be broken into pieces. Kid, kill my subordinates, I will let you die. Jilin's eyes were fierce, his tiger's mouth roared, and his tyranny rose to the sky. However, his last word, death, has not yet fallen, and using the silver light is like piercing the void and falling down. PFF tilde. Without the slightest stagnation, Yinmeng passed through the head of the fierce tiger with fangs, and then slammed a boulder in the back into 2 halves. The fierce and clamorous Jalen turned into a tiger that directly divided the body in half and fell to both sides. Endless blood spurted out of it, and even the poisonous snake Chris and the wild wolf Iwan were splashed all over. Chapter 11 Marine Rokushiki kills Shipshead. A lot of nonsense. When Nozawa and the others returned their gazes, the Baizi samurai sword was already in its sheath. Then, he raised his foot to face between the stunned poisonous snake Chris and the wild wolf Iwan, passing by, and after a few steps, Baizian's light voice lingered, remember in the next life, I don't know the strength of the other party. Don't do it, otherwise, you will lose your life like you are now. Chi-chi tilde. PFF tilde tilde tilde. Baizi's voice fell, and there was a slight pain between the necks of the poisonous snake Chris and the wild wolf Iwan, and then the bright red blood sprayed out like a fountain, and the 2 heads on the left and the right were separated from the body like this. The 2 of them didn't know when Baizi made his move until they died, and they didn't realize anything was wrong. Seeing this scene, Nozawa thumped his legs and knelt down in the direction of Baizi's departure. Bean-sized sweat beads fell from his forehead. Psi tilde tilde. That guy, what a terrifying strength. Is this the strength of the red hair pirates Cadre? It's really so terrifying. Scary, so strong. Nozawa didn't hear the words of his subordinates at all, and at this moment, what was going to happen next appeared in his mind. Baizi's move is tantamount to piercing the sky of the New World. Previously, he killed the giant crocodile pirates under Kaido of the Beasts, and now he has killed the giant-toothed tiger pirates, the wild wolf pirates and the viper. There are 4 pirates in the front and rear legs. It all depends on the owner of the dog. These 4 pirates are the pirates of the 4 Emperor Kaido of the Beasts. It doesn't matter if you kill the 4 pirates, this is tantamount to being in the face of the big Kaido of the Beasts. It seems that this matter has to be told to Kaido of the Beasts immediately, otherwise. When they find it, I am afraid that I may be affected by Chiyu. Yeezy quickly took care of himself and thought about the next move. Baizi dared to provoke Kaido of the Beasts, and even killed his people, but Yeezy, even if he gave him 100 courage, he would not dare to offend him. The majesty of Kaido of the Beasts. Because, since the rise of Kaido of the Beasts, everyone who has offended him has died horribly. A gust of cold wind blew, the Shira hell in front of the Nozawa tavern. The gust of cold wind blew the smell of blood farther away, and the local residents on the island shivered one by one. See. They will never forget that scene just now. One person killed the 3 major black thieves groups under Kaido of the Beasts, killing more than 1,000 people. The host group destroys the Kaido of the Beasts' 3 pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions, and awakens Marine Rokushiki. Congratulations to the host for winning 1,000 kills, and rewarding the host Marine Rokushiki with an upgrade card X100. 2 voices came out one after another, and the corner of Baizi's mouth curved into a radian. Marine Rokushiki, unexpectedly awakened this after the 3 waves of pirates were destroyed. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Abilities, /LV5, Conqueror Haki LV3, Armament Haki LV2, Observation Haki LV1, Marine Rokushiki LV2. Shock Fruit LV3. Items, none. Marine Rokushiki, it's interesting. Baizi murmured, and the introduction of Marine Rokushiki appeared in his mind. Marine Rokushiki, including a total of 6 fighting techniques beyond human limits, namely, shaving, iron block, kami-e, moon step, renkyaku, tempest kick, shigen, finger pistol. Shaved, kick the ground dozens of times in a row to generate a strong rebound to move at high speed. Iron block, make the body as hard as iron, use it for defense, and even extend attack moves. The principle is the same as hitting a wall will hurt. Marine's unique Rokushiki is used in the war on the top soon. I don't know how those marine officers will react. Of course, this Marine Rokushiki is not unique to Marine, but it is a big most users are inextricably linked with Marine. Since Rokushiki has awakened, let's try. After speaking, Baizi stepped on the ground at least dozens of times, and reappeared on the ship that had already arrived at the shore. In less than 0.1 second, it crossed at least tens of meters. Tisk tisk, as expected of Marine's unique shave, this speed is comparable to close-range teleportation. Baizi looked at the majestic sea surface, sipped his lips, moon step appeared, and immediately stepped on the air and rose into the air like teleportation. Then, the corners of his mouth curved, and Renkyaku tempest kick swept his foot towards the sea where the small waves were rolling. In an instant, a wave of small waves rushed away with Baizi's foot. Kicked on the body, absolutely no life or death. Baizi was familiar with the Marine Rokushiki, who had just awakened to level 2. At the same time, on the other side, Wano Kuni Onishima. Kaido of the Beast's headquarters, aboard the Mammoth. Beep beep, beep beep. A burly man with 2 hideous ivory decorations on his head answered the phone. This man was none other than the captain of the ship Kaido of the Beast's Mammoth, and Kaido's confidant. One of the disasters, Drought Jack. The bounty is as high as 1 billion Bailey, and the character is ruthless and cruel. He does not accept negotiation and negotiation. Everything can be solved by force. What? Those 3 wastes can't even win a newly promoted cadre, but if they die, they will die, but after all, they are members of my Kaido of the Beast's pirates, so I have to suffer the consequences. After that, Drought Jack hung up the phone and directly sent someone to check Baizi's whereabouts, ready to personally take action to deal with the kid who slapped their Kaido of the Beast's pirate group. In front of Nozawa Tavern. A burly man came from a distance, sniffing the smell of blood remaining in the air, frowning tightly, involuntarily quickening his pace, and soon came to the front of the tavern. Surprisingly, I saw the 3 Chris who were dismembered. 3 wastes, rice buckets. I told you to wait for me to come back to solve it, but this Baizi seems to have 2 strokes. Don't let me touch you, otherwise. Hip's head's eyes flickered. Observation haki covered the entire island, and immediately knew the direction of Baizi's departure, without stopping, and killed directly in the direction of Baizi's departure. After half a day, in Sipshead's field of vision, a pirate ship finally appeared, with a group of white skeletons and 3 red claw marks on the left eye. Yes, that was the flag of the red-haired pirates. Fire at full strength and stop the ship in front of me. Ha tilde tilde. Shish tilde tilde tilde. Shipshead ordered, and immediately his subordinates aimed at the target and fired more than a dozen cannonballs at the pirate ship where Baizi was. Open black lens bracket moon step shaved close black lens bracket. Void, combining marine rokushiki, S moon step with shaving, stepping on the air, instantly kicking more than a dozen cannonballs into the sea, and the next moment, more than a dozen sounds rose from the sea. Although the shaking fruit can be solved with one move, Baizi prefers to use the marine rokushiki proficiently. Open black lens bracket renkyaku tempest kick, line close black lens bracket. Quote. Baizi, who landed on the deck, turned around and poured armament haki into his right foot. Marine rokushiki renkyaku tempest kick used it. Endless strength gathered on his right foot and swept it out. In an instant, a white light flashed away and appeared in an instant. In front of Sipshead, there was no stagnation. Sipshead was just about to react when Beaming had already passed through his body and even the ship with Sipshead was chopped into pieces by this renkyaku tempest kick. In 2 halves. Shipshead didn't even see Baizi's face, and was instantly killed by a marine rokushiki renkyaku tempest kick. No one was more useless than him. The next moment, all the men on the ship's head fell into the water and became delicious in the mouth of endless sea kings. Chapter 12 All parties are moving, the goal is Baizi. About half an hour later. Take one of the 3 plagues of the mammoth pirate ship owned by Kaido of the Beasts, Drought Jack's gigantic ship, to the place where Hip's head died. Looking at the lingering smell of blood, and more importantly, seeing only half of his confidant Sipshead's face remaining, Drought Jack was furious, his eyes swept in the direction of Baizi's disappearance, and his eyes were filled with endless ruthless light. The red-haired pirates are courting death. Dare to kill my subordinates, Baizi, the 14th Cadre of Shanks, I will let you live rather than die. Drought Jack with red eyes, boundless suffocating chi rose into the sky, and the red eyes were always on the verge of eruption. No one on the ship dared to say a word. All-out pursuit. I want to see how amazing the 14th Cadre of this red-haired pirate group is. Drought Jack, whose confidant was killed, with a cruel and irritable personality, ignored the unwritten agreement of the 4 emperors and decided to take action against Baizi. As for the result, he didn't want to ask, he only knew that he must kill the arrogant red-haired pirate ship. 14 officers. Otherwise, he, Drought Jack, will become the laughingstock of the whole new world. Redford. Ship. Captain, it's not good, something has happened. A red-haired pirate ship's subordinate broke in from the outside with a panic-stricken face. Shang Shankspan Beckman and the 13 cadres who were drinking in the house were all startled. What's the matter? Red-haired Shanks drank a sip of beer, still Ji Yubo was not surprised. Ben Beckman and the 13 cadres around him also looked at the subordinate. Captain, something happened to Cadre Baizi. As soon as the subordinate said this, Shank's eyes immediately showed a cold edge, and Ben Beckman also looked bad. Speak clearly. Yes. It's like this, since the Cadre Baizi killed the giant crocodile pirates, Drought Jack's subordinate Hip's Hide led the giant-toothed tiger J Loon, the wild wolf Ivan and the viper Chris 3 pirates around the island. Cadre Baizi, but in the end more than 1,000 pirates were wiped out, the 3 viper Chris were also killed, and even Shipshead was at sea, so he should have been killed by Cadre Baizi, and now. Jack Drought, one of the three major disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, is chasing Cadre by Z quickly, fearing that he will attack Cadre by Z. Wow tilde tilde. After hearing the words of that subordinate, many cadres were not calm. What? Baizi killed Drought Jack's confidant Shipshead. This kid has stabbed a big basket. After hearing this, a cadre stood up abruptly. That kid's strength seems to have improved again. He even killed Shipshead, so it's no wonder that the Drought is furious. Then Beckman's eyes flashed with a gleam, although Shipshead was weaker than the cadres on their ship. But not much weaker. Captain, what should I do? Baizi is still outside. If there is a Drought Jack, then... A cadre's face is heavy. The name of the Drought Jack can be said to be resounding in the New World, and all their cadres are afraid that they are not that frantic guy's opponent. The whole boat, the redhead and Ben Beckman, can totally beat it. The redhead pulled down his long cloak, swayed his empty left hand, took a sip of strong wine, and looked in the direction of Baizi. With a ruthless light, did the Drought strike, since you dare to attack me, the leader of the Red Hair Pirates. Take action, let's go to war. The dull voice swayed in the boat. Ben Beckman and the 13 cadres all showed fierce faces. Jack's shot in the Drought was undoubtedly equivalent to detonating the Red Hair Pirates and Kaido of the Beasts Pirates. Fuse. The long-standing contradictions erupted. Immediately, the red-haired pirate ship Redford headed towards Baizi with all its strength. Quietly, this news spread like wildfire, and the whole New World was plunged into a riot, and the initiator of this riot was the newly promoted 14th Cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. Nozawa Tavern. The graceful Nozawa stared at the newspaper in his hand in horror, unable to move away from it for a long time. That Baizi, he even dared to kill Shipshead, one of the three disasters, Drought Jack's confidant. This is a big deal. Drought Jack and the red-haired pirates are all heading towards Baizi. They are the forces of the four emperors, and another big event has happened in the New World. Nozawa never imagined that the Red Hair Pirates would actually go to war with Kaido of the Beasts for the sake of Baizi's cadre. This posture completely explains everything, but just relying on Kaido of the Beasts alone, Drought Jack is no match for the Red Hair Pirates. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku Fleet Admiral Office. What? Akainu drove the battleship to the location of the red-haired pirates Shirasawa. Asshole. Send someone to call him back immediately. My plans were all disrupted by him. Sengoku the Buddha's face was ashen as he listened to the news reported by his subordinates. That Marine Admiral Akainu, who was too undisciplined, slammed his fist on the table with a pop. Yuan. Fleet Admiral, Akainu Admiral's battleship can't be contacted. Akainu Admiral left a sentence before leaving. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to catch these pirates in one sweep. As long as the pirates are wiped out, Akainu will come back and let him go. Asshole. That bastard. Listening to the message from his subordinates, Sengoku the Buddha's lungs exploded with anger, and in a few days, he will publicly execute Ace, the son of One Piece King of Pirates Roger, and now Akainu has a new branch, which undoubtedly completely disrupted his plan. Damn Akainu. Sengoku the Buddha took a deep breath and began to issue orders one after another. Send orders to all the marine divisions, and gather all the elites to gather in Marineford, make no mistake. Also, go to this place and invite two people, one named Fujitora Isho and the other named Ryokugyu. Orders go on and on. As for Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, they are the focus of their marine headquarters. They are the candidates to be positioned as Marine Admiral in the future. On the other hand, they are also the backers of Sengoku the Buddha against the top war to prevent accidents. And Akainu is a very important part of it. His sudden departure during this period has undoubtedly severely disrupted the plan of Sengoku the Buddha. If there is a conflict with the Red Hair Pirates and Kaido of the Beasts, the consequences will definitely not be what he wanted to see. When the clouds were moving, the galloping Drought Jack finally found the trace of Baizi, the 14th Cadre of the red-haired pirates, and Baizi was not even Hipshead who was killed by him before. No. A drought attacked by Kaido of the Beasts, one of the three disasters, quietly kicked off. Chapter 13 Awakened Gravity Fruit, Admiral Akainu killed. Thousands of miles of clear sky, blue sea and blue sky. A super pirate ship, with a mammoth skull pattern flag hoisted in the wind, one of the 3 plagues of Kaido of the beasts, Drought Jack's ship killed at sea. Looking at the small broken ship opposite, with the red-haired pirate flag on it, the eyes are full of cold prey. It was this kid who killed his confidant, Hip's head, and even killed the 4 pirates of Kaido of the beasts. New accounts and old accounts, count together. What an arrogant red-haired pirate boy, since you killed my Kaido of the beasts, let me die. The voice fell, and suddenly, the mammoth's ear-piercing shriek turned into a substantial sound wave and swept away towards Baizi, who was like a boat, and in the blink of an eye, he came to Baizi. If this attack were to fall, the boat under Baizi would definitely be instantly shattered into pieces. But it was Baizi's right palm that trembled slightly, the palm covered by the armament armor, and the tremor fruit directly slammed into the air, slapping the incoming sonic attack to one side, and in the next instant, a wave of dozens of meters splashed on the left side of the sea. Drought Jack was stunned when he saw this, but he didn't expect this kid to be able to withstand the sonic shock. As for Jack's many confidants and crew members, their eyes were full of horror. Killed a pirate with a bounty of 300 million before relying on this kind of sonic shock. There are 2 times, but you are still going to die today. Drought Jack, with a fierce look on his feet, wiped the deck under his feet, and in the next instant armament observation haki fully opened, and punched the sky and the earth violently, slammed into the ship where Baizi was, and made a quick battle. Although he was impulsive, he was not a fool. The temperament of the hare, I am afraid that it will not take long to come. Baizi also rubbed the soles of his feet, Moonstep shot straight into the sky, and attacked, armament covered the entire fist, and the fruit was blessed, and then Conqueror haki went all out to the limit. The terrifying Conqueror haki coerced the 4 poles, and many of Drought Jack's subordinates rolled their eyes and fainted in an instant. Many confidants stared at the oncoming coercion centered on Baizi in the field, and everyone's eyes glared. Gotta stick out. What did they see? Conqueror. Conqueror haki. The 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates. Has Conqueror haki. The 2 fists collided in an instant, and the unparalleled energy overflowed and the water surface below the 2 pulled out a deep ditch of several 10 feet, and the nearby sea surface soared by several meters. Baizi's original ship was also shattered into pieces under the endless Conqueror haki, and even a ship that was closer to Drought Jack was shattered by the impact. Many of Drought Jack's confidants who had never been in a coma had their eyes fixed, completely unable to believe what was happening in front of them. Powerful. Too strong. That guy, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates is at the same level as their captain. How can it be? How is this possible? Crack tilde. Just as Drought Jack's many confidants were horrified, the crisp sound of bone cracking instantly spread from the air. The next moment, they saw Baizi under the moon step, which moved almost instantaneously, and even used shaved and iron blocks to support his legs, and in the air, he carried out all-round slaughter and beating against the captain they thought was invincible, Drought Jack. How possible? All of Drought Jack's henchmen have their eyes shattered. The 2 are not evenly matched. Baizi, the cadre of the red-haired pirates, actually completely defeated their Drought Captain Jack. How come? How could that guy be so strong? Seriously terrified. No wonder tilde. No wonder this guy is not afraid of their arrival at all, and the strength of this guy is terrifying and outrageous. The whole sky, Conqueror haki is wanton, and the sea surface is suppressed by this kind of pressure to sink a few points. As for Baizi, it is the flowing water used by marine rokushiki, which is smooth and natural. Drought Jack also made a move, but under Shirasawa marine rokushiki Kami-e, he easily avoided his attack. Marine rokushiki's upgrade card constantly coming to his ears, Baizi became more and more energetic. At this time, he could be said to be more and more energetic, and marine rokushiki's use became more and more pure. Ding! Congratulations to the host Marine Rokushiki for upgrading to LV2. Ding! Congratulations to the host Marine Rokushiki for upgrading to LV3. Ding! Congratulations to the host Marine Rokushiki for upgrading to LV4. Quote. I don't know how long it took. By Z's Renkyaku, Tempest Kick suddenly attacked Drought Jack, and Jack slammed into the pirate ship Mammoth like a cannonball, forcibly embedded in the body. Drought Jack's eyes were wide open, and the blood was gushing out from his mouth, and a small stream formed in front of him in a short while. Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, was directly beaten by Baizi and lost his fighting power. Boss. Captain, are you all right? Jack, who had reacted in a daze, protected all of them in it, and stared wildly at the other pirate ship that was in a coma. All the terrifying battle scenes just appeared in his mind. Riding a horse, with this strength, is this guy really just a cadre of the red hair pirates? Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Abilities, /LV6, Conqueror Haki LV4, Armament Haki LV3, Observation Haki LV2, Marine Rokushiki LV5. Shock Fruit LV4. Items, none. Congratulations to the host for killing and slaughtering Kaido of the Beasts Drought Jack, and awakening the Gravity Fruit. Note, this system provides devil fruits, completely fearless of water and sea stone. Quote. Before Baizi could be happy, a voice appeared in his mind again, which immediately made Baizi's eyes bloom with brilliance. Gravity Fruit. Motherfucker. Marine Admiral Fujitora Isho sounded in Baizi's mind for the first time, a ruthless man with outstanding combat power, but now he should be in the Marine headquarters. Clap 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 tilde tilde tilde. In the silent field, nearly 10 Marine warships suddenly surrounded the field. Wearing the cloak of justice and smoking a cigar, Marine Admiral Akainu finally arrived and happened to see the scene here. Marine Admiral Kai. Akainu. Akainu of Magma Devil Fruit. It's broken, how did he come? The eyes of many of Drought Jack's confidants are full of despair, and even Drought Jack is full of fear. Hey tilde. Looks like I missed a good show tilde tilde. I didn't expect that the red hair pirates would have such a skilled cadre who mastered Marine Rokushiki, tisk tisk tilde tilde. Baizi, during this time, he was very active in the New World. Akainu Admiral, who held his shoulders with both hands, looked at the field playfully. You bastard pirates, it seems that today's harvest is good. We've already captured Ace, the Sinner's remnant son from One Piece, King of Pirates Roger. If we add Kaido of the Beasts, Drought Jack and the Red Hair Pirates evil cadre, this will be more perfect. Red Dog Akainu said this. Baizi's heart was shocked. Ace was arrested. Has Blackbeard already won? It seems that it is still a step too late, and war seems to be inevitable. Boy, your strength is good, but unfortunately you're a pirate. You cut off your arms. I'll spare your life. The Red Dog Akainu glanced at Baizi, who was standing on Jack's pirate ship, with a playful look. Completely I didn't pay attention to this flamboyant boy. Scoff tilde. Let me cut off my arms. Baizi looked at the Red Dog Akainu on the opposite side like an idiot, slightly held the samurai sword in his hand, and scorned Isho. What are you? Chapter 14_Tough Redhead. What are you? After Baizi's words, the corners of the mouths of many of Jack's confidants twitched, and a heart was directly in his throat, and his eyes were full of astonishment when he looked at Baizi. Does this guy know who he's talking to? Akainu Admiral, the top fighting force of the Marine headquarters. I don't know how many pirate souls go to hell under its hands. It can be said that the word Akainu is the nightmare of most pirates in the New World. Whenever Akainu strikes, it definitely means a disaster. Not only Drought Jack's confidant, but Captain Akainu's many Marines are also turning their calves, secretly thinking that this kid is over. As expected. Hearing Baizi's words, Akainu frowned slightly, and then his eyes flickered with ruthlessness. Oh, very good. The red hair pirates seem to be getting tougher and tougher over the years, even a small cadre dares to do this. Talk to me. If that's the case, then go to die. Open black lens bracket meteor volcano close black lens bracket. It is a super trick to come up, and this posture is completely a trend to solve by Z. In an instant, a magma meteorite appeared in the sky, and it attacked towards by Z. If this stance fell, I was afraid that Jack's clothes would be turned into fly ashes in the drought. Baizi saw the magma meteorite launched by Akainu in the air, and the corner of his mouth pulled a radian. The gravity fruit immediately acted on the magma meteorite, and under the simultaneous action of gravity and the shock fruit, it turned into an invisible big hand. Under the push of Z, all of them fell into the river water. Blocked. Many of Drought Jack's subordinates looked at the field in confusion. Akainu Admiral's meteor volcano was actually blocked. You must know that this was a move that their captains were very afraid of. Drought Jack's eyes turned gloomy when he looked at Baizi again. Apparently, he didn't expect that this kid would be able to pick up meteor volcano from Akainu. Devil fruit ability, so. Before Akainu could finish speaking, there was a pop in the field, and a pirate ship fell from the sky, making the sound of a giant palm slapping the water. Redford. As soon as the pirate ship appeared, Jack Drought and many of his henchmen recognized the pirate ship. They didn't expect the red hair to come so quickly. As for Akainu, he snorted coldly and muttered to himself, "Is it finally here?" Redhead Shanks. Akainu's eyes flashed brightly, and the ship in front of him was the Red Hair Pirates. If these pirates were wiped out in one fell swoop today, there would be only 3 emperors left in the New World. Cadre by Z, are you okay? We're not too late. Ben Beckman called by Z to the boat, and when he saw that he was fine, he asked, but he looked at Drought Jack, who was seriously injured, and thought it was Akainu. Shot. I'm fine. Baizi prevaricates. He originally wanted to practice hand brushing with Akainu, but since Shanks and the others are here, he doesn't need to do it himself. You are the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Akainu glanced over the red-haired and the others, and finally his eyes fell on Shanks. He felt the extreme danger from this one-armed man. Presumptuous, our captain's name is yours. A cadre glared at Marine Akainu Admiral. Others were afraid of this Marine's top combat power, Akainu. Mention Akainu, Sengoku the Buddha came, and they still do. This is Akainu Admiral, one of the 3 admirals in the Marine headquarters. I have long admired the name. The red-haired gentleman said, but he couldn't see the haki that the 4 emperors should have. HMPH, it seems that your pirate team has got a good cadre. You can even defeat Kaido of the Beasts, Confidant, Drought Jack, and also use our marine Rokushiki. It's kind of interesting. Quote question mark exclamation mark question mark. As soon as Akainu said this, everyone in the red-haired pirates looked at Drought Jack on the mammoth. Drought Jack was not seriously injured by Akainu, but by Z. Usopp and the 13 cadres were all stunned, and the many pirates on the pirate ship were the bosses with their mouths open, and they were all grinning to the back of their ears. Baizi defeated Kaido of the Beasts, henchman Drought Jack. My god, how is this possible? That guy is so awesome now tilde. That's Drought Jack, and from Akainu's mouth, that proves it's right. And, not only that. Baizi not only defeated Drought Jack, but also mastered Marine Rokushiki. This is incredible. How long have they been separated from Baizi? This guy even knows Marine Rokushiki, but how did he do it? You know, there are only a handful of people who can control Marine Rokushiki on the marine side. Since everyone is here, let's take care of you pirates together today. Akainu took a cigar, exhaled a breath of smoke, and looked directly at the red-haired Shanks. Sigh, I haven't been active for a long time, I'm here. Before Ben Beckman could finish speaking, the red-haired Shanks stopped Ben Beckman with his right hand, and the corner of his mouth curved into an arc. All come. Seeing the red-haired Shanks take action, Jack Drought and many of his subordinates froze, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. HMPH, it's the same for anyone who comes. No one can change your fate. Open black lens bracket dog biting crimson lotus close black lens bracket. Akainu's right fist suddenly slammed out, and the entire arm of the magma's right hand turned into a dog's head. The surrounding air was burned and deformed, and the sea surface was filled with mist, which was caused by the hesitation and high temperature. With one move, the temperature between heaven and earth soared by an unknown number of degrees. Armament haki, / Black armament was attached to the red-haired right-hand katana sword, and then a white on swept through the void, and the energy ripped through the air and attacked both sides, facing Akainu's attack. Conqueror haki instantly has red hair as the center, covering the main sea area, and it can be clearly felt several kilometers away. Akainu's dog-biting crimson lotus was torn apart quickly and forcibly, and instantly slashed into Akainu's chest. In the next instant, Akainu flew upside down more than 10 meters like a cannonball. Appearing again, there are already bloodstains running across the mouth of Shanko. Defeat with a knife. Hit Akainu, one of the 3 Admiral Marines, and this is the true strength of the red-haired Shanks. Gouda tilde. Gouda tilde Gouda tilde tilde tilde. Akainu's ships were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their Akainu admiral was not a red-haired opponent, and was severely damaged by a single move. The red hair of one of the 4 emperors is so strong. Many of Jack's subordinates in the drought did not dare to take a sip, even Jack, because he knew very well that the red-haired Shanks in front of him was very strong, and he couldn't deal with it at all. PFF tilde. Akainu, who returned to his human form, sprayed out a mouthful of blood immediately, but fell to his knees on the ground. He never expected Shanks, the captain of the red-haired pirates, to be so powerful. Is this the strength of the 4 emperors? Not enough, his strength is far from enough. Go away. I'll give Sengoku a face this time, and next time, it won't be so easy. The red-haired glanced at Akainu, completely ignoring him. Although Akainu's power is strong, he is stronger. Shanks, you. Next time, I will definitely beat you. Frustration, endless frustration rose from Akainu's heart. He completely underestimated the strength of the red-haired Shanks. Withdraw. Akainu took a deep look at Bai Zi, who, like him, mastered marine rokushiki as much as he did, waved his hand, and ordered the army to withdraw. Drought Jack, get out too. Redhead retracted his gaze and landed on Drought Jack again. Go back and tell Kaido of the beasts. I will not investigate this matter for the time being. If he wants to avenge the 4 pirates, I will accompany him to the end, even if. Go to war. Chapter 15 _ Meet the future 2 Marine Admiral. Redford. After Marine Admiral Akainu and Drought Jack left, there were only the red hair pirates left in this sea area. Many pirate members on board looked at Bai Zi with full of admiration and admiration. Drought Jack, that is. Their Bai Zi Cadre even defeated Drought Jack. You must know that Drought Jack is the 3 major disasters under Kaido's thinning, and the bounty is as high as 1 billion Bailey. According to rumors, the places where Jack passes by drought are like natural disasters. I didn't expect that your kid's strength has improved so much, and Jack Drought is no match for you. Then Beckman looked at Bai Zi, who had not been separated for a long time, and couldn't help feeling filled with emotion. After this battle, the name of Bai Zi is afraid that it will become famous in the whole new world. After all, being able to defeat Drought Jack is not something that only one group can do. By the way, Captain, I got the news from Ace. Bai Zi thought of what Akainu said before. Ace has been captured by Marine at this time, and will be publicly executed in a few days. Ace was caught. When many cadres heard about it, they all changed their expressions. If the Whitebeard pirates knew about this, they would probably go crazy. Have you been caught? No wonder I got the news before that all the elites of the Marine divisions have been transferred to the Marine headquarters, so it is. When Ben Beckman heard Bai Zi's words, he nodded clearly, which obviously matched what happened in Marine before, and the place where Ace was executed was probably in Marineford, the headquarters of Marine. Just then, a signal pigeon flew overhead, and Ben Beckman bought a newspaper and read the latest news. A little later. Sure enough, something big is going to happen. Ace will be publicly executed in Marineford 3 days later, and the traitor Blackbeard that Ace chased before has now become King Shichibukai. The two news came into the ears of many cadres, and their expressions changed. When it comes to Blackbeard, everyone's mind can't help but see the picture of Blackbeard fighting with their captain before. Although their captain is a little careless, Blackbeard can leave 3 traces in the corner of Shank's eyes, which is enough to show the extraordinariness of this person. The mountains and the rain are coming, and the new world seems to be about to change. The red-haired Shanks murmured, and a certain officer flashed a bright light. The next moment, he recovered from boredom again and entered the ship. Until the next day. Kuro Star, who went to Whitebeard's side, came back. The news of Ace's public execution 3 days later had spread throughout the new world, but after Kuro Star came back and saw Baizi, his mind could no longer be calm. Captain, Whitebeard learned that Ace was captured by Marine and imprisoned Marine's headquarters, and wanted to join us to rescue Ace. He said that after this time, the Whitebeard pirates owe you a big favor. Kuro Star roughly said this: I've talked about my trip to the Whitebeard pirates. Humanity. Whitebeard looks really pissed. Captain, then we. After listening to Kuro Star's words, a cadre asked Shanks their backbone. Hee, Marine made a big deal this time. It seems that Whitebeard also knows that this is Marine's conspiracy. I'm afraid that Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin will also make a move. Shanks looked towards Marineford, where in 3 days there would be a shocking battle that would shock the new world. Moreover, the redhead is very clear that if Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin shoot, the target person is definitely not Marine but must be Whitebeard. There is no doubt about this. It seems that Whitebeard's situation is not good. The balance of the 4 emperors is about to be broken. Since that's the case, how can the battle of the top 3 days later be without my red-haired pirates? The corner of the red-haired mouth curved into a mysterious arc. Compared to Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, he preferred Whitebeard to sit with the throne of the 4 emperors. After all, under his jurisdiction, people's lives are very good. In order to show sincerity, Baizi will let you represent our red hair pirates to the Whitebeard pirates to negotiate the alliance. The red hair looked at Baizi and said, originally he wanted to let the deputy captain Ben Beckman go. After all, to show their sincerity, but now that Baizi has the strength to defeat Jack Drought, it is not a bad idea to let him go. Okay. Baizi nodded and agreed when he heard the redhead's words. After all, the strength of many captains of the Whitebeard pirates is undeniable, especially the captain of the first team, Marco, who is said to be no less powerful than Ben Beckman. As for the existence of the other squads, the captains of other squads are not weak either. After rectifying for a while, Baizi took his pirate ship and sailed in the direction of the Whitebeard pirates. Kuro Star, who was the guide, had mixed feelings. The two came to the red-haired pirates together, and they had just broken through the barrier of intern, but Baizi had already become a cadre, and when he came back, he heard that this guy was actually one of the 3 confidants of Kaido of the Beasts. 1. Drought Jack has been defeated. That kind of existence, but Kuro Star didn't dare to think about it. Quietly, Baizi has reached the achievement that he could not achieve in his entire life. About half a day later, when they were about to enter the force of the Whitebeard pirates, 3 marine ships appeared on the sea, next to a small island not far from Baizi. The huge marine vessel, the Star of Kuro and the newly established Baizi's subordinates were startled. They didn't expect to encounter Marine after half a day out of the port. Of a sudden, 2 Marine Rear Admiral wearing Justice Marine clothes appeared in Baizi's field of vision, and when he saw their voices, Baizi's eyes froze. Fujitora Isho. Ryokugyu. Marine 3 Admiral together with Kizaru 2 years after the Battle of the Top. I really didn't expect to meet these 2 people here. The combat power of these 2 people is now afraid that they have just been officially launched by the Marine headquarters, but the combat power of the 2 is extremely powerful. If they are brought under their command, then Thinking of the two of them taking action in the Battle of the Top, I was excited to think about that scene. Don't know how Sengoku the Buddha would feel when he saw the two of them appearing at the top of the battle. The Red Hair Pirates, that's the banner of the Red Hair Pirates. A marine stared wide-eyed when he saw the flag on the Bai Zi ship, and screamed, and everyone on the 3 warships looked over at once. The red-haired pirates. Although Fujitora Isho was blind, observation haki instantly shrouded this sea area, even when he knew that the people who came were indeed the red-haired pirates. Ha ha ha, the red-haired pirates, you have encountered such a tough character when you first joined Marine, you must fight. Ryokugyu, who was hot and impulsive, heard that, his eyes locked on the pirate ship in front of him, and his fighting spirit soared. As a friend, Fujitora Isho was speechless with his right hand on his forehead. Similarly, observation haki heard Ryokugyu's arrogant words, and a plan to conquer came to Bai Zi's mind, and the corner of his mouth pulled out the arc of a hunter looking at a fat prey, staring at Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu. Chapter 16 halfway through, the abduction succeeded. Bai Zi. This guy is the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, and Jack of the Drought was defeated by him. Scary guy. Marine on the warship saw the people on the flag of the red-haired pirate ship on the opposite side, and there was an uproar, and people panicked. Bai Zi's heavy damage to Kaido of the Beast's confidant, Jack, has become famous in the New World. Boy, if you can beat Drought Jack, you must be very good at it. Let's fight. Ryokugyu, whose fighting spirit has soared, sees Bai Zi, and his violent elements are fully activated. Every time he fights with Fujitora Isho, this guy uses various excuses to push it away. Now that he has finally found a good person, how can he miss it? A fight, yes. However, I have a condition. He glanced at Ryokugyu deeply, and he still knew something about this guy's temperament. Conditions. What conditions? As long as you can fight, I will promise you any condition. Ryokugyu banged his fists, his terrifying strength shaking the air, showing his terrifying strength all the time. Many Marines who came to pick up Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, their eyes are straight. What is Ryokugyu Rear Admiral saying? They will agree to any conditions, my god. Very good, as long as I win, you come with me. As soon as Bai Zi said this, the Kuro star on the ship's eyelids jumped wildly. God, what did he hear? This guy is going to shoot Marine's Rear Admiral. Haha, good. Let's go. Ryokugyu was so arrogant. Haha, Isho immediately crashed into the shore like a titan and headed towards the jungle of the island. Captain, you are? A pirate on the boat asked in astonishment, looking at the development in the field. You wait here, and I'll find you 2 co-captains. Speaking, he glanced at Ryokugyu with deep meaning, and then entered the jungle of the island. Fujitora Isho frowned slightly and entered the jungle with the 2 of them. The remaining pirates and the Marines on the 3 battleships were all dumbfounded. Islands, clearings deep in the jungle. Boy, I'm about to start. Ryokugyu, who couldn't wait, was filled with Ling Ran's fighting intent. Let's get started. Remember our terms, if you lose you have to follow me. HMPH, want to beat me Ryokugyu, want to be beautiful. A bang, under Ryokugyu's foot, the entire island trembled slightly, and immediately turned into a wild bull, smashing towards Bai Zi like lightning. The face of Ryokugyu's domineering blow to tear the air, Marine Rokushiki shaved the soles of Bai Zi's feet, and the power of the shocking fruit poured into his right fist, and smashed it directly with a hard steel punch. The ground within 5 feet of Bai Zi sank suddenly. Boom .. The fists collided, making an explosion-like sound, and a burst of energy exploded, and Ryokugyu instantly turned into a cannonball and flew backwards. Fujitora Isho, who is extremely sensitive to gravity, frowned. How could the fruit of gravity be possible? The moment of gravity just now was absolutely right. How could this kid? Ryokugyu, who was more than 10 meters away, stared at the unmoved Bai Zi opposite him in disbelief. One failed to succeed, and immediately Ryokugyu attacked again with lightning speed. In an instant, the sound of bang 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 lingered in the ears. Congratulations to the host's gravity fruit being upgraded to LV2. Congratulations to the host's gravity fruit being upgraded to LV3. Congratulations to the host gravity fruit for being upgraded to LV4. Quote. I have to say that in the series of battles, Ryokugyu deserves to be the existence of Marine Admiral in the future. This combat power and fighting ability are by no means covered. Not only the gravity fruit, but even Marine Rokushiki, Gen fruit, armament haki, and observation haki, all soared at a considerable speed. It could be said that every second Baizi's combat power was undergoing qualitative changes. After half an hour, Ryokugyu was hit by Baizi once again, and landed more than 10 meters away. The 3 Marines and Kuro Star and a group of pirates on the shore were all dumbfounded. The island was sunk for several points. In the jungle field of the island, there were many holes that had been devastated by the battle between the two, while Ryokugyu was covered in bruises. It can be said that within half an hour, Fujitora Isho Observation Haki, who was beside him, twitched his mouth. During this time, he completely looked at the cadre of the red-haired pirates, and he was extremely sure that the young man in front of him had the same ability to control gravity as him. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Abilities, /LV7, Conqueror Haki LV5, Armament Haki LV5, Observation Haki LV4, Marine Rokushiki LV6. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit LV6, Gravity Fruit LV5. Items, none. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, the corner of Baizi's mouth raised a satisfied arc. Mummy, Fujitora, S ability is the same as yours, it's too embarrassing. Ryokugyu stepped on the ground with 1 foot, and the whole island trembled for 3 points. How Ryokugyu, come with me. HMPH, you're good, but you want me to go with you, infatuated. A bang. Before Ryokugyu could finish speaking, the endless pressure of gravity fell from the sky, and Ryokugyu was overwhelmed with a bang. This is, to what extent does this guy use the gravity fruit? Fujitora Isho looked at the field and was shocked. The force of gravity alone suppressed Ryokugyu to this extent, and he asked himself that he couldn't do it. Ryokugyu is afraid to lose. How's it going, take it. Baizi smiled and asked Ryokugyu, who was having difficulty lifting his feet. Dissatisfied. Ryokugyu grinned, his eyes rounded. Stubborn Ryokugyu, the fruit of gravity increased again, and with a bang, the entire island was instantly crushed by Baizi, and it was abruptly submerged several inches underwater. The 3 marine warships outside the island and the Kuro Star and others were directly suspicious. One blow, Ryokugyu's whole body was about to sink into the mud, and he said in exasperation as if struggling to surrender, I've served it, I've served it. Withdrawing the gravity, Ryokugyu jumped up from the ground in relief, and regained his vitality again. It was hard to imagine that under the heavy pressure just now, there was no essential damage to Ryokugyu. As promised, I'll go with you, Ryokugyu. Ryokugyu looked at Baizi with fear. This guy looked slender, but he didn't expect to be so strong when he started. That's good. After finishing Ryokugyu, Shirasawa set his eyes on Fujitora Isho. Fujitora, what about you? This. Hey, what is this? What are you thinking about, Fujitora? Those Marines are just looking at our strength, and you see how they treated the people on the island. Ryokugyu rolled his eyes at Fujitora and said sternly, he didn't want to be separated from Fujitora, and gave Baizi a meaningful look, which meant that there was no lack of a gesture of taking credit. Seeing Ryokugyu's appearance so quick to correct his identity, Baizi was of course deeply relieved and looked at Fujitora. I know you have justice in your heart, but what do you think Marine is now? You should know the reputation of the red hair pirates. Where I have red hair, you should have never heard of oppressing people. As far as I know, the red hair pirates have helped countless islands to be protected from pirates. Quote. Of course, Fujitora knew that Baizi was right, but he was also very entangled in his heart. With this person's ability, his future achievements might not be higher than Marine's, and he brought the so-called Tenryubito down from the altar. Well, I promise to go with you. However, I will not shoot Marine. After all, I have been greatly favored by Marine. Yes. Of course, Fujitora's request Baizi will not refuse, after all. It is enough to have Ryokugyu to deal with Marine. He kidnapped Fujitora and Ryokugyu, who had just been wooed by the Marine headquarters. I don't know how the Marine headquarters would react to this. Chapter 17 _ This man is so strong. When the three came out, the entire island was sunk. Okay, you go and tell the people in the Marine headquarters that Fujitora and I will be with Shirasawa from now on. We are no longer Marine but pirates. Ryokugyu was staring at Marine's stern eyes on the three battleships. Haki declared, as if he didn't think it was enough, and said, if those people in the Marine headquarters are not convinced, they can send people like Admiral or something like a dozen or 20. Accompany me to practice my hands .. Fujitora Isho. Baizi smiled and said nothing. Ryokugyu's temperament to not be a pirate is really inferior. Okay, let's go. Baizi, who had successfully planned a perfect plan, with the corners of his mouth curved, with the addition of Fujitora Ryokugyu, Baizi's team instantly grew by an unknown amount. As for the Kuro Star and the people on the pirate ship, they were all dumbfounded. They were not dreaming. The two Marine rear admirals were fooled into the thief ship by their captains. For a moment, they all felt that there was something wrong with the two people's brains, and they were squeezed by the door. It was really ridiculous what happened in front of them. It's just, how did they know that Fujitora and Ryokugyu were only found and requisitioned by Marine yesterday, and they were given the rank of Rear Admiral, and that person didn't have much interest in Marine at all, let alone the so-called sense of belonging. Marine's stunned eyes as the three battleships stepped forward, Fujitora and Ryokugyu disappeared into the sea in such a grand manner, and what was left on the Marine deck was Fujitora's Marine costumes. ... After a few minutes. Marine headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku the Buddha office. With a snap, Sengoku the Buddha slapped the table with a slap, and a confidant on the opposite side jumped in fright. What did you say? Fujitora and Ryokugyu were kidnapped by the 14th officer of the Red Hair Pirates. Hearing the news from the other side, Sengoku the Buddha almost exploded his lungs. Mad, how the hell could this happen? The confidant who came to report the news on the opposite side, his calf trembled and regretted coming in at this time. Fleet Admiral was so angry that it was the first time he had seen him. What's the matter, say it. Hanging up the phone, Sengoku the Buddha took a sip of tea and confronted his confidant in shock. Yuan, Fleet Admiral, that, Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, went to sea for the Whitebeard pirates. It seems that the two parties intend to form an alliance. Peef cough. Before the confidant could finish his words, Sengoku the Buddha spit out a sip of tea, his eyes widened, and he smashed the teacup in his hand with a snap. Bastard. Baizi. It's that Baizi again. Quote. Because of the news of Akainu's serious injury yesterday, Sengoku the Buddha was in a bad mood at first, but now Sengoku the Buddha almost didn't get suffocated from his internal injuries. Immediately afterwards, there was no doubt that Sengoku the Buddha, the headquarters of the Marine, started a fury. The two rear admirals of the dignified Marine were abducted by the red-haired pirates. When this incident came out, their Marines were afraid that they would become a joke in the New World. 2 days later. Under the blue sky and above the blue waters, several giant pirate groups appeared in front of them, the most striking of which was the Moby Dick. On the main ship, Whitebeard sat on the seat coercively, drinking heavily, but the atmosphere on the ship seemed a little depressing. Apparently, this was troubled by the fact that Ace was about to be publicly executed in a few days. Captain Jozu, the red hair pirates are here. As soon as Baizi's ship appeared, one of Jozu's S-men immediately reported to Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division. "Oh, are you here, Tilda?" The captain of the 3rd Division, Jozu, heard that. His eyes fell on the pirate ship that came not far away, and he immediately locked on Baizi's body. "I didn't expect it to be the 14th Cadre of the Red Hair Pirates, and I have long admired it. I heard that a few days ago, Your Excellency severely damaged Kaido of the Beast's confidant, Jack, and he really became famous." As the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Jozu's eyes flickered. 2. As an ally, although this is a bit inappropriate, this matter is related to Ace's rescue plan, and Jozu has to take it seriously. "Hey, fight, I'm the best at it. Pick me up." Baizi could reply. Ryokugyu, who was beside him, flashed and appeared in front of Diamond Jozu in an instant. Open black lens bracket diamond defense close black lens bracket. Without stopping, Jozu immediately turned his fists into diamonds, forming a diamond barrier in front of him, because he felt the extreme danger to his life from the punch from the opposite side. Bang! Punch! Jozu, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, instantly turned into a cannonball, and appeared on the main ship of the Moby Squeak. Captain of the first team, Marco, reacted immediately, caught Jozu who fell from the sky, and slid for a few meters before stopping. Crack tilde tilde tilde. The unbreakable diamond barrier in front of Jozu's body cracked in an instant and then smashed into pieces with a clatter, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. A punch. Its power is so terrifying. Until now, Jozu didn't feel like his own hand, and he didn't have the slightest sense of who he was just now. He was so strong. What? I'm sorry to get excited for a while. I didn't expect you to fight so hard. Ryokugyu, step back. He glared at Ryokugyu. This guy was also drunk. As soon as he heard the battle, he was like a chicken blood. He has been challenged by Ryokugyu a lot in the past 2 days, and of course Baizi is also happy. Oh, it's the captain. Hearing Baizi's words, Ryokugyu turned back behind Baizi like a child who had done something wrong, but his eyes were on Marco, the phoenix that Jozu caught easily. Who is that kid who just shot? His strength is really good. Whitebeard, who was sitting in his seat, looked like an indomitable giant, and a loud sound wave attacked. Ryokugyu's pupils shrank. This man is so strong. This person is my sub-captain named Ryokugyu. Baizi said lightly, looking directly at Whitebeard without being humble or arrogant. Oh, your subordinate. Whitebeard squinted his eyes slightly and looked at Baizi. The redhead has hired an incredible cadre again. You are very strong. I heard that you have severely damaged Kaido of the Beast's confidant, Jack Drought. It's just a fluke. The Gwei pirates are also full of talented people. Ha ha ha, the boy is very good at talking, but who is the other blind man beside you? This person should not be incompetent. Whitebeard's eyes were very vicious, and his eyes were locked on the man with the samurai sword for the first time. On Fujitora Isho. Fujitora Isho, Vice Captain. After Fujitora Isho finished speaking, he stopped speaking. As soon as the words came out, everyone around was in unison, and they couldn't help looking at Ryokugyu who had just defeated Jozu. Another deputy captain. How much has the strength of the Red Hair Pirates soared during this period of time? Chapter 18 _ New Target, Impel Down. Moby Dick, above. Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, took over the newspaper in his hand and flipped through it. As soon as he opened the first page, he was struck by lightning, and his eyes were round. After a long time, his eyes returned to his senses, and they fell back to the 2 people behind Baizi in the field. Their eyes changed. Marine, S2 Rear Admiral, Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, quit Marine to join the 14th Cadre of the Red-Haired Pirates, Shirazawa. Psi tilde. These 2 are Marine Rear Admiral. Foil Vista's eyes flashed, and as soon as these words came out, many captains and pirate members of the Moby Dick were all shocked, and their eyes fell on Ryokugyu and Fujitora Isho. Marine Rear Admiral. This guy actually made 2 Marine Rear Admirals serve for him. The 14 cadres of the Red Hair Pirates are really not easy. Marine Rear Admiral, even on Marine's side, is a top-notch existence, not to mention Ryokugyu's combat power just now. Its strength is definitely far beyond the Rear Admiral level. Mad, how did Baizi do this? It's interesting now. Sengoku is going to be mad these days. As for Sengoku the Buddha's mind, Whitebeard was all too familiar with this old friend and rival. Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu in front of them are probably their marine headquarters, secretly hidden masters, or even admiral candidates. After all, the attack just now was not far from admiral-level combat power. If this is the case, Baizi can subdue the two in front of him. I am afraid that his combat power should be at the admiral level at this time. Has the red hair found a top-level expert at the level of Ben Beckman this time? Whitebeard figured out the powerful relationship in an instant, that is to say, this Baizi in front of him really has the qualifications to talk to him, even though he is only a cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. With their assistance, the chances of rescuing Ace would be much higher this time. A few words of greeting, Jozu glanced deeply at Baizi who was talking with Whitebeard, and leaned over to Ryokugyu's side. Your captain, how strong Baizi is. As soon as Jozu's words came out, the captains of the surrounding Whitebeard pirates also listened carefully, and they were also very curious about this. Well, how strong I don't know. Ryokugyu glanced at Jozu who was instantly killed by himself, and because of his miss just now, he thought of the previous battle with Baizi. I only know that if the captain is serious, I will only be beaten. Jozu. Quote question mark exclamation mark question mark. The other captains around were stunned one by one. Even if they were as strong as Ryokugyu, they could only be beaten. Could it be that their strength was beyond their scope? A while. Moby Dick, inside the ship. Everyone gathered together and were discussing plans to rescue Ace tomorrow. Tomorrow, shall we rectify people, go to Marineford to rescue Ace, and fight Marine? Yeah, there will definitely be a tough battle tomorrow. Jozu and the other captains had solemn expressions on their faces. They knew very well that they would be dealing not only with Marine, but also with the four emperors of the New World, the King Shichibukai, and the traitor of their pirates, the sinister Blackbeard. Although they are also four emperors, they still have many worries about tomorrow's rescue plan. I have a proposal. Baizi said something, and then pointed to a location on the map. This is Impel Down, not too far from Marineford. If all the prisoners in Impel Down can be released, it will definitely be a great help for tomorrow's rescue plan. After all, those murderous prisoners hated Marine. The proposal is good or not. It's just Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, but he is known as the strongest man, whose strength is comparable to Admiral. There are not many people here who can deal with that guy. Whitebeard frowned. If the prisoners in Impel Down are released, tomorrow's rescue plan will be increased by at least 30%. Continue to discuss the plan to rescue Ace tomorrow. As for Impel Down and Director Magellan, I will solve it. Baizi said with a smile, with his own calculations in his heart. Existing, if it is possible to take those people for their own use, the strength of their own ship will soar by a lot. Baizi won't stay in the Red Hair Pirates all his life, and he must prepare for his departure from the Red Hair Pirates in advance. Baizi thought so, and the expressions of the surrounding white-haired pirates looking at Baizi changed, full of gratitude and sincerity. That was Marine's Impel Down. In order to rescue their 2nd Division captain, Baizi's move was tantamount to putting himself under Marine's field of vision. Brother Baizi's kindness, I, Whitebeard, remember it. It doesn't matter if this matter is successful or not. If Brother Baizi asks for anything in the future, I, the Whitebeard pirates, will definitely support it. Invisibly, Baizi got a huge favor from Whitebeard, which in some respects was bigger than the favor owed to the red-haired pirates. You must know that he treats Ace like his own son. Baizi can do this for Ace. As a father, how can he be indifferent? Not only Whitebeard, but also Marco Jozu, Foil Vista and others, their eyes are full of gratitude. Baizi's move can be said to be a great favor to their Whitebeard pirates. After agreeing on a strategy, it is not too late to start the action. Moby Dick, above deck. Whitebeard and Baizi looked into the distance. The breeze from the sea was blowing, and the air was very good. Brother Baizi, after today, I, Whitebeard, owe you a huge favor. I'm afraid I will never repay it in my life. As the fourth emperor, Whitebeard has been active in the New World for so long, and of course he knows what Impel Down represents. Murmured a wry smile. It's not bad to make the strongest man in the world owe a huge favor. Since it's not clear, then I owe it. Looking towards Marineford, Baizi seemed to have thought of something, and reminded him, yes. Now, you have to be careful of the big vortex spider Squid. I got news that he is likely to be provoked by Akainu, and he will give you a fatal blow at the critical moment tomorrow. Baizi had been very sorry for Whitebeard's death in the top battle before, but now that he has the opportunity to come to the world of pirates, he must make up for his regret. Moreover, after contacting him, he found that Whitebeard is actually a good friend. At least he looks more pleasing to Whitebeard than Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Okay, it's time for me to go. Baizi's figure flashed. Moonstep stepped out, and with the help of the air, he appeared on the boat with the flag of the red-haired pirates in the next moment, and drove towards the distance. Just now, Marine Rokushiki Moonstep, Baizi used it so skillfully. Marco looked at the direction Baizi's ship was leaving, and said in surprise, obviously not expecting Baizi to even know Marine Rokushiki. That guy has great ambitions. I have a feeling that little friend Baizi is most likely to become the fifth emperor of the New World. Whitebeard looked at the direction Baizi and his party were leaving. His intuition was always accurate. However, if that kid can really become the fifth emperor, it would be a good thing for him. Chapter 19_Drought Killed. After discussing the rescue plan, Whitebeard and his party continued to gather forces and rushed to Marineford to rescue Ace tomorrow. As for Whitebeard, they took Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu to Marine's largest prison, Impel Down. Director Magellan, the highest officer of the deep-sea prison Impel Down, is also the king of Impel Down, known as the strongest man in the prison, and his strength is even more powerful than that of the other two major institutions, the Enies Lobby Enies Hall CP9, and the highest combat power of the Marine headquarters is the same level as the Three Admiral. He is a person with the ability of the poisonous fruit of Paramesha. His body is extremely poisonous, and he can even form a poisonous dragon to pounce on the enemy. Anyone who is contaminated by it will be tortured for a long time, and then die. Even his cloth is afraid to approach him, because the air he breathes is extremely poisonous. The entire Impel Down has 6 levels, namely, Gurren Hell, Demon Hell, Hunger Hell, Scorching Hell, Extreme Cold Hell, and the 6th Unmanned Hell. Each level is far beyond what people can bear. The stronger the ability. According to the information from Whitebeard, that is, yesterday, the Marine headquarters transferred Fire Fist Ace to Marineford, which shows how reassured the Marine headquarters is about Impel Down. After all, there is no one comparable to Marine Admiral. Fighting Force Guard. Others may not know, but Baizi knows very well that in addition to Fire Fist Ace, Shichibukai Jinbei, Crocodile and others are the prisoners on the 6th floor. Besides liberating the prisoners in Impel Down this time, Baizi also has his own selfishness, that is, taking these vicious criminals for his own use. As for the so-called resistance, in the face of absolute strength, all resistance is weak. When Baizi was thinking about Impel Down, not far from the sea, a black pirate ship approached, Kaido of the Beast's Mammoth. That's right. It's the Mammoth, Drought Jack's ship. The opposite Drought Jack also saw Baizi. His eyes could not help but gleam with anger, and this person made him the laughingstock of the New World. Boy Baizi, take your life. Drought Jack, this person is here. Just as Ryokugyu was about to make a move, he saw that Fujitora Isho beside him had disappeared, stepped on the Marine Rokushiki Moonstep by Professor Shirazawa, came into the air, and attacked Drought Jack, who was attacking on the opposite side. Open black lens bracket, Fist of Gravity, close black lens bracket. Before that, Ryokugyu and Shirazawa could not help fighting, and Fujitora Isho also fought a lot. After all, both of them have the gravity fruit. Fujitora Isho felt even more deeply when they communicated, and at the same time, he respected Baizi in his heart. And this fist of gravity came from Baizi's explanation, and he created his own moves, completely getting rid of the shortcomings of fighting with a samurai sword in the past. Suddenly surpassing the fist of extreme gravity, before Drought Jack could react, Fujitora Isho punched Drought Jack directly in the abdomen. Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, turned into a cannonball and slammed into the pirate ship Mammoth. Open black lens bracket gravity suppression close black lens bracket. Fujitora Isho landed on the Mammoth, and the samurai sword in his hand pointed at Drought Jack's mouth. The gravity of the nearby air suddenly increased. Under the overweight air, many of Drought Jack's henchmen and subordinates all smashed to the ground with a thud. Wow! Drought Jack, who was at the starting point of overweight, immediately sprayed out a mouthful of red blood. His eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Impossible, how is it possible? Who are you? Drought Jack couldn't believe that he was defeated, but it was Fujitora Isho's mouth coldly. Old man, Fujitora Isho. Fujitora Isho. Drought Jack was stunned for a moment, then seemed to think of something, and his eyes fell on Fujitora Isho. You are the traitor of that marine, Fujitora. Open black lens bracket gravity turbulence close black lens bracket. Drought Jack finished speaking, a cold light flashed in Fujitora's eyes, and the gravitational turbulence instantly swallowed Drought Jack, and then spread to the entire Mammoth. Boom! A loud noise, the Mammoth, including Drought Jack, was not spared. Even the Mammoth was strangled by Fujitora Isho's gravity turbulence and smashed into pieces. After a short while, it was swallowed by many sea kings and quickly digested. Only the air was filled with a faint bloody smell. Nothing more. Drought Jack is looking for his own death. The traitor just now violated Fujitora's bottom line. Only in this rage, gravity turbulence wiped out Drought Jack's entire group, including the Mammoth. This see in Fujitora's combat power. If he couldn't reach this level under his own training, then this Fujitora Isho wouldn't deserve to be an admiral. I drop. Fujitora, your strength has become so strong. Ryokugyu's eyes widened, his eyes filled with disbelief. The two knew each other too well. It's all the captain's credit. Fujitora Isho stepped back to Baizi's side again, guarding Baizi's safety like a knight, although Baizi didn't need protection at all. Captain, I want to become stronger. I want to become as strong as Fujitora. Ryokugyu is full of excitement. He has a paranoid pursuit of power, and it can even be said to be a perverted obsession. Seeing Fujitora, who was not on a par with him before, how could he not be moved? Fujitora saw Ryokugyu's appearance. The corners of his mouth twitched, thinking that he would stop for a long time in the future. Don't worry, as my deputy captain, my strength is too poor. I'll find you a devil fruit to eat when I go to Impel Down this time. Baizi thought of the plan in his mind, and said to Ryokugyu, relying solely on his strength Nu can fight against the previous Fujitora. If you add the power of the devil fruit, you can imagine. Devil fruit, that's very powerful, I can smash it with one punch. Ryokugyu clenched his fist and looked at Baizi suspiciously. However, as for the Kuro Star and the red-haired pirates on the ship, their eyes were straight, and they stared blankly at the calm sea again. Motherfucker. Who I am? Where am I? Drought Jack, one of Kaido of the Beasts, 3 confidants, Drought Jack is dead. And they were killed by their co-captain. My god, if this news spreads, Kaido of the Beasts will be mad. Could it be that the captain has already found the devil fruit for Ryokugyu? Fujitora Isho asked a rare question, and he was also very interested in the devil fruit that Ryokugyu was about to devour. That's right, Ryokugyu is comparable to Admiral in strength alone. If you add the poisonous fruit of Impel Down, known as the strongest man in the prison, that explosive power. The strongest man in the prison, could it be Impel Down Director Magellan? Thinking of this, Ryokugyu's eyes flashed with dazzling light, His fists were only clenched. Fujitora's face was also solemn. As for Kuro Star and others, when they heard Baizi's words, their scalps felt numb. Captain, this is the rhythm of killing Impel Down Director Magellan and taking his poisonous fruit, crazy. Chapter 20 _ This person's name is Ryokugyu. Impressive air is brimming with energy, and a circular steel prison stands on the sea. Around the panopticon, there is a circle of marine warships, which are heavily guarded, and searchlights patrol every few seconds. It can be said that if you want to rescue a person here, it is better than going to the sky in Hainan. Except for the previous captain of the Flying Sky pirate ship, Shiki of the Golden Lion pirates escaped at the price of 1 leg for the fluttering fruit, and no one has escaped from here. You know that not everyone is the captain of the flight control pirates. Shiki used to be named after Galdi Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. It is filled with various facilities, such as giant elevators, medical examinations, surveillance phone bugs and surveillance rooms, torture rooms, execution platforms. The plague leading to Impel Down is a suspension bridge between 2 copper walls and iron walls, and there is no second way to enter Impel Down. Impel Down. Impel Down is in front. We. Really going to jail Impel Down . The many subordinates of the red-haired pirates turned their calves around, and when they reached the Impel Down, everyone felt the endless coercion coming from the front. Haha, Captain, I'll take the lead. Fighting maniac Ryokugyu, a charge that he learned from Shirazawa, shaved and moonstep, used one after another, and instantly burst into the heavily guarded Impel Down. No, enemy attack. Everyone is locked, the target is in the air. Too fast to lock on, damn it. Dozens of warships outside Impel Down stared blankly at Ryokugyu as if a cannonball hit Impel Down. With a loud roar, with one punch, Impel Down's specially designed thick walls, and even the prison walls mixed with sea stone, he was directly smashed by the green punch, which was more than 5 feet cold. Woo .. The city wall of Impel Down was smashed, and a high-pitched red siren sounded over the entire Impel Down, instantly covering the entire Impel Down. Kuro Star and others on the pirate ship looked in the direction of Impel Down, and they were all dumbfounded. I'm good, this is the stance of a strong attack. It's just that the Impel Down wall is so fragile that Ryokugyu's punch directly slammed his heart into it. If this idea is known to Marine of Impel Down, he might jump out of the theory. Meow, here and there, the walls of their Impel Down are fragile, it's clearly that Ryokugyu's strength is too strong. Bastard, lock the intruder for me, open. The person in charge of Marine outside Impel Down, with red eyes, if the warden blamed him, he would have to peel off his skin even if he didn't die. However, Ryokugyu slammed another punch and slammed straight towards the Impel Down prison before the Marine director's order was issued. The Impel Down prison was immediately smashed and smashed. Presumptuous. Who dares to invade my Marine Impel Down? Courting death. Impel Down guards Shiryu of Chengyu in a black uniform. Before he appeared in the mouth with a cigar in his mouth, what caught his eye was Ryokugyu, who saw Moonstep standing in the air. Who are you? Shiryu of Rain's face was ashen, and his body was full of evil spirits. However, the deputy guard beside him, wearing sunglasses and domino with long curly hair, opened his red lips, and his eyes flashed with horror. It's him. Domino's pretty face turned pale for a moment. She knew something about Ryokugyu's information. According to the news from the Marine headquarters, this person was one of the default admiral candidates. You know him. Seeing Domino's abnormal expression, Shiryu, the guard of Chengyu, asked with a slight frown. He still knew about Domino. Ryokugyu, this person's name is Ryokugyu, is one of the admiral candidates that the Marine headquarters has been paying attention to before, but on the second day of the Marine headquarters, he was recruited by Baizi, the 14th Cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. Said Ryokugyu's identity. When Shiryu of the Rain heard this, he was shocked, but he was overjoyed. He is the admiral candidate Ryokugyu who was secretly noticed by the Marine headquarters. Very good. Shiryu of the Rain gleamed brightly in his eyes. If he took down this person here, he would definitely have achieved a great achievement. Bold Ryokugyu, let's not say betray Marine. Now you dare to break into me Impel Down. Let's see if I won't take you down and hand it over to Marshal Sengoku. Shiryu of Rain, who has always been bloodthirsty, and because this person is of great value, immediately attacked Ryokugyu with his amazing swordsmanship. Be careful. The stunned Domino saw Shiryu of the Rain shoot directly, and his pretty face turned white again. This Shiryu of the Rain was too careless. The other party was also a candidate for the grand prize anyway. Impel Down has already explained everything. The boy has the guts. Ryokugyu saw Shiryu of the Rain make a direct shot, and his eyes lit up immediately. This move was in a positive way. Looking at the swordsmanship that shrouded him, Ryokugyu didn't make any fancy moves, and slammed it with a punch. Kacha tilde. Without the slightest stagnation, the swordsmanship of Shiryu of Rain's peak blow was directly smashed by Ryokugyu's punch, and even the samurai sword behind Shiryu of Rain was smashed to pieces. Then, Ryokugyu smashed Shiryu's mouth with a punch, and immediately sunk into it, and was instantly smashed by Ryokugyu. Blood is in the air. Very conspicuous. The power of one punch is so terrifying. The head guard of Impel Down, Shiryu of Rain, was punched to death by Ryokugyu. Domino was so frightened that his face changed color, and he staggered back again and again, directly back to the base of the wall. His cap fell to the ground, and stared blankly at the body of Shiryu of the Rain thrown by Ryokugyu. Seconds. Sekal. How come? Ryokugyu's strength is stronger than the legend. Although Shiryu of Rain is not Ryokugyu's opponent, but in Domino's cognition, it is definitely not to the point of instant kill. A swipe. When Domino came back to his senses, two people appeared in front of her again, and she had the urge to faint when she saw them. Baizi, the 14th officer of the red-haired pirates. Marine Rear Admiral Fujitora Isho. Seeing the two Domino's mouths open, they couldn't believe the two people who appeared in front of them. They were so bold and attacked Impel Down openly. Is the red hair crazy? Impel Down, 4th basement floor. Searing Hell, Office of Prison Director Magellan. Department. Director, something bad happened. Someone passed through the outer marine defense and invaded Impel Down. Hannibal reported with a terrified expression. Huh. When Magellan heard it, a blue poisonous gas escaped from his breath. Hannibal hurriedly held his breath. He could not resist Magellan's disgusting poisonous gas. Soon the two came to the phone bug monitoring room, and when they saw the surveillance screen, Hannibal's expression changed. The red-haired 14th Cadre Baizi, and the Marine Rear Admiral traitor Ryokugyu who was recruited by him a few days ago, and Fujitora Isho, quote, the 14th Cadre of the red-haired pirates, and two Marine traitors. Because of this, they also want to attack me Impel Down, courting death. The poisonous gas around Magellan spread out uncontrollably, and Hannibal and many of his men in the monitoring room all retreated, for fear of being contaminated by it. Staring at the screen in the monitoring room, Magellan's mouth twitched into a sinister arc. Since it's here, let's take it as a gift for Marineford to execute Ace Tilde. Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning chapter 21 to 40. Chapter 21 _ I will slap you to death with a slap again. Impel Down, above the ground floor. Captain, there's another bitch here. Just let him take us to the giant elevator. Ryokugyu glanced at Domino's shivering eyes, and his pretty face was full of pale dominoes, showing a smile that he thought was gentle, but in Domino's eyes, it looked like very death smile. Elevator ladder. Maybe we don't need it anymore. Fujitora on the side heard it, and his brows narrowed. As soon as he said this, Ryokugyu was stunned. There's no elevator, so how can we? Before Ryokugyu could finish speaking, Fujitora Viti drew his left katana sword. Open black lens bracket gravity suppression close black lens bracket. The Fujitora hull let out a soft drink, and suddenly the gravity in the air not far in front of the three of them suddenly rose sharply, and the next moment, with a bang, Fujitora penetrated the circular hole directly into the ground floor, Gurren Hell. Sure enough, this blind man is still better than me. Ryokugyu looked at the circular hole in front of him and was filled with emotion. It wasn't that he didn't expect to smash through it with a single punch, but he didn't know what the prison floor was made of. He couldn't break it with a single blow with all his strength. The wall materials are very different. Dodged into the underground layer of Gurren Hell, leaving Domino in a daze in the wind. They were just. That Fujitora Isho is so strong that it can even penetrate the ground built by marine with extremely high purity sea stone. Now Impel Down is afraid that it will encounter an unprecedented enemy. As the red hair pirates crazy. This behavior is no less than a war with marine. Don't talk about Domino, I'm afraid even Whitebeard can't believe it at this moment, then this will break into Impel Down in this way. No plan, no strategy, just one word, dry. Use absolute strength to do everything in front of you. Kuro's star hidden in the distance immediately boiled abnormally, and they saw the previous experience clearly. Hey Tilda, my god, that Ryokugyu is too strong. Breaking the walls of Impel Down with one punch, the vice captain is amazing. That's not it, and our vice captain Ryokugyu is probably the weakest among the captains and vice captains Fujitora Isho. Tisk tisk, this operation, even our red-haired captain would not dare to attack Impel Down so openly. Now Cadre Baizi is afraid to become Marine's public enemy. Hey, now our captain and the red-haired pirates are in the limelight, and Marine is going to hate us for a long time. ... Listening to the heated discussions of the pirates on the ship, Kuro Star stared blankly at the direction of Impel Down. Baizi, that guy. How long did it take? He led the two co-captains alone into Impel Down. This is something that I have never dared to think about in my very poor life. Baizi actually did it. Presumptuous. Where is the kid who dares to break into the Gurren Hell of your Lord Bruglila, courting death? The loud sound pierced the air, passed through the layers of obstacles, and rang above Impel Down. When this sound came out, the dozens of marine warships guarding Impel Down were all dumbfounded. There was an uproar. What? How can it be? Gurren Hell so quickly, how the hell could this be? They had to go through a giant elevator on each floor of Impel Down to enter the next floor. How long did it take? Less than 5 seconds before and after, they went directly to the first floor of Gurren Hell. How did they do it? Many of the subordinates on the Baizi pirate ship heard it, and their eyes widened. Horse, the captain and the two co-captains are here. Entering the first layer of Gurren's Hell. Gurren Hell. Ryokugyu looked at Bruglila, who was weirdly shaped like a monster, holding a big axe, and without a word, slapped the jailer of Gurren Hell with a slap. Look at Lao Su hacking you. Bruglila raised the axe in his hand and slashed at the palm he wanted to slap, but he didn't notice the disdain in Ryokugyu's eyes. Under the palm of your hand. In the horrified eyes of Bruglila, he directly smashed the sharp axe that he was proud of, and then slapped Bruglila's head into his stomach with a slap. Died on the spot. Noisy boy. Immediately, Ryokugyu turned his head hesitantly. Captain, Fujitora, I like this place so much, let's continue, leave it all to me. Ryokugyu was so excited that he strode forward as if he had been beaten with blood. All the jailers in Impel Down were lying on the ground without exception, all of them were slapped in the stomach by Ryokugyu, and the death was terrible. A while. The first floor of Gurren's Hell was completely occupied, except for the 3 Baizi and the prisoners who were detained, and there was no one breathing guard. Clap tilde. Clap 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 tilde tilde tilde. After another, Ryokugyu quickly released the many criminals on the first floor, and this was one of the purposes of their trip. Ow tilde tilde. Ha 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 ha, I'm free, I'm free. Riding on a horse, your uncle, Impel Down, I will make you look good when I go back. Bastard Marine, I've been locked up for 10 years, I finally came out tilde tilde tilde. Immediately, the unkempt pirates rushed out of the cell in waves, all gathered in the corridor, and appeared in front of Baizi like this. Hee hee, did this kid save us? The people around found Baizi and the 3 of them, he said with laughter, but they didn't have too many feelings, and the field was chaotic for a while. Silence for the old man. Fujitora frowned. He didn't shoot Marine. It didn't mean he had a good face for these vicious pirates. To be honest, if the pirates hadn't owned the captain, he would have killed everyone immediately. At the same time as the voice fell, an extremely heavy force of gravity suddenly broke out, and it was caught off guard on the shoulders of hundreds of people in the field. Among them, a small half of the weaker ones even directly stuck to the ground. A little, Fujitora withdrew its gravity, and hundreds of criminals in the field were gasping for breath. What are you talking about? I'll slap you guys to death again. Ryokugyu didn't have the same temperament as Fujitora, and he was murderous immediately. However, Gurren Hell has a lot of hard stubble, and Ryokugyu will be ignored. Bah, kid, who do you think you are, Tilda? Mad, think that if we save us, we can do whatever we want. What kind of stuff, Tilda? Hey, when I was a pirate, you were still in the mud. 7 or 8 thorn-headed pirates. Their eyes are full of jokes, they will not buy it. Hey, is that so, Tilda? Ryokugyu's diabolical isho flashed, and the next moment was a slap on the forehead of the person with the highest clamor, slapped his head directly into his stomach, and then clap, Tilda. One after another, after 6 or 7 dull sounds, the people who were clamoring before stepped into the footsteps of their heads and stomachs again. The method is very spicy, far beyond the cognition of everyone present, and everyone's eyes are protruding. How is this guy in front of him possible? A slap slapped his head into his dry stomach. Wow, this cliff is dead, and all of a sudden, the audience didn't dare to take a sip. Any comments now? Ryokugyu glared at the hundreds of people present. Mada, a bunch of cowards. If anyone leaves here before we come back, these people will be his fate. Ryokugyu is overflowing with magical power, and his posture is even more pirate than a pirate, and he is overbearing to the extreme. However, all the criminals in Gurren Hell swallowed their saliva. Grandma, is this guy a devil? Chapter 22 Fujitora is Shav's Warden Magellan. The 2nd floor underground, the Hell of Beasts. Supreme Leader Sphinx, Office of the Sphinx. Captain Magellan, the leader of the 2nd basement floor, Sphinx, who received the phone call, immediately looked respectful and stood upright. What? The intruder has breached the 1st underground floor. There are 3 people. Okay, I understand, the warden. Don't worry, I promise with my life that they will stay on the 2nd basement forever. Sphinx patted his chest and assured that after hanging up the phone, before he had time to issue a combat order, he heard a loud boom, resounding throughout the Hell of Beasts. What happened? The Sphinx felt a shock like an earthquake, and asked with a frown, knowing that he had just issued a military order with Warden Magellan. No, something big happened. Big, Sphinx. Big, my lord, the intruder has invaded the Hell of Beasts. Monticola and Lord Buggy Risk are blocking the intruder. The situation is extremely bad. The intruder is very strong. Before the jailer could finish speaking, 2 bloody heads broke through the door and fell in front of the Sphinx. The jailer who came to report the letter looked back at the corridor, all of whom were on the 2nd floor. Monster, but now it has completely turned into a corpse. Lord Buggy Risk, in the words of the jailer. Bastard, how dare you? Angry Sphinx could finish speaking. Ryokugyu immediately slapped the Sphinx on the head, and in the next moment, a corpse with its head slapped into the stomach appeared again. Ah, you evil demons. The jailer who came to report saw the tragic scene, and his eyes immediately passed out. Obviously, what happened in front of him was far beyond his tolerance. Like the underground layer of Gurren Hell, after falling into the monster hell, Ryokugyu went down to the 3rd layer after killing a few thorn-headed criminals according to the gourd painting. A quarter of an hour later, the 4th floor of Impel Down, burning hell. The 3 of Baizi slaughtered the first 3 floors and came here. Ryokugyu did not know how many Impel Down guards he had killed. Roar tilde. As soon as they came to the 4th floor of the scorching hell, the 3 of Baizi met the 4th floor jailer beast zebra monster, but they were still punched out by Ryokugyu, and their bodies were lying on the ground. For Ryokugyu, these Impel Down guards are really not enough to watch. Then, under Ryokugyu's hands, the koala monster, the rhino monster, the cow monster. Exception, they were all killed by Ryokugyu alone. ... Just after Ryokugyu killed another jailer beast, a crisp sound came from the scorching hell on the fourth underground floor, and quietly, a burly shadow comparable to Ryokugyu appeared. The next moment, a man in a black uniform with a pair of black horns on his head appeared, staring at the three of Baizi with cold eyes. The 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, and 2 traders of marine, even trespassed on Impel Down. It's a bit interesting. The person who came was none other than Impel Down's strongest fighting force, and also the ruler of Impel Down, Magellan, the owner of the poisonous fruit. However, since I've come to the 4th floor, it seems that I'm qualified enough to let me take action. You're very strong. Ryokugyu looked at Baizi after seeing Magellan, and he looked at Baizi. Captain, this person is Magellan. Yes, he has the poisonous fruit that I prepared to give you. Baizi glanced at Magellan across from him. This is an innocuous existence in the eyes of others, but it is the same in his eyes. A swipe. Fujitora Ichiro's eyes flashed fiercely, and he dodged in front of Shirasawa and Ryokugyu. Leave this person to me, Captain Ryokugyu, you all go down. Fujitora you. Ryokugyu was a little stunned when he heard Fujitora's words. Didn't he say before that he would not shoot Marine? Why now? Okay, be careful. Looking at Fujitora's gloomy face, the next ruler of Impel Down is afraid to be miserable. He shouldn't say that he is Marine in front of Fujitora Trader. This undoubtedly angered his bottom line. It is also for this reason that Fujitora Isho no longer insists on his principle of not shooting Marine. Well, Captain, how do we get down? Ryokugyu looked at the empty searing hell, and asked a slightly embarrassed question while rubbing the back of his head. Go on, it's easy. Saying that Baizi controlled the shaking fruit, the ground roared, and immediately the 2 of them loosened their feet and fell directly to the 5th floor of the extreme cold hell. Just landed on the 5th floor. The goal is the world of ice and snow. Anyone who can be imprisoned here is a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. You must know that the temperature here is lower than that of an ice cave. Meanwhile, on the other side. Scorching hell. Traitor, Fujitora Isho. Magellan once again provoked Fujitora Isho's bottom line. Magellan. It is said that you are a Marine Admiral level powerhouse, old man. Fujitora Isho asked for advice. Fujitora Isho's face was expressionless, but the surrounding gravity had already reached the highest level. Immediately, all the surrounding buildings were destroyed. If Fujitora Isho's gravity was more dispersed, the 2 would have reached the 5th floor by now. Nice gravity, but not enough for me. Poison gas cloud. Quote. Feeling the change in the surrounding gravity, Magellan began to emit poisonous gas at a very fast speed, and soon it covered the battlefield where the 2 were. Open black lens bracket gravity absolute domain close black lens bracket. Immediately, Fujitora Isho pulled out half of the samurai sword in his hand, and then closed it again. The poisonous gas that was about to be tight was squeezed away by the gravity in front of Fujitora Isho, and he could no longer get close. There are 2 strokes, but it still can't change today's mortal situation. Open black lens bracket poison gas poison dragon close black lens bracket. The gloomy voice swayed, and in the next moment, with Magellan as the center, 3 huge dragon-shaped poisonous, ferocious fangs appeared in the air, staring at the opposite Fujitora Isho like a fat prey. I didn't want to take action, but Your Excellency forced this old man to take action. I will accept your poisonous fruit for Ryokugyu. When Fujitora Isho saw Magellan's shot, he no longer hesitated. Open black lens bracket gravity turbulence close black lens bracket. In an instant, the gravitational force in the field where the 2 were fighting was completely in a state of constant change. Magellan obviously felt this change, and his face instantly turned blue, because he felt that his control over the 3 highly poisonous dragons had been reduced by more than 50%. Damn, arrogant traitor, you are courting death. Magellan took a deep breath, and with a cold snort, he controlled the 3 poisonous dragons to attack Fujitora Isho, and directly pushed the combat power to the peak. Open black lens bracket gravity/close black lens bracket. The developed gravity fruit, the endless influx of katana swords, and the observation haki armament haki sword to the highest level. A Marine Admiral level battle immediately unfolded in the Impel Down Scorching Hell. The entire Scorching Hell became fragile due to the competition between the two. The faces of the prisoners and guards in the Scorching Hell changed dramatically, and their eyes were full of appalled and terrified. Chapter 23 Warden Magellan. After a while. After Ryokugyu domineeringly overturned the 5th floor, Baizi and the 2 came to the infinite hell on the 6th underground floor again. Anyone who can be imprisoned here is an extraordinary person. The people inside are either death row prisoners or life imprisonment. The people among them are monsters and characters that are too ferocious and erased from history. The prisoners on this floor are all very strong guys, waiting for their end. In addition to the death penalty is life imprisonment. The group destroyed Impel Down, guards in the 6th city, and Baizi and the 2 finally came to the deepest destination. Without much words, Ryokugyu immediately blasted the cell with 1 punch, freeing many unpardonable prisoners. Straight Jinbei, Crocodile, Katarina Tippin, Bacchus Shot, Huge Battleship Sanyuan Wolf. And so on are the top criminals with the greatest punishment. If these criminals appear on the top battlefield, that's seen. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your help. Jinbei, the most harmonious of the many criminals, expressed his gratitude, but when he saw Baizi's face, he couldn't help asking, I dare to ask that Your Excellency is the newly promoted 14th Cadre of the Red Hair Pirates, the white seer who killed Drought Jack's confidant, Ship's Head. Soon as Jinbei's words came out, many of the rescued prisoners raised eyebrows. They didn't know the person in front of them, but they were all too familiar with the red-haired Shanks. The 4 emperors of the New World, no one knows. The person in front of him is actually a red-haired 14th Cadre. It seems that he has some ability, but they really don't take it seriously. Oh, you know our captain. Hearing this, Ryokugyu said proudly, HMPH, what the hell did Sippus do? Even Jack from the Drought of Kaido of the Beasts was wiped out by us when he came. Hey Gia, Drought Jack, one of the 3 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, was destroyed by you, kid, are you kidding me? Crocodile, who touched his hook, with an evil arc on the corner of his mouth, looked at Ryokugyu playfully. Seeing this, Ryokugyu immediately smashed the space with a punch, and smashed it towards Crocodile with all his unparalleled strength. When Crocodile saw the sudden blow, his face was solemn, and a thick sand wall was immediately formed beside him. As Ryokugyu punched out, it directly penetrated the thick sand wall and then punched hard at the mouth of Kakurodar hung. PFF. Without the slightest hesitation, Crocodile immediately spewed a mouthful of blood into the air, flew upside down, and slammed into the wall, causing serious injuries. Psi. This guy, what a powerful force. Punch! Jinbei and many other prisoners immediately looked at Ryokugyu with different eyes. This guy actually severely injured Crocodile with 1 punch. You must know that Crocodile was Shichibukai, the former king. Now, do you believe it? Ryokugyu glanced at the crocodile embedded in the wall with disdain. If these people were still useful, they would have been slapped to death with Ryokugyu's temper, and they could still make them scream here. I'll save you out. Tomorrow you and I will go to Marineford to fight against Marine, and then you can leave by yourself. Baizi went straight to the topic and stated his conditions for rescuing them. Hey, a red-haired cadre, you don't know where the old lady is in the New World, and you even told the old lady, Ba. Katarina Tippin squinted at Baizi, the boy who was not much younger than her, and his eyes were full of jokes. He really thought that after defeating Crocodile, they would be able to order them like this. Before Delina Tippin could finish speaking, the impulsive Ryokugyu slapped her head into her stomach. Jinbei and the others had no idea when Ryokugyu moved his hand. The corners of his mouth twitched. Mad, this guy is too ruthless. Crocodile, in particular, shrank his neck even more, as if the person who was photographed in his stomach was not Katarina Tippin but him. Who has an opinion? Ryokugyu, who is full of magic power, glanced at everyone with wide-eyed eyes, and no one dared to meet his edge wherever he passed. By the way, are you going to Marineford tomorrow for a man named Ace? Straight Jinbei obviously knew Marine's plan and couldn't help but ask. Not bad. Baizi didn't hide it. These people will know sooner or later. Okay, in that case, I promise to go with you. Jinbei took a deep breath. It could be said that he came in because he resisted Marine's public execution of Ace. Okay, what about the others? Baizi glanced at the other criminals on the 6th floor. He was not a good person. To save these people out, they had to be a coolie. I promise. I agree too. Crocodile and Shot, one after another, joking, with Katharina Tippin's lessons learned, how could they resist? They knew very well that if they didn't agree, the next person to be slapped in the stomach would be themselves. Hey, it's a pity, why did you agree? Ryokugyu whispered from the side, but it sounded like a magic sound in the ears of Jinbei and the others. Especially the palms he was rubbing, the posture seemed to be unfinished, and they secretly swallowed their saliva one by one. Soon, from the 6th floor to the 5th floor, and then back to the 4th floor. Mr. Ryokugyu, who was the one who fought Warden Magellan on the 4th floor, Shanks or Ben Beckman? Jinbei asked Ryokugyu suspiciously. No, it's Fujitora, the vice captain of our ship who is like me. Ryokugyu glanced at Jinbei, who was the only one of them who was more pleasing to the eye. Fujitora, could it be that the Red Hair Pirates are here on your 14th Cadre ship? Jinbei, who seemed to realize something, widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Ah, is that so? It's weird. Ryokugyu rolled his eyes at Jinbei and walked quickly to Baizi's side. Captain, Fujitora should have won. Ryokugyu's words were heard in the ears of Jinbei, Crocodile and others, like being struck by lightning. Shit tilde. The red-haired pirates dispatched a cadre to rescue them. Meow, now the red-haired Shanks is so powerful. Grandma, a cadre's subordinates can stand up to Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, and know what it means with his toes. Soon, the group came to the battle scene. All that caught the eye was a picture that was completely destroyed and mottled. Magellan's venom was everywhere, and there were huge potholes. In the center, a blind man just put the samurai sword into the scabbard, and in front of him was a pothole of at least 10 feet, in which Magellan, the warden they knew, was lying dead. Not far from Magellan, there was a blue devil fruit lying quietly. When Jinbei and the others saw the blue devil fruit, they thought about the situation in front of them, and seemed to realize something. Chi-Chi took a deep breath. My God, could it be? This blind man killed the warden Magellan, and that fruit is Magellan's, poisonous fruit. Chapter 24 _ What is Drought Jack? Jinbei, Crocodile and the others looked at Fujitora Isho who was standing in the field with his katana in his hand, and their eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Come on, these guys are so cruel. Magellan tilde. The ruler of Impel Down, who was as powerful as Marine Admiral, was killed at the headquarters of Impel Down. And the person who killed Magellan turned out to be just the deputy captain of a cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. Mother, is this the rhythm of Red Hair becoming One Piece, King of Pirates? Jinbei and the others watched. Fujitora controlled gravity and inhaled the blue poisonous fruit into his hands, and threw it to Ryokugyu, who was grinning. I knew that guy was not your opponent. Ryokugyu, who took the devil fruit, grinned Isho, and without the slightest hesitation, directly swallowed the poisonous fruit of Magellan, the strongest of Impel Down. In this scene, the corners of Crocodile's mouth twitched, and what happened in front of them was beyond their expectations. A red-haired cadre, and now he has chosen Marine's strongest prison, Impel Down. After today, the red-haired 14th Cadre and the red-haired pirates will be in the limelight, and at the same time, these people will become Marine's enemies of life and death. Impel Down, that is. It can be said that Impel Down is enough to represent Marine's face in a certain way. Now that Impel Down has been invaded, and even the strongest Magellan has been killed, it is no different than a crisp slap on Marine's face. When many criminals in the infinite hell sighed, Ryokugyu had completely digested the poisonous fruit. He clenched his right fist slightly, the blue poisonous fruit ability was attached to it, and punched the ground in front of him. A loud bang. Ryokugyu directly punched the fourth layer of the characteristic, and below it was the fifth layer of ice and snow. Punches enough to withstand Fujitori's gravity suppression. Ha ha ha, this destructive power, I like it. Captain Fujitora, thank you. Looking at the rising blue gas from his right palm, Ryokugyu obviously likes this poisonous fruit very much, and he can't wait to find someone to fight at this moment. The purpose is achieved, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Withdraw. Baizi looked at Magellan, the strongest man in Impel Down, on the spot, with a curved line at the corner of his mouth. Marine was afraid that he would have another headache. Gathered the prisoners on the 4th floor, and then came to the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, the 1st floor. Robbing 3 of Marine's battleships, Baizi and his party left the Impel Down in a mighty manner with more than 10,000 people. Many prisoners of the 3 battleships looked at the beautiful scenery outside, all of them excited. We came out and finally got rid of that damn place. Unbelievable, like a dream, someone could kill Impel Down. Kay, what do you know? I heard that the red-haired 14th Cadre is an absolute ruthless man. It is said that when they came, Drought Jack, one of the 3 plagues of Kaido of the beasts, was killed. Drought Jack, what is that? I saw with my own eyes that the blind man, the deputy captain next to Baizi, killed Prison Magellan of the poisonous fruit. And now Warden Magellan's poisonous fruit has been eaten by another deputy captain, and he punched through the 4th and 5th floors. More than 10,000 prisoners have been discussing heatedly, and the eyes of the 3 people looking at the Baizi pirate ship have changed. Ruthless. What a ruthless man. They got to know each other today. Kuro Star and others on the Baizi ship, hearing the heated discussions of the prisoners on the 3 marine battleships, they were all stunned and dumbfounded. Their vice captain Fujitora killed Magellan, the most powerful warden in Impel Down, and the poisonous fruit was eaten by their vice captain Ryokugyu. Oh my god. Originally, their deputy captain Ryokugyu was too powerful. Now, if the poisonous fruit is added, then its strength. They are completely unimaginable. Who I am, where am I? They are not dreaming. They thought they had overestimated the deputy captain, but now it seems that their previous thinking was too narrow. They really took down what Marine claims to be the strongest prison, Impel Down. Excited, scared, trembling. All kinds of emotions suddenly emerged from the bottom of everyone's heart, stirring in the whole heart. Everyone felt an unprecedented sense of pride, and even a sense of belonging. On the other side, dozens of warships remained around Impel Down. What? Warden Magellan was killed. External Marine heard that Magellan was killed, his eyes were round, and the person in charge, who was originally annoyed by the 3 battleships being snatched by many prisoners, immediately poured on his head like a basin of cold water, making his whole body covered. A thrill. How can it be? Yes. How is this possible? Magellan is their undefeated god of war. Anyone who dares to provoke them to Impel Down will be killed on the spot. Now, how could this happen? While the person in charge was horrified, Kaido of the Beast's Wano-kuni headquarters. A tall and burly man with black hair and a shawl, with a pair of ferocious long horns, a long beard like a dragon beard on his mouth, and a man with a dragon scale tattoo on his right arm, he slapped the table with a slap. What did you say? Jack is dead. This burly man like a giant is none other than one of the 4 emperors of the New World, Kaido of the Beasts, a character who is enough to suppress the times. Yes, Captain. The subordinate who came to report was full of shudders, his calf was cramping and trembling, and beads of sweat the size of beans fell from his forehead. Fear, fear, panic. It's the red-haired. By Z, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates. He killed Mr. Drought Jack, that day. This subordinate immediately began to tell that Jack was killed by Fujitora Isho, trembling as he walked on thin ice. Process of dropping. With the report of his subordinates, the giant-like Kaido of the beast's complexion became more and more hideous and soul-stirring. After a long time, Kaido of the beast suffocated the sky and broke through the sky, filled with suppressed murderous aura. Red-haired Shanks, good. Very good. Very good. Chapter 25 _ Desert 3 stars, Smoothie Strikes. New World, Marineford. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku Office. Jingle Bell ~~. Sengoku the Buddha, who was working hard, heard the voice of the phone bug beside him, and answered the phone bug as usual, feeling a little irritable, all because that Akainu almost broke his layout, but fortunately he got the phone call this morning. Akainu on the board was fully healed. This is undoubtedly the only good news for him these days. After all, tomorrow's execution of Ace is without Akainu, and their odds of catching the pirates in one fell swoop will be much lower. Although Akainu sometimes disobeys orders, his combat power cannot be ignored. After all, there is one less admiral in the three, and the impact on the layout is not small. Hey, I'm Sengoku, what's the matter? Sengoku was very busy, so he let the other party enter the subject without much nonsense. Not good, Sengoku-sama. Impel Down. Impel Down is over. By Z, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, led marine traders Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu to sleep in Impel Down, and more than 10,000 prisoners escaped, including the 6 underground floors of Jinbei in the strait. The pirates of Infinite Hell have all escaped. Sengoku, who heard the words of the person in charge of marine outside Impel Down, dropped the signature pen in his hand with a patta, lay down on the desk, and stood up from his seat with a thud, his eyes widened. What? Sengoku was completely restless. At this juncture, an accident happened at Impel Down, and more than 10,000 prisoners escaped, including Jinbei and others on the 6th underground floor. This is broken. Sengoku is not a fool, he immediately thought of the public execution of Ace tomorrow, damn it. Asshole. War. Sengoku-sama, it's more than that. Sengoku, whose lungs were about to explode, heard the words of the person in charge of marine outside Impel Down on the opposite side. His blood pressure rose one after another, and he even had the urge to vomit blood. Say. Yes. Lord Sengoku, Impel Down prisoner Magellan was shot and killed in the 4th underground scorching hell by Z's deputy captain, my marine trader Fujitora Isho, And what? Sengoku clenched his fists and his eyes were red. Magellan was killed by Fujitora Isho, which was undoubtedly a great blow to him. And, the poisonous fruit of the prison director Magellan is missing, and it is likely to be in the hands of Baizi, the leader of the red-haired pirates. Boom ~~. As soon as the person in charge of Impel Down Marine finished speaking, the sound of a phone worm being smashed came from the opposite side, and the call was lost the next moment. Sengoku Fleet Admiral, raging in anger has already appeared in my mind. As the person in charge thought. Sengoku the Buddha Office. Sengoku, who smashed the phone bug to the ground suddenly, his face was gloomy ashen, and the bad news one after another made his mind buzz. At this time, Sengoku only got one piece of news, that the Impel Down was finished, and it was completely over. Their marine was slapped fiercely by Baizi from the Red Hair Pirates. Yes, it was just a slap, it was sour, Sengoku felt a burning pain on his face. However, before Sengoku calmed down a bit, another phone bug called, and this phone bug was no longer the one that was smashed by Sengoku. Hey, Sengoku-sama, something has happened. Not far from the sea to Impel Down, Drought Jack was killed by the red-haired pirates by Z, one of the 3 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts. Drought Jack died. Boom ~~. The explosive news that was like a thunderstorm came into Sengoku's ears, and Sengoku was stupid on the spot. Crazy. Is this redhead crazy? Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, not only overthrew Impel Down and completely offended their marine, but also killed one of the 3 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 3 confidants of the 4 emperors, at sea. Jack. The one-hand marine, on the other hand Kaido of the Beasts, is this redhead too impatient to live? ... Impel Down, not far from the sea. Originally, where Kaido of the Beasts' confidant Jack fell due to drought, a group of skeleton pirates with lipstick on their temperament waving up in the wind. On it was a tall, thin man wearing a hat, a scarf, white hair, a pair of gloves, a long sword with a spiral scabbard on his back, and a pair of black boots on his feet. Ah tilde. I was wrong, Lord Smoothie, let me go tilde. At this moment, the Big Mom pirate group, on Smoothie's pirate ship, a subordinate who was drained of water from his body because he looked at Smoothie too much, his skin wrinkled and dried quickly, and the surrounding pirates were all pale and appeared all fear. At this moment, Smoothie, the captain of this ship, the 14th daughter of Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, is also the juice minister of one of the dessert 3 stars of the Big Mom pirate group. It is also a devil fruit user, whose ability is to squeeze liquid from any object. The ability is very cruel, fierce. This is also the reason why the people around are so afraid. After all, the scene in front of me has happened many times. It can be said that in their eyes, Smoothie is a humanoid demon, the devil of hell. However, in the face of the wailing and begging for mercy from his subordinates, Smoothie's face obviously did not fluctuate at all. As a pirate with a bounty of 932 million, many bounty hunters have targeted her before. As a result, without exception, they were all squeezed into human dryness by him, thrown into the sea and fed to the sea kings. It can be said that Smoothie is one of the few descendants of Charlotte Linlin who is extremely trusted and proud, otherwise it would not have been given the title of Dessert 3 Stars. No, there is another person who has become a human being, and his eyes are bulging out and staring round, obviously dead. Soon 2 subordinates came, carrying the disgusting person to do it, and threw it into the sea. The next moment, it became a delicious meal in the mouth of the sea kings in this sea area. Charlotte's Smoothie, the corners of her mouth curved into a radian. She didn't take the scene just now to heart at all. In her opinion, it was all right. Her beautiful eyes looked into the distance, glanced at this beautiful sea area, and muttered to herself, "It's a pity Drought Jack from Kaido of the Beasts died in this sea." Quote. The Baizi of the red-haired pirates is quite interesting. If you squeeze him into juice, it must be very delicious. Charlotte's Smoothie's mouth curved with an evil arc between the murmurs, as if she had squeezed Baizi into juice. A scene had already appeared in front of her. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became, and then Smoothie's eyes swept to the Impel Down direction again. I just heard that Baizi went to the Impel Down. I wonder if I can meet you. Sir. Lord Smoothie, look, there's a ship coming in the distance. That's the red-haired pirate's banner, could it be? Is that the White Sea who went to Impel Down and came out? Tilde. When Smoothie heard it, she came to the edge of the pirate ship in a flash, and observation haki opened up to cover the entire sea area, and immediately discovered the existence of Baizi. A pair of eyes suddenly flashed an abnormal look. It was like ahead the poisonous snake saw the eyes of the fat prey. Chapter 26_Ryokugyu, whose strength is soaring in terror. On the surface of the sea, not only Baizi's ships, but also following Baizi were 3 giant marine warships with more than 10,000 prisoners. Looking around, it's spectacular. At first glance, it was more like the red-haired Baizi ship being pursued by 3 warships. Just that under the Smoothie observation haki, he knows the relationship well, and the red-haired 14th cadre with more than 10,000 prisoners has succeeded. When Smoothie saw Baizi and his party, Baizi and others also discovered Smoothie and others, especially the flag of the Big Mom pirate ship on the Smoothie pirate ship, fluttering in the wind, and whenever any pirates saw it, they would retreat. Don't dare to meet its edge. Big Mom pirate ship, that's Four Emperors Charlotte Linlin's ship Tilda. Behind the three Marines, a prisoner in prison uniform screamed loudly. Kuro next to Baizi heard that, and his eyes fell on the girl leaning on the rocking chair on the pirate ship opposite. And when I saw the girl's face, my scalp immediately went numb. Smoothie. Charlotte Linlin's 14th daughter, Minister of Dessert 3 stars and juice, with a bounty of 932 million Baileys. Star of Kuro's howl with wide-eyed eyes immediately pierced the air and filled the ears of everyone in the field. 932 million Bailey. This bounty alone will make everyone in the back change color tilde. Charlotte Linlin, the 14th daughter of the Four Emperors, is also the Minister of Juice of the Three Generals, which is no different from the cannonballs that landed in everyone's mind, affecting everyone's eyeballs. How did Big Mom Pirate's henchman appear here? But coincidentally, Charlotte Smoothie is the 14th daughter, and Baizi is the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates. I don't know if this number is coincidence or destined. Ah tilde. Ah tilde. After the continuous screams, the three marine warships swayed, and then, one after another, the mummified corpses that were bombed and dried fell from the warships and plunged into the water. It is roughly estimated that there are dozens of them, and those people are all people who have different ideas about Smoothie. Under Smoothie's observation haki, the eyes of these people were completely exposed to her, and as a result, they died tragically by being drained of water from their bodies. Seeing this, more than 10,000 prisoners turned pale. They had only heard that Charlotte Linlin, the 14th daughter of the Big Mom pirate group, had the ability to squeeze juice. Not at all that they can deal with. In an instant, no one dared to be unscrupulous anymore, and their eyes fluttered away quickly, for fear of being missed by Smoothie. Joke. The lesson from the previous lesson is just in front of them, how dare they make the same mistake? Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, it sounds like fate. I'm the 14th daughter of my mother, hee tilde. Looking at the appearance of your skin and tender meat, the juice you squeeze out must be very delicious. Smoothie, who was fiddling with her hair, raised her eyes to look at Baizi on the opposite side. Her eyes were full of anticipation and longing, as if Baizi was already her Smoothie's meal. Dessert 3 stars, I didn't expect such a disgusting character. Ignoring Smoothie's words, Baizi turned to the star of Kuro beside him. Although that woman is abominable, she has good abilities. It would be a pity not to use such a good devil fruit for yourself. White, Captain Yu. When Kuro's star heard Baizi's words, his heart tightened. He was about to call Baizi, but thinking of the gap between the two, he hurriedly changed his words. But this is not what shocked him the most. What shocked him the most was what Baizi said just now. Could it be? Can't help staring in Kuro's mind, the scene in Impel Down, where Baizi and the three of them snatch the prisoner Magellan's poisonous fruit, is it? Baizi wants to sing new songs. And the meaning of the sentence just now is the devil fruit going to be given to myself this time? My God, that's the ability of the 3 dessert generals. Smoothie, this. Hey, that bitch looks very strong. Fujitora solved one of the 3 disasters. Drought Jack, then leave this woman to me. I also really want to try the ability of the poisonous fruit. At the same time that the star of Kuro was shocked, Ryokugyu had already used marine rokushiki shaving skillfully, and appeared on the deck where Smoothie was in the next moment. Without any fancy moves, the blue liquid immediately covered the entire fist, and he was fierce and domineering. Smoothie slams away. And that's not all. As Ryokugyu punched out, in an instant, Smoothie's entire ship was covered in blue mist, and it was the poisonous mist of Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. Just that Ryokugyu is already in control of this place. A thick poisonous mist filled the entire ship, and in the next instant, screams rang out one after another between the heavens and the earth. The 3 prisoners on the marine battleship saw the screams in the field, the corners of their mouths twitched, and their eyelids twitched. Stop. didn't take the poisonous fruit before, that Ryokugyu had already made them doubt their life, and now Ryokugyu's strength even made them tremble. Terrible. Such strength is really too terrifying. The super explosive power, coupled with the pervasive poison, the combination of the two, who dares to meet its edge? 1 second. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The morning continued, and there was a fierce battle in the poisonous mist. Obviously, the two sides in the battle were Ryokugyu and one of the three desert generals, Smoothie. A bounty of 932 million Bailey existed. It lasted for more than a minute, and finally the poisonous mist dissipated. More than 10,000 gazes all converged on Smoothie's modeled ship, which was already eroded by the poisonous mist, and when they saw the situation on the ship, everyone's pupils shrank. Because apart from Ryokugyu on the deck and Smoothie who was constantly squeezing venom from his body, there was no third gasp to be found on the ship. Obviously, except for the two of them, all the people who were poisoned by the poison gas released by Ryokugyu could no longer die. Not only that, but even the many sea kings around the ship had huge white bellies. Dead corpse. Asshole. This guy actually ate the poisonous fruit of Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, damn it. Judging from the previous competition, this guy doesn't need the poisonous fruit to say whether he is his opponent or not. Now that this guy has the poisonous fruit, she has no chance of winning. You dare to kill me, my mother won't let you go ... Yes. Charlotte Smoothie, who has a bounty of 932 million Bailey, is afraid. Totally scared. Because of the excessive use of devil fruits, the whole person has long since collapsed. If she hadn't insisted on her will, she would have become a corpse at this time. Hey, the captain said to use your devil fruit. I won't go against the captain's words ... Ryokugyu ignored Smoothie's threat, Hey Isho, shaving marine Rokushiki on the soles of his feet, and immediately like a teleportation in space, a big fist full of blue venom slammed into Smoothie's head. Chapter 27 _ Captain Grace, Kuro's star will never forget. Above the sea, the world is dead silent. It seemed as if the moment had been fixed at this moment, and more than 10,000 eyes were staring at the fist that Ryokugyu smashed into Charlotte Smoothie's head. Boom. Without any hesitation, Ryokugyu punched his head with a punch, and the bright red blood flowed out, and Smoothie's head instantly exploded into meat sauce, and then was corroded by venom and turned into fly ash again. A headless corpse fell softly to the ground, and the blood gushed out from the neck like a stream, like a spring, steaming hot. The bounty is as high as 932 million Bailey. Charlotte Linlin's 14th daughter Smoothie is dead. So far. Smoothie the entire pirate ship, except for Ryokugyu, no creature survives. Sigh ... Oh my god, this. Strong. It's too strong. Yeah, Neong Exipes, that's Smoothie, one of the three desert generals, and she was killed like that. 932 million Bailey, my head is gone, what a pity. I feel that something big is going to happen in the new world next, and the redhead can't even save this guy named Baizi. That's right, the reality killed Jack Drought, the confidant of Kaido of the Beasts, also killed Magellan, warden of Impel Down, slapped Marine in the face, and now openly killed Smoothie, the three desert generals of the four emperors Charlotte Linlin. The guy has offended Marine and the four emperors at the same time ... Quote. 3 Marine battleships, staring at the figure of the man on the pirate ship, what kind of courage is this to do? Could it be? Is this guy going to become the 5th emperor after the red-haired Shanks? I am obedient, cruel. It's so cruel. There were some prisoners who had a fluke mentality. When they saw Ryokugyu's brutal methods, they put away their fluke thoughts one by one. It seems that they can only recover their freedom after the Marineford incident. Hey, Captain, this is that bitch's devil fruit. Ryokugyu turned back, and in the envious gaze of everyone, his eyes fixed on the devil fruit in Ryokugyu's hand without blinking. Nice job Ryokugyu. Good ability, just give Kuro star. Baizi nodded and smiled, looking at Kuro's star beside him. Ryokugyu heard Baizi's words, but the devil fruit was thrown like a trash to him. Kuro's star, who had a good impression, take it, you are blessed, this ability is very powerful. He was stunned and subconsciously holding the devil fruit in his hands, stunned for a little. Plop tilde. A dull voice immediately thought in front of Baizi, when he saw the star of Kuro kneeling in front of Baizi with grateful eyes. Thank you, Captain, star of Kuro will never be forgotten. After he finished speaking, his head hit the ground with a thud. Get up. Lifted up the star of Kuro, who was kneeling on the ground. Treasure this fruit and don't bury it. Yes, Captain. Kuro's star carefully collected Smoothie's devil fruit, ready to consume it later. This is an opportunity to completely change his destiny. It was also from this moment that Kuro's star decided in his heart that there was only one captain in this life, and that was Baizi. Even if Baizi and the red-haired pirate ship fought in the future, he would stand by Baizi without hesitation. Because, compared to what the red-hair pirates gave him, Baizi's kindness to him is really too great. In this scene, looking at the eyes of many pirates around, all of them are full of envy and jealousy, and at the same time, their hearts are full of energy. You must know that the new world is very big, and they must perform well. Unfortunately, in the future, the captain will take a fancy to them and give them a devil fruit, then they will be able to soar into the sky like the Kuro star. As for the more than 10,000 prisoners on the 3 warships, including Jinbei and Crocodile, all of them looked at Baizi in amazement. This guy actually gave a bounty of 932 million Bailey Smoothie's devil fruit, so easily given to a crew member. Whether it's worth it or not, with this courage alone, they ask themselves that they can't do it. Among the more than 10,000 prisoners, there are many people looking at such a generous Baizi, and they have the urge to join them, but when they think of the enemy that Baizi has provoked, their hair rises, and even if they kill the signs in their hearts in the cradle. Middle. ... Whitebeard Pirates, Moby Dick. Vista, captain of the 5th Division, flipped through the new newspaper as usual. Psi tilde. Kaido of the Beasts, confidant Drought Jack was killed by Baizi, and, more than 10,000 prisoners in Impel Down were released, and even Jinbei Crocodile many big pirates were released. What? This is... OMG, how is that possible? The warden of Impel Down sold. Magellan was actually killed by that Fujitora Isho, and now the poisonous fruit has fallen on Ryokugyu. Seeing the latest news reported in the newspaper, Foil Vista opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. Real or fake? How did that guy do it? It was Impel Down, and the prison warden Amy, who was more powerful than Admiral, was guarding this round. Baizi and his party, they turned Impel Down upside down and completely offended Marine, just like this. They owe Baizetian a big favor tilde. And, that's not all. This guy is afraid that he killed Drought Jack on the way to Impel Down, which means that in addition to offending Marine, Baizi also completely angered Kaido of the Beasts. I'm obedient, this guy never thinks about the consequences of doing things tilde. Hey, Vista tilde. What are you doing? Looking at your surprised look, you have seen some good news. Yeah, let's take a look too tilde. This room, Marco Jozu of the Whitebeard Pirates and many other squad leaders also gathered around, and their eyes fell on the newspaper that shocked Foil Vista. And when they saw the headlines in the newspaper, everyone couldn't laugh anymore, they all showed a look very similar to Foil Vista. A little later. This is, Baizi and the others actually killed Jack Drought, one of the 3 plagues of Kaido of the Beasts. My god, that Baizi is so powerful. What's more, Impel Down was overthrown, more than 10,000 prisoners escaped, and Baizi succeeded. This Fujitora Isho is quite powerful, and Magellan, the warden with poisonous fruits, is no match for him tilde. Jozu and the others were shocked, and even Marco's eyes were shining brightly. It can be said that the combat power of Baizi and his party greatly exceeded his expectations. Gu la 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 tilde. Little friend Baizi, Good boy. Warden Magellan was killed. Although he offended Marine, he was happy. So happy. Did you kill Drought Jack? Hee hee, what a troublemaker. If you offend, you will offend. Since he is the benefactor of my Whitebeard pirates, then little friend Byzee is my friend of Whitebeard. Let the news go out. Everyone who targets Byzee in the future will be my Whitebeard's enemies. When Whitebeard saw the newspaper, he was in a good mood, so the success rate of rescuing Ace tomorrow would be at least 80%. Chapter 28_4 Emperor's Reaction. In less than half a moment, the whole new world was boiling. The source of the incident was not that Byzee overturned Impel Down, the strongest prison in Marine, nor that Fujitora Isho killed Magellan, the warden of Impel Down, nor that Byzee and his party killed Jack, the confidant of Kaido of the Beasts. Rather, Whitebeard publicly stated that anyone who was an enemy of Byzee is the enemy of the Whitebeard pirates. If this game is extremely overbearing, it will undoubtedly explode like a cannonball in the pirates' circles. Who is Whitebeard? That is called the strongest man in the world, and the one closest to One Piece, King of Pirates. The shaking fruit in one hand is enough to destroy the sky and destroy the earth, making countless Marines terrified. It is such an existence, and now it has publicly stated that he shelters the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, who are also the 4 emperors. This news is tantamount to thunder on the ground. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. In the land of the New World, no one does not know Whitebeard. However, just as soon as Whitebeard's statement appeared, another piece of news about Byzee came out. This news was nothing but the news that another 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin's dessert trio, Smoothie, was killed by Byzee. Famous New World. With the news of Smoothie's killing, followed by Whitebeard's statement, all forces in the New World exploded. Whitebeard pirates who announced the news, all of them twitched at the corners of their mouths, their eyelids twitched wildly, and they couldn't stop at all. Charlotte Smoothie. The absolute confidant of the Big Mom Highs group, Charlotte Linlin's 14th daughter, who had a bounty of 932 million Bailey, was killed by Byzee, a cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. Was the Marine headquarters. Sengoku the Buddha was also shocked when he heard the news, thinking that Jack, the drought that gave them a headache, is now the Minister of Juice, Charlotte Linlin, 2 pirates with a bounty of 1 billion, who are now being solved by the same person. And this person is none other than the guy who slapped their Marine Impel Down and slapped their Marine in the face, but, he killed 2 consecutive 1 billion bounty Jack and Charlotte Smoothie, no doubt like an invisible slap hit him Sengoku hard in the face. After all, that should be what their Marine has to do, and now it was completed by the red-haired 14th cadre. This is not a slap in the face or what? At the same time, Totland Kingdom, Cake Island. On the main ship Anthem, Charlotte Linlin, with her spherical body, frantically eats her beloved cake. Her eyes are full of anger. Byzee. How dare you kill my lovely Smoothie daughter, I want you die. And Whitebeard, if you want to protect Byzee, let me see how you can protect it. Rescue Ace, wishful thinking. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, was completely furious at the moment. The red-haired move was undoubtedly the same as when she killed the Warden Magellan when she overturned Marine's Impel Down. It was Kai Guguo's slap in the face. Mama, that redhead wants to lie with Whitebeard, not only killed Smoothie, but also killed Jack Drought, Kaido of the Beasts, confidant. At this time, Kaido of the Beasts is probably even more angry than us, why not? A muscular man with a lean body, exposing his teeth that could reach the back of his ears, said sullenly. This person is not to be let go, it is Charlotte Cracker, the 10th son of Charlotte Linlin. Like Smoothie, he is also one of the 3 desert generals under the Big Mom Pirates. Little later, after listening to the 10th son Cracker's plan, Charlotte Linlin's eyes were red. Very good Cracker, this task will be handed over to you. Be sure to find Kaido of the Beasts in person, and tell me Charlotte Linlin has something important to do with the Marineford incident tomorrow. Business. Is it Byzee, a arrogant ant? Even Red Hair and Whitebeard can't protect you tomorrow. As for Ace, if you add the Marine headquarters and Shichibukai that executed Ace, he. Looking in the direction of Cracker's departure, the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin called another dessert. The 3 generals, Katakuri, take my order to execute Ace tomorrow and I support Charlotte Linlin. Yes, Mama. Charlotte Katakuri responded, turned and left Charlotte Linlin's room, and went to see like Cracker, but the direction was not to Kaido of the Beast's headquarters, but to Marineford in Marine headquarters. The Redhead Pirates, the Redford. There was a newspaper in front of the Deputy Captain Ben Beckman, and many cadres on the ship, including Red Hair, were all gathered around. Boy Baizi, I didn't expect to cause such a big mess when I went to the Whitebeard pirate ship. Ben Beckman said with a frown. Obviously the information in the newspaper surprised him. Yeah, it's hard to imagine that Baizi's strength is already so powerful. That's not it, but that kid is really brave. Drought Jack and Sweetie Star Smoothie, these 2 are the absolute confidants of Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Tomorrow there will be a tough battle about Ace's rescue plan. A cadre pursed his lips. It seemed that Baizi didn't use all his strength when he was discussing with them. Ben Beckman glanced at the red hair smoking a cigarette, and looked at Marineford in the direction of Marine's headquarters. Don't forget, that kid did not know how to get Marine's Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu 2 rear admirals under his command. Judging from the battle strength of the 2 in front of me, the strength of these 2 is very terrifying, and their strength is absolutely comparable to the 3 admiral of the Marine headquarters. While speaking, Ben Beckman looked at the red-haired Shanks with some worry. Captain, I have an intuition that Baizi's ambitions are very big, and I'm afraid that in the future, it is likely to leave us red-haired pirates. Tuan, after all, whether Fujitora Isho or Ryokugyu. Get away, that kid's growth rate is really terrifying. The red-haired took a deep puff of cigarettes, and breathed out a cloud of smoke, lingering in the air, and suddenly facing Ben Beckman. Genial Isho, if that kid can become the 5th emperor of the New World, our red-haired pirates can also be exposed. Quote. Ben Beckman saw the red-haired Shanks smile. Vivi froze for a while, and then he became somewhat clear. It's still the captain's long-term thinking, although there is not much contact, but the character of the white boy is still good, if he can really achieve the first in the future. 5 emperors, our red hair pirates will also have another good ally. Listening to the conversation between the 2 captains, Usopp and the 13 officers' eyelids jumped wildly. Quietly, they were a little dazed. Originally, tomorrow was the day to execute Fire Fist Ace, but why did they feel that tomorrow's protagonist is not Ace, but more like their 14th Cadre Baizi? Although, they were very clear in their hearts that with Baizi's strength, they probably wouldn't have many days as a cadre of their pirate group. This is also understandable when a person's strength reaches the peak, which is comparable to the strength of the 4 emperors. Even if he is not called an emperor, the general trend of the New World will force him to become an emperor. Chapter 29_Chaton Tokikake Vice Admiral. After half a day. Marine headquarters, 100 kilometers from Marineford to the sea. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Abilities, /LV10, Conqueror Haki LV8, Armament Haki LV7, Observation Haki LV6, Marine Rokushiki LV9. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit LV8, Gravity Fruit LV7. Item, Restoration Potion X10. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, the corners of Baizi's mouth curved into a radian. It was also after a period of training with the battle madman Ryokugyu that he directly dried the slash to the full level of 10. It can be said that at this time, Baizi was only pulling his sword fast. I'm afraid that even the first big swordsman's eagle eyes are not enough to see. It is particularly worth mentioning that the recovery potion that burst out of the going treasure chest filled Baizi with anticipation. Just before the Kuro star who got the smoothie juice fruit, in order to become stronger in the shortest time, he was constantly facing, dead and alive. Battle madman Ryokugyu asks for advice. As a result, there is no doubt that he was tortured and beaten again and again, and every time he was swollen like a pig's head, especially when Baizi gave Kuro Star a recovery potion. With one punch from Ryokugyu, the exhausted Kuro Star was only half-life left. If Kuro Star hadn't passed out far beyond the load limit, the two would still have to fight. He just gave him a bottle of recovery potion. Of course, the most important thing was that he wanted to see what the recovery potion did. Just less than a minute after drinking the recovery potion, the unconscious Kuro Star jumped up from the ground, and Ryokugyu was startled when he saw such a scene. Immediately afterwards, in Shirazawa's observation and Ryokugyu's consternation, Kuro Star stood directly with Ryokugyu as if he had been beaten. Under Baizi's orders, Ryokugyu gradually strengthened his strength against Kuro Star. Later, Ryokugyu was surprised to find that even if he used half of his strength, he could not knock down Kuro Shing again. After each attack, the scars on Kuro Star will dissipate invisible at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, very few people know about this. In addition to Baizi, Ryokugyu and Kuro Star knew about it, and Baizi strictly ordered them not to tell anyone about this, even Fujitora. Not that he doesn't believe in Fujitora, but that as few people as possible know about this, the better. It's not that I'm afraid that someone will care about it, but I'm tired of dealing with it. It is more than 10 kilometers away from the group. Hey, Revolutionary Army Cadre Koala, come to Marine headquarters to spy on information, you are dead. A Marine Vice Admiral wearing a straw hat, a justice cloak, and slippers followed closely, and observation haki all open. Lock Koala who is moving fast in the sea, the corners of his mouth are full of jokes. Damn, I actually ran into Chaton Tokikake, Marine Admiral candidate, I'm definitely not a match. Koala's expression darkened. If she wasn't from the Fishman clan, and she was extremely fast in the sea, she would have already died in the hands of Chaton Tokikake, the Marine Admiral substitute. Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral of Marine Headquarters, Marine Admiral candidate, if Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu did not appear, I am afraid that he and Momosugi are the most likely existences to become Marine Admiral. As for the person he was chasing, it was none other than Koala, the cadre of the Revolutionary Army Monkey D. Long, a girl who Sabo said was that there was nothing in the world that she could not handle. When she was very young, Koala was captured by Tenryubito and made a slave. Like Empress Boa Hancock, she was a slave girl rescued by Fisher Tiger, captain of the Sun Pirates, and she also had the imprint of a slave on her body like Empress Boa Hancock. That was the shame of her life. At the age of 13, she joined the Revolutionary Army for the peaceful coexistence of the mermaid and human beings. At this time, her immediate boss was none other than Luffy's father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Long. Her mission this time is to personally obtain information about Ace's public execution tomorrow, which Sabo, who is Ace's brother, does not know. Because, whether it is Dragon or Koala's temper towards Sabo is too clear. If Sabo knew that Ace was publicly executed in Marineford, I am afraid that he would definitely rush to Marineford like Luffy. As for why Long ignores Luffy, it is because the way is different and the way is different. More importantly, he is very clear that he can't control it, just like his father Garp couldn't control him to embark on the road of the Revolutionary Army. Hey, Koala die. Chaton Tokikake locked on Koala, who had entered the attack range, and immediately punched out. A hole appeared in the sea in front of him, and attacked Koala in the sea at a very fast speed. The sea was swept around, setting off nearly 10 meters of waves. Koala, who had been exhausted for a long time, felt the extreme danger rushing towards her when she reacted, and it was about to approach her. If she was hit by this punch, she would definitely not be able to escape. Bastard, I can only come here. Koala clenched tightly in his slender hands, and armament haki, the only remaining arm, gathered his palms, and the mermaid karate attack in front of him was about to smash. Bang tilde, sounded. Just as Koala was about to shoot, a shot in the water suddenly struck, and the attack from Chaton Tokikake disappeared in the next instant. Saved. Koala, who was not hit, looked happy, and then he looked at the pirate group not far away and the 3 battleships behind him. When he saw the flag on the pirate ship, and the figure standing on the deck. With joy in his eyes, Bai Zi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, and his subordinates. Of course she wouldn't be like the general leader of the red hair pirates, because those people were completely incapable of saving themselves from Chaton Tokikake, but this Bai Zi was different. You know, this guy is the one who overturned Impel Down so forcefully that even Magellan was folded in his hands. Maz, who dares to interfere with Marine's work, Lao Su. Before Chaton Tokikake could finish speaking, Shirazawa's sharp/attached to armament haki came to Chaton Tokikake. The endless danger struck. Chaton Tokikake bit his gums and abruptly turned his body away, but his arm was not so lucky. He originally punched Koala's right fist, but this slash directly cut off his right fist. Arm. The blood sprayed on the sea surface was very eye-catching. The next moment, Bai Zi slashed through the void again, and slashed towards the marine battleship that followed Chaton Tokikake. Boom .. In the next instant, even the boat and the sea surface were directly smashed out by a wave of dozens of meters, and the endless energy rushed into the air. At this moment, Chaton Tokikake, who lost his right arm, saw Bai Zi's figure. His pupils shrank suddenly, he turned around and fled, and quickly disappeared into the sea in a blink of an eye. Koala is going to be on the verge of not knowing how much, under the threat of death, Chaton Tokikake has obviously stimulated the endless potential in his body. As for the many Marines on the battleship where Chaton Tokikake is, all of them have become delicious meals in the mouth of the sea kings in the sea, and a few, the screams of wailing everywhere are rippling. Chapter 30 Strength above Marine Admiral. On the White Sea pirate ship, Koala was rescued to the deck by her subordinates. She tilted her head with the last ounce of strength and before she could say thank you, she tilted her head and fainted. Bai Zi took her into the room, drank a bottle of recovery potion in his hand. Soon. With a sound, the unconscious Koala woke up, and all the wounds from the previous battle were fully recovered. She knew that the man in front of her had saved her. Just when Koala was about to express her gratitude, she suddenly put Tenryubido's back on her back. The branding disappeared strangely with an itchy feeling. Koala felt the change in her body, her eyes flickered. Mr. Bai Zi, thank you. With the disappearance of the slave brand of more than 20 years on his body, Koala's depressed mood seemed to be instantly relieved, and not only that, even his skin became much better than before. What was the medicine just now? Although Koala was in a coma just now, the subconscious observation haki could probably see the scene he just experienced. That small bottle of potion had such a miraculous effect. You must know that in this world, the brand of Tenryubido can never be removed. This is something that everyone recognizes. I hope you can keep this matter a secret. Bai Zi looked at Koala with a smile. The reason was not because of her, but because of the revolutionary army behind her. He didn't want to offend the whole world. Bother. He had already offended Marine, and the revolutionary army had undoubtedly become another person he wanted to befriend. Going a step further, it would be even better if he could absorb Koala into his pirate ship. I understand, I will keep this matter a secret, and I guarantee it with the honor of the mermaid. Koala promised as if he swore, and after a few greetings, Koala threw out an olive branch. I heard that Mr. Bai Zi killed Magellan, who is known as the strongest warden in Impel Down, and now Mr. Bai Zi has a vengeance with Marine. In addition to the matter of Drought Jack and Charlotte Smoothie, Mr. Bai Zi has already had a grudge with Marine and the 4 emperors. Although the Whitebeard pirates and the red-haired pirates are on your side, there are still some shortcomings. I don't know. What does Mr. Bai Zi think of our revolutionary army? Koala said a lot, and finally stated his purpose. Bai Zi wanted to win her over, so why didn't she want to pull such a superpower into the revolutionary army? Kala Cadre, I don't want to ask about the battle between your revolutionary army and Marine, and I don't bother to ask. Glancing at Koala, he continued, but compared to Marine, I am more optimistic about your revolutionary army. After all, I don't like Tenryubito very much. I think I can become friends with the revolutionary army in the future. Oh, since Mr. Baizi thinks so, that's great. Hearing Baizi's words, Koala's expression was shocked. Although he failed to pull Baizi into the revolutionary army, it was a good choice to become a friend. After all, the man in front of him, according to his current strength, is probably the most powerful person in this sea area. There is a possibility of becoming the next emperor. If that happens, their revolutionary army is tantamount to having the support of an emperor in the New World. In that case, I'll talk to our leader when I go back. I hope we can cooperate happily. Koala is very talkative, which makes people very comfortable to listen to. Well, good. If you need any help in the future, you can contact Kuro Star, and I will introduce you to you later. After talking for a while, the two came out of the room. Stars of Kuro and Ryokugyu met Koala, who was alive and kicking, and their eyes met, obviously realizing something. After some introduction, Ryokugyu said in surprise, "Captain, are you an ally with the revolutionary army?" When Fujitora heard Ryokugyu's words, he nodded slightly. He knew the reputation of the revolutionary army. He had always attached great importance to the people. When he heard the news, he looked at Baizi with even more admiration. After some exchanges with Kuro Star, Koala was stunned, and looked at Baizi not far away with an unbelievable look. "Mr. Kuro Star, what did you say?" "You captains, Mr. Baizi gave you Charlotte Smoothie's juiced fruit." Hearing Kuro Star's words, Koala's heart was shocked. He didn't expect Mr. Baizi to be so sincere in cooperating with their revolutionary army. Although the current star of Kuro is very weak, and even she can kill her directly, but with the support of juicing fruit, in the near future, this person will definitely be Baizi's confidant. There is no doubt about this. Then, Koala's eyes fell on Baizi, and he thought of the scene where this person broke Marine Vice Admiral Chaton Tokikake's arm with one knife, and even split a warship in half, splashing dozens of meters of waves. Asked the star of Kuro, "Excuse me, but I want to ask how strong your captain, Mr. Baizawa is." I don't know about this." Star of Kuro looked at the man who impressed him, Bitter Isho, and immediately saw Fujitora and Ryokugyu, and said, "However, I know that if we really make a move, our two vice captains, Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, are not our captain's opponents at all." Quote. Koala, who captured this information, has a beautiful meal. Marine, Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, who had been secretly used as Marine Admiral's replacement before, were not opponents, and Fujitora Isho had killed Impel Down Warden Magellan before. This Fujitora Isho should have the strength of Marine Admiral, so isn't this Baizi? Strength above Marine Admiral. Thinking of this possibility, and thinking of the scene in which Chaton Tokikake was defeated and fled in embarrassment just now, I was convinced. In this way, Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirate ship who saved himself, doesn't he have the strength to surpass many cadres of their revolutionary army, even close to their leader Long? It is estimated that even Sabo, the second in command of their revolutionary army, is afraid that he can beat this person. It is hard to imagine what kind of friend he has brought to their revolutionary army this time. Baizi again, Koala's eyes have all changed. Chapter 31 All parties plan, Sabo is coming. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. Chaton Tokikake returned to the Marine Headquarters with blood on his right arm, which attracted a lot of attention from everyone along the way. "Is that Chaton Tokikake, Vice Admiral? What happened? His right arm was cut off. What happened to him?" Chaton Tokikake is the existence of the clan as a candidate for Marine Admiral. How could someone cut off his arm? Many Marines in the Marine Headquarters were hotly discussing, looking at the figure of Chaton Tokikake entering Sengoku's office. Each one's eyes flickered, their eyebrows lowered in thought, not knowing what they were thinking. A while. Fleet Admiral Sengoku office. After listening to Chaton Tokikake's report, Sengoku's mood sank to the bottom, that Baizi's strength was beyond his expectations. Chaton Tokikake, who was trained by their marine headquarters as admiral, broke his arm in one strike. Only Akainu and their admiral can do this kind of strength. In other words, that is to say, Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, is absolutely admiral in strength, and there are marine traders Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu as his right-hand man. Tomorrow's execution of I'm afraid. Button tilde. Just as Sengoku was thinking about it, a crisp knock came from outside, waving Chaton Tokikake away and letting the people outside come in. Sengoku, Sama, Charlotte Linlin's confidant and dessert star Katakori wants to see you. The Marine's subordinate who came in swallowed his saliva in horror. Who is Katakori? That's Charlotte Linlin's second son, the big pirate with a bounty of up to 1.057 billion Bailey in their marine headquarters, and now coming to their marine headquarters to meet their Sengoku fleet admiral. This is too daring. 1057 million. That's a higher bounty than Drought Jack, who was killed by Fujitora Isho, Kaido of the Beasts, henchman. This shows how extraordinary this man is. Moreover, he is also the head of Charlotte Linlin's 3 dessert generals, and he is also the most powerful existence tilde. This is also the reason why Sengoku's subordinates are shocked. It can be said that such a pirate is undoubtedly the target that their marine wants to destroy at all costs. But now, that guy. They came to their marine headquarters. A little. Katakori came to Sengoku's office, and the Sengoku's confidant left the office with cold air on his feet. He didn't realize until he was outside the office that he was soaked with sweat, wiped off the sweat beads that were the size of a bean, and hurriedly fled for his life. Go. Katakori, the big pirate with a bounty of 1.057 billion, the confidant of the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin, you are so brave. Sengoku's wise eyes narrowed slightly, his eyes locked on Katakori, who was sitting on a chair not far in front of him, not worried at all about his safety. Go straight to the point. Katakori didn't pay any attention to Sengoku's twinkling eyes, and a cold voice rang out, this time I am following Mama's order to inform you that Mama has sent someone to Kaido of the Beasts, and Cracker's purpose like me. Oh, what is Charlotte Linlin's purpose for letting you come? Sengoku took a sip of his tea, vaguely he seemed to have guessed something. After all, that Baizi was the drought who killed Kaido of the Beasts and their big mom pirates at the same time dessert trio's smoothie. It's simple. Katakori stood up from his seat, went to the window and looked at Marineford's execution platform, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a chilling look, tomorrow Ace must die. Whitebeard must die too. Even Whitebeard must die. Oh tilde. Hearing Katakori's words, Sengoku's eyes became clear. As he expected, Katakori came to execute Ace tomorrow. HMPH, Mama knows you Marine can't do it, but Cracker has gone to Kaido of the Beasts. I believe Kaido of the Beasts will not miss such a good opportunity, and our pirate team will be there tomorrow. Katakori retracted his eyes from the execution platform, and his sinister eyes bloomed. Tomorrow I don't care about anything else, whether Whitebeard or Red Hair, can't stop my determination to avenge my sister Smoothie. Is that so? Since hearing that Katakori came to him, Sengoku has already had some guesses, and sure enough, Katakori's purpose is as he expected, to execute Ace tomorrow, more precisely, for tomorrow's Baizi. However, since Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin want to intervene, the enemy of the enemy is a friend. If they lose both sides, their marine headquarters will destroy the 4 emperors, and the new world will be peaceful from now on. Good. You go back and tell Charlotte Linlin, I promise this matter, no one will affect Ace's execution tomorrow, as for the Whitebeard pirates and the Redheads. Sengoku of the Old Fox spoke. He deliberately pulled a long tone, obviously waiting for Katakori's reply. Humph tilde. Don't worry, Whitebeard and Redhead leave it to us. After Katakori finished speaking, He raised his foot and left Sengoku's office in a grand manner. No one dared to stop him along the way. Sengoku looked back, the corners of his mouth curved. Of course he knew who Katakuri was referring to by we, and unsurprisingly, we were the four emperors Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts. Rescue Ace. If Ace and Baizi all die in Marineford tomorrow, I'll see how Whitebeard will deal with it. As for the red-haired Shanks, then there will be someone to deal with. ... Island of White Earth, Baldigo. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Known as the only organization capable of overthrowing government institutions, it is also regarded as the greatest threat by world governments. Chief Monkey D. Long, Office. Jingle Bell ... As the phone bug rang, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, who was wearing a dark green coat and had a red square tattoo on his left face, rang out a heavy and rough voice. Hello. Leader, I'm Koala. I'm on the ship of the 14th Cadre of the red-haired pirates. Baizi agreed to maintain friendly relations with us in the future, and support us to a certain extent, and just today I was taken by Chaton. Tokikake found out. Koala, who was rescued by Baizi, who was on the phone with Luffy's father Long. At this time, she recounted what happened before. While Koala spoke, the dragon on the opposite side remained silent. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. After several minutes, the voice of the dragon finally came from the opposite side. Koala, you did a good job. Due to the great changes in the situation, I want to change the plan. Since you have attracted that monstrous boy named Baizi, our revolutionary army can't just sit back and ignore the execution of Ace tomorrow. Well, the leader's intention is to let me help Baizi and rescue Sabo and Luffy's eldest brother Ace. Koala heard this, and his eyes lit up. No. The dragon in the office looked in the direction of Marineford. I've decided to let Sabo go to Marineford tomorrow. After hanging up, Koala's mouth twitched. Sabo. If that guy knew that Ace was publicly executed by Marine, I don't know what kind of crazy things he would do. Chapter 32 Revolutionary Army Leader, Dragon's Intention. Revolutionary Army, Headquarters. Leader Dragon Office. Squeak tilde. With the sound of pushing the door, a young man in his 20s, with short wavy golden hair, a scar on his left eye, and a confident smile on his face, walked in. Leader, look for me. The corners of his mouth curled into a warm arc. He looked handsome, and Vivi's curved arc gave people a feeling of gentlemanly demeanor like a spring breeze. Sabo is here, take a look at this newspaper. Long didn't say much, and put a newspaper of Marine's public execution of Ace in front of Sabo. Before, it was for the sake of the overall situation, and Sabo had been asked to perform tasks, and he had never been allowed to contact the outside world, so as not to affect the overall situation. After all, Sabo was no longer a child at this time, but the second in command of their revolutionary army. But now, the situation has changed, it's not the same. What? This. Ace will be publicly executed by Marine headquarters in Marineford tomorrow. When will it happen? Leader, you deliberately hide from me. Sabo in this pirate world was attacked by Tenryubito, but he did not lose his memory and still remembers his sworn brothers Ace and Luffy. The last time I learned of Ace's trace was that he went to eradicate Blackbeard. As for the next time he was sent by the dragon to perform secret missions one by one, Sabo's endless dissatisfaction rubbed against him when he saw the news of Ace. Although he knew that the dragon was taking care of the overall situation, but where did he put him in this way? This matter will be discussed for another day. I'll find you today and I have a task for you. Long ignored Sabo's complaint at all. Obviously, he had expected this situation. Seeing the angry Sabo, Long couldn't help thinking of his own son who aspired to become One Piece, King of Pirates. Vivi Bitter Isho, I want you to take half of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army to Marineford to rescue Ace. Quote. Boom tilde. As soon as Long said this, Sabo, who was originally complaining, immediately turned into a deep consternation. Leader, you Ace's public execution is the best chance for the Revolutionary Army to fight back against Marine. It is absolutely impossible to extract half of the cadres. I just go alone. Sabo took a deep breath, although he wanted to do so, but his reason told him that this was extremely unfavorable to their overall situation. Don't rush, Tilda. There's also a newspaper here, look at it. Looking at Sabo, who directly refused, Long didn't say anything, but put another newspaper about Baizi on the table. Sabo frowned slightly, and when he lowered his eyebrows, he saw a young man about the same age as him, but when he saw the name, he couldn't help but flicker with a strong surprise in his eyes. The 14th Cadre of the Red-Haired Pirates, Baizi. Immediately afterwards, with a strong curiosity, Sabo read the report about Baizi, and he didn't know if he didn't read it. After seeing this, the whole person was not calm. This Baizi killed Kaido of the Beasts, Confidant Jack Drought, and Charlotte Linlin's 3 dessert star smoothie, and he also smashed Impel Down and killed Magellan, the Warden's poisonous fruit owner. Fujitora Isho, Ryokugyu, I have had people check these 2 people. They are 2 extremely powerful beings. I really didn't expect this Baizi to be able to bring these 2 people under his command and serve them. Obviously, many information from Baizi gave Sabo too much shock and impact. And it doesn't stop there. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long Rare Haha Isho, just now, Koala was discovered by Chaton Tokikake, who was returning to the headquarters, and he was almost caught. It was this Baizi who shot himself and dropped Koala. Tokikake shaved off an arm. Quote. Koala asked this Baizi's subordinate, and after Koala's analysis, this Baizi's strength should be higher than that of Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, probably because the combat power surpasses Marine Admiral's existence. You know, the previous Impel Down Warden Magellan, Drought Jack and Charlotte Smoothie were all shot by Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu. Long's words, listening to Sabo's ears, were like bolts from the blue, surpassing the strength of Admiral's headquarters in Marine. This. Is there a new emperor in the New World? These are not the most important. The most important thing is that this Baizi has already expressed his attitude. In the future, he will maintain a friendship or alliance with our Revolutionary Army, and support our Revolutionary Army to a certain extent. In other words, the owner of Baizi, who is most likely to become the 5th emperor of the New World, will be our strong support and backing to overthrow Marine and Tenryubito in the future. So, the leader's intention is to let me go to contact this person to show my sincerity, and use the strength of half of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army to help him. Sabo is not a fool, on the contrary, he is very smart, and he quickly understands it. Dragon's intentions. It's just one of them. Oh, does the leader have other intentions? Sabo frowned when he heard Long's words. Obviously he couldn't think of any other intentions. Word of intent. Forget it, you and Ace Luffy have never gathered since the Windmill Village went to sea. This time is your 3 brothers gathering. Leader, you. Long's words made Sabo more and more confused. When did their leader become so emotional? Aware of Sabo's thoughts, the Revolutionary Army leader Long came to the window and looked in the direction of Marineford. Tell you a secret, actually Luffy is my son. Boom tilde 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 tilde. When Sabo heard the dragon's words at close range, his eyes widened and he stared at the leader's back, murmuring, Monkey D. Long, Monkey D. Luffy. This. Sabo immediately seemed to hear something unbelievable, and said in surprise, what you said is true, leader, you are Luffy's father, but doesn't that mean that Grandpa Garp is? You guessed it right, Garp Vice Admiral, Marine's hero Garp, he is my father. Long was not slow at all, a bitter smile grinned at the corners of his mouth, and he couldn't help thinking of when he stepped into the Revolutionary Army. On the road, the scene of the old man in the family was furious, and he was about to sever the father-son relationship with himself. As soon as this statement came out, Sabo was completely stunned. So, Luffy's grandfather Garp is Marine's hero Vice Admiral, his father is his immediate boss, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and little Luffy is A man who aspires to be One Piece, king of pirates. There are 3 generations of a family, belonging to 3 camps. This is truly a family. Sabo was completely shocked at this moment. Garp, whom he admired and feared the most since he was a child, turned out to be the father of his leader, and his brother was the son of his leader. This news, the impact on Sabo is no different from Too Big. So, the last intention was a hint of gentleness in Long's eyes. If possible, don't let that frizzy boy from Luffy lose his life. My father, your grandfather Garp is a stubborn old man. I'm afraid that even if Luffy dies tomorrow, he will die. He won't even shoot. You know his temper very well. A stubborn old man who is loved and hated at the same time. Sabo's mind came to Garp, who beat himself up from the bottom, and he couldn't help but sum up a sentence. It seems that you know him well. The corner of Long's mouth curved a little, and then he said solemnly, my biggest intention is that this time, even if you have exhausted half of the Revolutionary Army cadres, you have to protect Baizi's safety. According to the information, when Ace is executed tomorrow, Baizi will be the focus of Marine, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Yes, leader. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Chapter 33 War on Top. The next day, early in the morning. New World, Moby Dick. In order to save Ace, who was being held by Marine, Whitebeard issued an order to directly annihilate the 23 Marine warships that were monitoring him. The Whitebeard pirates and his 43 pirates from the New World, they headed towards the Marineford Marine headquarters and the Shichibukai gathering place. It was also with the change of the Whitebeard pirates that the whole New World was shaken. Not only the Whitebeard pirates, Kaido of the Beasts, Red Hair, and Charlotte Linlin are all lined up, and Marineford, who was killed, is publicly executed. In addition, the Revolutionary Army Sabo also rushed towards Marineford with half of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. As for the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, he took the other half of the cadres to conduct an indiscriminate battle against the forces in the Marine headquarters. Of pressure. To know. Here, Sengoku the Buddha's summoning order made the Marines empty and completely unmatched by the Revolutionary Army. This was their best chance to fight back. Marineford, execution scene. Sengoku stood beside Ace on the execution platform, with the plan over and over in his mind. Marine 3, Admiral Akainu, Kuzan and Kizaru, sitting on the chairs on the side of the execution platform to fight. Garp and Crane were also watching the battle from the sidelines, waiting for the opportunity to shoot. Garp's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. To know. Ace, like his grandson Luffy, both grew up with him, but now his position is different. To tell the truth, he really hopes that Whitebeard and his party can save Ace, although this is against his insistence. But he didn't want Ace to die in front of him. This was undoubtedly the cruelest thing for an old man. Marine Headquarters, Marineford 100,000 Marine Headquarters elites gather once, in order to destroy the strongest pirate Whitebeard in the New World in one fell swoop. Execution scene, Central Bay. From the calm and waveless sea, a huge spring suddenly appeared. After a while, with Sengoku's extremely unpleasant look, a huge ship burst out with a boo sound. The next moment, the Moby Dick appeared in the bay like this. The expressions of more than 100,000 people, including Sengoku, suddenly changed. They never expected that the Whitebeard pirates would invade so close distance. Goo la la la, Sengoku, we haven't seen each other in decades. Whitebeard, who boarded the deck with a knife, was domineering and hearty Isho, and all the more than 100,000 Marines around were dumbfounded, looking at the Moby Dick, which looked like a high-rise building, a face full of solemnity. They never thought it can be said that Whitebeard has already taken the lead in such a move. Immediately after the ships of the Whitebeard pirates appeared, several other ships burst out of the water, like the Moby Dick. Looking at the top players of the pirate headquarters, Whitebeard's eyes locked on Ace on the central execution platform. Ace, wait for Daddy for a while. After speaking, Whitebeard glanced at the Marine headquarters behind Sengoku and the others, clenched his fists in both hands, and swayed in the air. Immediately, with Whitebeard's fists as the center, countless cracks in the space emerged, and the Junjun fruit was urged by Whitebeard at this moment. Extreme. Next moment. The earth shook and the mountains swayed, and the sea rose to the sky and the waves covered the sky, covering the sky and the sun. More than 100,000 people in Marineford were dumbfounded. This, my God, this is Whitebeard's strength. Haiquan. This is the Haiquan of Whitebeard's shake fruit. The power of one person, directly launching the sea earthquake. Is this the rhythm that will drown Marineford? As expected of the strongest of the four emperors, such combat power destroys the sky and destroys the earth. With such an existence, do we really have a chance of winning? More than 100,000 marine elites, at this moment, looking at the thousands of meters of waves covering the sky, were all shocked by the scene of destruction in front of them. Marine's invincibility belief was shaken at this moment. And yes, completely shaken. Sengoku's eyes were full of horror at the moment, and he was staring at the thousands of feet of waves on both sides of Marineford. If they were photographed, their entire Marineford would be shattered. Whitebeard single-handedly launched a tsunami, and the waves fell from the sky towards Marineford. The scorching sun was covered by the waves, and Marineford was about to be submerged by the waves. More than 100,000 marine elites are full of despair, because this is no longer a disaster that people can resist. Kuzan Admiral on the far right, Marine Rokushiki, who was sitting on the three admiral seats, instantly appeared hundreds of feet in the air. Frozen fruits are lingering all over the body, and the ability is exerted to the extreme, and the instantaneous ability acts on the thousands of feet of ocean waves that cover the sky on both sides. Ice Age. Quote. Without the slightest hesitation, Kuzan came up with the ultimate combat power, Ice Age, using all the frozen fruits, and the air conditioning all over his body instantly turned the waves that covered the sky on both sides into ice that covered the sky. Under the sunlight, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped by at least 10 degrees. Open black lens bracket partisan close black lens bracket. Quote. After the freezing tsunami, Kuzan tentatively reissued the ultimate trick partisan, carrying an unparalleled wind chill, turned into several silver beams and attacked Whitebeard, which caused the tsunami. But Whitebeard clenched his right fist slightly, and smashed it in the direction of Kuzan. In the next instant, the shock fruit shattered Kuzan's attack, and instantly cut Kuzan in half, into two pieces. The ice fell from the sky. The next moment the two pieces of ice fell into the sea, the entire bay was centered on the ice and quickly spread, and the entire bay's surface was frozen by Kuzan's frozen fruit. A while. Marineford is a frozen world. Kuzan's attack was like the fuse that triggered the war between the two sides. Many marine elites in the marine headquarters, and many cadres and members of the Whitebeard pirates, immediately started working. Meanwhile, Marineford is not far off the water. Towards Marineford were suddenly forced to stop by several attacks. There are more than a dozen pirate ships on both sides, and one side has a rice-shaped white bone background, with a hideous skull on it, and a pair of hideous horns soaring into the sky. The other is a lipstick-smeared skull flag, and the two parties are none other than Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, the four emperors of the New World. They had already agreed with Marine before that Marineford would give it to them, and they would deal with the red hair. Red-haired Shanks, I've been waiting here for a long time. Kaido of the Beasts with a burly body like a giant, a rough and majestic voice came from the boat. Gia, today is the end of your red hair. Maybe after today, there will be only 2 emperors instead of 4 emperors in the world. Charlotte Linlin, full of teasing. Kaido, according to the agreement, in order to ensure that there is no accident on Whitebeard's side, Katakuri, you and Cracker go to Marineford and bring me the heads of Whitebeard and the others. Charlotte Linlin is the second son next to her, and she is also the most favorite confidant. Yes, Mama. After that, Katakuri and Cracker dodged and headed towards Marineford. Jin, Queen, you all go too. Kaido of the Beasts waved his hand, and the other 2 disasters were sent out. After the 4 left, Kaido of the Beasts looked at the red-haired jokingly. Shanks, Marineford, don't have to think about it, worry about whether your red-haired pirates can survive today. What do you have to say to them? Just kill it, Gia Gia tilde tilde. Instant, following Charlotte Linlin's order, many confidants and subordinates rushed forward and rushed towards the red-haired pirates. The sky is monstrous, the endless sea kings are dying frequently, the sky is dark and the sun and the moon are dark. Chapter 34 _ The battle is tragic, save Ace. Marineford, Marine Headquarters. On the top, the war situation is brewing and expanding. Marine 3 Admiral, Kizaru stood up from the seat, the corners of his mouth curled up and looked at the field where Marine was being suppressed. These captains of the Whitebeard pirates are like monsters. If you want to minimize battle losses, you have to catch the thief first and catch the king first. Kizaru, who stood up, turned into light and disappeared in place, and reappeared above Whitebeard's head. Open black lens bracket Yasukani no Magatama close black lens bracket. Quote. Kizaru, who was hanging in the air, jumped into the air, and the overwhelming dazzling light bombs rushed towards Whitebeard on the Moby Dick pirate ship. Yasukani no Magatama could get close. The first team captain Marco Phoenix appeared and took a strong blow from Kizaru to fight against Kizaru. On the other side, Jozu smashed the ice with a punch, and the giant ice block the size of a mountain was pulled out by him and threw it towards the only remaining Akainu in Marine 3 Admiral. Akainu, who was injured by the red hair before, recovered all his fighting strength, and it was even worse. Open black lens bracket great major eruption close black lens bracket. Quote. Akainu in the seat looked up with a cold face and glanced at the giant iceberg that was violently impacted by the tearing air. His right fist turned into a giant lava fist, and he slammed into it. The huge iceberg met Akainu's magma fist, and was instantly evaporated. After Akainu broke the attack of Little Oz, the great major eruption exploded and then turned into countless volcanic bombs, heading towards the Whitebeard pirates. All of his subordinates blasted past, and in an instant, the subordinates of the Whitebeard pirates were killed and injured countless times. The battle situation is very tragic. After the great major eruption, Akainu once again attacked Whitebeard with magma meteors, which pierced the air like cannonballs. However, in the face of Akainu's hard blow, Whitebeard directly caught the magma with the knife, and smiled indifferently, blowing out the magma with a breath of, "Who?" staring at Akainu with murderous eyes, with a sneer, "You can light candles at a birthday party with your strength, magma boy." Oz, he smashed the marine cannon formation with one knife, but in the end Little Oz was defeated by Marine and died. Just when the 10 million hits, the Maelstrom Spider pirate scored, with a flickering gleam in his eyes, stabbed Whitebeard with a knife in the back, and saw that he wanted this kind of Whitebeard, and Akainu on the opposite side had already raised a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Arc of success. Dang bang tilde. However, just when Akainu and Squard thought they had succeeded, Foil Vista, the captain of the 5th Division, who had come out of nowhere, took Squard's assassination and forced him to retreat. Foil Vista glared angrily. "Well, you Squard, we got news that you and Akainu met and were provoked. We still don't believe it. I really didn't expect you to be shocked and shot at Dad." Isn't he just like what Akainu said? To save Ace is an excuse to destroy us pirates as cannon fodder. Squard failed to hit, and was very angry. Boom tilde, sound. Whitebeard in front heard Squard's words. He looked at Akainu with cold eyes, and couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, Baizi reminded him, otherwise he might have fallen for Akainu's tricks today. Hee, a joke, you said I betrayed my sons. Stop joking. One punch shattered the ice wall, and Whitebeard took the lead in personally confronting him, knocking down the giant John Vice Admiral of the Marine headquarters first, and punching the thousands of Marines who were at the forefront with another punch. Directly open up a straight road to the captains behind. One blow, the wind whistled, and the entire Marineford, Marine headquarters and the surrounding seas were changed drastically. Looking at Whitebeard's desperate appearance, Squard fell to his knees with a plop, and slammed his fists on the ground in annoyance. What did he just do? So, he was completely suspicious of Dad, and he even shot at Dad. Hesitant Akainu's conspiracy was exposed, and many pirates screamed one by one, slaughtering towards Marine, more aggressive than before. There was another scuffle on the field. There is no doubt that Kuzan, Akainu and Kizaru launched a frantic attack on Whitebeard one after another. Their purpose was to kill the self-proclaimed strongest man. As long as Whitebeard is dead, the remaining squad leaders will not be able to make any waves. The repeated battles, Whitebeard's face became paler and paler. After all, his health was very bad before. Now, the long-term overloaded battle has obviously aggravated his injury. Seeing this, the three of Akainu Kizaru looked at each other, and their eyes flashed with cold light. Obviously they all realized something, and immediately made a move that was even more ruthless. A certain moment, Whitebeard had just blocked Kuzan and Kizaru's attack, and the shady Akainu made a sneak attack, and the fierce magma fist smashed Whitebeard into a chill. And this time, Whitebeard, who was seriously injured, was out of physical strength and was shot by Kizaru's radium again. And this Whitebeard was able to cut down and cut through Kizaru to give Luffy, who had already come to the battlefield to join the war, a chance to get on stage to save Ace. Finally, Luffy got his wish and saved Ace, and the two brothers meet at last. Indeed, just when Whitebeard used his last strength to cover his men's retreat, Akainu angered Fire Fist Ace, and Ace challenged him on impulse. At a certain moment, the sinister Akainu repelled Ace and tried to take a shot at Luffy. Between the sparks of the TV, Ace's face was pale, and it was too late to fight back, and he directly resisted the blow of Akainu magma with his fleshly body. No. When Luffy saw Ace standing in front of him, his pupils shrank and he let out a hoarse roar. Whitebeard, Marco and the others looked around and saw Akainu slammed a punch at Ace. Their faces turned pale. Ace, Captain. Get out of the way. Everyone's voice was hoarse, and their expressions changed, but Akainu's mouth curved into a playful arc. As for Garp's fists in Marine headquarters, his eyes were full of pain. Boom. Just when everyone thought that Ace was about to be killed, the expected sound was not heard, but a very dull sound. Next moment. Akainu, one of the three very powerful Marine admirals, was actually repelled by more than 10 meters, and there was an extra figure in front of Ace. The captain of the 3rd Division, Jozu, saw the figure. His face was overjoyed, and he screamed in surprise. Ryokugyu. That person is Ryokugyu who killed Charlotte Smoothie, the 3 desert generals. Many captains and members of the Whitebeard pirates, even when Whitebeard saw Ryokugyu, the corners of his mouth twitched, Baizi and the others. Finally here. Chapter 35 Against Marine 3 Admiral, the legendary hero Garp shot. Ryokugyu. The name of a man, the shadow of a tree. As soon as Jozu said this, not only the Whitebeard pirates, but also Marine looked at him. As expected. On Ace's side, a man whose fists were covered with a rising blue liquid appeared, and the blue liquid Marine was all too familiar with, because before, it was the poisonous fruit of Magellan, the warden of their Marine Impel Down. Have the ability. Haha, that guy covered in magma is so strong and a good opponent. Ryokugyu stared at Marine Admiral Akainu who was repelled by him. Of course he didn't know him. When Ryokugyu said this, everyone in the audience boiled. This guy knocked Marine Admiral Akainu back with one punch. Immediately, Ryokugyu turned his head to Ace and Luffy and said, "You two boys follow and leave. If the captain is not optimistic about you two, I will not bother to pay attention to you. Go quickly, don't disturb the uncle's fight." Ace, Luffy. Ryokugyu not far away, their eyes widened with the same expression. This man is very strong. However, the captain in his mouth is. Jozu immediately came to Ace and the two of them, making sure they were all right, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. This person is the deputy captain of the red-haired 14th Cadre Baizi, an existence comparable to Admiral. Shanks. You said, the big guy who saved us is the deputy captain of Shank's Cadres. Luffy was the first to hear it, and immediately became furious. See Gao Yi, Shank's men are already so strong, so strong. Jozu. Meow, how can the red-haired subordinates be so strong? Just this by Z Cadre Niu Cha, although the other people are also very good, but compared to Bai Z, it is obviously more than a star and a half. Are you Ryokugyu? In the field, Akainu, who was forced to retreat, narrowed his eyes. Of course, he knew about this traitor. The dignified Marine Rear Admiral had actually entered the pirates' command, which undoubtedly slapped the entire Marine in the face. Scoff Tilda. If you want to beat a horse, you can beat it, beat a ball. Ryokugyu immediately stepped on the ground. Marine Rokushiki shaved directly and skillfully used it, instantly activating the poisonous fruit, and punching Akainu suddenly again teleported. Akainu, who was smashed out like a cannonball again, was completely irritated. Boy, you are courting death. Open black lens bracket meteor volcano close black lens bracket. Akainu, who was in a rage, immediately used the big trick, meteor volcano, and this time meteor volcano was obviously much smarter than last time. Ha ha ha, this is cool. Poison dragon is now. Ryokugyu immediately punched outright, and 3 huge dragon-shaped poisons appeared in the air, and the poisonous dragon used by Ryokugyu was much more powerful than Magellan before. Instant, Akainu's meteor volcano and Ryokugyu's poisonous dragon collided, and the endless pressure swayed to the 4 poles. Marine and the pirates were all dumbfounded. This sudden appearance of Ryokugyu can actually face the hard steel Akainu, such a strength is absolutely admiral level. Wow ha ha ha, ace, look, that's the prisoner of Impel Down, the same as what I saw. Luffy's eyes widened, he had been to Impel Down before, just waiting for him to leave on the 5.5th floor. When I came out with Ivankov, the entire Impel Down had been turned upside down. Straight Jinbei, Crocodile, Katarina Tippin, Bacchus shot, Sanyuan Wolf. Impel Down before, and took a deep breath. He knew exactly who these people were. My god, with so many people coming to Marineford, Marine is probably going to be in big trouble, and these people won't have a good opinion of Marine. I didn't expect Impel Down to detain so many criminals. 3 warships, let's say there are tens of thousands of people, Baizi's cadre is big enough. Jozu looked at the more than 10,000 criminals in prison uniforms. A hungry tiger rushed towards Marine. Hey yo-yo tilde. Marine traitor, Fujitora Isho, you killed Magellan. Kizaru, who was fighting with Whitebeard, also stopped and looked at Fujitora Isho without teasing. And hearing this in Fujitore's ears, it directly angered his bottom line. Without the slightest hesitation, Fujitora Isho attacked Kizaru as fast as lightning, and before he could react, the knife beam had already cut Kizaru in half. Psi tilde. Admiral level combat power, another one. Many pirates and marines around were all stunned, staring at the field with dull eyes. As for Luffy's eyes full of admiration and envy, after not seeing him for a few years, Shank's subordinates have become so powerful. Old man, Fujitora Isho, I want your life. Without the slightest expression fluctuation, Kizaru and Fujitora Isho formed a gravitational barrier within a radius of 100 jong in an instant. Observation Haki felt that Kizaru, who was in the gravitational barrier, finally had a dignified expression, because Fujitora Isho, who called himself an old man, gave him an extremely dignified expression. Intense danger. As for Sengoku the Buddha on the execution platform, seeing Ryokugyu and Fujitora Isho who fought with Akainu and Kizaru successively, the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched wildly. Damn, this should belong to their Marine's combat power, damn it. Sengoku the Buddha's bowels of remorse are turning green at this moment. If he had known this, he would have started early. Now it's better, and there are 2 more confidants. Open black lens bracket ice time close black lens bracket. Quote. Suddenly, a layer of frost appeared on Baizi's body, but before the frost spread, the star of Kuro juiced fruit beside Baizi surged out, instantly dissolving ice time. Captain, can Kuzan give me a hand? Star of Kuro stared at Baizi with anticipation. He raised soldiers for 1,000 days and used them for a while. He had received such a big favor from Baizi, and he had to repay him, otherwise he would not be able to forgive himself. Yes, but be careful. Experience is the main thing. Baizi glanced at Kuzan on the opposite side. During this time, Kuro Star was under the pressure of Ryokugyu's abnormality, and he used the recovery potion. He can be said to be the real version of Xiaoqiang who can't be killed. It's great, I have the opportunity to fight against Kuzan Admiral, I must not be careless, and I can't live up to the captain's cultivation of myself. For a time, 3 of Baizi's subordinates directly hit Marine's 3 admirals. The situation was so strange that Whitebeard, who was severely injured, was relieved that no one attacked for a while. Jiu la 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 la, little friend Baizi, your subordinates are really strong. It seems that you are the 5th emperor in the future. Whitebeard was very happy. It can be said that if it weren't for Baizi today, all of them would be afraid it won't be so easy. Garp, it looks like it's your turn to take action. Suru Vice Admiral said to Garp next to him when the 3 admiral were restrained. I know. Garp glanced at Crane. Due to his position and identity, he had to take action. Of course, he was relieved to see Ace being rescued. After a while, Garp came to the opposite side of Baizi. Ace and Luffy looked complicated, but they could only wait for the situation to develop, hoping that this Baizi Cadre could deal with their grandfather. Chapter 36 The Ultimate Mystery of Marine Rokushiki. The boy called Baizi, you are very good. Personally, I, Garp, should thank you. After all, you saved my 2 grandsons, Ace and Luffy. Garp did not shy away from speaking the truth. Even Baizi had to admit that although Garp was stubborn, he's still a good person. However, as Marine Vice Admiral, I will do my best to defeat you. Garp clenched his iron fist. Although he didn't know the strength of this young man who was about the same age as his grandson, he could be spotted by the redhead, and to be able to take Fujitora Isho Ryokugyu under his command is definitely not bad. Therefore, Kuku did not dare to slack off. Kid Baizi, be careful. Garp's eyes gleamed brightly. His identity and position were already doomed that he would not be able to keep his hands today, and after today, he would resign as Vice Admiral from Marine Headquarters and take a back seat. He is tired. Today's game is also my last time to fight against pirates as Vice Admiral. Suddenly, Garp thought of his past experiences, of his old enemy Roger, of becoming a legendary hero with his passion from a soldier. No hesitation at the moment, just use Marine Rokushiki, shave, and instantly push armament haki to the extreme. The next moment is already in front of Baizi, and the fiery punch traverses the space and turns into a black light and blasts towards Baizi. Just as Garp punched Baizi, Baizi's body was like a piece of white paper, and he easily avoided him. Garp's right fist, which contained armament haki, failed, and immediately blasted out on the ice. A huge pit of more than 5 feet. Looking at the giant pit of 5 feet, the corners of Ace Luffy's mouth twitched. Obviously, this was much more ruthless than when he beat them. The old man is really moving. Compared to Ace Luffy's horror, Garp, who missed the punch, looked at Baizi like a monster, and was greatly surprised. That was Kami-e. Marine Rokushiki's hardest Kami-e to acquire. Not only Garp, but also many marine elites around, all of them looked at Baizi with different eyes. To know the entire marine, there are only a handful of people who can learn Marine Rokushiki Kami-e, and the 14th cadre of the entire red-haired pirates has learned Marine Rokushiki that they have never learned. Especially when there are so many pirates, seeing that Baizi has the rarest Kami-e among Marine Rokushiki, everyone's eyes are full of fanaticism since then. Meow, this is a face slap. Marine legend heroes with Marine Rokushiki. Many Marines' faces suddenly felt hot and painful, including Sengoku the Buddha. At this time, Sengoku the Buddha, with wide-eyed eyes filled with incredible Marine Rokushiki open black lens bracket Kami-e close black lens bracket. Quote. How is this possible? If there is no systematic teaching, outsiders can't control the essence of Kami-e. This guy, where did he learn it before? What a terrible talent. Sengoku the Buddha was completely stunned by Baizi's manipulation. Only the word, talent, could explain what was happening in front of him. Marine Rokushiki is divided into Iron Nugget, Shaved, Kami-e, Moon Step, Renkyaku, Tempest Kick and Shigen, Finger Pistol. Among Rokushiki, only Kami-e is the most obscure. The entire Marine headquarters, there are not many people who can use Kami-e, let alone those who can use Kami-e like Baizi. They don't have a single one in the entire Marine. To know. The man on the opposite side is the legendary hero Garp. Although he is only a vice admiral, it is because he does not want to be an admiral. Even the current Kuzan was under Garp's a long time ago. Even now Garp is the most respected person in Kuzan, even more than Sengoku the Buddha. Garp was able to chase One Piece, King of Pirates Roger all over the world. You can imagine how powerful Garp is. Good boy, to learn Kami-e like this, then I can attack with confidence. Boy, look at the trick. Garp came back to his senses. His eyes were bright. This kid was far better than he expected, and immediately Shaved and Moon Step attacked one after another. Renkyaku, Tempest Kick, Shigen, Finger Pistol attacked in succession. In an instant, the dense attack was directed towards Shirazawa, and the Garp attack of Marine Rokushiki Vice Admiral S4 style incisively and vividly. Shirazawa Kami-e was still the same. Congratulations to the host Marine Rokushiki for upgrading to level 10. Marine Rokushiki in Baizi's mind was upgraded to level 10, the corners of his mouth curved, and he finally reached level 10. Marine Rokushiki has been upgraded to level 10, and Baizi's mind is also full of the ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki after the full level. Open black lens bracket fist bone meteorite close black lens bracket. Garp clenched his fist with his right hand, and the full-level armament haki burst out, exuding an extremely dangerous aura, which was enough to threaten Admiral, and was mixed with the blessings of Rokushiki and Moon Step, and the attack power was afraid that even Akainu all are different. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Esoteric, 6 Kings Spear. Fully mastering Marine Rokushiki, Baizi, with the mentality of trying, directly used the ultimate meaning, 6 Kings Grab, and suddenly bombarded with Garp. Loud bang tilde. With the two at the center, a cobweb-like crack spread out in an instant. 1 foot. 5 feet. 10 feet. 20 feet. ... The crack had already spread to 50 feet, and armament haki on the other side was pushed to the extreme, and Garp, blessed by Marine Rokushiki, didn't have the slightest stagnation, and immediately turned into a meteor and slammed into Marineford's city wall. It was abruptly embedded in it. Seeing this scene, everyone took a deep breath. Sengoku the Buddha stood up from his seat in a flash, and looked at Baizi, who was punched by Vice Admiral Garp, in disbelief. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth. 6 King Spears. That guy actually used Marine Rokushiki to such a situation. The ultimate mystery of the legendary Marine Rokushiki, this is just a theory summed up by their Marine. No one has ever resorted to it. Today, it actually appeared on a pirate. At this moment, Sengoku the Buddha, who is in this situation, really doesn't know what to say. The ultimate mystery that their Marine is proud of has been used by pirates. This is tantamount to another slap. Slapped in the face and slapped their Marine in the face. PFF sound. Garp broke free from the city wall, spit out a pool of blood, and his face turned pale. Today's battle, he was really happy, although he forced the blood out, but he did this for Marine enough. Ahem. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Essence. 6 Kings Spear. What? The theory can actually be practiced. Garp looked at Baizi again, and immediately had a new understanding. It might not be a bad thing for Ace and Luffy to befriend this person in the future. See Gaoi, what a powerful punch, my grandfather was knocked out. Luffy's eyes were bright, it was too powerful, is this the strength of Shanks' cadres? Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear. This guy is outrageous. Ace also swallowed his saliva, and was obviously shocked by the scene on the field. The Cadre Baizi who had rescued him was so strong, at least as strong as the deputy captain Beckman. Chapter 37 _ The Battle of the Top changes again. The ultimate mystery of Marine Rokushiki. Six Kings Gun. Can participate in the Marineford siege and suppression of Whitebeard and his party are the elite members of each branch of the Marine headquarters. They couldn't be more familiar with Marine Rokushiki. This ultimate mystery can be said to be the highest honor for Marine Rokushiki practitioners. No one has succeeded since Marine Rokushiki was created. Because, in order to use Marine Rokushiki, you must master and use Marine Rokushiki extremely skillfully, and it can be said that the conditions are quite harsh. The most difficult of all is the mastery of Kami-e. It can be said that in the entire Marine, it is estimated that it is difficult for one person in the 100,000 people to master it, let alone master it, and even use all Marine Rokushiki freely. This is why, since the creation of Marine Rokushiki, no one has ever used the ultimate mystery. It's not that it can't, but the conditions for the ultimate mystery need to be used, and the harshness is almost terrifying. This guy, how could it be? Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, bastard, how can this guy know our Marine's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear? This should be the symbol of our Marine, how could it appear on a pirate? Provocative, this is definitely provocative. Damn, this guy has played our Marine Rokushiki to such a degree. If this matter is known to the outside world, our Marine headquarters will definitely become the laughing stock of the world. Who is it? Who taught Marine Rokushiki to this nasty boy? I will tear him up. Baizi's ultimate Marine Rokushiki, Six Kings Spear, in an instant, hit the faces of more than 100,000 Marine elites like an invisible slap. That's a burning pain. Even the three parties who were fighting stopped when they saw Baizi's hand. Whether it's Akainu, Kizaru, or Kuzan, all eyes are full of surprise. No wonder they do, because even if they are outside of Marine Admiral, although they have mastered Marine Rokushiki, but for Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, Six Kings Spear, to be honest, they still have a long way to go. That Baizi used Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear. The seriously injured Whitebeard laughed and laughed at Sengoku. Sengoku, my old friend, I didn't expect it, it's really exciting, Marine thought. The proud Marine Rokushiki was not only fully mastered by little friend Baizi, but also used the ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear. Quote, the most important thing is that your legendary hero Garp was defeated by Xiaoyu Baizi with your proudest, Six Kings Spear. It's really cool, Whitebeard's wanton sarcastic laughter pierced the hearts of Sengoku and the more than 100,000 Marines like a steel thorn. Click. A crisp sound, the armrest of the chair beside Sengoku was immediately crushed into pieces, and his soaring anger stared at Whitebeard angrily. Damn. This old guy is still alive. Many Marines heard Whitebeard's voice, their lungs exploded with anger. They stepped on horses and exposed their shortcomings. Whitebeard was too shameless. However, the eyes of everyone in the pirate group under Whitebeard's that looked at Baizi all changed. Among the more than 10,000 prisoners who were rescued by Baizi from Impel Down, the eyes looking at Baizi were full of admiration and admiration. Fanaticism. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Esoteric, Six Kings Spear. Let me be darling, this guy turns out to be so strong, that's Marine's most proud trick. No wonder even Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu are under his command, so powerful, to be honest, they are really tempted. Among them, Baizi's subordinates, Kurostar and his party, looked at their captain, and they all jumped up with excitement. This is their captain, their Cadre. Motherfucker. Powerful. Invincible. Too strong. The ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki, Nyang Exipes, the wisest choice they made in their life was to voluntarily join the captain's boss Baizi's subordinates. Hey, the captain is amazing. It's so dick. When Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu stopped, they were stunned when they saw Baizi easily use the ultimate marine Rokushiki, 6-king spear. Of course, Fujitora Isho used observation haki. Both of them knew very well that they were not the captain's opponents, but they never imagined that this young captain could hide such a powerful means. To be honest, if the target of this hand is them, they are probably not much better than Garp, and even more embarrassed than him. At this moment, more than 10,000 eyes of Marineford all focused on Baizi, who suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates. It can be said that the entire chaotic battlefield was stopped because of Baizi's hand. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Clap 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 tilde. Right here, a crisp clapping sound came, followed by a stern voice, as expected of the kid who killed Jack. Mariner Okushiki's ultimate meaning, 6 kings spear tisk tisk, a good method tilde tilde. The voice fell, and 2 figures appeared in the field at an unknown time. The one who spoke was a man in black clothes, with a pair of black feather wings behind him, a knife hanging from his waist, and flames around his body. Next to it is a tattoo with the word Queen and the logo of the Beast Pirates on the right arm, and a mechanical arm on the left arm. These 2 people are none other than the other 2 disasters under the banner of the 4 Emperor Kaido of the Beasts, and each of them is stronger than Drought Jack. The one who spoke before was Yan Jahan, and the one next to him was Epidemic Queen. When the 2 appeared, there was even a riot in the field. That's, OMG, what did I see? Kaido of the Beasts, Fire and Plague, God, they're here for Baizi. Nyang Exipes, absolutely. That kid killed Jack of the Drought, one of the 3 plagues, before. Yeah, bah, the 4 emperors Kaido of the Beasts also intervened tilde tilde tilde. There are more than 100,000 pirates and marines in the Marineford field, and their eyes are all staring out. Not to mention the flames, they are the second-ranked queen of the epidemic. This person has been offered a reward of up to 1.32 billion Bailey by the Marine headquarters. These 2 are no less than 2 Marine Admiral. The situation is about to turn around again. Boy Baizi, if you have the guts to kill my smoothie sister, I will take your life today. The hot discussion about the frying pan started, another voice rang out from the side of the Marineford field, and suddenly everyone looked around. In the next instant, Chi-Chi took a deep breath again. 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, Desert 3 stars Katakuri and Cracker. The eyes of Marine and many pirates opened again, and the corners of their eyes were about to crack. The 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Also shot. Chapter 38 _ Sabo arrives and Akainu is captured. Marineford. In countless battlefields, the pirate marine stared blankly at the 4 people who surrounded Baizi. Ember, Plague Queen, Katakuri and Cracker are 2 desert stars. The twists and turns, Baizi, who had an advantage in the first place, became the most dangerous area in an instant. Fujitora Isho, Ryokugyu and Kuro Star saw this and hurried back to rescue. However, the 3 Akainu sneered at the corners of their mouths. Rescue? How is it possible? Obviously, although they were a little surprised that all 4 of them were present, one thing they could be sure of was that Baizi was dead today. All they have to do is simply not let the 3 of them go to disrupt. Fuck. Mad, Magma Boy, you are courting death. Ryokugyu, who wanted to get away to rescue, saw the monstrous magma appearing in front of him, and immediately went berserk, bang 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 bang, and started again with Akainu, Ryokugyu's endless anger sword. Fujitora Isho and Kuro Star on the other side received the same treatment. Gia, it seems that no one can save you. The queen of the epidemic with a bounty of 1.32 billion yuan, the corner of her mouth raised a sinister arc, and she looked at Baizi as if she was looking at a dead person. The 3 of Katakuri did not speak, but the action of blocking the quartet has already explained everything. This time they will definitely not allow this kid to live. Marco, all the subordinates, protect little friend Baizi, make sure to keep him safe. Whitebeard with wide-eyed eyes. In addition to anger, the old wound recurred, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and issued an order. Yes, Dad. Kill. Immediately Marco took the lead, turned into an undead bird, and attacked towards the flames of Jin, while Jin used armament haki with his backhand attached to the blade and slashed it. After a distance of more than 10 meters, it stopped. Go on, Cadre Baizi is the benefactor of our Whitebeard pirates, and he will try his best to protect him. Kill tilde. Marco was slashed by the fire disaster. Not only did not make the captain and members of the Whitebeard pirates flinch, but even more crazy. Instant, the war was raging, and all kinds of moves were slammed towards the Katakuri 4, and the 4 Katakuri were all scornful arcs of mouth. Open black lens bracket dragon's breath close black lens bracket. When the battle was raging, a figure appeared among the 4 at an unknown time, and it was revealed from the mouth. The suddenly appeared figure's arms and forearms were wrapped around the thick armament haki, and then the fists touched the ground, and then touching the ice surface with an inch strength 0 distance, he punched out instantly. All of a sudden. With this person and Baizi as the center, a wave of air swept away, and the ice surface beneath his feet collapsed and splashed like a dragon's breath. It's really lively here. The air wave dissipated, and a flat voice rippled out, and Ace Luffy, who heard this voice, followed his reputation. Sabo. You're not dead. Ace Luffy saw the young man appearing beside Baizi, although his face was more stable, but the 2 people who came to know him recognized at a glance that it was Sabo. Ace, Luffy, long time no see. Sabo showed his gentle Isho, but Sengoku the Buddha looked at Sabo with deep eyes. Second in command of the Revolutionary Army, I really didn't expect you all to come in this muddy water. As soon as Sengoku said this, more than 10 figures appeared around the 4 of Katakuri. Even Garp looked weird when he saw Sabo and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that kid. Sabo was sent. Ah tilde. It's him, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. Besides the Revolutionary Army dragon, the most dangerous person in my marine is him, that's right. The Revolutionary Army has come. This. Sabo had already appeared, and many people in the field recognized his identity. After all, Marine paid a lot of attention to the high-level officials of the Revolutionary Army. When Ace Luffy heard this, he stared at the familiar and somewhat unfamiliar Sabo with wide eyes. Second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Especially Luffy, staring at Sabo in the field with wide eyes. Sabo is Dad's subordinate. Luffy opened his mouth wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. He also learned from Ivankov that his father was the leader of the Revolutionary Army, and he never imagined that his childhood friend and sworn brother would be so great. Ace also looked at Sabo, who was killing all sides in the field, and intuitively told him that Sabo at this time was probably stronger than him. Sabo glanced at the 4 Katakuri around him, and waved to the dozen or so Revolutionary Army cadres he brought around. Even when the 4 of them were surrounded by Katakuri, his eyes swept over Baizi without a trace. Mr. Baizi is my Revolutionary Army. My friend, if you want to deal with Mr. Baizi, you must pass my Sabo level. Wow tilde. As soon as these words came out, everyone around took a deep breath. All eyes gathered on Baizi. What did they hear? Sabo, the Revolutionary Army is here for Baizi, the cadre of the red-haired pirate group. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army has reached some kind of agreement with the red-haired pirate? Gu la 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 tilde. Seeing the dozen or so revolutionary soldiers who surrounded Katakuri, Whitebeard laughed and looked at Sengoku sarcastically. I really didn't expect the dignified marine to collude with the 4 emperors. Tisk tisk, what an eye-opener today. Hardy Isho. Whitebeard looked at Baizi a little deeper. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that the red-haired temperament could not have anything to do with the Revolutionary Army, and the red-haired was disdainful because he had own paranoid pride. Based on this analysis, half of the cadres of the Revolutionary Army came to Marineford this time, I'm afraid. For Baizi. However, what Whitebeard couldn't figure out was what method Baizi used to get in touch with the perverted Gailong. This kid seems to have greatly underestimated his energy. Even Baizi was startled by Vivi. He didn't expect the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, Ace and Luffy's brother Sabo, to appear here, but this matter should have something to do with Koala. Don't worry, Mr. Baizi, leave these four to me. Sabo's posture is very good, because on the way back, he has a detailed understanding of Baizi's information. It can be said that Baizi gives him the same feeling as Long gives him, unfathomable. Thank you. Don't shoot, of course it's better. Said that, although Sabo's strength is not as high as that of Katakuri and the others, but among the more than 10 cadres he brought, the weakest are Sabo first level, and some of them are much stronger than Sabo, which is close to Marine Admiral's level. Obviously, although Sabo's strength is not the strongest among them, his prestige is definitely the highest. Without any fuss, more than a dozen cadres of the Revolutionary Army immediately fought with the four Katakuri. Magma boy, let me die. Roar resounded throughout Marineford, and with the roar, Ryokugyu slammed Akainu's mouth and smashed it to the ground, with terrifying combat power and the comprehensive ability of poisonous fruit. Next, the mighty Marine Admiral Akainu was defeated, like a dead dog, pulled by Ryokugyu's collar towards Baizi. Chapter 39 Killing Akainu, Sabo Opportunity. A bang. Ryokugyu went mad. With the blessing of poisonous fruit, his combat power was like a rocket, and Marine Admiral Akainu was severely injured by him. Even the ability of magma fruit could not be used. It was really Ryokugyu to be abused into a red dog. The change in Ryokugyu's battle circle immediately shocked everyone in the field. Kizaru on the other side dodged and directly exited the battlefield of Fujitora Isho. Kuzan also stopped. It is really Akainu's capture, the impact on them is too great. Not only Kizaru and Akainu, but also the four people who were planning to fight, Yanlin, Epidemic Queen, Katakuri, and Cracker, also kept a safe distance from more than 10 revolutionary troops, and be vigilant. Apparently Akainu's defeat also made them feel a little clueless in their hearts. Thinking of the first year of high school. Akainu Admiral got taken out by that big guy. Luffy's eyes were round, and he stared at Ryokugyu with adoring eyes. That man was so strong. Shichibukai, who fought against many pirate officials, also stopped fighting at the same time, and looked at Ryokugyu with fearful expressions. Even Akainu is no match for that guy. Shichibukai like them are even more dangerous. They came here because of their relationship with Marine, so they didn't have to work hard for Marine. Boom tilde, sound. Ryokugyu unceremoniously threw the dead dog like Akainu in front of Shirasawa, and then guarded Shirasawa like Fujitora Isho. As for the Kuro star, the three of them form a triangle and guard Baizi in it. In such a scene, the eyes of Yan Zanjin and Katakuri jumped. Obviously, their chances of winning against Baizi have been reduced to the extreme. They even had their lives in it. After all, both Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu have faint beyond the strength of Marine Admiral, plus these hateful Revolutionary Army cadres. After thinking about it for a moment, they came to the conclusion that in this situation, the chances of them succeeding in killing Baizi were almost zero. Captain, what should we do with Akainu? It's better to force him to evacuate. After all, the goal has been achieved. Kuro Star frowned and asked. After all, the purpose of their trip was to save Ace. As this. Baizi glanced at Akainu, who was lying on the ground with a sluggish breath, like a dead dog, and used his hand to defy gravity. When he was about to lift Akainu in his hand, he used the shock fruit and the gravity fruit in his right hand, and exerted force. With a bang. Akainu, one of the three admirals of Marine's headquarters, made countless pirates terrified. It was directly broken into pieces by Baizi, blood was dripping on the ground, and at the same time, there was a magma-colored devil fruit in Baizi's hand. This devil fruit is nothing but the magma fruit that separated from Akainu's body after killing it. Baizi's move shocked Kuro Star, and even Ryokugyu and Fujitora Isho were shocked. Meow, the captain is. On a horse, just kill Akainu. That's one of the 3 admirals in the Marine headquarters. If you say kill without even blinking your eyelids, it's crazy. Even Sengoku himself stared at the field with wide-eyed eyes filled with disbelief. Akainu was actually killed. Whitebeard never had a chance before, but now he was killed by this Baizi. Asshole. The loss of their marine is too great. Not to mention countless elites, even Admiral Akainu was killed. He couldn't accept this heavy result. Even Garp's mouth twitched. Motherfucker, this kid is really good. That kid Akainu kills him if he wants to kill him. Although he doesn't like Akainu, it's not enough to let him die. The whole world fell into a dead silence. Fujitora and the others were blinded, Whitebeard was stunned, Marine was dumbfounded, and the pirates' hearts were about to explode with excitement. 1 second, 10 seconds, half a minute. Baizi's eyes fell on Sabo, and he laughed. This time I will trouble you Revolutionary Army. And nothing else, I will give you this magma fruit. I believe that with the ability of magma fruit, this second in command of the Revolutionary Army is worthy of his name. After the plain words, Baizi threw his right hand, as if he threw an insignificant item, and landed in Sabo's hands accurately. Fujitora wait a moment. Whitebeard et al. Category 4. Countless marine pirates. Shit tilde. Fuck tilde. Who I am. Where am I? They are not dreaming. What have they experienced? Magma fruit. The magma fruit of Marine Admiral Akainu who was killed by Baizi was actually given away by Baizi. Do not know. This time, more than 10,000 people at the scene said they couldn't understand it. Such a powerful fruit, it can be said that it is the fruit that everyone present dreamed of. But now it has been handed out by Baizi like a gift. Meow, isn't it delicious to eat by yourself tilde? This. Are you sure you give me this? Sabo himself is more like a dream. He is extremely sure that it is the first time he and the Baizi in front of him have met, and the two seem to have nothing to do with each other. Why did he give himself such a big gift? For him, happiness really comes too suddenly. Of course. If you don't want it, I can give it to my crew. Baizeshao looked at Sabo, who was stunned and confused, and Sabo's expression was very rich at that moment. Yes, of course. When Sabo heard Baizi's conviction, he immediately protected the magma fruit, and without any hesitation, directly swallowed the magma fruit. Mr. Baizi, thank you very much. Today you not only saved my brother Ace, but also gave me a great opportunity. In the future, feel free to say hello wherever I need it. On the premise of not compromising the purpose of the Revolutionary Army, I can do anything for Mr. Baizi. Of course, Sabo will not enjoy such a great favor out of thin air, and he will make an oath now. As you wish. Baizi didn't refuse or agree. Originally, he did what he wanted, not with any kind of repayment mentality. Of course, if he had some intentions, he would have a closer relationship with the Revolutionary Army. As for Marine, Baizi doesn't care about it at all. Even if he doesn't kill Akainu, he and Marine will still be enemies of life and death in the future. After all, there was already the matter of Magellan, the warden of Impel Down. Sabo digested the newly obtained magma fruit, controlled his right fist and turned it into magma like Akainu. With such strength, Sabo felt that no one in the Revolutionary Army was his opponent except the leader, and his eyes could not help falling on Katakuri. For the four of them, their grasp of this task has increased by a few %. Chapter 40_Repel Blackbeard, Retreat After Break. The hot magma rose, and the surrounding temperature soared several degrees. Just holding the magma fruit at this moment is no longer Akainu, but has become Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army after the leader. Its combat power is also close to that of Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu. One dares to send, one dares to use. The scene between the two, as if the entire marine didn't exist, Sengoku almost spurted out every mouthful of blood. These two boys, arrogant. So arrogant. Baizi couldn't help but fall on the dead Katakuri with a gloomy forehead, and jokingly said, "Are the four of you waiting to kill me, Baizi? But think about it before you start, don't be your partner in hell. See? I've already killed one and don't care about another." The dull voice pierced the air and lingered, rippling in the ears of the four of Katakuri, one by one with chills on their backs, and their 12 trillion hairs stood upside down. They have no doubts about the authenticity of Baizi's words, because this guy can really do it. Katakuri narrowed his eyes and stared at Baizi for a long time. "Boy, don't be complacent. Wait until next time, Katakuri will definitely kill you to avenge my sister Smoothie." Fists clenched, Katakuri is tyrannical, but facing Ryokugyu who can solve Akainu and Fujitora Isho who is no weaker than Songyu Ryokugyu, and Baizi himself is also very strong, he can't guarantee that he can kill him. Then, he winked at Cracker, and the two wisely retreated. Blazing Ember and Plague Quinn. Seeing Katakuri retreat, Jin and Jin didn't even have the courage to fight Baizi to the death. They watched Baizi for a while, and the two left the battlefield silently like Katakuri. A while. In Marineford, there are only 5 teams left. The Marine Headquarters Elite, the Whitebeard Pirates, Shichibukai, the Revolutionary Army, and Baizi and his party. Although Baizi has 3 parties, the number is still less than 1/10 of Marine's. Compared with Marine's elite army of more than 100,000 people, they are still in a weak position. However, Baizi still killed Akainu, fearing that Marine would not let them go. Just when Katakuri and the others had just left, and when everyone's mood relaxed a little, Vivi hid in the dark, like a black-bearded teach in the shape of a poisonous snake. Finally got the timing and attacked Whitebeard with a thorn and a sneak attack. Although the plan was destroyed by that hateful Baizi, he still couldn't stop his determination to get the fruit of shock. And the moment when the defense was slack, it was his chance. In an instant, Blackbeard and many members of his temporary pirate group attacked and killed Whitebeard. The sudden change caught everyone by surprise. But here, Baizi smashed his fist into the direction of the Blackbeard Teach pirates. No one knew it, but he knew very well that this insidious Teach would definitely have a thunderous blow. Covers every inch of Whitebeard with observation haki on. With a punch, the dozen or so Teach people who were about to attack Whitebeard immediately were smashed and flew out with a bang. What? Impossible. How is it possible? Whitebeard clearly didn't use the shock fruit, just the air shock just now. Teach followed his eyes, and his eyes finally locked on Baizi, who had shown great power before, and his eyes were filled with suspicion. Empty shock. How could that kid make an air shock? Blackbeard, who was under the Whitebeard pirates before, knew too much about Whitebeard's ability to shake the fruit. Baizi, the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, used exactly the shake he had always dreamed of. The ability to shake the fruit. And it is precisely because of this reason that he has endured the humiliation for many years to gain the trust of Whitebeard, and finally realized today's plan step by step. At the last moment, when he was about to succeed, he discovered that there was someone other than Whitebeard who could make an air shock. Could it be? Seemed to think of something Blackbeard teach, and his face suddenly changed. Although there is only one devil fruit of each type, no one has proved it. Satich thought of a possibility, and it was immediately rejected. After all, that the possibility is almost nil. Teach found Baizi's attack. Of course, Whitebeard, who was most familiar with the Junjun fruit, felt it even more clearly. His eyes flashed brightly, and his eyes focused on Baizi again, and his eyes were full of surprise. It was just empty shock. That's right, little friend Baizi actually has the same air shock as himself. Okay, Teach, how dare you show up? A single blow. Marco Ace and many other captains immediately guarded the seriously injured Whitebeard and stared at Blackbeard, who had greatly underestimated the strength of this traitor. It is conservatively estimated that Blackbeard's combat power is at least the level of Ace and Marco. A large part of the reason for Ace's defeat before was because he underestimated the enemy. In a real battle in the circle, Ace may not necessarily lose. Captain Marco, Captain Ace, now is not the time to be impulsive. you bring Whitebeard to retreat first, I'll cut it later. Baizi didn't say much, and a dodge appeared directly in front of Marco Ace. Captain, we are with you. Kuro Star and Ryokugyu surrounded them together, and even the pirates on board were about to surround them. Baizi stopped immediately. You all retreat, I will come by myself. Little friend Baizi, did you just? The devil fruit is true. Whitebeard knows more about devil fruit than the average person. Combined with the previous situation, he got a piercing one for the first time. Answer. That's right, now is not the time to hesitate, you should withdraw first. Baizi gave Whitebeard a positive look, but Whitebeard's eyes flashed brightly, and he waved his hand without hesitation. Listen to little friend Baizi, everyone retreats, don't hinder little friend Baizi from making big moves. Quote. Dad. How can we withdraw? Cadre Baizi is very kind to us. I said retreat. Whitebeard couldn't explain it for a while, so he could only forcefully issue a retreat order, but the effect was very good. Although Marco and others had some doubts, they still retreated according to the order. Captain, you. Star of Kuro glanced at Shirasawa deeply, grabbed Ryokugyu and Fujitora, and whispered, Captain will be fine, Marine will suffer a big loss now, let's withdraw first and make room for the captain. That's, well. Fujitora Ryokugyu froze for a moment, then nodded and left the place. As for the other pirates of the red-haired pirates, of course, they saw the captain's operation just now, their eyes glowed, and they evacuated away excitedly, turning their heads from time to time. Looking at their captain, Gengham punched out Blackbeard Teach. Has the ability of the captain to shake the fruit has been used to such a terrifying situation, to kick back more than 10 people such as Teach with one punch. I am afraid that only Whitebeard can do it. Hee, I can't wait to see the captain now. Picture. When everyone sees the ability of the captain to use the shaking fruit, I don't know. How will they react? Hee. Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning chapter 41 to 60. Chapter 41 _ full level Conqueror haki, dry flip Sengoku the Buddha. Withdraw. With Whitebeard's order, although the hearts of many pirates are unwilling, they will not go against Whitebeard's wishes. For a time, many pirates who were in a fierce battle seemed to have heard the king's order and quickly retreated. The prestige that was forbidden was more decisive than Marine's, and they did not mix their emotions at all. Seeing that Whitebeard's prestige among pirates is so prosperous. Tens of millions of battlefields, many pirates pulled out one after another, turned around and ran towards the bay outside Marineford, evacuating Marineford at the fastest speed. Because this was Whitebeard's order, they had to do it in the shortest time possible. Because of this, many Marines who were fighting against the pirates were all stunned, because all the opponents in front of them disappeared and quickly evacuated. The second in command of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo, who had just obtained the magma fruit, gave a deep look at the White Sea, and immediately ordered to bring more than a dozen Revolutionary Army cadres who came, also withdrew. No matter the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, or the many Impel Down prisoners in the field, they all ran away from the Marine headquarters at a very fast speed and participated in today's top battle. They can boast at least a year, or even longer. Joke. As for why this is so, the reason is very simple, they have experienced a scene today that they will be unforgettable in their entire lives. Marine, Shichibukai under the king, Whitebeard of the Four Emperors, the other three elite cadres of the Four Emperors, and even the second in command of the Revolutionary Army came to the top of the chess game. Although such a monstrous battle, although I don't know if it will be the last, it is definitely unprecedented. And these are not the most important. Most importantly, Marine's headquarters, Admiral Akainu, was killed by the 14th cadre of the Red Hair Pirates. If this incident spreads out, Marine's majesty will definitely be wiped out. I am afraid that the word Marine will become a joke around the world for a long time to come. Marineford, at his doorstep, was killed by pirates. What kind of insult is this? If these pirates escape him again, they will be embarrassed by Marine. Everyone, give it to me. Be sure not to let White Z and Whitebeard leave Marineford. Whatever it takes. Sengoku the Buddha's eyes widened, and he immediately activated a golden Buddha statue that had regained its combat power. With one jump, he took the lead in killing Whitebeard. The matter had evolved to this point. He would never allow those two. The guy left Marineford, even if he slayed his life. Kizaru Kuzan frowned slightly, looking at Bai Z, who was on the opposite side of the bay, and his eyes were cold. If these pirates escaped here, they would also become a ridiculous joke as Marine Admiral. Kill. Seeing Sengoku and the two Admiral take action, the remaining more than 100,000 Marine elites screamed and slaughtered towards Marine. As for Doflamingo and the Hawkeye King Shichibukai, they looked at the field calmly. It looks like watching a play, and has no intention of shooting at all. After all, they have a mutually beneficial relationship with Marine, and they know very well that although Marine gave them the title of Shichibukai, they actually hate them more than ordinary pirates. As long as they get the chance, they will be destroyed immediately. It can be said that the relationship between these kings Shichibukai and Marine is both a friend and an enemy at the same time. Since then, they will naturally not be stupid enough to help the enemy deal with the enemy. Wouldn't it be better to watch from the wall, Snipe and Clam competing for the fisherman's profit? However, among the many Shichibukai under the king, only the female Emperor Boa Hancock looked strangely, and looked at Bai Z, who was in charge of the husband, with some worry. Not because Bai Z's haki captured her, but because she learned from the Fishman Revolutionary Army Koala, who also had Tenryubito slaves before. This man named Bai Z has a kind of Tenryubito brand on them. Removed potion. And this is the most tempting thing for the female Emperor Boa Hancock, which has always been her heart disease. Not just for her, but also for her two younger sisters, Sonia and Mary, who also bear the same slave mark as herself. King Shichibukai was pregnant with ghosts. Sengoku, who was leading the Golden Light Buddha, already had a huge golden palm, descending from the sky towards Bai Z, and slapped it on the head. The golden giant fist that contains Conqueror haki is even blessed by armament, and the pressure is so great. It can be said that this is the strongest state of Sengoku. Even Marine Admiral did not dare to take on its edge easily in the face of this move. And at this moment, Sengoku the Buddha no longer keeps his hand, and he doesn't dare to keep his hand any longer. Conqueror haki, I have it too. Bai Z murmured, looking at the giant palm that covered the sky falling from the sky. The corners of his mouth curled up, the full-level Conqueror haki burst out, and the soles of his feet slammed straight towards Sengoku the Buddha, who came in the lead. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth, 6 Kings Spears. The completely disproportionate golden palm and Bai Z, who pushed Conqueror haki to the extreme, slammed together fiercely. The next moment, the dark red Conqueror haki burst open, and the endless destructive power raged on the spot, and some nearby Marines and pirates were directly blown away. It is roughly estimated that there are thousands of people. After one blow, the golden body of the Dingtian Buddha turned into a golden cannonball in the sight of more than 100,000 horrified eyes, and shot towards the city wall of Marineford. With a loud bang, Sengoku the Buddha was directly under the hard steel of Bai Z and flew out. Was Kizaru and Kuzan, who rushed forward and stopped the offensive abruptly, with very rich expressions, staring at Bai Z, the young and outrageous boy, who was in charge of a husband, in disbelief. Pa, Conqueror haki, quote. The two murmured and stared at Bai Z with complicated expressions. This guy actually had Conqueror haki and took Sengoku's attack directly. Kizaru Kuzan was dumbfounded, Garp Crane and others were blinded, Shichibukai was blinded, Whitebeard, Ace Luffy, etc., even Fujitora and Ryokugyu. All were stunned by Conqueror haki's matchup on the field. Conqueror haki, whose destructive power is breaking the sky, Kurostar and a group of people who know Bai Z's Conqueror haki are also dumbfounded. How could it be? The captain's Conqueror haki is so tyrannical that it can be said to be close to their boss Shanks just by virtue of this kind of coercion. Especially those Marines and pirates who were overturned, got up from the ground in a daze, looking at Bai Z, who was still alone in the field, with their eyelids jumping wildly. This is Conqueror haki. How could it be that Conqueror haki is like the real Sengoku-sama, and he's the top existence? This guy, Conqueror haki. In addition to the red-haired Shanks, the red-haired pirates have another person who has awakened the existence of Conqueror haki, and the level of use is already so high. Ace's eyes flashed. This man is too strong, and his Conqueror haki is too weak compared to him. Luffy's eyes flashed and he was full of enthusiasm. As for Sabo, who got magma fruit, his expression changed when he looked at the disfigured field that was destroyed. Conqueror haki, Mr. Baizi really has it. What a terrifying combat power. Even Sengoku was punched away. Quote. Chapter 42 _ The legend turned out to be true. Conqueror haki. Coercive quadrupole. Baizi this one-handedly knocked Sengoku out. Seeing this, more than 100,000 marine elites were stunned for a moment. After recovering, they attacked and killed again. Various devil fruit abilities emerge in an endless stream, to say nothing of thousands of marine devil fruit abilities, instantly engulfed Baizi like locusts. That is at this moment. The corner of Baizi's mouth curved into an arc, and the previous right fist turned into a palm, and pushed it forward sharply. The next moment, like the previous scene of dealing with Teach, it was very similar to the thousands of marine fruit ability users on the opposite side. Bang 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 tilde. Bang 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 tilde. 10. 50. 100. Marine devil fruit users who rushed forward suddenly seemed to be bombarded by an invisible high barrier, and the next moment was extremely similar to the previous scene of Teach attacking Whitebeard. It's just that there were more than 10 people in Teach before, but now there are more than thousands of people in the field. Shocking fruit. This word popped into everyone's mind for the first time. Apart from the ability of Whitebeard's shake fruit, they really couldn't think of anyone else with this ability. Shake fruit empty shake. Can't go wrong. Sure enough Whitebeard was the first to react, staring deeply at Baizi, the young man who had been very kind to their pirates several times. Is really more than one of the same type of devil fruit. Decades ago, One Piece King of Pirates Roger told himself that he didn't believe it at that time, and boasted that if this was true, he was really looking forward to another one. Who would be the owner of a shaking fruit? And today, this person actually appeared. Junjangwo, this is. Dad is wrong, is it Baizi? How could it be possible that Dad's air shock ability was used by Baizi? Hey, shit, I'm not dreaming, it turns out. The legend turns out to be true. Baizi has the same shaking fruit as his father. I'm a jerk, it's a big deal, and it's a big deal now tilde. With such power, it is definitely on par with my father, such a terrible shock ability tilde. The pirates around Whitebeard stared dumbfoundedly at the arena, and Baizi's words just now came to their minds, and now they all understood. No wonder Baizi asked them all to evacuate. It turns out that this guy has the same shocking fruit as his father, which is incredible. Was Teach, who tried his best to approach Whitebeard. At this moment, Teach's eyes were round and round, and he couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. Shake the fruit. Actually, besides Whitebeard, there is another shock fruit, that kid, damn it. Why is that person not himself? Asshole. Blackbeard felt that his previous efforts were a joke. The strongest man in the world, the owner of the Junjun fruit, now. It turned out to be not one, but two. Damn, this guy, why is he so strong? About Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, Six Kings Spear, and this is also the most important reason why Blackbeard found out that Baizi had the shaking fruit, but didn't do it for a long time. And, on top of that, this guy has a top-notch Conqueror haki on him. After thinking about it in his heart, he found that he had no confidence in winning this person. As for the other side. On the Marineford city wall, Sengoku the Buddha, who had just struggled out, watched thousands of devil fruit people flying upside down in the air, and a pair of eyes shone with a chilling gleam, and the most abundant ones were rich to the extreme. Incredible. This is an air shock. The empty shock of the shocking fruit, how possible? The guy who used the ultimate mystery of marine rokushiki, actually has the same shocking fruit as Whitebeard. Sengoku, with his eyes wide open in astonishment, stared at Baizi, who had a relaxed face, and quietly, he saw the shadow of Whitebeard from the young man's body. On a horse. How could it become like this? The rumor turned out to be true, there is more than one devil fruit. But Whitebeard alone is enough to give them a headache. Now, there is another person with the same devil fruit ability as the owner of Whitebeard, and what is even more terrifying is that this guy also holds the ultimate mystery of their marine rokushiki. These two, coupled with the top Conqueror haki shown before, this person already has the qualifications to compete with the 4 emperors. Baga, damn it, is there a 5th emperor in the new world? How could this be? Kazaru Kuzan was also shocked at this moment. The top Conqueror haki owner also mastered their marine rokushiki ultimate meaning, 6 Kings Spear, and more importantly, this guy also has the same shocking fruit as Whitebeard. Baizi's empty-handed shock in front of him already explained everything. Koala, who was gathered with Sabo, blinked, staring blankly at the young man who had rescued him at sea before, while Koala covered her mouth with both hands and stared at Baizi in shock. Conqueror haki, Marine's ultimate mystery, and the same shocking fruit as Whitebeard. He is so amazing tilde. No wonder that guy chopped off an arm of Marine Admiral's replacement Chaton Tokikake with one knife, and the guy at the time had already kept his hands far away, otherwise. Now I am afraid that it is the Chaton Tokikake who is chasing him, and I am afraid that it has become the feces of the only son of the Sea King. Woo tilde. With the same ability as Whitebeard, I am afraid that it is really a shock fruit. It's hard to imagine that there are really more than one devil fruit. No wonder Mr. Baizi gave me magma fruit so generously. Sabo looked at the field, and then his eyes fell on Koala who was beside him. Koala, you have found us an extremely evil ally this time tilde. Ah, cough, this is it. Koala heard, dry cough Isho. She didn't know this guy was so powerful before, and now, with one hand, he has directly shocked more than 100,000 marine elites. It is really Whitebeard's shock fruit, the impact on them is too great. Fujitora Isho observation haki unfolded, just like Ryokugyu, staring at the field, his heart was filled with endless astonishment and surprise, the captain's strength. So terrifying. Many pirates such as Kuro Star and the red-haired pirates were all dumbfounded, almost biting off their tongues. Powerful. So strong. Too strong. It's only been so long, this guy's growth is already approaching their Captain Shanks like a rocket, it's too dick. Chapter 43 An accident happened. Invincible. This is everyone's evaluation of Baizi at the moment. Perhaps after this battle, it is very likely that this person in front of him has been tacitly regarded as the existence of the 5th Emperor of the New World. Above the walls of Marineford. Female Emperor, Boa Hancock, with beautiful eyes flashing with ripples, the man who is in front of him is undeniably too strong. Moreover, he was too daring. Before, in front of Marine, he defeated Garp with Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, 6 Kings Spear. After that, he decisively killed Akainu and gave the devil fruit to Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Conqueror haki and air shock, forced back Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and thousands of Marine Devil Fruit elite members. As long as this guy doesn't fall, his future achievements are limitless, and it is not impossible for him to become another One Piece King of Pirates after Roger. However, after this battle, under what conditions would she exchange the recovery potion from Koala's mouth? It is very likely that this is the only chance for her and her 2 sisters to remove the slave brand. Recovery potion, be sure to get it. Empress Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed, she held up her slender hands, and made up her mind to make a secret decision. Gu la 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 tilde. Good friend Baizi, well done. Seeing this, Whitebeard laughed heartily again, looked at Sengoku's livid face, and waved his hand. Everyone, listen to my orders, withdraw. Goo. With the hearty and thunderous laughter, it pierced the air and rushed to the sky, lingering over the entire Marineford. The laughter here, like a sharp knife, stabbed the Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and more than 100,000 Marine elites. Above the heart. Yes, Dad. Let's go tilde. Whitebeard's voice made many blood boil, and the adrenaline-rushing pirates howled and responded with their throats raised. Suddenly, countless terrifying cheers erupted. Hearing the countless laughter, Sengoku and the more than 100,000 Marine elites blushed and their lungs were about to explode, but none of them dared to go mad at Baizi, who was in charge of the opposite. Joke. I didn't see that this guy's Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, 6 Kings Spear even flew off Master Sengoku. If they go up, I'm afraid even that guy's top Conqueror haki can't resist, and it's not enough to deliver food completely. The power of one person has shocked the more than 100,000 Marine elites in Marineford, including Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. This move is absolutely outrageous and outrageous. If there is one person in Marine who is relieved, this person is none other than Sabo's godfather, Luffy's grandfather, Monkey D. Garp. At this point, it really came to an end. As long as Sengoku isn't stupid, he won't let the Marines pursue him, at least not when Baizi is present, because the ability to shake the fruit is too unbelievable. Originally, Whitebeard was seriously injured, but now Baizi has nothing to do. If this battle continues, the remaining elites in their marine will definitely suffer a catastrophic blow. Damn it, asshole. Sengoku's face was gloomy and horrifying. If ice can kill, Baizi at this moment has no idea how many times he has been killed by Sengoku's cold and ruthless eyes. This sudden appearance of Baizi is simply their Marine's nemesis. As early as before, their Marine headquarters paid attention to the successful Marine Admiral candidates Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, who had been recruited for a long time. They were recruited by him by mutiny on an island, and then Impel Down was overturned. The Warden Magellan was killed by Baizi, and more than 10,000 people were killed. The prisoners, including Jinbei Crocodile and others, were all released, and then their Marine Admiral candidate Chaton Tokikake was completely wiped out by this guy, and today, this guy turned the situation where they were in an absolutely dominant battle by himself. He killed all 3 of their Marines and Admiral on the spot. Not only that, but he and Garp both suffered from this guy, and just now, more than thousands of Devil Fruit elites were defeated. Is this guy really just the 14th cadre of the Red Hair Pirates? Why? Since taking over as Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku felt so powerless. Marineford, hundreds of kilometers of sea. The fierce battles that destroyed the sky and the earth broke out one after another, and the top fighting power of the 4 emperors broke out with a bang. Of course, neither Kaido of the Beasts nor Charlotte Linlin will fight to the death, but will do their best to contain the Redhead, making him unable to participate in the Battle of the Top. As for why the two shot at the same time, firstly, they thought it was enough to have their confidence in the Battle of the Top, and secondly, neither Kaido of the Beasts nor Charlotte Linlin was 100% sure to completely contain the red hair. After all, as long as Marineford was their Whitebeard dies, everything is their victory, and when the redhead is just fish on their chopping board, they can kill him anytime. Another reason is that the red-haired deputy captain Ben Beckman, although he is a deputy captain, although his combat power is weaker than the red-haired, but not too weak, this person is also a variable. The two people who have considered it comprehensively have reached an agreement, and this is the situation today. Ha ha ha, Redhead, wait for the good news from Katakuri and the others, your powerful subordinates and that Whitebeard are dead. Charlotte Linlin laughed up to the sky, looking at the redhead who was desperately trying to break through, indescribably happy. I didn't expect the deputy captain of the Red Hair Pirates to be comparable to the 4 emperors. I really underestimate you. Kaido of the Beasts looked at Ben Beckman opposite. Although he did his best to pay some price can kill Ben Beckman, but his combat power will definitely be greatly reduced after that. And if he kills Ben Beckman, the redhead will definitely go crazy, plus he and Charlotte Linlin are only cooperating on the surface. If she gives herself a knife at a critical moment, it will be bad. Although Kaido of the Beasts is big and has a bad temper, it doesn't mean he's a fool. Charlotte Linlin also knew what Kaido of the Beasts was thinking and didn't say much. After all, the two sides were not fighting to the death. In this room, Katakuri and Fire Calamity quickly approached from the direction of Marineford, and the two sides who were originally fighting also stopped. It's just that Ben Beckman was very embarrassed at this time, his face was pale, and it was obviously very difficult for him to stop Kaido of the Beasts with his strength. How about the battle at the top? Then Whitebeard and Baizi are dead. Kaido of the Beasts asked Yanjahan with a slightly condensed gaze. This. Blazing Ember and Plague Queen looked at each other. Vivi sighed, failed. Huh. As soon as Yan Beast said this, Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin, and even the red-haired Ben Beckman all cast a surprised look. Katakuri, what's going on? Charlotte Linlin's eyes gleamed coldly. Although Whitebeard was strong, he had always been ill and could not fight for a long time. After a fight like Marine's headquarters, the four of Katakuri did not kill him. Mama, calm down, this matter has changed. Seeing that Charlotte Linlin was about to get angry, Cracker took the lead and said, we all greatly underestimated the strength of the red-haired 14th Cadre Shirasawa and his subordinates. Shirasawa's subordinates, Fujitora Isho, Ryokugyu, and the star-named Kuro were able to Marine 3 Admiral contended, and the Revolutionary Army actually dispatched half of the cadres, led by Sabo, and rushed over, and... Speaking of this, Cracker couldn't help but see the image of Akainu being killed by Baizi in his mind. He couldn't help but feel cold at the backup level. That guy is definitely a lunatic. And what? Charlotte Linlin saw Cracker's horrified eyes. Her eyes narrowed slightly, making his Desert 3 generals look like this. She was curious about what happened on the top. The deputy captain Ryokugyu of Shirazawa seriously injured Akainu. Under the watchful eyes of all marine pirates and Shichibukai, Shichibukai killed Akainu and gave Akainu's magma fruit to Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. At that time, Sabo's combat power was comparable to admiral level. Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief and said what Cracker didn't finish. Kaido of the Beasts listened to Katakuri's words, and his eyes fell on Yanjajin, only to see Jin nodding silently, and the queen beside him also nodded with fear. On the other side, the red-haired and the others who heard the news were stunned for a moment, and then they were overjoyed. Chapter 44_Awakening Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, Whitebeard critically ill. Four Emperors Confrontation, Above the Sea. Seeing Jin's nodding, Kaido of the Beasts' eyes flashed, and he asked the most concerned question, how about Whitebeard? Whitebeard's old injury recurred, and he was attacked by Akainu. He was severely injured in the penetration of Hunko. As expected, he should be dead soon. Jin thought of Whitebeard's injury and the penetration of Hunko. It is very likely that he will fall out of the ranks of the four emperors next. Oh, it seems that Whitebeard is the one who held off a lot of pressure. What a nasty boy. Kaido of the Beasts heard Whitebeard's mouth piercing through, and he couldn't help but feel a little more balanced, which was considered a gain. I really didn't expect that this time even the Revolutionary Army has taken action, and half of the cadres have also been dispatched. That Baizi doesn't seem easy. Kaido of the Beasts certainly knew the redhead's temperament, and he would definitely not contact the Revolutionary Army. Except for the red hair, I am afraid that it was Baizi who contacted him unilaterally. It's just that he couldn't think of the conditions under which the kid could persuade the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, to dispatch half of the cadres. Not only he couldn't understand it, but even the red-haired Shanks and others couldn't understand why Baizi let the Revolutionary Army dispatch half of the cadres, knowing that half of the cadres were no less than the most senior members of any of their pirate regiments. Strong combat power. Such a move is definitely a big deal. And Baizi gave the magma fruit that killed Akainu to Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. If you say that there is no relationship between the two parties, a fool would not believe it. It was also at this moment that the Red Hair felt that the distance between Baizi and their Red Hair pirates was getting farther and farther. Perhaps the day when Baizi and the others left the pirates was not far away. The many cadres and members of the ship behind the Red Hair were dumbfounded, and their horrified complaints rose up. "I'm not dreaming, am I? Baizi he actually killed the Red Dog Akainu, one of the 3 Marine admirals. Could he be the undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army who broke into our pirate group? But he doesn't look like it at all. It's amazing, it's amazing. I didn't expect that Ryokugyu's subordinate from Baizi would be able to defeat Admiral Akainu. Tisk tisk, how long has it been? Baizi has grown to a point that we can't reach ... Proud, emotional. All kinds of emotions, etc., stirred up in the hearts of many cadres and members of the pirate group for a while. The corners of the red-haired mouth also twitched, and the invisible Conqueror Haki, who was well controlled by him, rose vigorously, heading straight for Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin. Haki sighed, "Hee, how are you two? Do you want to fight again?" The provocation in his words is full of provocation. What about the 4 emperors? He is not afraid of red hair. Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin obviously didn't pay attention to the redhead's provocation. Kaido of the Beasts snorted coldly. "Let's go." The purpose of delay was achieved. Kaido of the Beasts issued an order, and the cooperative relationship with Charlotte Linlin ended, and the state of their own affairs was restored again. After a while, Kaido of the Beasts disappeared in the sea. "Redhead, the 14th Cadre who sued you, since he has the guts to kill my Charlotte Linlin's daughter, one day, I will take his head." After a ruthless remark, Charlotte Linlin returned to her own territory with her subordinates Katakuri and Cracker. As for the remaining red-haired pirates, they fell into an unprecedented boil. Whitebeard and his party leaving Marineford. Peef tilde cough tilde cough tilde. As Yan Calamity had expected, the old injury recurred, coupled with the high-intensity battle, and Akainu penetrated the Hungarian mouth. It can be said that Whitebeard's body was already riddled with holes, and the terrifying holes in the Hungarian mouth made people shudder. Marco Ace and other captains looked even more sad. Because they clearly felt that Whitebeard's vitality was fading fast, and they were afraid that their father would not be able to support it for long. Ding! The host Marineford showed great power, fought Garp Sengoku, and awakened Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Note: the devil fruit provided by this system is immune to water and sea stone. Quote. Ace and his party were worried about Whitebeard. The sound of the system sounded again in Baizi's mind. Bring up the properties panel. Name: Baizi. Age: 19. Abilities: /LV10, Conqueror Haki LV10, Armament Haki LV9, Observation Haki LV8, Marine Rokushiki LV10. Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit LV9, Gravity Fruit LV8, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit LV1. Items: Restoration Potion X18, Demon Pact X5. In this battle of the top, Baizi is undoubtedly the biggest winner. The levels of various abilities are swish, except that the Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, he just got is level 1, and all other abilities are the lowest. Is level 8. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. This is Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit by Enel. Unexpectedly, the third awakened fruit turned out to be the strongest Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, in Logia. Although Enel was defeated by Luffy on Sky Island, Enel's development of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, was obviously superficial, and he encountered a rubber fruit capable of being immune to lightning, and was defeated by luck by Luffy. Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is the strongest fruit in Logia. Its abilities are completely different from those shown by Enel, and Enel did not master Armament and Observation Haki. If he had mastered 2 abilities at that time, I am afraid that Luffy only had Suspended. Although Baizi's Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is only level 1, but under the combined effect of Conqueror Haki, Armament Haki, and the Shaking Fruit and the Gravity Fruit, its power has soared exponentially. For example, when Baizi is in the state of using Marinaro Kushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear with the power of thunder and lightning of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, the picture. Absolutely beautiful. Mention Luffy. Even Luffy, who drove 1234 gears, was under Baizi's hands, and he was also abused. It can be said that with the appearance of Baizi, Luffy's protagonist Halo was suppressed in darkness, just like this war on the top. The original protagonist should be Luffy, but now it has become Baizi abruptly. If it weren't for Baizi's shot this time, not only Whitebeard, but also Ace would be killed. PFF. Just when Baizi was about to investigate the Devil's Contract, the students of 2 came to his ears, followed by exclamations of panic. Dad. It's okay, Dad. Hold on, the ship doctor will come and see Dad. Whitebeard's injury was in his eyes again, and the blood that Hunko had stopped flowing out again. The scene was very bloody, and the gathering on the deck had already become a stream. Forget about it. Baizi, who had finally changed the outcome of the Battle of the Top, couldn't let Whitebeard die so easily. He couldn't help but think of the magical recovery potion. If it was used on Whitebeard at this time, it was estimated that the injury could be healed to the greatest extent. When he thought of it, he did it, and Baizi walked in the direction of the bleeding Whitebeard. Chapter 45_Ace Vows, Pirate Queen Hancock arrives. Moby Dick. There was chaos on the deck at this moment, and Ace's eyes were full of tears, full of regrets. This matter all started because of him, but now he can't do anything. The deep sense of powerlessness made him wish that the wound fell on him. Hurry up and bring Whitebeard into the house, I may have a side that can be useful. As soon as Baizi said this, Marco, Ace and the others lit up, especially Ace, who had going under the man's knees and knelt down in front of Baizi. Mr. Baizi, if you can save Dad, I will see as willing to be a bull and a horse for Mr. If you violate this statement, people and gods will be outraged. Quote. He's not dead yet, and he doesn't have any expressions. I can't guarantee anything if you delay your father. Shenyi glanced at Ace and said to Marco, Jozu and others. Hearing Baizi's remarks, Marco's many captains dared to delay, and carried Whitebeard into the room at the fastest speed, and then everyone except Whitebeard was blasted out of the room by Baizi. If they hadn't trusted Baizi, they would be really worried that this guy would poison their father at this time. On the deck, Ryokugyu and Kuro Star look at each other. After realizing something, the two of them couldn't help but imagine the scene of Kuro Star and the Revolutionary Army Cadre Koala taking the special medicine. Looking at the room on the Moby Dick again, the eyes of the two were full of anticipation. To know. During this time, the person Baizi healed was the strongest man in the world, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. In this world, there are countless people who want Whitebeard to die. Marco, Ace and the others looked at the direction of the room with worried expressions. Although Baizi said that it could be cured, they had no idea in their hearts. In the room. Looking at Whitebeard, who was breathing in more and breathing less, Baizi flipped over a bottle of medicine in his right hand, and immediately gave it to Whitebeard. Then, a strange scene appeared. The original vitality of Whitebeard had dissipated, and a heart pounded vigorously again, and his pale face also flushed the most. Even the viscera of Hung's mouth burned by Akainu was wriggling and regenerated at this moment. Whitebeard's mouth finally recovered completely, and his pale complexion was now flushed. The original Whitebeard's old wounds were completely removed by this recovery potion. Whitebeard looks more than 10 years younger than before. The rhythm has changed for a long time. Sometime. Whitebeard's closed eyes moved, his eyes opened quietly, he sat up and looked at his mouth subconsciously, because he found that the pain from his mouth had disappeared. And that's not all, many of his faults have been well suppressed, and even now he feels that he is back when he was young. My body. Whitebeard's Whitebeard's eyes swept across the room, and finally fell on Baizi, who was the only one. Little friend Baizi, this is me, you saved me. Whitebeard couldn't believe what he was seeing. I'm totally fine. Marco, Ace and the others are all in a hurry, let's go out. The corners of Baizi's mouth curled up, and sure enough, the recovery potion did not disappoint him, such an ability is too enchanting. A little. The quiet room, at a certain moment, the door opened with a squeak. It is really hard to imagine what the future of this pirate group will be if they die. If the 4 emperors attack one day, they will be very difficult to withstand. But, well now, I'm fully recovered. Dad, how are you? Hung's mouth, healed. It turned out to be really good, a genius doctor. Mr. Baizi is a genius doctor ... Many worried cadres and crew members around, tears of excitement came out one by one, and they were so moved. Plop ... Ace didn't say a word. In addition to being excited, he immediately knelt down on one knee again. Mr. Baizi, you saved Dad. If it wasn't for you before, my Ace's life would have been lost, and my Ace's life will be yours from now on. Yes. Such a real man scene. Whitebeard's eyes are full of relief. As early as when Baizi rescued Ace before, he had already decided that no matter whether he was alive or not, he would let Ace leave his pirate group and turn to Baizi. Intuition tells him that Baizi's future achievement as emperor is just his starting point, and his achievements are even greater than Ace's father Roger. And he, being able to become the 4 emperors is already his pinnacle. Dad, Ace wanted to say something, but tears were already flowing. But in this room, Whitebeard looked like a kind old man, without the haki appearance of the 4 emperors at all, and said earnestly, good boy, I understand what you say. Follow your heart. Baizi is a good captain. He is more suitable for One Piece King of Pirates than me. Only he is more suitable for you. Listening to Whitebeard's words, everyone present was shocked. Nice captain. Better to be One Piece King of Pirates than him. My God, the strongest man in the world, actually said such a thing. If this word spreads out, I am afraid it will shock the whole world. Dad, I'm sorry, Ace is unfilial. Immediately, Ace buckled 3 heads at Whitebeard. That night, the group got quite drunk on the pirate ship Moby Dick. It was also in this room that an uninvited guest took a boat and came to Whitebeard's pirate ship. Stop, what? Female, Empress Boa Hancock. No, the enemy attacked, the Queen Shichibukai. Empress Boa Hancock is here. A sound that pierced the air lingered over the entire Moby Dick, and could not be subdued for a long time, and immediately the entire Moby Dick was blown up. Even Baizi and the others who were celebrating on the deck were all startled. Concubine, I didn't disturb everyone's yaxing. The king, Shichibukai, shot the captain of the pirate group, the Queen Boa Hancock, a peerless beauty known as the Pirate Queen, who came to Whitebeard's Moby Dick at night. Whitebeard, your injury. Hancock hasn't finished what he said before. Just seeing that Whitebeard was so badly injured during the day and is now intact, is it the kind of recovery potion that Koala said? Thinking of this, Hancock's beautiful eyes brightened even more. Goo la 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 . It's just a small injury, how could I have no choice? Seeing that Hancock was not murderous, Whitebeard had long promised that Baizi would not tell this matter, and Isho turned to the topic. So that's the case, then congratulations to Whitebeard's recovery from his serious injury. Because of his status as Shichibukai under the king, I still look to Hihan for offending everyone. Hancock's sweet voice rang out, everyone was stunned, and then heard Hancock's voice again, the purpose of getting up and coming this time is for Mr. Baizi. Mr. Baizi, can you move on and talk about it? The polite Hancock just finished his words, and everyone's eyes fell on Baizi. But the corner of Baizi's mouth is curved. Is this woman still here? Chapter 46 _ Demon Contract. User Empress Hancock. Moby Dick, a room somewhere. Under the deep eyes of Ryokugyu and Marco, the two entered the room. Mr. Baizi, your concubine is taking the liberty to come here, you won't be surprised. Originally, Boa Hancock had some doubts about Koala's words, but when the party saw the appearance of Whitebeard, who was seriously injured in the war, the Empress Hancock believed it. Moreover, other than Baizi, she couldn't think of anyone else in the entire Whitebeard pirates who had this ability. The famous Shichibukai Black Thief Empress. I won't ask me to ask about Whitebeard's injury. Looking deeply at the peerless beauty of the pirate empress in front of him, Baizi couldn't help feeling that she deserved it. As for the purpose of her coming, Baizi also guessed 7 or 8 points, thinking that Koala and Hancock, who were both slaves of Tenryubito, had a good relationship. Boa Hancock saw that his proud beauty did not change much to Baizi, so he could only clarify his intentions. To be honest, this concubine is here for something. Really, Tilda? Then I don't know why the Empress came here. Baizi was very clear in his heart, but asked with a pretentious expression on his face, fearing that this Empress was branded as a slave of Tenryubito. Sure enough, the Empress's next words confirmed Baizi's guess in a very real way. Hearing about Baizi's situation, Empress Hancock's beautiful eyes flickered. And after struggling for a while, her eyes became firm. My concubine is definitely here with sincerity, and I hope Mr. Baizi can keep the words of my concubine a secret. You can choose not to say it. Baizi glanced at the Empress across from him. To be honest, if she knew that she hadn't gained her confidence, she would have kidnapped him long ago, so why would she be beeping here? Don't forget that the girl in front of you is the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates. One of the Shichibukai recognized by the government, and the Queen Boa Hancock. Baizi is not a fool. He has already understood everything about the Empress Hancock's mind. It can be said that since the Empress came to the Whitebeard pirates, he knew what the Empress was going to do. Hancock. As the pirate queen, Shichibukai under the king, she has never been treated like this. If it wasn't for Baizi who was in front of her, she didn't have the confidence to defeat her, and she really wanted to turn it into a stone. A slight sigh of relief, after stabilizing her mind, the Empress, Boa Hancock, for the first time, told another person other than the third sisters their biggest secret. This matter started more than 10 years ago. Listening to the narration of the Empress Hancock, Baizi understands that the general trend is similar to the original plot, but since then, Boa Hancock and the current Revolutionary Army Cadre Koala have forged a deep friendship, and they have been inseparable before parting. Immediately play the role. This life will definitely overthrow Tenryubito and make him pay the price. After talking about the biggest secret in his heart, Hancock couldn't help feeling very at ease, as if he had found some outlet. The dignified Empress, she was actually a slave of Tenryubito when she was young. If this matter were known to the world, it would probably cause quite a stir. My concubine believes that Mr. Baizi will not do this. As long as he can get Mr. Baizi's recovery potion, he is willing to do anything for Mr. Baizi. Long before he came, Hancock had planned for the worst. The trip is for himself and his 2 sisters, so that they can truly get rid of the shadows and live under the sun in the future. This is not surprising for a woman who had long lived in the shadow of Tenryubito's slave brand. 3 recovery potions. Lady Empress thinks you have any bargaining chips in exchange. Hearing Baizi's words, Hancock's beautiful eyes narrowed. What he cared about was not what chips to exchange, but he actually knew that he wanted 3 recovery potions, not 1, nor 2. Is it? Suddenly, Empress Hancock stared at Baizi with surprised eyes. Does this guy know that his 2 younger sisters also have the Tenryubito brand, and he didn't mention them just now? Don't be surprised, you and your 2 sisters bear the Tenryubito brand, I know. Hearing Baizi's confession, the female emperor's eyes changed when she looked at this man again. This was the biggest secret in her heart, but the person in front of her knew everything. How could this be possible? Could it be Koala? It's just that with the relationship between the 2, she won't betray herself. For a time, one possibility after another appeared in Hancock's mind, but in the end, it didn't make sense. It's not impossible to want 3 recovery potions, but your Empress, Boa Hancock, has to promise me a condition. Boa Hancock is a rare talent. If he can be brought under his command like Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, it will affect the future situation. Definitely another big help. Really? What conditions? Hearing that Baizi gave himself 3 recovery potions, Hancock's beautiful eyes filled with joy. It's simple. Baizi looked at Boa Hancock meaningfully. I'm short of manpower now, you can be my subordinate. As soon as this statement came out, the pirate Empress Boa Hancock on the opposite side fell silent, as if he was weighing something, and Baizi didn't urge him. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. It lasted for 10 minutes, and finally the Empress, tangled expression returned to decisiveness and determination again, and nodded heavily, okay. However, if the Amazon Lily Kingdom encounters an irresistible disaster one day in the future, you have to help us through the crisis. Empress Hancock pondered over and over again, but agreed to Baizi's excessive demands. The biggest reason for this was that the man in front of him had the qualifications to make him his subordinate, and he also had the strength to protect his kingdom. Before the war, she would have thought about it for a long time, but now she doesn't need it at all, because this man Conqueror haki, Marinaro Kushiki's ultimate meaning and the shocking fruit, etc. All are reasons to convince her. Yes, since you are my subordinate, then your power is my power, and your enemy is my enemy. I, Baizi, will take over together. The plain voice resounded in the heart of Empress Boa Hancock, as if a thunderous explosion made her beautiful eyes flicker, especially Baizi's last sentence, your enemy is my enemy, and I will take over with Baizi. This guy said this when he knew that his enemy was Tenryubito, really. But at the same time when Empress Boa Hancock was full of gratitude, Baizi finally used it to trigger the devil contract for the first time. That's right, it is the demon contract similar to the recovery potion in Baizi's items, and this contract is another trigger. That is, the target to be used must be people who are convinced or have a good impression of Baizi, so the use of the demon contract can only be used to maximize. As for the direct use of the demon contract, it is not bad, but the effect will be greatly reduced, and it is obviously the most appropriate to use a demon contract for the female Emperor Boa Hancock. Chapter 47_Subordinate Empress, The Mind of Hexia Jinbei. Congratulations to the host demon contract to lock the female Emperor Boa Hancock successfully, the contract level is perfect. Perfect level demon contract. The contracted person has 100% loyalty to the host, and everything will be centered on the host, and the contractor can sacrifice everything, even life, for the host. Note, the demon contract will not change being cast. The character, the way of doing things, everything exists in the subconscious of the contracted person. Quote. Knowing the function of the perfect demon contract, the corners of Baizi's mouth twitched. With such a connection, it can be said that the female Emperor Boa Hancock at this time is more reliable than Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu. It's strange, why do I feel like my attitude towards this guy has changed? Boa Hancock, for some reason, felt that there was some kind of wonderful connection between himself and Baizi, as if his status in his heart had risen a lot. The role of the perfect demon contract emerges. But this is just the beginning, and as time goes by, the role of the demon contract will gradually strengthen, and eventually it will reach the perfect level demon contract, which can sacrifice everything for Baizi. This is 3 recovery potions. After using it, the so-called Tenryubito's slave brand will be self-defeating. The demon contract was successfully bound, and Boa Hancock became the only one who could believe it 100%. If this matter is known to the outside world, what kind of uproar will happen? Concubine, thank the captain. Boa Hancock's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement and joy, and he hurriedly straightened his posture and bowed to thank him. Well, if that's the case then let's go out. The matter is over. Baizi, who waved his hand, raised his foot and walked towards the door, leaving behind the Empress Boa Hancock, holding the recovery potion in his hand tightly, and swearing in his heart that he will repay the captain as much as possible in the future. Dot 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 dot. A quarter of an hour later. Peef tilde cough tilde cough tilde. What? Shichibukai Empress Boa Hancock has joined us. This. Captain, are you sure? My god tilde tilde tilde. Star of Kuro stared at Hancock, the pirate queen of Shichibukai under the king, with wide-eyed eyes, because these words came from her mouth, and he was extremely sure that he listened carefully to every word. Absolutely right. Click tilde. Crack tilde crack tilde 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 tilde. Dozens of sounds of wine glasses being shattered resounded in my ears. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates, including Whitebeard, and Fujitora Isho Ryokugyu were also shocked by this news. Pirate Empress Hancock joins by Z. What kind of earth-shattering news is this? Completely beyond their understanding. Ace is even more brilliant. Is this the biggest benefactor of his life? In an instant, dozens of eyes on the entire deck gathered on Baizi and Shichibukai Boa Hancock, the pirate queen. 1 second. 10 seconds. 1 minute. Goo la 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 tilde. Whitebeard, who was the first to react, laughed up to the sky, looked at Hancock, the Empress, and said with a smile to Baizi, "Little friend Baizi is amazing. I don't know that old guy Sengoku learned that Boa Hancock, the pirate Empress of Shichibukai, was hired by you. Commander, what's your expression? It must be very exciting, ooh." The hearty laughter full of pride pierced the air and lingered in every inch of the Moby Dick. There was no denying that this was the happiest night of his life. Facing Whitebeard's hearty smile, Empress Boa Hancock took a sip of her wine gracefully and smiled without saying anything. She obviously did not take this joking remark to heart. The star of Kuro pinched his thigh fiercely, and the unparalleled sting made him shudder. This pain, really. It is true. Hancock, one of the pirate queens of Shichibukai under the 9 Snakes and Black Thieves, is going to work with him, and will become a close comrade in arms in the future. A time. Kuro's star feels like he's dreaming. That's the King Shichibukai. Taken by their captain, Tisk Tisk. It's hard to imagine that such an existence was a trainee on a red-haired ship just like him not long ago. The world of the evil genius is not something that ordinary people like him can understand. A while. This news spread like wildfire, spreading to the ears of the Whitebeard pirates, Baizi, and some pirates who had not left. No doubt, it was like water droplets splashing into a frying pan, instantly boiling. Hey, did you hear that Boa Hancock is going to join the Baizi Cadre's ship? Boa Hancock, the Shichibukai pirate queen. How is that possible? It's true, on the Whitebeard Moby Dick, they were celebrating, and I saw Boa Hancock, the queen, in the distance, and they were talking and laughing. I'm afraid it's really possible. I saw Hancock and Baizi enter the room on the Whitebeard pirate ship before. Could it be? The pirate queen was captured by Baizi Cadre. That can't be right. For a time, the expressions of many pirates changed greatly, and thousands of eyes turned to Whitebeard's main ship Moby Dick. Among the many people, there is a Shichibukai who is also the king. His eyes are flickering. I don't know what he is thinking. This person is none other than the one who was rescued by Baizi from the 6 underground levels of infinite hell in Impel Down, Shichibukai, Hexia Jinbei, who is like the female Emperor Boa Hancock. That's right, it's him. Speaking of which, although he and Boa Hancock have nothing to do with each other, they become Shichibukai, the king of mutual benefit with Marine, and their starting point is very similar. Boa Hancock is for the Amazon Lily Kingdom behind him, and Jinbei is for his hometown Fishman Island, all relying on Marine as their backing, seeking their shelter. Only in this way can they survive in a chaotic world like the New World. After all, if the 4 emperors and the others launch a charge, their country and hometown will be occupied in an instant, and then they will lose their country and hometown. Boa Hancock, she actually decided to join Baizi's command and seek asylum tilde tilde. Jinbei looked in the direction of the Moby Dick and fell into contemplation. If it was before the war, he might not have considered this aspect, but now the situation is different. With the development of Baizi's team, especially his super strength, it may not be long before he will become the 5th emperor of the New World. At that time, he will be completely qualified to compete with the 4 emperors. Thinking of a certain possibility, Jinbei's eyes gleamed brightly. Although the contact time was not long, he still had some understanding of Baizi's person. It might be a good choice to entrust the future of Fishman Island to him. Charlotte Linlin, who now controls and threatens Fishman Island. The most important point is that he publicly executed Ace for Marine and fell out with Marine. This King Shichibukai is estimated to have done it. He must find a backer in the shortest time, otherwise the future of Fishman Island will be worrying. Thinking of this, Jinbei, who was full of brilliance, his eyes became concentrated, and he looked in the direction of the Moby Dick again, and he already had a decision in his heart. Chapter 48_Baizi was appointed, and the pirates were established. The next day. The sky is clear, the sea is rippling. A lot of waves were rolling under the fluctuation of the tide. Whitebeard and his party drove the Moby Dick to say goodbye to Baizi. After all, the war caused such a big stir, and there were many forces within their jurisdiction. In particular, Whitebeard and his party slapped Marine hard with Baizi. Marine would not suffer such a big loss in vain. After sending Whitebeard away, Star of Kuro looked at Ace and the Empress Boa Hancock not far away, and couldn't help but sip his lips, filled with emotion. There are 2 more monsters on their ship. The captain of the 2nd Division of the original Whitebeard pirates, Ace they rescued in the war on the top, and the other is even more incredible, Boa Hancock, the pirate queen of Shichibukai. If you add Fujitora Isho Ryokugyu, and yourself, the overall combat power can be said to be not weaker than the 4 emperors. Even if it is worse, it is not much worse. Captain, let's go next. Kuro looked back with emotion, and asked Baizi, but before he could finish speaking, a voice came from a small boat not far away. Mr. Baizi, please stay. This remark directly interrupted Kuro Star's words, and everyone on the Baizi boat looked over and saw a familiar figure. This figure is none other than Jinbei, who made the decision last night in the tangle, Hexia Jinbei. King Shichibukai, Jinbei. Another King Shichibukai tilde. Jinbei's appearance immediately attracted Kuro Star and others. Only the Empress Hancock raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at Jinbei deeply, suddenly thinking of this person's situation. The corner of her mouth couldn't help raising a radian. Oh, Your Majesty Shichibukai Jinbei. Baizi looked at Jinbei with interest and said with a smile, the cooperation between you and me ended after the war on the top, and now you are free. Baizi also guessed 7 or 8 points about the purpose of Jinbei's visit. As for the purpose, it should be similar to that of Boa Hancock. I'm afraid it is because of Fishman Island. Mr. Baizi, Jinbei, are willing to join your command, may I? Jinbei, who had already made up his mind, went straight to the topic, but Jinbei's words shocked Ace and Kuro Star and others. Jinbei. This king, Shichibukai, is rushing to join Hakuzawa's team. Seeing Baizi's frown slightly, Jinbei clenched his fists and bit his silver teeth, the blue veins on his forehead bulging, and sincerely pleaded, to be honest, when I heard that Ace was publicly executed by Marine, I was impulsive. I went to the Marine headquarters and wanted to have a theory, but they were locked in the 6th floor of the Impel Down Infinite Hell, and even after the war on the top, Marine and I had already broken up, so I had to do it in the shortest possible time. Looking for a supporter in time, a supporter who can shelter and preserve my hometown, Fishman Island. Quote. Jinbei didn't hide anything. He told all the reasons why he joined Baizi, and after hearing Jinbei's story, Kuro Star and others inexplicably felt a little sympathy for Jinbei. In the eyes of outsiders, Shichibukai under the king is very beautiful, but they are the enemies of Marine and the pirates. The suffering, only they themselves know. Shichibukai is also the king. I can understand his situation, why don't the captain give him a chance? Boa Hancock pondered for a while, and said aloud, of course, the main factor she considered was Baizi's interests are the main thing. After all, the influence of the demon contract is very powerful. which even Boa Hancock himself has not discovered. In her opinion, this is a matter of course. Hearing this, Jinbei couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Boa Hancock. After all, there are very few people who can speak for him at the moment. Empress Boa Hancock taking the lead, Ace, who has a trace of guilt, and Kuro Star and others on the side also echoed. A little later, Bai Zi, who pondered for a few breaths, locked the demon contract to Hexia Jinbei again, pretending to be reluctant. Okay, if that's the case, then you can stay. However, let's face it, I can promise you to protect Fishman Island, but if one day I find out that you betrayed me, I will personally take action and solve you. Don't blame me then. Face was frosty, but his heart was Vivi Isho. Another Shichibukai came under his command. At the same time, the demon contract was successfully bound. Just like Boa Hancock, Jinbei joined his team after her second King Shichibukai. Glancing over the growing team, Lang Ran said, "Take advantage of today, assign the cadres on board. Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu are the two vice-captains of the team, and they will be the captains in my absence." Hearing Bai Zi's words, Ace Kuro Star and others nodded silently. There is no need to question the strength of the two. They both have the combat power of the admiral level, which is something that none of them can do. Boa Hancock. Captain. Seeing Bai Zi calling him, the Empress Boa Hancock spoke out solemnly, because from the beginning, they were afraid that they would be heading towards the journey of the fifth emperor in the New World. Queen Boa Hancock, from now on, will be the captain of our first team. As soon as this remark came out, the female Emperor Boa Hancock felt flattered. She didn't expect that Bai Zi would be the captain of the first team when she was hungry. Concubine, thank the captain. Empress Boa Hancock reveals her sweet Isho, which is as elusive and unreachable as the snow lotus in the Tianshan Mountains. Hee, congratulations to the Empress for being the captain of the first team on our ship. Everyone is welcome. Ryokugyu Hee Isho unsteadily, said cooingly. I've seen Captain Empress. As soon as Ryokugyu said this, the surrounding subordinates immediately shouted, which was called a trendy pengbai. Goddess, that's it. Nyang Exipes, and now she has become the captain of the first team on their ship. Tisk tisk, if this is spread out, they will be more face to face. Vivi Isho, S. Bai Zi, his eyes fell on Ace, who was rescued by himself from the war from the top. Ace. Captain. Before, you were the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and from now on you will be the captain of the 2nd Division of my Whitebeard. Showed his understanding of Isho, said to Ace earnestly. Thank you, Captain. Hearing Bai Zi's appointment, Ace clenched his fists tightly, and a touch of gratitude surged in his heart. He knew that the captain was thinking of him, and he swore secretly that he would live up to the expectations of the benefactor captain in the future. Jinbei. Yes, Captain. Jinbei, who was bound by the demon contract, subconsciously became more convinced of Bai Zi, and answered with a loud voice. From now on, you are the captain of my 3rd division under Bai Zi. In the future, no matter whoever dares to make an enemy of your Fishman Island, that is my Bai Zi's enemy. Plop tilde, sounded. Hearing this, Jinbei knelt down towards Bai Zi without any hesitation. Jinbei, Captain. The meaning of Bai Zi's words gave him a complete reassurance. Jinbei had no doubts about anyone in his mouth, including Marine, Shichibukai, the 4 emperors, and the Revolutionary Army. Fishman Island at the moment has been included in his sphere of influence by Bai Zi, and this will also be the starting point for them to attack the 5th emperor. Well, get up. Accepting Jinbei's kneeling calmly, Bai Zi's eyes fell on Kuro Star, the last person today, which made Kuro Star twitch all over. Could it be the star of Kuro? The excited star of Kuro was even more straightforward, kneeling in front of Bai Zi just like Jinbei. Look at your bear-like appearance. From today onwards, you will be the captain of my 4th division under Bai Zi. Among many captains, you are the weakest, so you should ask Vice Captain Ryokugyu for more advice. Yes, Captain. The eyes of Kuro, star are full of excitement and excitement. Captain, he has become the captain's cadre, the captain of the 4th Division. Will he be famous in the New World in the near future? So excited ... I have seen 2 vice captains and 4 team captains. I don't know where the ship came from. A voice pierced the air and lingered in the sky of the entire pirate ship. In an instant, everyone shouted in unison again and spread to this sea area. Chapter 49 Surprise the world with the ending. Brewing overnight. The result of the war on the top was like a plague, instantly spreading throughout the whole New World. It is terrifying to know the ability of the messenger pigeon. Although the Marine headquarters tried their best to block the news, it still did not achieve much effect. At this moment, the ruined Marineford Marine headquarters. Bad news abounds. Sengoku the Buddha rages in the office. First, the super strong Garp ignored his retention and sent a letter of resignation to his office. He resigned himself to the second line and went to the recruit department to train recruit. Then, Sengoku got the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and with the remaining half of the cadres, he captured and fell several kingdoms. What made him furious the most was the headline on the front page of the letter. Marineford Battle, Red-Haired Pirate Leader Baizi single-handedly beats more than 100,000 Marine elites. Turn the tide. Close black lens bracket. Bang ... Seeing the headline on the front page of the letter, Sengoku immediately slapped the table into 8.5, and the whole office was filled with black smoke. And this is not the most annoying. The most annoying is the content of the report, which is a true reproduction of yesterday's battle on top of Marineford. From Whitebeard being seriously injured by Akainu's shameless sneak attack, to Akainu's provocation causing Ace to fight in anger, and then Ryokugyu played a punch to force Akainu back. The face killed Akainu, and then Garp was kicked back with a punch, and finally Sengoku and thousands of Marine Elite Ability Fruit people were also smashed in the hands of Baizi. The most shocking thing to the world is that Baizi actually knew the ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki, 6 Kings Spear, and the ability to shake the fruit that finally appeared on him. These two, like 2 cannonballs exploded in various places in the New World, shocked the people of countless countries. Redford, the Red Hair Pirates. Psi tilde. Captain, something has happened. Something has happened. That boy Baizi, my God, come quickly. A cadre stared at the newspaper with wide-eyed eyes, shouting at the top of his voice. Many cadres and members of the ship all gathered around, even the redhead and Ben Beckman came over. Before the 2 of them came to the front, they heard the screams of a group of cadres under them. This is Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Esoteric 6. 6 King Guns. Hey, I'll be darling, after Katakuri and the others left, that kid had sex with the legendary marine hero Garp. More than that, look at the back, even Sengoku has shot. I really didn't think that kid's haki can already make hard steel with Sengoku the Buddha. What a terrifying growth rate. Have the legendary hero Garp and Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha been killed ? Whitebeard's air shock is really interesting. It has directly overturned thousands of Marine Devil Fruit abilities. This operation is simply... What a terrifying combat power. Did that guy Baizi abruptly stop the decisive battle? It's incredible. Many cadres and members around saw the information in the newspaper. The corners of their mouths twitched, and their eyelids twitched wildly. They thought that Baizi just killed Akainu and gave his magma fruit to the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. Who would have thought? That was just the beginning of a decisive battle. Although it was just a newspaper narrative, they could already predict in their minds what a terrible scene it was at that time. The power of one person, 10,000 people do not open. The entire Marine. In the end, it was a success and left in a grand manner. What are you talking about? I'm so excited, is the final result of the war coming out. Ben Beckman came to the arena with a smile, and while talking, he and Shanks looked at the newspaper together. However, soon Ben Beckman can't laugh. Because, he was also shocked by the reports in the newspapers. Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, destroyed Garp Sengoku, the top Conqueror haki, and overturned thousands of Marine Elite Devil Fruit power users. Then Beckman's eyelids jumped wildly. Even the vice captain of his red-haired pirates couldn't do such a feat. As for the red hair, he looked at the newspaper with a deep meaning, with a gleam of light in his eyes, and muttered to himself, "This kid has grown terribly." Wano-kuni Ghost Island, Kaido of the Beast's headquarters. Bang tilde, sounded. Without the slightest sign, the door of the conference room where the cadres such as Kaido of the Beasts, Fire Calamity, and Epidemic Queen, who were holding the highest meeting, were slammed open by one of their subordinates. In an instant, more than a dozen eyes gathered on the subordinate, and for a moment, the subordinate was so frightened that he was about to urinate. However, the arrow is already on the line and has to be sent. The daring subordinate, hesitantly sounded in the conference room, "No. It's not good, boss. Boss, there is something big going on at the top of the war." The younger brother put the newspaper in his hand tremblingly in front of Kaido, and then stepped aside, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. It's not that he doesn't want to go, it's that he doesn't dare. Because he just interrupted the highest meeting in the group, which is definitely a death penalty in normal times. As Kaido's gaze fell on the newspaper, many cadres in the entire conference room, including the confidant of the Fire and the Plague Queen, fell into silence. No one dares to say a word more. 1 second. Half a minute. 1 minute. This quiet and depressing atmosphere lasted for several minutes, and many officials of the Kaido of the Beast's pirates only saw that their boss's face was getting darker and heavier, and his anger was getting stronger and stronger. At some point, it finally broke out. Reading the news in the newspaper, Kaido stood up abruptly. The tables, chairs and benches in the conference room surrounded by anger were creaking, and the endless evil spirit swayed towards the four poles, and the surrounding glass made an overwhelmed clicking sound. The end, there was a crashing sound all over the ground. Bastard, damned Whitebeard, that guy. Let Whitebeard escape. Kaido's lungs are exploding at the moment. Marinero Kushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear, and top Conqueror haki. Even that kid has the same ability to shake the fruit as Whitebeard. This, riding a horse, is simply the second redhead, and if he grows fully in the future, even the redhead may not be able to beat him. Damn it. Is that kid really just a cadre of the Red Hair Pirates? No wonder, that kid dared to lead the team to the top of the war alone. Even if the strength of this kid is not as good as their 4 emperors, I am afraid it is not far behind. But, why, there was no sign before. Jingle bell tilde tilde. At this moment, the phone worm on the conference table rang, and Yan Zonjin frowned slightly and connected the phone, but as soon as he answered the phone, the news from the opposite side shocked Yan Zonjin. What? Whitebeard is not dead, somehow his injuries are fully recovered, and he is better than before the war, and now he has returned to his territory. How is it possible? Loud bang tilde. As soon as Yan Jahan said this, everyone present, including Kaido of the Beasts, sank their hearts, which was undoubtedly unprecedented bad news for them. This news, doesn't it mean that their role in intercepting the red hair this time is all in vain? Fuck, how could it be like this? What happened tilde tilde tilde. Chapter 50 _target Fishman Island. Fried. That's right. The whole world exploded. There is no doubt that the first battle at the top succeeded by Z, an unknown existence before the New World. However, Bai Z's past was quickly uncovered. What killed the Kaido of the Beast's 4 pirates, killed Jack Drought, smashed Impel Down, and even destroyed Charlotte Linlin's Dessert 3 will star Charlotte Smoothie. Etc., etc. Piece by piece, like a movie, in countless people pirates, Marine's mind flew past. The name of Bai Z suddenly soared, resounding throughout the entire continent of the New World. Kaido of the Beasts learned that Whitebeard was not dead, and Charlotte Linlin, who was also the 4th emperor, was equally mad on the other side. As for the redhead, he was overjoyed when he heard the news, haha. To be honest, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Under the rare collaboration between Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, it turned out to be nothing. There is nothing more exhilarating than this. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Bal Diego, the island of white soil. Good, good, good. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was relieved when he learned that Whitebeard was not dead. If there is anyone in this world who thinks closest to them besides their Revolutionary Army, it is undoubtedly the domain of the Whitebeard pirates. It can be said that Whitebeard alone has carried the peaceful life of countless people in the territory. In his opinion, Whitebeard is better suited to be the ruler of the world today than the hypocrites of Marine. No matter the leader Long, Sabo, or many cadres of the Revolutionary Army, they are all full of surprises, but Koala is the only one with beautiful eyes flashing, and the mind can't help but think of the recovery potion he took on Baizi's boat before, is it? Whitebeard used a restoration potion on Whitebeard. Apart from this possibility, Koala really couldn't think of any other way to make Whitebeard, who is destined to dissipate, recover from his injury and return to his peak. At the same time as all parties were sensational, another piece of news spread throughout the New World like a thunderous explosion. Not exactly one message, but 3 messages. The first is that the pirate queen Boa Hancock voluntarily quit the Shichibukai under the king and became the captain of the 1st Division under Baizi. The second piece of news is that the former Whitebeard pirates, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard pirates, who was executed at the top of the war, quit the Whitebeard pirates and joined Baizi's subordinates, becoming the 2nd Division captain of Baizi's subordinates. The third piece of news is that Jinbei, who is also the Shichibukai under the king, was previously imprisoned by the Marine headquarters in the endless hell of the 6th floor of the Impel Down. Like the Empress Boa Hancock, he gave up the title of Shichibukai under the king and joined Baizi Husha and became Baizi Husha, the captain of the 3rd Division under Z's command. The news of 3 arrivals is like 3 thunders and lightning, resounding throughout the whole New World. As soon as this news came out, Marine headquarters was furious, Sengoku the Buddha was furious, Kaido of the Beasts was shocked, Charlotte Linlin was also blooming in a cold light, and even Blackbeard almost bit his own tongue in surprise. Riding a horse, is that boy Baizi going to set up a new portal tilde? This kind of thing is very common in the New World, just like he approached Whitebeard for the shock fruit before, but now he has become the King Shichibukai and has his own pirate group. It's just that what Blackbeard absolutely can't understand is that Baizi's subordinates are so powerful. 2 deputy captains, Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, have the female Emperor Boa Hancock and the sea hero Jinbei under their command, and even Ace, the note at the top of the war, has been brought under his command. In this regard, the Whitebeard pirates have no objection at all. If this were placed on the other 4 emperors, the war would have started directly tilde. Whitebeard pirates, Moby Dick. Goo la 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 tilde. Whitebeard, who has a great body, no longer has to avoid alcohol, eat meat and drink heavily. This is what pirates should look like. Hearing that Baizi officially set up a squad, Whitebeard was also very happy, especially when he learned that Ace was still the captain of the 2nd squad. That kid Jinbei also joined in, but he made a really wise decision. Quote. However, today's Fishman Island is not very peaceful. It seems that some of them are being held hostage by Charlotte Linlin. It seems that this new world will be unstable again. Thinking of Fishman Island, Whitebeard's eyebrows raised a look of anticipation, wondering if Baizi knew about Fishman Island, and with that guy's temperament, would he go to war with Charlotte Linlin? I think it won't take long for Baizi to leave the Red Hair Pirates. At that time, I'm afraid the new 5th Emperor of the New World will not be far away. Dad, Ace has become the captain of the 2nd Division again. Jozu said with a hearty laughter full of excitement, not only him, but also Marco, Foil Vista and others with happy smiles on their faces. Gu la la la, today to celebrate Xiaoyu Baizi and Ace, you won't go home if you don't get drunk. Whitebeard proudly raised it and was taken, and gulped a cup into his stomach. Yes, Dad. Cheers. Ha 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 tilde tilde tilde. Not surprisingly, there was a drinking feast on the Whitebeard pirate ship, and the warm atmosphere quietly opened for a long time. ... Just as Whitebeard was worried, Jinbei, the seaman, gave up the title of Shichibukai, the new Fishman pirate group on Fishman Island, went to the front unscrupulously, and wanted to join forces with the flying pirates to subvert Fishman Island, and is ready to plot to assassinate Neptune, the god of the sea, the king of the Dragon Palace. A new turmoil kicked off on Fishman Island, and the news was soon known to the outside world, especially Jinbei, who learned the news, with a chilling gleam in his eyes. Immediately, the Black Thief group that Baizi belonged to held their first meeting, held a little meeting, and decided to head to Fishman Island as their next stop, and use that as their starting point. Fishman Island tilde. Hearing Fishman Island, Ryokugyu's eyes gleamed, and he asked Jinbei who was beside him, "How many masters are you in Fishman Island? Like Akainu, if there are 3 or 5, it will be very enjoyable to fight." Jinbei: "Of course there are masters on Fishman Island, but those like Akainu obviously don't have them, otherwise they wouldn't have to rely on other forces. Then the destination of our next stop is Fishman Island. By the way, we will clear some cats and dogs and rectify them." Baizi stood up and looked towards Fishman Island, which is said to belong to the area under the command of Charlotte Linlin. Chapter 51 North Blue Giant Demon Practicing Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Few days later, in the waters off Fishman Island. On the calm sea, there was a sudden, crashing, sound, and the next moment, an object as thick as an octopus tentacle rose from the sea and shot straight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he came to the sky above the Beizong Sea. On top of this giant tentacle, there was also a giant shark wearing a prisoner's clothing, the giant tooth shark, and this giant tooth shark was none other than the pet of Princess Shirahoshi of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island. Originally, he came out to breathe and relax, and he never wanted to be entangled by the ever-big octopus monster. Woe tilde tilde. Several bursts of water splashed with the power of dozens of feet of waves, and then 7 huge tentacles that were exactly the same as before rose into the sky, playing with the huge shark that was supported by the previous tentacle. This state has been going on for several days, and Princess Shirahoshi must be very sad, and the huge shark is crying and crying. Zitsa tilde tilde. Just as the giant shark Megalo was in agony, a thunderbolt the thickness of a bucket instantly hit the octopus tentacles wrapped around him. G tilde tilde tilde. Immediately below the sea surface, the harsh sound of sound waves spread through the water surface and swayed through the entire sea area nearby, and the entangled giant shark, Megalo, was thrown out by tentacles like a little bit. Baizi's gravity fruit turned into an invisible giant palm, took Megalo down and placed it in the seawater not far from him. Huh. Jinbei was startled when he saw Megalo being rescued by Baizi. "You are Princess Shirahoshi's pet, Megalo." Megalo, who was rescued, heard someone tell him to follow his eyes subconsciously, and when he looked at the 2 huge shark eyes, he gave a humane nod. Seeing Megalo's excited appearance, the corners of Baizi's mouth curved into an indistinguishable arc. Of course, he knew that the one who was rescued by him was Poseidon, the Sea King, one of the 3 ancient weapons. His appearance made the female Emperor Boa Hancock feel ashamed. The peerless beauty, and also the princess who fainted Ryugu Kingdom. Ang tilde 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 tilde. But it was here that the 8 towering octopus tentacles that surfaced on the surface, like 8 giant mountains falling from the sky, suddenly smashed the boat towards Baizi, and that might be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The ferocity of the North Blue Giant Kalakan is fully manifested at this moment. However, his ferocity had absolutely no effect on Baizi. Without the slightest fancy move, Baizi's right palm immediately flashed with thunder, and then Marinaro Kushiki's ultimate meaning, 6 King's Spear immediately punched out. Loud bang tilde. The next moment, the overwhelming thunder, carrying terrifying energy, collided directly with the 8 octopus tentacles that fell from the sky. A terrifying cracking sound, the 8 tentacles of the North Blue Giant Kalakan were shattered on the spot, and half of them were shattered. The endless blood rain fell in the air. If Fujitora Isho shot and used gravity to cover the entire pirate ship, I am afraid that they would all be watered by the blood of the North Blue monster. The scene turned into sheer hell in an instant. As for the power of thunder that suddenly appeared, it is nothing but the Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, ability that Bai Zhejiang got. Although the power of thunder is not too strong, it has the blessing of Marinarokushiki's ultimate meaning, Six Kings Spear. Among them, the power is absolutely unprecedented. What's more, thunder is already terrifyingly strong in seawater, even more so than in the air. It can be said that Baizi's Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, is definitely the natural enemy of the North Blue monster Karakan. Looking at the blood river like sheer as hell, Kurostar and others on the boat jumped wildly. Obviously the brutal scene in front of them had a big impact on them. You guys are here, I'm going to meet this big guy. Voice fell, the soles of the feet touched, Marine Rokushiki moon step used, and appeared in the sky 100 feet in the next instant. Ong tilde 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 tilde. 4 octopus tentacles were shattered by Don't Little, and the giant mountain-like white sea monster Kalakan was furious, and the remaining 4 tentacles were drawn towards Bai Z like crazy. Megalo, the huge shark rescued by Bai Z. At this time, Megalo's pair of shark's eyeballs were round, staring at the brutal and vicious battlefield. What did it see just now? That human broke off the 4 tentacles of the North Blue monster Kalakan here with one punch. My god tilde tilde. North Blue monster Kalakan, that is the demon that roams in Wang Yang, the existence of the public enemy of mankind. Actually, 4 tentacles were cut off by that guy, and it was just a punch. This guy is even more powerful than the guardian of their Dragon Palace Kingdom, Lord Jinbei. Ziz tilde. Boom tilde 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 tilde. Thunder. Thunder in the sky. It appeared on this sea area without any warning, and what is even more worthy of a question is that at this moment, this sea area is clear, and there is not even a single dark cloud. A few days ago, Ryokugyu Fujitora and the others knew that in addition to the shock fruit and gravity fruit, Baizi has another extremely terrifying Logia fruit, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. As the name suggests, it is a devil fruit that can control thunder, and it is also known as the most attacking fruit in Logia. If Luffy were to do it again at this moment, he would definitely be horrified. If Enel, the holder of Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, had such a failure, I am afraid that he would have been instantly killed by a single punch. After the top war, a gigantic creature, a small, ant-like, visually striking picture, presented scene by scene in front of everyone's eyes. Here, it is not an exaggeration to call it a battle of the world. Of the North Blue giant monster, Fujitora Ryokugyu and the others are actually enough. As for why Baizi took the shot himself, the reason is very simple. Because he wants to brush the experience. That's right, it's the experience of brushing Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, and the notorious North Blue monster in front of him is undoubtedly his best target. Boom tilde. Bang 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 tilde tilde tilde. The sky is full of thunder and lightning, and Baizi here seems to have transformed into a thunder god of war, and his body is full of thunder and lightning. Captain, is this? That big guy is so strong, I think I can kill it in seconds with a few moves. Ryokugyu clenched a big fist full of explosive power and said in a earnest voice. Fujitora covered the sea with observation haki on the side, paying attention to the battle situation on the field. Have you noticed that the captain's thunder power is getting stronger and stronger, and the use of it is becoming more and more skillful? Looking at the suppressed North Blue monster, Ace frowned suspiciously. Yes, the strength of this North Blue monster is not as strong as imagined. As for the captain's intention, it should be aimed at mastering the power of thunder. Ryokugyu froze when he heard it, and once again looked at the monstrous battle in the field. After a closer look, it became clear, so it is. No wonder, I said why the captain didn't even use the 3-color haki. Chapter 52 Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, swipe to full level and get the stretch potion. Above the sea, thunder and lightning. Battle is monstrous. The North Blue monster on the opposite side is also different from the one in Baizi's memory. He used the Marine Rokushiki ultimate meaning, Six Kings Spear, before, and carried a punch with the power of thunder to smash the 4 tentacles. Was reborn with the war. Although the regeneration speed is not as fast as his recovery potion, it is already extremely extraordinary in this world. If Marine and other forces find out, they will be able to capture this guy back for slicing research. To regenerate is more tempting for a person, especially those with higher status and status. For example, if the red-haired Shanks gets this ability to regenerate, will his left hand grow again? The combat power has definitely doubled. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for reaching level 1. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for level 2. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for reaching level 3. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for reaching 4. Above the sea, there were endless battles. With the escalation of the battle, the North Blue giant monster was completely afraid, even frightened, because with the improvement of Baizi Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit level, the North Blue giant monster library Lacan's pressure can be said to have increased exponentially, and if it goes on like this, it will be electrocuted alive by thunder if it is finished early. The scarlet-eyed North Blue monster Kurakan, whose fighting spirit has dropped sharply, once again endured a thunderbolt from Baizi, and swam directly to the depths of the sea with the help of his strength. That speed was much faster than Fishman's. Want to run away. Looking at the opponent with superb experience, how could Baizi make it wishful? Without the slightest hesitation, the gravity fruit ability immediately covered the whole body, forming an invisible energy shield, and plunged into the seawater. A scene was presented under Fujitora Isho observation haki on the deck, and the blinded pupils paused, as the captain's gravity fruit already used in such a situation. He is far from being able to form a lasting energy shield around his body. Although he can form the energy shield, it will not last for more than half a minute at most. It can only be maintained if it is shot again. Obviously, it is completely impractical for the water of the devil fruit nemesis. Next moment. The sound of roaring continuously came from the depths of the seabed and passed into the ears of everyone on the boat through the seawater. Megalo, the huge shark, was trembling all over. Just now, the person who possessed the thunder ability was not afraid of the sea at all, and now it has passed more than 10 times. It's been a minute. At this moment, in the deep sea. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for leveling up. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for reaching level 6. Congratulations to the host Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, for reaching level 7. Soon after the North Blue giant monster had endured tens of thousands, even tens of thousands of times of thunder, he finally reached the full level of Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit. Time, the figure flashed, and in the next instant, Baizi's feet stood on the ground like head of the North Blue giant Kurakan, and the corners of his mouth curved into an arc. Thunder. With Baizi's feet as the center, Zizi's fireworks and thunder, like a waterfall, spread to every corner of the North Blue monster's body, and Baizi was even in the center of the thunder. Woo 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 woo. Just as Lei Meng passed through his body, the famous North Blue giant monster trembled and begged for mercy, begging for mercy. His scarlet eyes, which were 10 meters in size, were no longer fighting at this moment, and some were full of extreme fear. And fear. This human being in front of him is real. It is completely beyond the limit of its response. I am finally begging for mercy. It seems that this big man's ability to bear is not as strong as he thought. To kill such an existence, and it would be the wisest choice to take it for one's own use. Demon contract. That's right. Other people. Maybe he is not sure to completely control this murderous existence, but he is different from Baizi. He is the only man who has the only system in this world. Devil contract. Target North Blue giant Kalakan. Use it. With a thought of Baizi, at the moment when the North Blue Monster Karakan's willpower was at its weakest, a contract cursed by the devil appeared in the consciousness of the North Blue Monster and merged with its soul. Ang! The loud and piercing sound waves swayed westward. If it weren't for the fact that the gravity-restricted area in Baizi had already exhausted the air to form a vacuum, the piercing sound waves alone would have been enough to eat a pot. However, he is fine, and the crew members above him are afraid to resist. Since this is the case, then let you calm down. Top Conqueror haki, fully open, looking at the wailing North Blue Monster under his eyes. Just like the female Emperor Boa Hancock and the sea hero Jinbei, they are both voluntary, while Baizi is obligatory to the North Blue Monster at this moment. The resistance is of course very strong. Instant, with Baizi as the center, the dark red top-level Conqueror haki was fully opened, and the consciousness of the North Blue Monster was the first to be affected. In an instant, with one person and one beast as the center, the ocean-like Conqueror haki exploded with a bang, and the sea water exploded. All of a sudden it was blown away by the shock. A vacuum was formed around the two of them at least 10 feet, and after a long time, the sea water eased and came back. North Blue Giant Karakan, who was stepped on by Baizi, at this moment, it was like a mouse that saw a cat, and his body was throbbing. This high-end top Conqueror haki, it has never seen a screaming sound wave. It also stopped abruptly. An instant, the entire depths of the sea fell into a dead silence, only the dark red haki swept away and spread farther. 1 second, 10 seconds and 1 minute. The devil contract is still forcibly with North. The Blue Monster Kalakan has compatible souls, and the North Blue Monster no longer dares to resist half a point, like fish on a chopping block. In this way, the fusion speed of the demon contract spreads rapidly, and at the same time, it is also related to IQ. The dark red Conqueror haki broke out of the water and then enveloped the entire sea. This is haki. Conqueror haki, and top Conqueror haki. Captain, it must be the captain's Conqueror haki. The top dark red Conqueror haki surged out, and Megalo, who was rescued by Baizi before, had a pair of shark eyes that shrank suddenly. As Princess Shirahoshi's pet, its knowledge is of course extraordinary. Although he has never seen the owner of Conqueror haki, he knows that anyone who owns Conqueror haki is an overlord. He learned from the mouths of those in Ryugu that if someone in their Fishman Island has Conqueror haki, then they can protect themselves without relying on any forces at all. However, it is a pity that in the huge area of their Fishman Island, no one has Conqueror haki, not even anyone who has the qualification to awaken. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 telescopic potions. Just when Baizi completely controlled the North Blue Monster Karakan, a systematic voice could not help but emerge in his mind. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Baizi. Age, 19. Ability, /1, Conqueror haki 1, Armament haki 1, Observation haki 9, Marine Rokushiki 1, Devil Fruit, Shock Fruit 1, Gravity Fruit 9, Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, 10 items. Restoration Potion 15, Demon Contract 2, Retractable Potion 10. When Baizi saw the retractable potion in the inventory, Baizi couldn't help but stunned. As the name suggests, looking at the giant North Blue Monster in front of him, if the retractable potion was used on the North Blue Monster, the effect would be what will happen. Thinking of Baizi here, I can't help but look forward to it. Chapter 53 _ Conquering the North Blue Monster, the strength skyrocketed 10,000 times. Fishman Island, under the water of 10,000 meters. Recovery potion use. Target, North Blue Monster Kalakan. For his own people, Baizi has never been stingy, just like Fujitora Isho's instructions, and Ryokugyu and Kuro Star's poisonous fruit and juice fruit. Of these two falls in the New World, it will definitely be comparable to the existence of Fire Fist Ace Burning Fruit. The reason for this is that in the future these people will return 10 times, 100 times, or even more to the him. Baizi's goal is not only the stubbornness in front of him, but also poetry and the distance. His ambition is not something that the world of pirates can hold, let alone a one-piece king of pirates that can satisfy him. What he wants is in the world of pirates, create a legend that will last forever, a legend that will be remembered forever, a great cause that you can't even imagine in this world. Of course, the premise of the ambition in Bai Zi's heart is that he must first become the power of the four emperors. Strength, and furthermore, only when he becomes the fourth queen can he be qualified to climb to the height of One Piece, King of Pirates, and then can realize the great career plan in his heart. This plan, he had already made it when he crossed into the world of pirates, and the current trend is smoother and faster than he expected. Of course, these are things to come later. What he has to do now is to make the White Sea Giant Kraken the guardian of Fishman Island. To put it bluntly, he is to turn the North Blue Giant monster into the island guardian beast of Mermaid Island. If you say this idea, you will definitely be ridiculed by people, laughing at him for being an idiot, but this is a comparison. To be honest with Bai Zi, he really has this ability. After all, meow, this guy is a man with a killing upgrade system. After taking the recovery potion to the North Blue Giant Kalaken, it can be said that the life of the North Blue Giant Kalaken seems to have jumped at the moment of taking it. Not because of anything else, just because Bai Zi used not one recovery potion for the North Blue Giant Kraken, but 5. That's right. You heard me right. It was used abruptly on the North Blue Giant Kraken alone. One can imagine how strong Kraken's vitality is at the moment. In a blink of an eye, the North Blue Giant Kraken is like being baptized by holy water. The injury suffered by Bai Zi before was instantly recovered, and the original dark brown skin also turned dark golden. It is worth mentioning that the size of the North Blue Giant monster, which was already huge and unremarkable, has doubled in size with the blessing of the vitality of Bai Zi's 5 recovery potions. Bai Zi's eyes have clearly risen by dozens of feet. Mara sucks. What a dick recovery potion. Seeing his masterpiece, Bai Zi sighed with emotion, and at this moment, a voice came from the 10,000 meters deep sea. Kalaken, thank the master for the gift. A rough voice came from below Bai Zi, and Bai Zi was stunned for a moment, and then he looked at the North Blue Giant Kraken under his feet, and his eyes were full of surprise. This voice. North Blue Monster, is that you? The bright light in Bai Zi's eyes suddenly seemed to realize something incredible. Could it be that this potion can raise the life level of all things? If this is the case, I was afraid that even Xiao, as long as he is willing to spend the recovery potion, it is estimated that he can be resurrected. Mother is amazing, my recovery potion. It's me, Master. Thank you Master for giving me a new life. You gave me a new life. Listening to the voice of the North Blue Monster, Bai Zi couldn't help thinking of the various creatures who had cultivated in the previous novels, and asked the North Blue Monster curiously. However, Bai Zi quickly got an incomparably sure answer. That is, the North Blue Monster doesn't have this ability, at least it doesn't now. Since the little demon was given 5 recovery potions, that's not bad for the telescopic potion. While thinking, immediately, Bai Zi injected 5 more expansion potions into the North Blue Monster, and then waited for the North Blue Monster to change. Master, this is what you gave to Kalaken again. No, what kind of ability the little demon has, it's amazing. After digesting the 5 telescopic potions, the North Blue Monster tilted its huge head, and in Bai Zi's eyes, the huge body shrank at an extremely fast speed. Thousands of feet of body, rapidly shrinking. 1,000 zhong, 900 zhong, 800 zhong. In less than a minute, the North Blue Giant monster of thousands of feet has shrunk 10 times to the size of 100 zhong. Moreover, this is not only due to the North Blue Giant monster continuing to shrink. The original dark golden skin has now become a rich and pure golden color, which is very conspicuous in the 10,000 meter deep sea, and the momentum around it has also increased tenfold. I discovered the change of Kalaken, and there was a gleam in the eyes immediately. Sure enough, the expansion potion did not disappoint me. This thing is used on the little demon, so right. However, the little demon's body after 100 feet, it did not stop, but continued to become smaller. 100 zhong, 90 zhong, 80 zhong, 70 zhong for a short time. Demon came to a zhong, and finally reached an inch, which was also its limit. Looking at the little demon that was only an inch in size in the palm of his hand, and looked like a pet, Baizi was also slightly startled, to be honest, at this moment. 1,000 feet to an inch, Baizi felt that the strength of the North Blue monster had soared by nearly 10,000 times. The original pure golden color was once again upgraded to platinum and then finally transformed into an inch-sized glazed gold in front of him. First glance, it looks like a perfect work of art, and the little demon at the moment, Baizi feels that his strength is stronger than Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu. He also did not expect that, inadvertently, he would have created such a terrifying existence. When he thought that such a guy was absolutely loyal to him, Baizi couldn't help but feel more confident in his future plans. Hee, little demon, you don't have to call me master from now on, just call me young Master Bai. The corners of Baizi's mouth curved into an arc, and said with a smile. It's the master, from now on the little demon will call you Master Bai. The glazed North Blue giant monster, no, it was the little monster who heard this, like a cute little pet, revolving around Baizi, as if celebrating something with joy. In front of him, Baizi couldn't believe that this glazed gold octopus was actually a North Blue monster with a size of 1,000 feet. Little demon, now I'll give you a task. What mission, Master Bai? Hearing the master's order, a rough voice appeared in the glazed golden color, which was extremely inconsistent, but no one knew that it was such a small thing that could completely kill Marine Admiral's existence. Starting today, you help me protect this Fishman Island. Anyone who covets Fishman Island, whether Marine or the Four Emperors, will kill without mercy. Since Fishman Island is used as his headquarters, Baizi must have absolute control over security, and the little monster here undoubtedly meets his requirements in all aspects. Yes, young Master Bai. I am familiar with Fishman Island. Who dares to covet Fishman Island, I will definitely let him go back and forth. Feeling the surging power in his body, the North Blue giant monster with only 1 inch of gold, the size of a mung bean, burst into a sharp gaze that made many creatures terrifying. However, no one knows Baizi's words. What kind of bloody storm will be set off near Fishman Island in the near future? How many famous pirates in the New World, and marine elites will fall? Chapter 54 million rupees. Shiarli prophesied that the nobles of Fishman Island will come soon. Baizi let the North Blue monster, also known as the Little Monster, stay in the deep sea of 10,000 meters to guard Fishman Island. Baizi returned to the surface of the sea. Afterwards, the group entered Jinbei's hometown Fishman Island, and the giant shark Megalo, who came to Fishman Island, went to the Dragon Palace for the first time to prepare for the news of Jinbei's arrival in the next few days. Report up. Dragon Palace, the king's palace of the Dragon Palace Kingdom of the Sea God. When Megalo saw Neptune, the god of the sea, he slammed open the door and used the special communication method of mermaid to tell the king all the news about Jinbei's arrival these days. He also rescued Baizi and fought against the North Blue monster. The matter of Kalakan was said together. What? You're sure that the human who came back with Jinbei has the top Conqueror haki? Megalo doesn't know Baizi. It doesn't mean that Neptune, the sea god Neptune, who is the king of Ryugu, doesn't know. That is, a few days ago, he learned that Jinbei had joined the banner of Baizi, the 14th Cadre of the Red Hair Pirates, and became one of his squad leaders. This is also the reason why he originally wanted to distance himself from Jinbei and suppressed it. You must know that if they have a close relationship with Jinbei on Fishman Island, they might be wiped out by Marine in the future. However, it would be different if Jinbei joined that, under the banner of Baizi, who showed great power in the war. First, this person is a cadre of the red-haired pirates, and secondly, Baizi's strength is really tyrannical and outrageous. If their Fishman Island is friendly with this person, it might not be a good choice. Okay, you go to Princess Shirahoshi, she's worried these days. Neptune waved his hand and let Megalo go. He called the 3 sons of Ryugu Kingdom and the prince, Shark, King and Roller. Father, you have something to do with us. ! During this time, they were busy organizing the guards of the palace, and it became increasingly obvious that the newcomers, the fish pirates and the flying pirates, colluded secretly to subvert their palace. It's just that the two big pirate groups are strong. They are not opponents at all, but fortunately, Haughty Jones wants to be the king of Fishman Island, and he won't do anything too outrageous. Now he wants to force the palace and force him to abdicate, in order to realize his grand plan for the new Fishman kingdom. After a little of Neptune, the god of the sea, the three of them flashed a ray of light in their eyes. "Father, what did you say?" "The 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates, by Z, has come to our Fishman Island." The great Prince Shark Star was the first to react, and asked in unbelievable excitement. "Not bad. Quote. Here's the thing." With that, Neptune recounted what the giant shark Megalo had just said to the three shark brothers. With Neptune's narration, the three Shaxing three believed. Because, from the mouth of their father, they not only heard but and also heard news such as Ryokugyu and Ace. If they can win by Z and the others, then the matter of the new Fishman pirates will be self-defeating. Neptune went straight to the Mermaid Cafe where the three princes settled down. Mermaid Cafe. When Baizi and his party were eating delicious food, Kami, the employee of the cafe, could not help but reported the news of Baizi and his party's arrival to the manager of the cafe, Shiarly. Store manager's office. A man with short black hair, blue eyes, pale skin, purple nails, wearing a hooded top, is smoking a cigarette with a pipe. Bang. Sound. The door of the store manager's office was pushed open by Julie, and Kami's figure broke in. Before Mrs. Shiarly could scold, she heard Kami's hurried voice. "Mrs. Shiarly, something has happened. Jinbei and Shirazawa, the 14th captain of the red-haired pirates, are here, and Ace, Ryokugyu." The store manager Shiarly, who wanted to get angry, heard the report from the employee Kami. His eyes flashed, and soon disappeared, and resumed his usual expression. "I see, you go out." "Yes, Mrs. Shiarly." Employee Kami left the office tremblingly, recalling the rashness just now, and almost lost her life. At the same time, Mrs. Shiarly in the office thought for a while, took out the crystal ball that was very well preserved, and placed it on the desk in front of her. Mrs. Shiarly, in addition to being the manager of this mermaid cafe, is also a fortune teller. She is not simple. Although he could not accurately predict the time and place of the event, her divination predictions were as accurate as 100%. In 2008, he once knew that the era of the Great Pirate was coming, and even on the eve of the great event of the Top War, he also predicted Ash will be rescued, and Whitebeard's old wounds will be restored, and the final outcome is as expected. The era of the Great Pirate is coming, and both Ace and Whitebeard are not dead, even better than before. And this time, it is one of her few prophecies, and the object of this divination is none other than Baizihi and Fishman Island. After a little, Mrs. Shiarly saw the prosperity of Fishman Island, and in the near future, although they encountered many dangers on Fishman Island, they were finally repelled by a man standing on a golden octopus, and that man was none other than others. Is exactly the Baizi that she wants to predict. This is the prosperity of their Fishman clan is coming, that Baizi is the greatest nobleman in the history of their Fishman clan. When Mrs. Shiarly saw her prophecy, her beautiful eyes widened. She never imagined that Baizi would bring such a big change to their Fishman Island. The future prosperity of Fishman Island in the crystal ball is roughly estimated. It is absolutely 10 times, or even 100 times more than what it is today. A sudden, the office fell into an unprecedented calm. 1 second, half a minute, 1 minute. It lasted for several minutes before Mrs. Shiarly recovered from her stupor and shock. Thinking of the new Fishman pirates today, the alliance of the group and the flying pirates forced the palace, she seemed to realize something, and her eyes flickered involuntarily. The others will solve the difficulties of the new Fishman pirates and the flying pirates this time. If so, then Baizi, Jinbei and the others are coming at the right time. Immediately afterwards, Mrs. Shiarly saw something that shocked her again. This thing was that he saw the people on Fishman Island through the crystal ball, all cheering and shouting the fifth emperor of the new world, they Fishman. The guardian of the island, Shirasawa-sama. This is the new world, the fifth emperor, the guardian of Fishman Island, Mr. Baizawa. Seeing the scene in the crystal ball, Mrs. Shiarly trembled in shock. The impact of this scene on her was too great, and further back, the crystal ball in front of her cracked with a click, and the crystal ball turned into a pile of fragments. Directly used the effect of divination, and the picture of the people of Fishman Island cheering and cheering also ended. However, Mrs. Shiarly has beautiful eyes and solemn eyes. She sucked in a breath of cold air, and her heart can no longer be calm. Chapter 55 _ The Shock of Neptune and Others. Mermaid Cafe. Soon, King Neptune and the three princes dressed up and came to the Mermaid Cafe where Charlie was. Mrs. Charlie, who had been informed in advance, received the news that the king was coming, and did not close the store, but sent Kami to the direction of Baizi and others. About a quarter of an hour later, at Kami's respectful invitation, Baizi motioned to let Ryokugyu and the others continue their meal, and left alone with Kami, walking towards a box, but Jinbei followed along the way, because he didn't know what to do with him. Shiarly, an old friend, knows a little bit. I'm afraid it's not as easy as making friends. Squeaky soon, the box door opened, 4 people in the box appeared in front of Baizi, 4 men and 1 woman, and Jinbei saw that there were 3 people except Mrs. Shiarly, Nipton King, 3 princes. Jinbei is not a fool, judging from the situation on Fishman Island in front of him. He has some guesses about the purpose of the 3 of them coming here. Jinbei, long time no see. Neptune and the 3 princes who saw Baizi coming in had already stood up at this moment. After all, they have something to ask for, and their posture is too high to cause misunderstanding. Captain, let me introduce you. Jinbei glanced at Mrs. Shiarly, who was staring at Baizi with deep eyes from time to time, wondering if this guy had already predicted. Then looked at Mrs. Shiarly. This is Mrs. Shiarly, the manager of this mermaid cafe. This is Neptune, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island. These 3 are the 3 princes, the Shark Prince and the King Star Prince. With Jinbei's introduction, the atmosphere in the box became, after getting to know him a little, Neptune, the sea god, rescued the huge shark Megalo through Baizi, and sincerely invited Baizi to the palace to entertain Baizi and his party. Of course, Neptune's intention is not to drink alcohol, and the most important thing is to solve the palace crisis that may break out at any time. Neptune's thoughts were of course clear to Baizi, but he didn't take it to heart, so he agreed. In the future, he would use Fishman Island as an existence against the 4 emperors and even the marine headquarters, and naturally he would not allow anyone other than him. Other pirates are making waves here. It can be said that the moment Baizi came to Fishman Island, the fate of the new Fishman pirates and the flying pirates was doomed. As for the time, it is only a matter of time. Hearing Baizi's agreement, Neptune, the sea god, was delighted. Although he didn't have much contact with Baizi, Jinbei was willing to be his subordinate. He was definitely not a bad person. At worst, at least something like Hody Jones of the new Fishman pirates who is struggling today is better. After a little, looking at the back of Baizi's departure, Mrs. Shiarly's expression was complicated, and the box was silent for more than 10 seconds. Finally, Mrs. Shiarly was full of excitement and solemnly said to Neptune, the sea god, Your Majesty Neptune, this time you have done it. The best decision ever made. Oh, what about this? Neptune's eyes narrowed when he heard Mrs. Shiarly's words. Mrs. Shiarly's prestige on Fishman Island was still quite high. Could it be Mrs. Shiarly? You used divination. Shark Star, who knew Mrs. Shiarly's abilities, seemed surprised. Direction of the box door. Mrs. Shiarly nodded silently. No. It really is. Then Shiarly, you predicted it. As soon as Mrs. Shiarly said this, not only King Neptune IV, but even Jinbei was full of curiosity and asked in anticipation. Although he joined Baizi's subordinates, and was very convinced, but for Shiarly's high 100% prediction accuracy rate. It is false to say that he is not convinced. Hee, Jinbei, you have chosen a strong backer for our Fishman Island. Do you know what I saw in the crystal ball? I still can't believe what I saw is true. This Xiarli, that crystal. What did the ball see? Neptune's second prince, the King Star, asked with flickering eyes. It was the first time he had seen Mrs. Xiarli's excited look. Yeah, Mrs. Xiarli, what did you see? The rollover star on the side was also curiously playing up the spirit of 12 points, and echoed in anticipation. Jinbei and the 5 people of Neptune, the god of the sea, in the box number 5, Mrs. Xiarli did not give up. Her eyes shone brightly, and she said it directly. You may not believe it when you say it, I see. Baizi has become the 5th emperor of the New World. Words came out. The 5 Jinbei in the box were all shocked, especially Jinbei, who is now the captain of the 3rd division under Baizi. His New World, 5th emperor. My god, this is incredible. 3 princes of Shaoxing were stunned on the spot. The one they saw just now. The young man who was younger than them would become the 5th emperor of the New World in the near future. Doesn't that mean that that guy has and the 4 white emperors Whitebeard, Redhead, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin compete with each other? I'm darling, it's unbelievable. Xiarli, yours is real. 3 princes are like this. As the old man of the Dragon Palace Kingdom on Fishman Island, Neptune is even more excited and shocked. Captain Jinbei, that Baizi will become the 5th emperor of the New World in the future. Neptune's eyes widened, and the young man he had seen in the box appeared over and over again in his mind. Why, is His Majesty the King questioning my prophecy? Mrs. Xiarli frowned when she heard that, although Neptune was king, she would not buy face. Cough, of course not. Neptune coughed dryly. Mrs. Xiarli's reputation resounded throughout the entire Fishman Island. Although it was not comparable to his entire king when it came to prestige, it was not far behind. That's good. Mrs. Xiarli glanced at Neptune, and then thought of the prophecy again. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably, and, it's more than that. Speaking of this, Mrs. Xiarli's eyes flashed again. I also see the future in it, the future of our Fishman Island. The crystal ball shows that in the near future, the degree of prosperity of Fishman Island is absolutely beyond words. I don't know how much prosperity, but at least it is 10 times, 100 times, or even more than today. Listening to Mrs. Xiarli's words, Jinbei, Nipton and others were all in shock, as if the picture that Mrs. Xiarli said had already appeared in their minds, and their eyes became a little blurred. Also, at the end of the broken crystal ball, I saw Baizi standing on top of a huge pure golden octopus, in the sea, fighting fiercely with many New World pirates, marine elites, and what he was guarding behind was the our Fishman Island. And the people on Fishman Island are all shouting and worshipping Baizi, and they all call him Lord Baizi. Mrs. Xiarli's words made Jinbei tremble. At this moment, he seemed to realize what kind of person he had joined. He couldn't help losing his voice and said solemnly, Xiarli, your prophecy, I think it is very likely in the near future. It's true, because the purpose of Captain Shirasawa's visit to Fishman Island this time is to use Fishman Island as our headquarters, and then approach the 4 emperors. Call. This Jinbei, what you said is true. Neptune heard Jinbei's confession, and immediately a heart pounded to the highest point in an instant. The 3 princes of Shark Star, all of them also had bright eyes, and they appeared again and again. In this way, their Fishman Island was saved. Chapter 56 Tenryubito St. Charles Ross appears on Fishman Island. Mermaid Cafe, not far away. Skinny shark fish man with a helmet of an ancient oriental warrior on his head, and a tattoo on his right arm. At this moment, this shark fish man is accompanying a disgusting man with a snot on his face. Go to the staff cafe. Snot on his face is disgusting. The identity of this person is extremely complicated. He is Saint. A very good name, but it is obviously the opposite of his appearance. This is an existence that makes people feel disgusted at first sight, even if the shark Fishman Dharma beside him, if it is not because of the captain's order and this person's behavior. Identity, he didn't want to face this guy. Bodhidharma is not an ordinary person either. He is the cadre of the new Fishman pirate group on Fishman Island, and he is a confidant of Hadi Jones. This time, it is Tenryubito who has come to accompany them to establish a relationship under the order of the captain. Earl Rose Street. Mr. Charles Rose, let me tell you, the Mermaid Cafe on our Mermaid Island is second to none, especially the staff inside. All of them can be called beautiful women and absolutely meet the requirements of adults. As a newcomer, the cadre of the Fish Pirates, and the confidant of Hody Jones, looking at the Mermaid Cafe not far away, a cold gleam appeared on the corners of his mouth. They had invited Charlie to their pirate group more than once before, but they were all rejected by this mother. They all rejected it, and now that St. Charles Rose came to Fishman Island, his dark eyes rolled, and a plan to pull out the cancer for the boss emerged. Since their new Fishman pirates can't get it, then go to hell. Bodhidharma, who had a cold look in his eyes, put on a flattering smile at the runny Charles Rose. Oh, it's interesting, lead the way ahead. St. Charles Ross listened to Bodhidharma's words. As a superior Tenryubito, in his opinion, all the ants and pariahs in the world should be theirs. In about a quarter of an hour, New Fishman Pirates brought Tenryubito, the patron of the New Fishman Pirates, to the New Fishman Cafe with a clear purpose. Like ordinary customers, the two brought 3 or 5 35 entourages to the Fishman Cafe, ordered some desserts, and soon Charles Rose Street found a girl who suits his appetite. Cafe employee with a pink fish tail and short light green hair on his head. This person was none other than Mrs. Charlie's subordinate and employee Kami. Judging from the fact that the fish tail has not yet turned into legs, this girl named Kami is no more than 0 years old. Whenever Fishman is over 30 years old, the fish tail will turn into legs and live in human form, such as Nip. The same is true for Dun, Jinbei, and Mrs. Charlie. What a beautiful girl, it would be a pity not to accept her. As soon as Tenryubito came to the cafe, he was attracted by the youthful Kami. Bodhidharma on the side saw St. Charles Rose like this, and the corners of his mouth curved into an arc, and he flattered immediately, Sir Charles Rose, wait a moment, I'll catch that girl for you. Dharma, right, I'll remember you when I go back, Lao. Kami, who was helping Ace pour coffee not far away, the corners of his mouth kept drooling, and his snot grew even more. Then it will be abbreviated as Lord Charles Rose, and you will be fine. Hearing the words of St. Charles Rose, Bodhidharma walked excitedly, and winked at the 3 or 5 35 subordinates beside him. The subordinates understood, and immediately moved towards Kami, but they would not be kind. They certainly knew Bodhidharma, meaning of the boss. Sir, take it easy. Little beauty, come with us, our boss has. Please. 3 or 5 of Bodhidharma's subordinates, one of whom was tall and thin, looked up and down. Kami's figure couldn't help but sigh, that Charles Rose's not-so-great-looking eyes are good. Questioned by the people who were suddenly surrounded, Kami saw the tattoos on their shoulders, and her pretty face turned pale, apparently recognizing that they were members of the new Fishman pirate group. A sip of coffee, Ace and Sunset also glanced at the tattoos of the new Fishman pirates. Vivi smiled at Kami. This beautiful lady, pour a cup of coffee for our Kuro Star captain, thank you. Well, fine. Kami heard that, of course, she knew that Ace was saving herself, and immediately walked behind Ace and poured coffee with Kuro Star. Seeing this scene, several of Bodhidharma's subordinates turned gloomy and stared at Ace with anger and cannibalistic eyes. Today, their boss is accompanying the Lord Charles Rose. If they can't even handle this trivial matter, they will definitely let him go. The boss is embarrassed, and it will even affect the impression of their new Fishman pirates in the eyes of Tenryubito Charles Ross. Thinking of this, a ferocious gleam flashed in the eyes of several people, and they planned to kill the kid in front of them to kill the chicken and set an example. Boy, are you courting death? Among them, the tall and lanky one with fierce eyes flashed fiercely, waiting fiercely for the big eyeballs to eat people, very cruel. Such a scene really frightened the people around Fishman Island. That's the subordinate of the new fish pirate Hody Jones. Bad. Then Hody Jones has been trying to recruit Mrs. Shiarly, and now it seems that he is impatient. Are you going to hit Mrs. Shiarly, those bastards? They took a fancy to Mrs. Shiarly's ability to predict. That young man is afraid of bad luck. The heated discussion of the surrounding people, listening to Ryokugyu and Kuro Star's ears, but the corners of the mouth curled up, looking at the few soldiers of the new Fishman pirates and flashing a taunting color. Are you calling me? Ace's gaze fell on the tall and thin man, still wearing a genial and harmless smile on his face. What do you say about a waste horse? I slap it with a slap. Tall and thin man could finish speaking. A punch appeared precisely in the man's mouth, and in the next instant, with a bang, the soldier turned into a single cannonball. With a bang, it flew upside down, and by chance, it smashed the dining table of Bodhidharma and Charles Rose to pieces. Field, and the entire cafe was in an uproar immediately. Chi-Chi stood up from his seat and stared at Ace in horror. That guy actually beat up the new Fishman pirates. It's over. This kid is completely over. Mad, kid, you are courting death. The few remaining soldiers saw their companions being smashed into the air, and immediately hit Ace. If they wanted to avenge their companions, they must cripple this kid, and must not let Lord Charles Rose underestimate them. New Fishman pirates. Open black lens bracket marine Rokushiki Renkyaku, tempest kick close black lens bracket. Ace didn't hesitate at all, since it was destined to be the enemy's shot. He wouldn't be merciful, and immediately kicked the attackers with a Renkyaku tempest kick he learned from the captain. Poof. Puff puff. After one kick, the empty blade that ripped through the air directly brought several strings of blood flowers to the abdomens of several people. The few people who originally wanted to attack Ace died on the spot and were instantly killed by Ace. Seeing a few people from the new Fishman pirates die on the spot, everyone in the cafe sucked in a sigh of relief. That kid is so cruel, but now he is really going to die. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 57 accidentally killed Tenryubito. Witnessing the murder of his subordinates, Dharma, the leader of the new Fishman pirates, was furious. Presumptuous. Those who dare to touch my new Fishman pirates, you are courting death. Bodhidharma's lungs exploded with anger. Today, with the presence of St. Charles, if they don't find their way back, I am afraid this matter will seriously affect the impression of their new Fishman pirates in the eyes of Tenryubito. But as soon as Bodhidharma's words fell, a savage ox-like punch slammed into him, and in the next instant, it directly smashed through the wall, leaving a human-shaped hole on the wall, and then savagely smashed on the street of Mermaid Cafe. Dare to disturb my good deeds, go to hell. With a runny nose on his face, St. Charles of Rose immediately took out the special pistol in his hand and shot without hesitation. In his opinion, these people were no different from ants. However, what was waiting for St. Charles was Ryokugyu slapped him on the forehead, and abruptly slapped the disgusting Tenryubito into his stomach. St. Charles out of the Mermaid Cafe like a slap on a fly, but at this moment, St. Charles, was already dead and could no longer die. The corpse of St. Charles Rose directly collided not far from Dharma, who had been photographed before. Shaking his head, Dharma, the new Fishman pirate leader who had just come back to his senses, saw St. Charles Rose whose head was slapped into his stomach not far away. His eyes shrank suddenly, and a cold air came from the soles of his feet. The board went straight to the sky. Ryokugyu, who came out of the Mermaid Cafe, with a voice exceeding 120 decibels, his eyes widened and he screamed, You actually killed Lord Tenryubito Charles Rose. As soon as these words came out, all the people of Fishman Island on the street were scared and retreated, looking at the Ryokugyu not far from Bodhidharma. Their eyes were full of horror. Tenryubito. What did they hear? Someone killed Tenryubito on their Fishman Island. It's over. Tenryubito died on their Fishman Island. Marine's wrath will not be blamed on them. You know, that's Tenryubito, a high-ranking being. Is that guy crazy? After screaming sharply, Bodhidharma's heart was filled with fear, thinking that this time he brought Charles Rose to the Mermaid Cafe. If the boss, or Tenryubito, knew about this, there is absolutely no life or death. The intense fear made Bodhidharma's heart become a twisted, soul-stirring cold light cast on the opposite man who smashed himself into the air. Damn, it's because of him that he will face the death situation. Bastard, kid, die, ah. Knowing that Bodhidharma, who is not the opponent's opponent under normal conditions, clenched his teeth and slammed down a 1-foot evil medicine. In the next instant, Bodhidharma's eyes were red, and the blood around his body was red. Obviously, that kind of fierce medicine is at the cost of life, force out potential abilities. And this scene was all seen by the sea gods Upus and Jinbei on the second floor, especially Jinbei's eyes flickered and his heart was shocked. This is broken. Seeing Ryokugyu kill Tenryubito in public, for that alone, their Fishman Island will live in Tenryubito's nightmare for the rest of the time. This person looks very familiar, as if he's seen it somewhere. Mrs. Charlie looked out of the Mermaid Cafe, frowned slightly, and took a cigarette. Can you not be familiar? This person is named Ryokugyu, and is a deputy captain of our ship. Jinbei heard Mrs. Charlie's words. Bitter Isho was very impressed with the scene of Ryokugyu's appearance in the field. However, there was not much surprise, only Vivi's eyelids twitched. Killing Tenryubito would be troublesome now. You must know that whenever Tenryubito is killed, it is definitely an event that shakes the whole world. At that time, the Marine Headquarters Admiral and the Zero Spy Organization will all come, and a bloody storm will start again centered on Fishman Island. Ryokugyu. Hearing Jinbei's words, Neptune and Mrs. Charlie looked at each other with the same worry in their eyes, clearly realizing the seriousness of this matter. Three princes of Shark Star also exchanged their eyes. Ryokugyu is this guy. Did Admiral Akainu of Marine Headquarters hit hard in the Battle of the Top? No, Dharma of the new Fishman Pirates is going to use the medicine. When the star of the three princes saw outside the cafe, Bodhidharma raised his head and swallowed the national treasure, stolen from Ryugu. The next moment, I saw Bodhidharma who had taken the poisonous medicine. Like a beast that had been going mad, he stepped on the ground and attacked Ryokugyu fiercely, like a humanoid titan. Bodhidharma's abnormality also caught Ryokugyu's attention. Ryokugyu, who was so weak and uninterested in Bodhidharma, saw the corner of his mouth curved, and immediately attacked the opposite Bodhidharma in a playful manner. The next moment, the sound of dong 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 hitting the ground one after another, pierced the air from the front of the cafe, and spread to everyone's ears. The corners of the people's mouths twitched and their eyelids twitched. Because they saw that the person who was hanged and tortured to death was not the big man, but Dharma, the leader of the new Fishman Pirates. Of pure strength, the Bodhidharma who took the potion was completely defeated. On the second floor, Neptune and Mrs. Charlie in the box were staring at Ryokugyu deeply. The combat power obtained at the cost of squeezing life is definitely not as simple as doubling, but exponentially increasing. However, even under this circumstance, Bodhidharma still only had to be hanged and beaten. The existence of being able to defeat Marine Admiral Akainu head-on is truly extraordinary. Not to mention Dharma, even if the captain of the new Fishman Pirates, Hadi Jones, uses a murderous drug, there is probably no second ending. Your Majesty Neptune, Baizi and the others killed Tenryubito. I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to do well. How do you choose? Mrs. Charlie frowned and said, judging from the current situation, if she had not killed Tenryubito, she would have tried her best to win over Baizi and his party, but now that they killed Tenryubito St. Charles Rose, things would be different. Because of this, it is tantamount to poking a big hole in the sky of the new world. At that time, the endless marine and Zero spies will all rush towards their Fishman Island like locusts. Mrs. Charlie's voice fell, and the box fell into silence. After more than 10 seconds, King Neptune, the sea god, turned to Madame Charlie, squinting his eyes and said solemnly, Xiarli, it is true that Bai Zi will become the 5th emperor in the future. It's absolutely true. Hearing that, Mrs. Xiarli nodded heavily. I guarantee it with my personality. In that case. Neptune heard Mrs. Xiarli's firm answer, and her eyes shone brightly. Then Mr. Bai Zi will be the guardian of my Fishman Island from now on. As long as my Ryugu kingdom exists for one day, Mr. Bai Zi is the most honorable person on my Fishman Island. After listening to the words of Neptune, the god of the sea, Jinbei looked at Bodhidharma, who had been tortured and beaten into a dog. It seemed that Fishman Island was prosperous and their captain Bai Zi became the 5th emperor of the New World. Chapter 58 Joel Cordo Square, Premeditated Siege. Wait until Bai Zi returns to the cafe. Battle had already settled, and as soon as I entered the lobby, I heard the heated discussions from the people around the cafe pointing at Ace and his party. Who are these people? They are too cruel. Yeah, especially that big guy, who directly killed Dharma, the leader of the new Fishman pirates. Hey, but Tamiao is too relieved, and none of Hody Jones's men are good birds. But they dared to kill Tenryubito. I'm afraid it's going to break the sky. Grandma, you deserve it. Those Tenryubito who think they are superior, it would be better if they died. Bai Zi's arrival, Ryokugyu scratched the back of his head and said a little embarrassedly, What, ahem, Captain, I just accidentally killed a Tenryubito. Of haki from Ryokugyu just now, the Kuro stars twitched their mouths one by one, but they also didn't expect that. The snot hanging Saint Guros would be a world aristocrat of the Holy Land Mariajoy. You must know that each of them has a full influence in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and they are all descendants of the 20 kings who formed the world government 800 years ago. Existence, it can be said that everyone is protected by Marine Headquarters and Zero. Whenever a Tenryubito dies, the holy place Mariajoy will cause a world-class sensation. And it is such a high-ranking Tenryubito. Today Ryokugyu unexpectedly he slapped his head into his stomach with a slap, and his death was extremely tragic. If Tenryubito knew about it, he would probably go crazy. Hearing Ryokugyu's words, Bai Zi didn't have much reaction. After all, he didn't have much of a cold for Tenryubito. He glanced at Ryokugyu, said, "Oh," and sat down to let Kami pour coffee for him. Ryokugyu was stunned when he looked at the captain, scratched the back of his head and sat down. As for Fujitora Isho, who was covering the surrounding area with observation haki, his eyes fell to Shirazawa, and he seemed to realize something. The captain didn't seem to be very interested in Tenryubito. This kind of development wants to go. In the future they may really overthrow the Tenryubito system. It seems that the old man will work harder in the future. I believe that there will be a war on Fishman Island in the near future that is even worse than the war on the top. After all, the battle on the top does not involve Tenryubito. To put it bluntly, Marine Admiral and even Marine Fleet Admiral are just watchdogs raised by Tenryubito. As long as Tenryubito gives an order, countless Marines will definitely swarm. Right, with Fishman Island launching an unprecedented siege battle, the scene at that time is not only the Marine side, but Tenryubito will also take action. Captain, the one who was killed by the vice-captain was Tenryubito. You are so calm. The corners of Kuro Star's mouth twitched, although he knew that Bai Zi was very strong, but the other party was Tenryubito who was talking about the whole world. Killing the existence like that, the ghost knows what kind of sensation will happen in the Holy Land Mariajoy and Marine. It's just a Tenryubito. If you kill it, you will kill it. If they don't agree, come to Fishman Island and find me. Bai Zi took a sip of coffee and heard the plain words in Kami's ears, and she was struck by lightning. In today's world, apart from the 4 emperors and the legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, she really couldn't think of anyone who could say such plain words. Out this sentence. Kuro Star. Crack. S sound. Ryokugyu, the initiator, slapped the table and clenched his fists. The captain wouldn't care about this. Wouldn't he just kill Tenryubito? Kill him. He's right. If those Tenryubito come to Fishman Island, come 1 and I will destroy 1. Ryokugyu, come 2 and I will destroy 1 pair. Not surprisingly, some of Baizi's words resonated with Ryokugyu, and the violent factor in his heart was immediately exploded like a powder keg. Here around Fishman Island. Of the people was dumbfounded. I'm darling, are these gangsters crazy? You know, even the 4 emperors wouldn't dare to be so heartless and unscrupulous. On the other hand, New Fishman Pirates, where Hody Jones is located. Click. Hody Jones, who was lying on his seat sipping red wine like a blood glass, heard the report from his subordinates, and immediately the fragile glass in his hand shattered. Jones' entire palm. The soul-stirring eyes stared at the subordinate in front of him, and his eyes flashed coldly. What did you say that Bodhidharma was killed in the Mermaid Cafe? And Charles Street is also dead. 2 pieces of news, like two cannonballs, slammed into the mind of Hody Jones, especially the second piece of news. Tenryubito Charles Rose was actually on Fishman Island, and now he was killed on his own territory. If this matter is not handled well, not only will I not be able to climb up to Tenryubito's relationship, I am afraid that my life will not be guaranteed. Damn, where are those bastards now? Figured out the seriousness of Tenryubito's killing, Hody Jones didn't want to wait for a moment. Kidding. If these people left Fishman Island, it would be harder to find them than to reach the sky, and now he has to find them in the shortest time, and destroy them and chop off their heads to alleviate Tenryubito's wrath. Compared to this incident, the death of Dharma, the leader of the new Fishman pirates under his capable team, seems insignificant. Captain, those people who rescued Princess Shirahoshi's pet megalo outside Fishman Island, and now Neptune, the god of the sea, are preparing to thank them at Ryugu Castle. The trembling Hody Jones subordinate heard the captain's question, and immediately reported it truthfully. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Hody Jones frowned and his eyes flashed coldly. That old guy from Neptune. Good. Very good. Very good. Since you were rushing to court death, don't blame me. From Hody Jones' mind, and an order was issued immediately. Gather everyone, ambushed in Joan L. Cordo Square on the way to the Dragon Siege, kill everyone in St. Charles and his party at all costs. Yes, Captain. After his subordinates left, Hody Jones felt that it was still not enough. He took out the phone and made a call. After a while, a hoarse voice came from the opposite side. What's the matter? Lucci Lord Fishman Island Charles Ross Saint and my Cadre Dharma were assassinated by a group of people in the Yoshirin Cafe. These people are at this time. Immediately, Hody Jones put all the blame on the person who killed St. Charles Rose, first to clean himself up, otherwise, without Tenryubito, this Lord Lucci is afraid that they will be wiped out directly. What? A group of rice buckets, I'll rush over immediately. Before I arrive, I must not let anyone leave Fishman Island, otherwise, you should understand that even if one person leaves, your new Fishman pirates will be destroyed. After speaking, Hody Jones' phone bug heard a beeping sound, but hearing Lucci's warning, Hody Jones couldn't help sighing, because as long as they didn't let the murderer escape from Fishman Island, their new Fishman the pirates have a chance to survive this crisis. Thinking of this, Hody Jones' eyes were bloodshot, and he stared at the direction of Janyubito Square with a murderous look on his face, and muttered to himself, I want to see, who dares to kill Tenryubito so recklessly, you are all dead. Exclamation mark. Quote. Chapter 59 _ Your intelligence work is poor. In about a quarter of an hour. In Changar Square, Baizi and his party walked towards the Dragon Palace on foot, and in front of them was a subordinate sent by Neptune, who respectfully led the way. Because before he came, Neptune, the sea god, warned again and again that he must be careful not to leave even the slightest bad impression on the other party. It was also from His Majesty's tone that this famous man knew that these people were very important to His Majesty. Besides, there was also their hero Jinbei among them. It would be hard for him to be disrespectful. Lord Jinbei, distinguished guests, pass through the Changar Square in front, and in a few minutes, you will arrive at Dragon Palace City. That Neptune's dedicated subordinate explained with a warm smile on his face. However, when Shirazawa and the others' observation haki unfolded, something strange happened in Joel Plaza. In fact, without observation haki, you can see the difference just by looking at it, because at the moment, the huge Changerkoduo square has no shadows, which is completely inconsistent with the lively scenes in the past. Looks like someone can't wait. Thinking of what happened in the Mermaid Cafe, the corner of Baizi's mouth curved into a radian. That's fine, it's a trivial matter to clear the trash in advance. Everyone be careful, there may be an ambush ahead. Who had already developed observation haki to the point of being skilled, immediately gave a sound, and a group of more than a dozen people walked towards Junkerdo Plaza in a flash. The Empress Boa Hancock separated from Baizi long ago and returned to her kingdom. The purpose is to help the two younger sisters use the recovery potion. Just as Baizi and his party were about to approach the center of Changerkoduo Square, a crisp applause pierced the air from an alley and spread, followed by a joking voice. What a daring, blatant voice. After killing Lord Tenryubito, St. Charles, he still dares to appear in the Changerkoduo Square unscrupulously. I really don't know if it's self-confidence or stupid. A swipe. Figure disappeared in a flash, reappeared and arrived at the Changerkoduo Square, more than 10 meters away from Baizi and his party. Since you dare to show up, in order to show the importance I attach to you, I have specially prepared a big gift for you. Clap. Following the applause of Hody Jones, who appeared in Junkerdo Plaza, the next moment, from all the alleys of Junkerdo Square, locust-like figures emerged. These people, without exception, were all the new Fishman pirates Hody Jones's men. The entire group of people surrounded the entire Changerkoduo Square, and the group of more than 10 people in the field was Baizi and his group. Compared with them, Baizi and his group looked like an ant in front of a mammoth. Many people on the buildings and streets farther away, looking at Joel Square one by one, their eyes filled with shock and worry. The other side. Dragon Palace City, the highest place. Neptune, the god of the sea and three princes, is a peerless beauty with a height of more than 10 feet. This girl has long wavy and flowing pink hair, bright blue eyes, beauty, and a pink fishtail in different shades. And beside her, there is a huge shark. Megalo, did they save you? Princess Shirahoshi's sweet voice came to Megalo's ear, and Megalo hurriedly tapped the huge shark head. Father, do you think Mr. Baizi and the others can win? The great Prince Shark Star looked at the Changerkoduo Square, and Baizi and his party, who were surrounded by tens of thousands of people, asked in a vague way, although he knew Baizi and the others. Very strong. The Changerkoduo Square deeply, and said firmly, Lord Baizi, since he was able to single-handedly over 100,000 marine elites after the war ended, including Sengoku the Buddha and Marine Admiral etc. People, do you think that these people in Junkerdo Square are comparable to those who went to war at the beginning? Shark Star, this. Looks like I'm overthinking it. Even an idiot knows that the scene in front of him is not by many levels compared to the previous war. Hody Jones shouldn't know the identity of Lord Baizi and his party, otherwise he would never be so reckless. Emperor looked at the square, Hody Jones's actions, nodded and said. After all, it's only been a few days since the top war, and no one could have imagined that. The person who made a big noise in the top war and became famous in the first battle would suddenly appear on our Fishman Island. No accident, Hody Jones will be completely finished. Star muttered to himself, the words that Mrs. Shiarly said before came to mind. Just kidding, with the tens of thousands of sailors like Hody Jones, they will be the opponents of the fifth emperor of the New World in the future. Is that the hero who killed Tenryubito at the Fishman Cafe? I hope they will win. Princess Shirahoshi, one of the three ancient weapons, put her hands together and prayed for Baizi and her party. From her father and three brothers, Shirahoshi also knew that this Lord Baizi will be their Fishman Island in the future. Protection. Sir will win, come on. Shirahoshi believes in you. Junkerdo Plaza. I really can't think that the first person who dared to kill Tenryubito would be you. You must know that although the four emperors disdain Tenryubito, They dare not kill Tenryubito so blatantly. Do you really not know what this means? A bunch of idiots. When Hody Jones spoke, his eyes could not help but fall on a familiar figure, and when Hody Jones saw the figure, the whole person seemed to be struck by lightning. How could Jinbei be possible? Why are you here? Jeju in his hand, Hody Jones, who thought he was in control of everything, widened his eyes incredulously, staring at the arena, and a very bad thought immediately rose in his heart. Could it be that, the person headed by the red-haired pirate group, the 14th Cadre, the one who blocked more than 100,000 marine elites in the top war, by Z? How is it possible? Why did they suddenly appear here? Is it because Jinbei should be damned? How could this happen? Jinbei, seeing his old friend Hody Jones, he raised his foot and took a few steps forward, looking at Hody Jones mockingly and disdainfully. I just found out that it is me. Your intelligence work is too bad, so you still want to occupy Fishman Island, eat people and talk about dreams. I can tell you clearly, behind me is indeed our Captain Shirasawa, and not only Captain Shirasawa, but also our Vice Captain Fujitora Isho, Vice Captain Ryokugyu, and Captain of the 2nd Division of Ace 2. How is it now? Hody Jones, do you think you still have that enough confidence to take us? As soon as Jinbei said this, the expressions of the tens of thousands of Hody Jones's men around them changed greatly, their gazes turned to the group of people in the field, and their calves twisted. Bye Z. That guy turned out to be Jinbei's new pirate captain. Oh my god, that guy is rumored to have a top-notch Conqueror haki, and he is extremely skilled in using Mariner Okushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear. The most frustrating thing is that this guy actually has the same shocking fruit ant gata as the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. How can this fight? It is not a level at all. Look no _ please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 60 _ Destroy the world, kill tens of thousands of cannon fodder in seconds. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree. Whether it is Shirasawa, Fujitora, Ryokugyu, Ace and Jinbei, they are all famous, even Kuro Star. You must know that among them, there are 3 people who are capable of hard steel Marine Admiral. Among them, Ryokugyu brutalized Akainu in the war on the top, and was killed by Baizi in one fell swoop, and the relationship between these people and the Revolutionary Army is also intriguing. This group of people is absolutely not what they can eat. This is the first thought of Hody Jones. Just kidding, Hody Jones is very ambitious, but it doesn't mean he is a fool. Don't talk about him. Even if Lord Lucci came here, are these people's opponents too? Quietly, Hody Jones discovered that he had tricked Lucci alive. If Lord Lucci came here and saw that the opponent was Baizi and his party, no matter whether he won or lost, he would definitely not end well. 36 strategies, the best strategy. Hody Jones, all his ambitions at this moment were completely disrupted by the appearance of Baizi and his party. In the face of absolute strength, all the conspiracies are so powerless. The flickering eyes of Hody Jones and the surrounding captains winked. Obviously all of them had the intention of retreating. As for their confidence, it was Rua locust like tens of thousands of cannon fodder. Can recruit again, but if their little life is gone, it will be completely over. Humph, Jinbei. Don't think that with a few words. The few people you found are your captains Shirasawa and Ryokugyu. Brothers, don't let them be deceived. Here, I, Hody Jones, swear with my life that everyone except Jinbei is fake. Don't be fooled. I really thought that the intelligence work of our new Fishman pirates was a vegetarian. I have seen through your tricks. Jinbei, it's up to me. Everyone else killed everyone else for me. In order to fight for a chance, Hody Jones resolutely gave up the tens of thousands of his subordinates who followed him. However, he had to say that Hody Jones had some prestige. As soon as he said this, the terrified eyes of the tens of thousands of subordinates around him once again became condensed, and some of his subordinates are eager to try, obviously wanting to perform well in front of their captain. That's right, although Jinbei is back, it doesn't mean that Baizi and the others also came to Fishman Island. It must be fake. Hey, as expected of the captain, you can count on it, so sinister Jinbei. Kill them. Go on. Instant, as Hody Jones and many cadres took the opportunity to cough down the murderous medicine, many subordinates no longer hesitated and rushed forward. You will find a torrent of pirates all around, mobs rushing towards the White Sea in the center, rushing to eat. Poor people, there must be something hateful. This sentence is reflected here. No, Captain Hody Jones and the others will use their subordinates as time to escape. Star of Kuro saw the many cannon fodder swarming around, while the eyes of Hody Jones and his party on the opposite side were flickering. As soon as Kuro Star's voice fell, Bai Zi, who had long known Hody Jones' intention, directly stuck out his right palm. A thunder suddenly appeared, and then BB scrolled down, open black lens bracket thunder god punishment close black lens bracket. Sound fell, and thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the sky above the Changrakaduo Square with a clear sky. There are tens of thousands of thunderbolts, as if the heavens' sanction descends the thunder calamity in an instant. Into thunder and lightning, and instantly fell on the tens of thousands of figures rushed up by Hody Jones, and immediately the sound of Zitsa, electric current rushed through the tens of thousands of pirates. The next moment, more than 10,000 pirates looked at their eyes, all of them fainted, and no one was spared. One blow, more than tens of thousands of people were overturned. Such a devastating attack immediately overturned everyone in the field, and more than 10 people in Hody Jones, who had taken the medicine, were immediately dumbfounded. Even Ryokugyu Fujitora and his party showed surprise and astonishment. Has the captain's Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit, developed to such a state? Amazing. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts fell on top of tens of thousands of figures with great precision, one more and one less. Under observation haki, Ryokugyu Ace and the others were all stunned. The ability to control terror can do this. On Junkerdo Square, a tall building not far away. Mrs. Charlie and Kami were standing on the top floor, looking at the thunder that destroyed the sky over Junkerdo Square. Kami's pretty face was as white as snow. Oh my god, world destruction thunder tribulation. Master Bai Zi is so powerful, doesn't it mean that Master Bai Zi's ability is the same shocking fruit as Whitebeard? How can he even summon the power of thunder? Looking at the world-destroying thunder, Kami's big mouth is almost reaching the back of her ears, and her chin are all tending to dislocate. Fact, she was completely terrified by the world-destroying scene in Joel Cordo Square. A person's ability is so terrifying that Master Bai Zi is much stronger than Luffy, and it is not on the same level at all. Compared to Kami's shock, Mrs. Charlie's eyebrows were filled with deep doubt and shock. Looking at the thunder that covers the sky, Mrs. Charlie murmured to herself, there is no picture in the crystal ball saying that Lord Bai Zi has the power of thunder. It seems that her prophecy has not fully demonstrated the ability of the Lord. Top Conqueror Haki, Marinaro Kushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear, the ability to shake the fruit, plus the power of thunder today. No wonder Lord Bai Zi is the most honorable person on their Fishman Island, and he will be respectfully called Lord Bai Zi by all the residents of Fishman Island in the near future. Having such a tyrannical ability, sheltering a tiny Fishman Island of theirs is simply too easy. Mrs. Charlie was full of emotion. She never imagined that their Fishman Island would encounter such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for prosperity. Moreover, Mrs. Charlie was also very fortunate that the current sea god Neptune of their Fishman Island was a bright master. At the same time, he is also a powerful king, although this decision has the threat of pressure from the new Fishman pirates. Such a wise ruler and such a strong guardian of Lord Bai Zi, in the near future, it is not impossible for their Fishman Island to develop into the holy land of Tenryubito, Mariajoy. Castle, the highest sea god Neptune, Princess Shirahoshi and the three princes, without exception, were all suddenly appeared in the air, and the operation of turning over the tens of thousands of pirates and destroying them was deeply shocking. This is the real powerhouse. No wonder Mrs. Charlie said that Master Bai Zi will become the fifth emperor of the New World in the future. Qualified to become another existence after the red-haired Shanks who competed with the four emperors. Their Fishman Island is guarded by Lord Bai Zi, and the era of eternal prosperity is really coming. Pirates awakened Conqueror at the beginning chapter 61 to 80. Chapter 61 _ Wu Ra Bluchi. Thunder God Punishment. After a thunderbolt, more than tens of thousands of Hody Jones's subordinates rolled their eyes and fell unconscious to the ground. Hody Jones and more than a dozen cadres, who were about to withdraw, were all dumbfounded and stared at the world destruction thunder in the sky above Joel Cordo Square. Damn, how can this fight? Withdraw. Quickly withdraw. After Hody Jones finished speaking, he directly turned into a black shadow and ran away quickly. As long as he left Fishman Island, everything could start all over again without waiting for Hody Jones to think about it, but he felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed Sea King. Just like that, with a bang, it turned into a shooting star and flew backwards, slamming into the ground of Joel Cordo Square. The hard ground was smashed into a deep pit. Where Hody Jones was originally, a figure with increased fighting spirit appeared where he just stood. This person is not someone else, but he couldn't bear the violence in his heart for a long time. Factors Ryokugyu. Hey, run, I haven't had enough of it yet. Looking at the titan-like Ryokugyu opposite, Hody Jones' mouth twitched and his eyelids were twitching wildly. He just punched him just now. He knew that he would have no opponent unless, bastard. Everyone kills him. Voice fell, and the cold and vicious voice pierced the air from Hody Jones' mouth and swayed in the air. Immediately, a handful of evil medicine was directly stuffed into the mouth. It is roughly estimated that there are at least 30 or 40, and look around. More than a dozen cadres were horrified. But thinking of the failed ending, they looked at each other without hesitation. Immediately, everyone swallowed a full 10 pills, and each one of them savagely, like hyenas, fiercely attacked Ryokugyu in the field. The strongest is Hody Jones. 30 or 40, under the action of a fierce medicine, its strength directly rocketed like a rocket, and the strength infarction showed an exponential surge. Bang sound. After the blow, Hody Jones retreated more than 10 feet under the shock, and Ryokugyu, who is known for his strength, was also half a step back by the unparalleled momentum. Well, kind of interesting. Ha 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 ha, come again. Feeling the attack of unparalleled momentum, this kind of attack is exactly what Ryokugyu meant. He has been suffocated these days. At the cost of the lives of the rest of the cadres. Immediately, Hody Jones and his party appeared in the field, and they frantically attacked Ryokugyu, and all kinds of fierce moves emerged one after another. Under the effect of the fierce medicine, they have already forgotten the pain, and only a trace of consciousness tells them to kill the person in front of them, but quickly escape from here. The competition of pure power in the field has ravaged the entire Chongerkodo Square to a disgraceful appearance. Every time it is overturned by Ryokugyu, a pothole will appear on the square, with different sizes. Hody Jones and his party of more than 10 people, compared to fighting, were more like flies. They were overturned by Ryokugyu. The side effects of the nasty drug followed. Ryokugyu became more and more energetic as he fought. Of course, this was the reason why he didn't kill him, otherwise the group of Hody Jones would have died long ago. But it was Hody Jones and the others, their expressions were already sluggish, and their skins were beginning to wrinkle and age. Soon, Hody Jones and the others were knocked down by Ryokugyu's punch, and more than 10 people had long since lost their youthful strength. They have become more than 10 gray-haired old men. Even if they were not killed by Ryokugyu's punch just now, they would still live. Not long. That is, when Hody Jones and his party were dead on the spot, observation haki shrouded Fujitora Isho in the entire Junkerkodo Plaza, raising eyebrows. Fish slipping through the net. Observation haki sensed the surroundings, and immediately said without hesitation, open black lens bracket gravity suppression close black lens bracket. A plop. Square. Above, a figure suddenly fell from the sky. This person was dressed in a black suit, uniform, hockey cape, high top hat, and a man with tattoos on his arms appeared in the field, especially the one behind him with the flag representing the world government. Pattern. That he was forced out by Fujitora Isho, the corner of Rob Lucci's mouth twitched, and he scolded Hody Jones as a dog. Rob Lucci. Jinbei was stunned when he saw the figure forced out by Fujitora Isho, and immediately thought of St. Charles Rose. You know him. Ace looked at Rob Lucci opposite, and intuitively told him that this person was not easy, because he could feel danger from this person. Rob Lucci, the strongest killing weapon of the original 9, the ace killer of the world government, has unfathomable strength, and when Jinbei said this, his eyes couldn't help but fall in the direction of Baizi, and continued, this person is the one between the world government and Marine. Among them, one of the few who has mastered the existence of Marine Rokushiki, but has not awakened the ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki, Six Kings Spear. Master Marine Rokushiki. As soon as these words came out, both Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu looked at Rob Lucci with great interest, and so did the others. You know, Marine Rokushiki is very difficult. It is said that the entire Marine has no more than 555 people. I didn't expect this Rob Lucci to be one of them. Have you mastered Marine Rokushiki skillfully? He's a good subordinate. Seeing Rob Lucci, the corner of Baizi's mouth curved into a radian, the whole guy is not simple, he is known as the strongest Enies lobby in the past 800 years, and he is also the owner of the leopard fruit. He is very powerful. Eyes fell on Rob Lucci. Baizi stepped forward to let Fujitora Isho remove the gravity suppression, and looked at Rob Lucci with great interest. Two choices, either become my subordinate or die. Rob Lucci, who was ready to die, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Baizi's words, you won't kill me. In his opinion, the two sides are the masters, and he is a member of Zero, and he is the leader of the world government. This guy wants to win over himself. The premise is that you become my subordinate and serve me in the future. Hearing this, Rob Lucci fell into silence, as if weighing the pros and cons. Now that the Saint Tenryubito, Charles Ross, whom he protected, was killed, even if he was lucky enough to return to the world government, he would have to pay a small price, and even be killed by the Holy Land Mariajoy Tenryubito's execution, if he could think of some possibility, if he pretended to join Baizi and the others, and then took the opportunity to escape Rob Lucci. All kinds of possibilities popped up in his mind. Although the world government could not go back, he also did not have much optimism about the pirates. After all, the world government and Marine's strength, he knew very well. If you want me to be your subordinate, it's not impossible. The premise is that you must defeat me with Marine Rokushiki. In addition to this, Rob Lucci is most interested in Baizi's Marine Rokushiki. It is rumored that this guy is the first man in the world who has awakened the ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki. If he fights with him, maybe he can also awaken Six Kings Spear. Marine Rokushiki. It's interesting, if you can beat me, I can let you go today. Hearing Rob Lucci's conditions, Baizi smiled. It's true. However, Rob Lucci's eyes flashed brightly. Although Baizi has awakened Six Kings Spear, it does not mean that he can beat himself on Marine Rokushiki. It seems that this kid is not the wise man in the legend. My mind has already come to my own understanding of the Six Kings Spear, and I have completely turned over the scene of this messing up the war guy. However, the next scene really confirmed how ridiculous his thoughts at the moment are. Chapter 62_Neptune Poseidon as a maid. Junkerdo Plaza. Iron Nugget. Shave. Shigen Finger Pistol. Developed to the extreme, Rob Lucci swiped the soles of his feet, and the speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he came to Baizi, and Shigen Finger Pistol poked Hungarian's mouth. Go, without giving up at all. Lightning strike, blink of an eye. When Kuro Star and his party reacted, Rob Lucci's attack that combined iron and Shigen Finger Pistol came in an instant. Open black lens bracket Six Kings Spear, close black lens bracket. Just when Rob Lucci thought that he was about to succeed, Baizi's right fist suddenly passed through Rob Lucci's attack as if passing through space, and slammed into Rob Lucci's abdomen. After a dull sound rang out, Rob Lucci turned into a one lightning cannonball, instantly appearing 10 meters away, and even more than 5 meters above the ground, before it stopped. Then there was a puff. Rob Lucci immediately spewed out a pool of blood, and the scarlet blood sprayed on the ground, which was very dazzling. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Esoteric. So strong. A tilt of his head, Rob Lucci, the former top executive of 9Ne's lobby, passed out. Punch kills. To be honest, this Rob Lucci is more than a star and a half weaker than Garp and Sengoku, and this is the result. Take him and go to Dragon Palace City. Rob Lucci, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead, he raised his foot and walked towards the Dragon Palace. Ryokugyu looked at Rob Lucci, who was like a dead dog, and the scene where he used Marine Rokushiki much better than him just now came to his mind. He couldn't help but have interest in his eyes. He will have another opponent who will practice his skills in the future. Yes, Captain. The two crew members who followed him immediately responded and walked towards Rob Lucci, who was like a dead dog with excitement and pride. They took him with them, and the group disappeared in Joel Cordo Square. A breeze blew, and at the center of the tens of thousands of unconscious pirates in the field, there were more than a dozen white-haired Haughty Jones and his party, looking at Rob Lucci, who was swept away in the field. When he came out, he didn't take his last breath, he just passed away, and his vitality was lost. And at the moment before his death, he was extremely regretful. If he knew that his opponents today were Baizi and the others, even if he killed him, he would not dare to shoot. The dust has settled, let's go. Mrs. Charlie looked at Baizi, who was leaving the field because the new Fishman pirates were uprooted, and this cancer was cleared. Waiting for their Fishman Island will be the first. As for the killing of Tenryubito, after this battle, she believes that Baizi and his party are so powerful, and she believes that her prediction will not go wrong. Dragon Palace, the highest point. Mr. Baizi, you really won. Neptune, the sea god, saw that Baizi finally beat Rob Lucci of Tenryubito 0 with a punch, and he lost his breath. He believed that their Fishman Island would return to peace for a long time in the future. Moreover, Baizi and the others will protect him from now on. Fishman Island will be more solid, no one dares to provoke them easily. As a dinner party, Nipton personally introduced Baizi and the others to know Shirahoshi, and Baizi was also looking forward to Shirahoshi. One of the three ancient weapons, the Sea King Poseidon, if he grows up in the future, his strength is quite terrifying. Moreover, since he knew that Baizi was the guardian of their Fishman Island, he admired Baizi even more, that is, he saved her father and brothers, and also saved their Fishman Island. Thinking of the experience of these days, Shirahoshi's weak temperament has also changed. No, after the banquet is over. Shirahoshi and Megalo came to Shirahoshi's residence together. Shirahoshi has met Shirahoshi-sama. After arriving at Baizi's residence, Shirahoshi, who is more than 10 feet tall, respectfully said that if this scene were known to the outside world, it might cause a big sensation. Oh, Princess Shirahoshi, have something to do with me. Baizi also guessed the meaning of Princess Shirahoshi's visit. Today's scene can be said to have a great influence on Shirahoshi. Master Baizi, I want to become as strong as you. Please teach me, Lord Baizi, I can pay any price for it. They all say that I am one of the three ancient weapons. Sea King Poseidon, I really don't know how to become stronger. I want to protect my father. Protect the brothers. Protect Fishman Island. Shirahoshi, who pursed her lips, was the first major decision she made in her life for this girl who was less than 20 years old and 20 years old. His father and brother guarded her for more than 10 years before. For the rest of her life, she will protect her father and brother and Fishman Island. What can I get by helping you? Baizi looked at Shirahoshi and asked back with a smile. Me. Shirahoshi, who clenched his hands tightly, pursed his lips, his watery eyes struggled a little, and then he was full of determination. If Shirahoshi-sama can make me stronger, Shirahoshi would like to be your maid for the rest of my life and accompany you for the rest of your life. Recognizable. When the maid heard Shirahoshi's words, there was a gleam in Baizi's eyes. If Poseidon, the Sea King, one of the three ancient weapons in the future, was his maid, it would sound good. Besides, Shirahoshi's biggest purpose in coming to Fishman Island can be said to be for Shirahoshi, so how can he refuse now that he has got what he wants? If that's the case, then I promise. It sounds good to have such a maid. Really, Shirahoshi-sama, you promised Shirahoshi. When Shirahoshi heard Baizi's words, the beautiful eyes were excited. Lord Baizi is too powerful, more powerful than anyone she has ever seen. Following him, she will be able to protect her father, brother, and Fishman Island. Seeing Shirahoshi's happy expression like a child, he picked up a cup in the room, poured 3 parts of recovery potion and 3 parts of stretch potion into it, and finally mixed into a glass-like color, picked up the cup and handed it to Shirahoshi. Now, drink this first. This is. Shirahoshi trusts Shirahoshi-sama. Shirahoshi looked at the glass-colored potion in his palm, drank the potion after murmured, and then a miraculous scene appeared. The original red and white fish tail changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short while, it turned into a pair of slender legs, and this was all due to the 3 bottles of recovery potion. And, not only that, Shirahoshi, who was more than 10 feet tall, shrank a few words at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like the Karakan in the 10,000-meter deep sea before, but the two were not at the same level at all. Karakan is just a north blue giant monster at best, and how does Shirahoshi exist? That is the Sea King Poseidon, one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons, the existence of all sea kings. A little while. Shirahoshi became the size of a normal person, and her use of power has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Quietly, the awakening of Sea King Poseidon has begun. Chapter 63_Kill Tenryubito. It's a lot of information in my head. Shirahoshi sorted out the information in his mind, felt the power that filled his body and the deterrence of the Sea Kings. His knees were in front of Baizi. Shirahoshi, the maid, thank you for the gift of Lord Baizi. You don't have to, get up. The corners of Baizi's mouth curved, and at the same time, he used a demon contract to bind Shirahoshi to him. The future Shirahoshi is a very important part of him. Although he knew that the chance of Shirahoshi betrayed him was almost 0, he could do it. To 100%, Baizi will never settle for second place. The demon contract was successfully bound to Shirahoshi. From now on, Princess Shirahoshi is another faithful guardian of the host. Level. Perfect level. After the demon contract was successfully bound, the corners of Baizi's mouth curved into a mysterious arc, and another super powerful force will be taken under his command in the future. No. Sir Shirahoshi's gift to Shirahoshi and Fishman Island, the people must show their respect to Shirahoshi-sama. Shirahoshi's face was full of devotion, whether it was her gratitude or the role of the demon contract. As you like. Baizi waved his hand and said a few more words, then let Shirahoshi go back first, while he went to the room where Rob Lucci was unconscious. They used the recovery potion and the demon contract to perform another wave of operations. At the same time, Baizi's team will have another cadre. The other side. Ryugu Castle, Neptune Room. Father. Shirahoshi, who has regained his height of more than 10 feet, wanted to tell his father and brother the news that he had become stronger as soon as possible, and she will protect the kingdom and Fishman Island from now on. Hehe, Shirahoshi your fish tail, how could it be? Neptune saw Shirahoshi's fish tail turn into his feet, and immediately stood up from his seat with a rub. Not only Neptune, but the Shark Star, King Star, and Rollover Star beside him, the 3 princes all stood up, their faces full of surprise and astonishment. Sister Shirahoshi, how could your fish tail be? Don't you have legs after 30 years old? Shirahoshi's sister should only be 16 years old this year. Shocked. Unparalleled shock. Neptune and the 3 princes all had a blast in their minds. Their entire Fishman family had never had a precedent of turning their legs into a phantom under the age of 30. It was the previous Sea King boss. It was only after the age of 30 that Winter had legs. What happened? I know the father and the king will be surprised. It's more than that, look. Shirahoshi, who was more than 10 feet tall, shrank sharply under the gaze of Naiden and the three royal brothers. Feet. 9 feet. 8 feet. In a short while, Shirahoshi became as tall as a normal person, and what was even more shocking for Neptune and Shark Star 3 was that they found that the momentum around Shirahoshi had increased more than 10 times. In other words, Shirahoshi's strength has soared at least tenfold at the moment, but how is this possible? Father, Shirahoshi has become so strong now that he will be able to guard Fishman Island in the future, and I feel as if I have awakened, in my mind. Suddenly there are a lot of things. As soon as these words came out, the three princes of Neptune and Shark all roared in their heads, and Shirahoshi awakened. Does that mean that there will be another Sea King Poseidon who will suppress the world on their Fishman Island? Exclamation mark. Quote. Shirahoshi, you are truly awakened. Although Neptune, the god of the sea, heard his daughter's words, I can't believe this is true. Well, it's the real father. It's Shirahoshi-sama, who gave Shirahoshi such power. Shirahoshi said ostentatiously, and continued, Father, the three brothers, Shirahoshi is now Lord Shirahoshi's maid. Shirahoshi will definitely become stronger in the future. Follow Lord Shirahoshi, guard the kingdom, protect Fishman Island. This is you. Master Baizi's maid. Listening to Shirahoshi's words, the corners of Neptune and Shark's mouth twitched and their eyelids twitched. You must know that Shirahoshi is the Sea King Poseidon of their Fishman Island, and his future achievements are limitless. If this news spreads out, I'm afraid it will definitely shock the whole world. Just seeing the change of Shirahoshi, not only the fish tail turned into legs, but also the body can be controlled, the strongest state, the strength has soared more than 10 times. They can fully imagine how Shirahoshi will grow when his abilities are fully developed. Then, Neptune and Shark Star 3 remembered Mrs. Shiarly's prophecy before, and their Fishman Island will be prosperous forever. Isn't it related to this? Shirahoshi, the father is useless, you have been wronged. Neptune looked at the excited Shirahoshi and sighed in his heart. How could he, as a father, not know the reason why Shirahoshi is like this? It's okay, father, this is Shirahoshi's volition, and I believe that under the guidance of Lord Baizawa, I must have the strength to protect Fishman Island, and I will not live up to Lord Baizawa's expectations for me. This is my promise to Mr. Baizi, it is also a promise to Fishman Island, and it is a promise to myself. Looking at the completely different appearance of the pitiful Shirahoshi sister in the past, the three sharks shook their heads bitterly, and now they are afraid that their sister is stronger than them. Meanwhile, in Rob Lucci's room. From now on, you will be the captain of the 5th Division under my command. Yes, Captain. Under the subtle influence of the demon contract, Rob Lucci was a little unwilling in his heart, but still willing to admit defeat. With the deepening of the demon contract, Rob Lucci will become another close and loyal subordinate of Baizi in the near future. Captain, St. Charles Rose, who was killed by Ryokugyu before, is not easy. His father, St. Roswaiter, had a lot of influence in the Holy Land Mariajoy, and St. Charles Rose had the existence of Vive Ricard in his father's place. The death of St. Ross, his father St. Roswald, will be the first to know. It has to be said that the magical power of the Devil's contract is very huge. Although it was just signed, Rob Lucci has already thought about Baizi's safety. The nobles of Mariajoy, since they are here, that's all the better. Now I want to achieve my predetermined goal, what I lack is influence and prestige. Baizi looked in the direction of Mariajoy. Tenryubito in his eyes was just a ladder to a higher stage. No one in the world dared to kill Tenryubito, he dared. However, what Baizi didn't know was that the direction he was working towards was virtually the same as the 5th Emperor in the New World. Hearing these words in Rob Lucci's ears, it was like being hit by 5 thunders. The captain meant that he was going to fight to the end with Tenryubito. Then there would definitely be an abnormality on Fishman Island. And the protagonist of this war is probably caused by Tenryubito targeting Baizi. Chapter 64. Tenryubito is furious, Charlotte Linlin coming. Holy Land Mariajoy. The headquarters of Tenryubito nobles, Here is Tenryubido's paradise, the entire holy land of Mariajoy, surrounded by countless marines and various forces. It can be said that it is difficult for the four emperors to attack. The sanctuary of Charles Rose is the noble residence of his father, the holy study of Roswald. Click. Saint Charles Rose, who was admiring the rare pearls in the deep sea, suddenly saw that the vivre card in the bottle placed in the study went out. His hand shook violently, and the huge pearl was immediately turned into powder by him. Charles Rose, my son, stared at the extinguished vivre card with wide-eyed eyes. This thing will never deceive people. Extinguishment means that the owner's life is over. Damn it, bastard. How could such a thing happen that someone dared to kill the noble Tenryubido, and he was the son of Saint Roswald? Of course he knew that his son went to Fishman Island, but he never imagined that someone on a small Fishman Island would have the ability to kill his son, and there was this Zero Rob Lucci by his side. Dare to kill my son, no matter who it is, I want you to pay the price in blood. Immediately, Saint Roswald made a phone call to Gorosei, 5 elders, and directly scolded and vented. The Gorosei, 5 elders were also very angry when they heard about this. Tenryubido was killed on Fishman Island, which was nothing short of a bolt from the blue. Now the Gorosei, 5 elders called Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha who had just lost the battle. After a little, returning to Sengoku the Buddha in the main marine headquarters, the blue-faced called Kuzan, Kazaru and Momosugi who replaced Akainu Admiral. Momosugi, as one of the few existences in the marine headquarters that has mastered marine rokushiki skillfully, and Momosugi has developed armament and observation haki to the top level, and its strength is already comparable to Admiral. Originally she did not want to be the Marine Admiral, because she knew very well that the so-called Marine Fleet Admiral and the 3 Admiral were just puppets in the hands of Tenryubido and the Gorosei, 5 elders. Gorosei, 5 elders above them and the Tenryubido at the back who really mastered marine. The reason why they agreed, that was because Suru Vice Admiral, who had always treated her like a sister, personally persuaded her to agree, and Sengoku had persuaded many times before. It didn't work. It can be said that in the entire marine, there are only 2 people who can make Momosugi respect, one is Garp, and the other is his sister Suru Vice Admiral. Now that Garp has resigned from Vice Admiral's position, taking a back seat, the only person who can persuade her is Suru Vice Admiral. And here, the purpose of Sengoku summoning them is also because of the orders of the Gorosei, 5 elders, and most of the things that can disturb the Gorosei, 5 elders are because of Tenryubido. Sure enough, the order from Sengoku's mouth was clearly that Tenryubido of the Holy Land Mariajoy was killed on Fishman Island, and the Gorosei, 5 elders forcibly ordered Marine to dispatch an admiral to find the real culprit and put him there. Killed and handed over the murderer's head to the Holy Land Mariajoy. The 2 old foxes, Kazaru and Kuzan, were comfortable with this kind of thing and left, and after a while, only Sengoku, Crane and the newly promoted Sea General Momosugi were left in the room. Sengoku looked at the embarrassed field with a headache, and the Crane on the side sighed slightly and looked at Momosugi. Guillaume, you go to Fishman Island to kill the murderer who killed Saint Charles Rose. Okay. Suru Vice Admiral speak out, Momosugi responded, raised his foot and left without talking to Sengoku at all, which made Sengoku even more depressed. He was not Marine's Fleet Admiral anymore. After Momosugi left, Suru Vice Admiral looked at depressed Sengoku, said comfortingly, okay Sengoku, you don't know the temperament of that child in Guillaume, it's hard for us to let her be this admiral. Hey, I really regret taking the position of Sengoku back then. It was Garp's long-term thinking. Now I'm riding a tiger and it's hard to get down. Momosugi is willing to do so will Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku. They are the teachers of justice who maintain world peace, but now what have they done to find a murderer for Tenryubido, damn it. What are they doing? Tenryubido's puppets are these days, Sengoku is really fed up. If not Marine Fleet Admiral is a very important seat, and he really wants to quit. It's enough to complain. You don't have to say that on the Gorosei, 5 elders side, freezing 3 feet is not a day's cold. Weakness changes the current situation, and we must have the strength to break this pattern. However, you don't have the strength to break this pattern, and neither do I. Maybe no one in this world has it. Maybe there might be, but definitely not now. As Marine's think tank, Suru Vice Admiral certainly has a thorough analysis of the current world government situation. It can be said that the current world government is completely in the hands of Tenryubito. It's just that they can change something on their own, Fishman Island. The next day everything was back to normal, but everyone was in a good mood, because the new Fishman pirates were wiped out, and they no longer had to live a life of fear. And just under the peace, 2 uninvited guests came to Fishman Island. Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, is about to hold a banquet. The cake originally reserved on Fishman Island under his jurisdiction was destroyed by the previous battle in Junkerdo Square and many thunderbolts, and even the machine could not function normally. At this moment, Peckham's and Earl Egg, who came to Fishman Island to ask for cakes, are attacking the people in the cake processing factory. However, Neptune, the sea god who heard the news, also hurried over, because now is not the time to fall out with the 4 emperors. Oh, Neptune, the god of the sea, you came just in time. You Fishman Island owes Mama's snacks, but you didn't hand in them on time. Mama is very angry. If you don't follow the time, Mama has already spoken, and your Fishman Island will no longer have the meaning of existence. The corner of Peckham's mouth flashed a cruel color, and just when he wanted to attack Neptune, the king of the Dragon Palace Kingdom, there was no warning, and a thunder of the thickness of a bucket fell on Peckham's in an instant. Thunder, Peckham's died on the spot, and the surrounding Earl Dan was startled, and then a voice came out, Charlotte Linlin is really big. Dare to run wild on my territory and want to destroy Fishman Island, then I'll wait here and see how she destroys me. Voice fell, and a figure appeared in the field, and beside him was Rob Lucci, who had just been subdued by him. Rob Lucci's eyelids jumped wildly when he heard Baizi's words. From the conversation just now, he certainly knew that the 2 were not other people. It is from the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. However, Baizi came up and killed Charlotte Linlin's people. Well, it seems that he killed Charlotte Smoothie, one of Charlotte Linlin's 3 dessert generals, before. Bye Baizi, you Baizi. Earl Egg, as a fighter on the Charlotte Linlin ship, of course knew Baizi, and his scalp exploded immediately. Just kidding, this guy is the ruthless man who killed the 3-star smoothie of the pirate group's dessert. He is definitely not a small talker. What the character can deal with is just why he appeared on Fishman Island. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 65 _ Declare War on the 4 Emperors. Big Katakana Middle. Mom. Fishman Island, in front of the cake factory. A dead silence. Looking at Earl Eggy's horrified appearance, many pedestrians around looked at Baizi again, and their eyes changed. This guy is Z. It's the one, Baizi, who fought on the top of the war alone and blocked more than 100,000 Marines. Hey, my god, doesn't it mean that the one who shot yesterday was the great god? I'm darling, no wonder Hody Jones is not an opponent, it turns out to be him. I just said that the people brought by Mr. Jinbei are extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to be Baizi himself. Everyone around Fishman Island was in an uproar, looking at Baizi with full of admiration and envy. This is the real powerhouse. Go back and tell Charlotte Linlin that if you want to destroy Fishman Island, send someone come here, I'll take it all over Baizi. Count Dandan, who was overly frightened, said, of course, the weaker ones don't matter. If he wants the people he sends to be the same as Smoothie, I don't care. After all, many people on my ship are short of devil fruits. Get out of here before I change my mind about killing you. The dull voice resounded in Earl Eggy's ear, and it was like being struck by lightning, and his mind roared. Is this a declaration of war? Is this guy crazy? Fishman Island has always been Charlotte Linlin's domain, there is no doubt about it, and now Baizi's remarks are tantamount to starting a war with Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. When the news spreads, the whole world will be shocked. After being stunned for a long time, Earl Eggy stammered his calf and stammered, Okay, you can just wait for Mama's revenge. After saying this, Shinyi with a chill on his back looked at Peckham's, which was as black as carbon. He didn't even dare to touch the body, his feet turned into steaming wheels, and he disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. As for Rob Lucci next to Bai Z, his brain is about to explode. Is the captain completely crazy? He killed Tenryubito before, and now Marine may have something to do. At this time, he has completely offended the four emperors. Charlotte Linlin, this is no different from courting death. Looking at Bai Z and Peckham's corpse, Neptune opened his mouth, but didn't say much, and immediately thought of Mrs. Xiarli's prophecy and the transformation of his daughter. He bit his gums and said loudly facing the people at the scene. Master Bai Z, remove the cancer for my Fishman Island. I, the sea god Neptune, announce to the world today that Master Bai Z will be my eternal ally of the Dragon Palace Kingdom from now on. This oath will never end. As soon as Ho Nipton said this, all the people around were dumbfounded. What, am I not dreaming? His Majesty Neptune actually formed an ally with Bai Z. Is it just because Bai Z saved the kingdom in danger? The people around were completely fried. They couldn't understand the intentions of His Majesty the King, and of course they didn't understand. After all, they didn't know Mrs. Xiarli's prophecy. The eternal ally of the future fifth emperor in the New World has Neptune taking such a risk. Rob Lucci is even more embarrassed and crazy. Is the sea god Neptune of Fishman Island also crazy? And why is, Nipton, Your Majesty, I need your help with something. Bai Z glanced at the dead Peckhams who could no longer die, and looked at Neptune, the god of the sea. Oh, what's the matter, Mr. Bai Z, please tell me. Now that the decision has been made, Neptune no longer hesitates, and speaks at once. It's simple. The corners of Bai Z's mouth curved into a radian, and with Rob Lucci's horrified expression, he said, please send out a notice that from now on, Bai Z will leave the Red Hair Pirates, and the Yanwang Pirates will be established. What is it? Mr. Bai Z, you have to leave the Red Hair Pirates and form the Yanwang Pirates. As soon as this news came out, Nipton was also terrified. Withdrawing from the Red Hair Pirates at this time would undoubtedly put himself in a more dangerous situation. If this happened, the Red Hair Pirates would be openly exposed without justifiable reasons. Intervene. Captain, you have to think twice. The corners of Rob Lucci's mouth twitched, and the horror in his heart could no longer be expressed in words. What is the captain going to do? To leave the red-haired pirates? Doesn't that mean that in the future, does Rob Lucci's mind flash a thought? Does the captain think to be the next emperor of the New World? Rob Lucci himself was shocked when this idea came out. However, what followed was intense excitement, and the last trace of unwillingness was relieved in my heart. If the fifth emperor of the New World could become a cadre of this team, the fame and value he would gain would be greatly appreciated. Definitely exceeds 0. Couldn't help it. Thought of Fujitora Isho on the ship today, thought of Ryokugyu, thought of Empress Boa Hancock, Ace, Kuro Star, and the current self, one after another, all of which confirmed the speculation in his heart. Yan Wanghai Bandit. With the captain's current terrifying strength, it's not even possible. You must know that Fujitora, Isho, Ryokugyu, and the others are all capable of fighting against Marine Admiral's existence, and even more faintly surpassing Marine Admiral. Marine Admiral Akainu was devastated. After pondering for a moment, Neptune made up his mind. Okay, then I'll let the world announce the news of Lord Bai Z's separation from the red-haired pirates when I go back. The former headquarters of the new Fishman Pirates is now used as the tentative headquarters by Bai Z and his party. At this moment, Ryokugyu and others are not happy when they hear that Bai Z is leaving the Red Hair Pirates. However, Kuro Star and his party pursed their lips, filled with emotion. They never imagined that a few months ago, the intern of the red-haired pirates would be able to reach this level today. As for leaving Bai Z's team, don't be kidding, they don't have this idea at all. Compared to messing around with the red-haired pirates, they are more looking forward to witnessing the birth of the new generation of the fifth emperor in the New World under Bai Z's hands. However, before the news of Bai Zi's separation from the red-haired pirates came out, yesterday's news that Bai Zi and others had killed Tenryubito St. Charles Rose spread like wildfire, instantly causing a sensation in the whole world. The first person to get this news was none other than Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku the Buddha. Marine Headquarters, Sengoku Office. Cough cough. What, that? The one who killed Tenryubito St. Charles Ross on Fishman Island was the White Z and his party. It's broken, call Momoshige right away, and call Kuzan Kizaru, and tell Suru Vice Admiral to come too. Issuing a series of orders, Sengoku the Buddha took a deep breath and sat down again, smoking a cigar, in order to suppress the shock in his heart, and his eyelids also heard the news, and for a moment never stopped. Mad, how could it be? How could it be that kid? This is going to be a big deal. Please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 66 _ All parties react, the world is in chaos. New World. Bai Zi killed Tenryubito St. Charles Rose came out, the whole world boiled. Above the sea, an island. Nozawa Tavern. The pirates who come and go, dine and drink in the tavern, while laughing and talking about the major events of the moment. Hey, have you heard that something big is going to happen to Fishman Island? A guest looked around and muttered in a low voice. What a big deal. The friend across from the man had a suspicious look on his face, and a certain room was full of curiosity. Even a group of good people around came over, and the tavern has always been a place where gossip is prevalent. What's the big thing? Of course it's a big thing. The man Hade Ishoen said arrogantly, some time ago. Bai Zi, who was in the limelight in the war on the top, you know. Of course Bai Zi knows that that guy is the 14th cadre of the red-haired pirates. I remember when he came to my hotel before. That's right, that guy won't make any more noise. Before that kid was Drought Jack who killed Kaido of the Beasts, and Smoothie who killed Charlotte Linlin, and even Marine Admiral Akainu was planted in his hands. Oh yo, you really guessed it right, this matter is related to that. Bai Zi. This man's words made Nozawa's heart throb. Who was doing the accounting? Bai Zi. Before Nozawa's mind emerged, that guy recklessly took the head of the captain of the pirate group under Kaido of the Beasts in exchange for news, and the scene where three pirate groups were forced to turn over in front of her tavern, with 1,000 people, still fresh in my memory when I think about it. Then, Nozawa learned that Bai Zi killed Jack of Drought, one of the 3 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, on the sea, and even took Marine Rear Admiral Fujitora Isho and Ryokugyu, and later killed Charlotte Linlin, the General Star Smoothie, and the Brain Impel Down. The news of the final show of power in the War on the Top now, not long after the War on the Top, that guy even killed the Tianlong people who were high above the ground on Fishman Island, making everyone terrified. As an intelligence background, of course she knows who St. Charles Rose is. That is a completely disgusting villain. It's just that Nozawa didn't expect that such a wicked person would eventually be killed by Bai Zi on Fishman Island. But this move is tantamount to piercing the sky of Tenryubito, and Fishman Island is afraid that it will suffer a catastrophe. Moby Dick. Gee la 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 la, the hearty laughter came out of Whitebeard's mouth, who had fully recovered. Reading the report in the newspaper, he was in a particularly good mood. As expected of little friend Bai Zi, he killed Tenryubito. This kid did something that I was a little bit jealous of. But it's next. Fishman Island is afraid of an earth-shattering event. On the other hand, Marco Jozu and others are full of worries. They dare to do anything even after being a dragon man, Bai Zi and the others. This is a smash. Father, Mr. Bai Zi is our benefactor, and Ace also. Are we going to Fishman Island? Marco frowned slightly and asked worriedly. Yeah, Dad, if something happens to them, we're afraid we'll have a bad conscience for the rest of our lives. Jozu also echoed, saying that before the war, he hadn't settled the accounts for Marine, and now Fishman Island is undoubtedly a perfect opportunity. Goo la 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 la. Go, why are we going? Whitebeard is cheerful Isho, looking deeply towards Fishman Island. Little friend Bai Zi and Ace are not as fragile as you think. If Baizi and the others survive this time, I believe it won't be long before they can compete with the 4 emperors. Dad means that this may be an opportunity for Mr. Baizi and the others. When Jozu heard it, he seemed to understand something, and a bright light flashed somewhere. Not bad. If you don't experience wind and rain, how can you achieve a party's dominance? Whitebeard, who has experienced half a lifetime of ups and downs, has a very thorough view of the situation in Baizi here. Kaido of the Beasts, HQ. Captain Kaido, Baizi appeared on Fishman Island and actually killed Tenryubito. This time they are absolutely finished. A subordinate confidant, with a sinister gleam in his eyes. Shirozawa, Fishman Island, it's good. Kaido of the Beasts has long attached great importance to Baizi. Since that kid appeared on Fishman Island this time, he can no longer be kept. Call me Fire Calamity Ash and Plague Queen. After a little while, the fire disaster and the Plague Queen came to Kaido and learned about Baizi's affairs on Fishman Island. They immediately invited Ying to go to Fishman Island. This time, Baizi will surely die. As for Kaido, glad just agree that Baizi is not dead. Their Kaido of the Beasts is like a sting in the throat. They do and spit. It's really that guy's food is too ugly, and he killed their drought jack, which undoubtedly touched their bottom line. As for Earl Eggy's report to Mama about the pirate group that Baizi declared war on Charlotte Linlin, it was the news that Baizi killed Tenryubito on Fishman Island. Scoff. A little reptile, dare to declare war with me, hee, good. Very good. Call me Katakuri and Cracker, and I want to see that. How hard is Baizi's life? Even if the red hair goes away this time, it won't change his fate of demise. Like Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linlin was also led by Katakuri and Cracker with the masters of the pirate group, and they went straight to Fishman Island. This trip, Charlotte Linlin is more ruthless than Kaido of the Beasts, directly dispatching half of the Cadre elite. This lineup is enough to destroy any pirate force except the 4 emperors. Obviously, Baizi's move has stimulated Charlotte Linlin too much. Redford, aboard the red-haired pirate. Ha ha ha. Nice job, killing Tenryubito. This is not an ordinary operation. That's right, at this moment, the world government and Marine's gang are probably going crazy. If I were Sengoku the Buddha, I would be crying in the toilet. Of the red-haired pirate ship couldn't be excited one by one, killing Tenryubito, what a crazy move. It can be said that Baizi has done all the things that pirates, Shichibukai and even the Revolutionary Army wanted to do or did not dare to do. Captain, Marine is going to go crazy now, do we need money to help? Usopp frowned and said. Yes, Captain, that guy Baizi is so capable. Tisk tisk, I never imagined that even Tenryubito would dare to kill him, he must be saved. Numerous cadres were talking with each other, and there was chaos in the field. But in this room, the deputy captain Ben Beckman took a cigarette, took a deep breath and looked at the latest newspaper in front of him, and a faint voice came out, I think, we don't have to go. Chapter 67 _ everything is ready, just owe the east wind. There is no need to go to Ben Beckman's remarks, many cadres were taken aback for a while. Deputy Captain, you are. A cadre looked at Ben Beckman suspiciously and asked suspiciously. Of the cadres, Ben Beckman put the newspaper in his hand on the table, read it for yourself. Hearing Ben Beckman's voice, many cadres looked at the newspapers on the table in unison, and when they saw it, everyone immediately became uneasy. This is, Baizi has left our pirate group. That guy, is this crazy? Fuck, it's not over yet, look, he also declared war on the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin and established the Yanwang pirates. Set up another door. This is a sentence that popped into the minds of all cadres at the same time. And at this time, you must know that he had just killed Tenryubito and declared war with Charlotte Linlin. In this case, quitting their pirate group would undoubtedly lose a strong backing. The red-haired Shanks lifted his feet to the deck, faced the sea breeze, and muttered to himself, I didn't expect that this day would come so quickly, that kid would still go that way after all. Have you become the 5th emperor of the New World? If he can survive this battle, he will succeed. If he fails, then the only way is death. Then Beckman analyzed and then looked at Shanks beside him. This guy is really messed up, just like when you were young, just. He seems to be crazier than you, not only offending Marine, but also offending the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. It is estimated that Kaido of the Beasts will not be able to sit still. This time is no less than an advanced war that is no less than the war on the top. Is it going to unfold on Fishman Island? Then Beckman looked towards Fishman Island, and it seemed that Baizi and his party were fighting against Marine, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido of the Beasts at the same time. Revolutionary Army, Headquarters. Leader, Mr. Baizi is in danger. Should we go to Fishman Island to help him? Sabo, who got Baizi to give him magma fruit, always wanted to repay the kindness of Baizi who went to war, but he never got the chance. And now the incident on Fishman Island is tantamount to giving him a chance to repay his gratitude. I'm afraid we can't take action on this for the time being. Baizi has announced his withdrawal from the Red Hair Pirates, established the Yanwang Pirates, and declared war with the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Looking at the newspaper in front of him, the leader Long said solemnly, if I expected it right, Baizi is afraid that this time, Baizi will fight against the attacks by himself, so as to establish his prestige in the New World. To establish prestige, does Mr. Baizi want to attack the 5th emperor of the New World? Sabo quickly realized a problem that he had been neglecting all the time. He only thought that Baizi was in danger, but if Baizi overcomes this crisis by himself, his influence will definitely be close to the 4 emperors of the New World. On the other side, Nami of the Straw Hat Pirates held a newspaper and screamed, something has happened, something big is going to happen on the Fishman Island we are going to. Wahahahahaha, what's the big deal? Since the top of the war, Luffy and his party have been working hard day and night. During this time, Luffy has undergone an amazing transformation, and there are rumors in his eyes. Baizi, the 14th Cadre of the former Red Hair Pirates, killed Tenryubito Charles Rose on Fishman Island, and announced his withdrawal from the Red Hair Pirates to form the Yanwang Pirates. Wow. Ha, Baizi, is that Shanks, Cadre who saved Ace in the war at the top? That's amazing. Yeah, what even Tenryubito is doing, he's too daring. Luffy and the others were overwhelmed with emotion, but Nico Robin's eyes flashed with a painful look, which was fleeting, and his mind couldn't help looking at the man named Baizi in the newspaper, murmuring to himself, that's it. Did he kill Tenryubito? I didn't expect to see that powerful guy again so soon. Let's go and head to Fishman Island at full speed. Wow ha ha ha. Straw Hat Pirates, here we come. The Amazon Lily Kingdom, the headquarters of the 9 Snakes Pirates. Click. Who was tasting red wine, heard the report from his subordinates, and the goblet in his hand was immediately shattered by his grip. Captain and the others actually killed Tenryubito on Fishman Island, formed the Yanwang Pirates and quit the red-haired pirates, and even declared war with the 4 emperors Charlotte Linlin. Digesting the news from his subordinates, Boa Hancock murmured to himself, looking towards Fishman Island, while the concubine is gone, what did the captain and the others experience on Fishman Island? Since there's going to be a big war, how can they be without the 9 snake pirates? After all, I am the captain of the 1st division of the Yanwang Pirates. If you fight like this, even if you die, your concubine will die with the captain. Immediately, the Empress Boa Hancock called the 2 sisters who had been debranded, and instructed, Captain, they have a big move, I have to leave for Fishman Island. During my absence, the entire country is completely blocked. Sister Hancock, why don't we go with you? Yes. Boa Hancock's 2 sisters spoke aloud, but was rejected by the Empress, knowing that going to Fishman Island is very dangerous, even if she is not sure of getting out of her body, let alone taking her 2 sisters there. Going to Fishman Island, the Empress does not intend to bring anyone. After all, one less person will reduce one risk. Little while, the Empress, who had arranged everything, galloped towards Fishman Island without disturbing anyone, hoping to catch up. On the other side, Fishman Island is not far away, 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Baizi gave the black turtle fruit from Peckham's to the little demon, and planned to upgrade the North Blue monster's combat power before the war. Sure enough, after taking the mysterious tortoise fruit with the little demon, the overall combat power has increased by as much as 2 times, and the strength of the body has increased by unknown levels. Young Master Bai, I have a feeling that when the little demon is at its strongest, those Marine Admiral you mentioned are probably not my opponents. The North Blue giant monster Kalakan felt the mighty surging power and tyrannical defense in his body. And the strongest state it said was undoubtedly the state when it was turned into an inch size. After this matter, Baizi returned to Fishman Island. At the same time, I have communicated with Shirahoshi for a long time, in order to better prepare a big gift for the people who will come, and after learning the number and strength of the Sea Kings that Shirahoshi can control at this time, I am not only a little surprised, but I secretly think it is the existence of Sea King Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. This ability is really against the sky. After leaving Shirahoshi's residence, he returned to the headquarters of the Yanwang pirates. Everything is ready, just owe the east wind. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Fei Lu's novel. Chapter 68 All parties to Fishman Island. A few days later. The first ray of dawn in the sky penetrated the thick clouds and poured over the sea area of Fishman Island, covering the entire sea with a golden gauze. Where the sea and the sky meet, at a certain moment. Battleships were lined up, heading towards Fishman Island, especially on the giant battleship in the center. Kuzan Kazaru and Momoshige were working overtime, looking at Fishman in the distance. Island direction. At the rear of the giant warship, there are dozens of marine warships. The lineup of this attack can be described as unprecedentedly powerful. Besides, in addition to the 3 Marine Admiral shots, there are also many Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Rear Admiral. Even the series of humanoid weapons led by Zontaomaru, the scientific unit of the Marine Headquarters, were all put into the battlefield, and there were all the other members of the world government except Lucci, who was accepted by Baizi. Dozens of warships galloped towards Fishman Island, and the movement of Marine Headquarters was no different from attracting the attention of the whole world. Uncle, Fishman Island is ahead, that. Baizi was really bold, he dared to kill Tenryubito openly. This time Gorose, 5 elders sent us all. War Taomaru, who looks very much like Kentaro, wears Kentaro's belly pocket and holds an axe. Holding these feet, he stares in the direction of Fishman Island with a bad expression. Don't underestimate the enemy, then Baizi can block more than 100,000 marine elites in the top war with his own strength. His strength is extremely tyrannical, especially the marine Rokushiki ultimate meaning, 6 king spears, on his body, and the same as Whitebeard. With the ability to shake the fruit, the strength of this person is conservatively estimated, even if it is not comparable to the 4 emperors, it is not far behind. This battle should not be careless. Kazaru stared solemnly in the direction of Fishman Island. Although he looked unreliable at ordinary times, he would not drop the chain at critical moments. Besides, in addition to Baizi, his subordinates include Fujitora Isho, Ryokugyu, and Ace, who was not executed by them in the war, as well as the Empress Boa Hancock and Jinbei. It can be said that this Fishman Island has gathered too many people they want to destroy. Marine Headquarters battleship, more than 100 miles away. The banner of Kaido of the Beasts, hoisted in the wind. The Fire Calamity Ember, the Plague Queen and the 6 sons of Linkong stood on the deck. Boss Jin, Boss Queen, Kuzan Kazaru and the others are less than 100 miles away from Fishman Island, and they can reach Fishman Island in at most a quarter of an hour. The subordinate who came to report, the news from the investigation was reported to the 2 people led by Yan Zan and Epidemic Queen. Very good, keep investigating. Fire Calamity's gaze swept towards Fishman Island, and a thunderous voice echoed out. Brother, are we going to take action? Queen of the Epidemic thought that there were all parties involved in the war before, and failed to kill Baizi, and now there is another opportunity in front of him. How could he miss it? That Baizi's strength is not weak, and there are people from the Marine headquarters to help us find the way. We don't need to go there in person. Yan Zonjan's eyes flashed with wise and vicious eyes, and then issued the order. Go on, order all ships to move forward slowly, and maintain a distance of hundreds of miles from Marine headquarters. Yes, Boss Jin. Immediately, a person in charge of the ship's affairs came out loudly, instructing the 5 ships, and leading many elites towards Fishman Island. Kaido of the Beasts is like this on this side, Charlotte Linlin, S2 leaders on the other side, Katakuri and Cracker, the 2 Desert 3 stars who appeared on the top of the war before, also made the same decision as Kaido of the Beasts Jin. The holder must be distance, followed Marine towards Fishman Island. However, neither Kaido of the Beasts nor Charlotte Linlin's party came, but they were not found behind the 200 miles below the surface of the sea. A coated ship also headed towards Fishman Island. If Whitebeard, Ace and the others were there, they would definitely find that the man with a sullen face standing on the deck at this moment was none other than the Blackbeard who killed their 4th Division Captain Thatch. One of the Shichibukai under the current king, the Blackbeard Pirates. The entire Blackbeard team here is also a shotgun and cannonball, attracting many powerful men, and thanks to the help of Baizi, most of these people are from Infinite Hell on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Behind him are his 10 giant captains, Basakan, Lafayette, Katarina Devon, Wolf, Shot and others. Hehe, Captain Yingming, following behind Katakuri and Yan Jajin, that. The quake fruit on Baizi's body must belong to the captain. Wolf with a huge body best showed a gloomy arc. Previously, he was in the Infinite Hell on the 6th underground floor, and because of Ryokugyu's super strength, he did not take action, but this time is different. That kid is dead. Wolf is right, the pirate group of Baizi who was on top of the war is in the limelight, and now they dare to kill Tenryubito, and what is even more ridiculous is that they have left the red-haired pirate group. If the captain gets the shock fruit this time, it will definitely you can become another 5th emperor after the red hair. Hey, yes, I'll wait here and wish the captain to ascend the throne of the 5 emperors in advance. Hearing the congratulations from many of his subordinates around him, Blackbeard Teach grinned to the back of his ears, as if the image of him becoming the 5th emperor had already appeared in his mind. Marine government, Kaido of the Beasts, and Charlotte Linlin, you are all pawns in my hands this time. Just wait, soon I will be the 5th emperor, and then there will be a combination of my dark fruit and shaking fruit. You know one will be my opponent. The one who will eventually become One Piece, King of Pirates can only be my Blackbeard, Teach. On the marine battleship, Kuzan Kizaru and the new Admiral Momoshige also know the ships behind Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin's henchmen, keeping a certain distance follow behind. These pirates are really beautiful. Kuzan looked behind him and said with a smile, not taking it seriously. Katakuri Cracker, the 3 Desert Masters, and the Fire Ember and the Plague Queen. New Admiral Momoshige, with her beautiful eyes squinting, said, if possible, all of them will stay on Fishman Island this time, so there is no need to go back. For pirates, to be precise, the pirates who do evil and do nothing to make the world in turmoil, Momoshige has always been extremely hated, and she will kill one when she sees one. It can be said that she is a hatred of evil, and she cannot tolerate it in her eyes. A woman with a little bit of sand, the world government and the marine headquarters, and even more so for pirates. Hearing Momoshige's words, Kuzan Kizaru's face changed slightly. Momoshige, don't mess around. This time our mission is to kill Baizi's gang. Those people may be our help. Seeing Momoshige's appearance, Kizaru's mouth twitched. He already knew something about this woman's temperament, and, as for Momoshige's strength, no one in the entire marine probably knew. Because no one has ever seen her go all out. The most urgent task now is to solve Baizi and his party. As for Katakuri and Yan Jajin, they will act according to the circumstances. Kuzan, who had been with Garp before, knew Momoshige's temperament very well, and said with a smile. Just as the 3 of them were talking, one after another, dozens of feet, even hundreds of feet, were ferocious sea kings. As if they had received some kind of order, they attacked the dozens of marine battleships such as Momoshiki and the others like sharp swords. Come. Chapter 69 Momoshiki's combat power. The sea was frozen. Above the sea, dozens of marine warships, like a long sword, were heading straight towards Fishman Island. The goal was quite clear, to destroy the Baizi and his party who killed Tenryubito. Suddenly, there was no warning. A huge shark with a length of more than 200 feet immediately flicked its tail, and a fish tail with a size of several tens of meters fell from the sky in an instant, slapping dozens of marines without any hesitation. One of the battleships. Crack. With the loud noise that pierced the air, the sound of piercing the air swept out, and the next moment, the extremely solid marine battleship, in front of everyone's eyes, was immediately smashed into pieces, and the marine elite on the entire marine warship was directly photographed. Meet puree, some strong marine generals were also photographed, but before they could react, they were immediately eaten by other sea kings again. 3 seconds before and after, all the people on the warship were wiped out. Sea kings. Lots of sea kings. At least 100 heads. Damn, what happened? Ah, no, there is a shark coming towards our battleship. Just here, another shark with a height of several hundred meters, immediately smashed the battleship into pieces with a flick of its tail. At the critical moment, Kuzan Kizaru was about to shoot. Eyes flickered, a shadowy figure flashed out without the slightest hesitation. Armament immediately covered his right fist, and then smashed it hard. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Esoteric, 6 Kings Spear. Without the slightest hesitation, the slender hand wrapped in the black armament haki developed to the top, immediately under the stunned eyes of Kuzan and Kizaru, took the 6 Kings Spear, and slammed it on the shark that was several hundred meters tall. The next moment, the big king shark was immediately smashed by Momoshiki's 6 King Spear, and the huge shark, hundreds of feet tall, instantly turned into flesh and blood, and then fell from the air. Fluttering, a small rain of blood just fell down like this. A single blow knocked everyone over, including Kuzan and Kizaru. Momoshiki woke up to the ultimate mystery of Marine Rokushiki, 6 Kings Spear. When did this happen to her? Kuzan Kizaru stared at the rain of blood rushing down in front of him, speechless. With this hand alone, Momoshiki's strength is definitely no weaker than them. Ah. Not good, Sea Kings. I forgot a lot, it's over. Right here, a marine screamed, but at some point in the air, there were more than a dozen Sea Kings that were bigger than the previous giant sharks. Without the slightest hesitation, even if they were like a mountain peak, it slammed hard on more than a dozen warships. Momoshiki, who smashed a huge shark several hundred meters away with one punch, had a cold face, just like iceberg, developed the ultimate moon step, and appeared in front of another Sea King like a teleport. Open black lens bracket 6 Kings Spear, close black lens bracket. Directly punching out, Momoshiki once again smashed armament on the other Sea King, without the slightest surprise, just like the previous Sea King. It turned into one again and this just started to bang 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 one after another, each time. After a moon step, Momoshiki all appeared before the next Sea King, and the Sea King turned into a rain of blood with one punch, and Momoshiki disappeared again, and so on. After 2 seconds, Momoshiki returned to the deck, and here, between the heaven and the earth, the blood and rain were all covering the sky. Dozens of warships, with tens of thousands of marine elites, were stunned, dumbfounded. This is blood rain, my god. Momoshiki Admiral, this is Momoshiki Admiral's strength, so scary. I read that right, that was the ultimate mystery of our Marine Rokushiki, 6 Kings Spear. It's unbelievable that Momoshiki Admiral has awakened the ultimate mystery of Marine Rokushiki like Baizi who is on top of the war. If Momoshiki Admiral appeared in the top war before, Akainu Admiral might not die. It's amazing, those Sea Kings who are top-notch beings were instantly killed by Momoshiki Admiral. Has someone in our marine finally realized the ultimate meaning of Rokushiki? Of thousands of marine elites were horrified, as long as they knew that Baizi had driven their heroes Garp Vice Admiral and Sengoku Fleet Admiral back with the help of Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear. Warship galloped, killing Fishman Island at a very fast speed. However, 10, 100, 100, thousands of countless top sea kings were madly attacking the direction of the Marine Headquarters warship, although with Momosegi's super strength, Kuzan Kizaru, Zantaomaru and others all made their shots. Blood rained endlessly from the air, and one sea king corpse after another was lying on the sea. Tragic. A very tragic battle. It's staged at this moment. Bang bang, two more voices came from the two battleships. Now they are still dozens of miles away from Fishman Island, and the marine battleship has already lost 3 ships. If the record is spread, their marine is afraid that it will become another big joke in the war at the top of the class. 3 warships, a few with thousands of people broken. This kind of blow, Admiral Kuzan's eyes flashed cold, Marine Rokushiki shaved it, and it appeared in an instant, hundreds of feet above the sea, and there was a more than 400 feet high the big top Sea King class. Kuzan smashed it with a punch, and the ability of the frozen fruit was exerted to the extreme. Open black lens bracket Ice Age close black lens bracket. Cold shout pierced the air and spread over the sea. The next moment was centered on Kuzan's right fist, and the reporter's extremely fast speed instantly covered the whole body of the more than 400-meter-long Sea King, freezing it into one. The pair of ice sculptures, and then connected to the Sea Kings on the water surface, once again spread to the whole sea area. Jong. 100 Jong. 1000 Jong. 10,000 Jong. One Sea King was frozen by Kuzan's great trick, Ice Age, and in the blink of an eye, there was a war with the previous top a very similar scene. Frozen world. That's right, the entire sea area is frozen by Kuzan's ability. If you look down at this moment, you will see that all the top Sea Kings are frozen in the seawater. Of course, these are extremely powerful. The Sea Kings did not die at all, they were only temporarily anchored. As for the deeper bottom, more Sea Kings collided with the ice surface. You must know that although Kuzan's Ice Age is very powerful, it can't penetrate the deep sea of 10,000 meters. But here, Kizaru, who appeared in the air, moved towards the hundreds of animals in the shallow under the surrounding ice that could break the ice at any time. The top Sea King class out of the capital. Open black lens bracket Yasukani no Magatama close black lens bracket. Instant, a wide range of light eggs exploded in the bodies of many Sea Kings, and then one after another blushing blood flow quietly converged into a stream. The spots in the frozen world blushed and blood flowed, forming a terrifying scene. Chapter 70 Everywhere you go is Shira Road. After this battle, the Marine Headquarters lost 3 battleships, and now all the battleships have been blocked by Kuzan's frozen age and cannot be moved. Uncle, just now, the statistics on the loss of the Sea King's invasion have been calculated. Zantaomaru looked at the statistics of the battle report, the corners of his mouth twitched. You must know that the battle has not started yet. Speak. Looking at the devastated scene, Kizaru's face was gloomy. It was too embarrassing, and this was definitely done by Baizi's group. Although I don't know what method they used, they were able to order these deep-sea overlords, that name lots of Sea Kings. Kuzan and Momosegi also looked solemn. Obviously they greatly underestimated the means of their target Baizi this time. We lost 3 warships, 67 were marine elites killed, 36 were wounded, including 1 rear admiral, 5 colonels, 8 middlemen, and 2 majors. Click. Taomaru's report. Kizaru's hand was so hard that the railing of the handrail was instantly shattered by his grip, and he stared angrily in the direction of Fishman Island. Uncle, what should we do now? All the remaining warships are blocked by the ice layer of Kuzan Admiral and cannot be driven. Zantaomaru looked at the frozen age around him, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this an admiral-level combat power? It's terrifying. Momosegi saw the frozen world around him. His eyes narrowed, and there was nothing wrong with Kuzan's performance. If it wasn't for his frozen age, their losses would have at least doubled. With a slight sigh of relief, he lifted his foot and took a step forward. The momentum around his body continued to rise, and in the blink of an eye he reached the admiral level. The remaining tens of thousands of marine elites in the field all looked over. "Uncle, Momoshiki Admiral, she is still." Taomaru was about to speak. He heard Momoshiki and Armament Haki holding the famous sword Conqueror in front of him. All of Momoshiki and Armament Haki were condensed on Conqueror. Past. Endless sword energy instantly flooded in front of everyone, slashing towards the sea frozen by Kuzan. Rumble slashed. There was a deafening roar on the ice surface under everyone's feet. Momoshiki's astonishing sword energy swept away and slashed straight towards Fishman Island. An instant, all the ice surface collapsed, and the endless ice block was once again turned into seawater by the fierce and fiery sword energy. Energy dissipated, and the sea surface with a length of more than 30 feet emerged, heading straight to Fishman Island. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Even Kuzan and Kizaru didn't expect that besides having the ultimate meaning of marine Rokushiki, Six Kings Spear, Rabbit is actually a swordsman. Also superb. I am afraid that Shichibukai, the king, has been like this. Great swordsman. And he is the top great swordsman. You know. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary great swordsmen to destroy Kuzan's ice age to such a level. A new understanding of the newly promoted Momoshiki Admiral. This is definitely an Akainu Admiral whose strength is no less than their predecessor, and even more powerful than Akainu Admiral in some respects. All those with the rank of General and above, walk around to warn the Sea Kings. 5 minutes to rectify the time. 5 minutes afterwards, everyone set off, targeting Fishman Island. Yes, Momoshiki Admiral. This time Momoshiki's strength showed and completely conquered everyone present. Originally, they still wondered why Momoshiki was chosen as Marine Admiral, knowing that there are several candidates for Marine Admiral. Now, they know. It turns out that Momoshiki Admiral's strength is so strong, it's too terrifying. It is sensational to destroy Kuzan Admiral's ice age to such a degree with one sword. Even more terrifying, Momoshiki Admiral has nothing but swordsmanship. Comparable to the top swordsman, it shows their marine Rokushiki incisively and vividly, reaching the level of awakening the ultimate mystery, 6 King Spears. Such strength is definitely the existence of their marine headquarters standing at the top of the pyramid. Kuzan Kizaru sees Momoshiki Vivi breathe a sigh of relief at the terrifying combat power. In this case, the chances of not losing Baizi and his party were a little higher. Involuntarily, the two of them just thought of Momoshiki's statement that they would keep Katakuri and Fire Calamity in Fishman Island. They just breathed a sigh of relief and mentioned it again. With Momoshiki's strength, they can really do that. Generally not impossible. 5 minutes later, all the marine warships that were frozen by Kuzan Admiral were pulled out of the ice and landed on the water. There were more than 30 feet of water, and it was easy for the 4 warships to be side by side. Go. Coming to the deck, Momoshiki made an unmistakable coquettish sound, piercing the air and lingering in the ice age. Yes, Momoshiki Admiral. Immediately, dozens of warships straightened their bows and killed again in the direction of Fishman Island, and among the nearly 100 top masters with the rank of general guarding the ships, no one of the Sea Kings succeeded. From time to time, there will be a large corpse of a Sea King left in the Ice Age, on both sides of the sea, all the way forward, leaving behind a body full of countless Sea Kings. Even the blue sea surface turned light red at this moment, and on both sides, there were blood-colored streams trickling down into the water. Asura Yongdao. That's right, the place where dozens of marine warships pass by. Only these 4 words can explain it vividly. It can be said that the scene in front of me is the true portrayal of Asura Yongdao. Look around for 1 mile. 5 miles. 10 miles. 20 miles. That's all. No one knows how many Sea King corpses there are on both sides of the Ice Age. Physically and mentally exhausted, his eyelids twitched wildly. Killing the Sea Kings so frequently, they are also not easy. More or less, they are all painted, tired, really tired. If you give them a bed at this moment, they will definitely sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, in golden color. The refraction of the sun took off, and between heaven and earth, above the sea, an extremely beautiful picture was formed. Chapter 71:3 Parties shocked, Blackbeard premeditated. After about 10 minutes, Flame Calamity Ember and Epidemic Calamity Queen came to the exhibition site. Even if they were shaken by the scene, their ship was blocked by Kuzan Admiral's ice age more than 10 minutes ago. The embers used up their fiery flames, and forced their way out of the ice surface, and only then did they come to the arena. Ice Age, what happened here? What a terrible battlefield. The Plague Queen glanced around and murmured solemnly. There are many Sea Kings, at least thousands, and Marine has lost 3 warships this time. It is more roughly estimated that thousands of people died here. It's hard to imagine why these Sea Kings attacked them, don't they? It's the ghost of Bai Zi and his party. The Flame Calamity and the Plague Queen couldn't figure it out, as did the 6 sons of Linkong, not to mention the many subordinates on the 3 pirate ships. Look, my god, there are a lot of Sea King corpses over there, and there is a crack that has been chopped, more than 30 feet wide. What? An exclamation from his subordinates attracted the attention of both the Flame Calamity Ember and the Plague Queen. Looking around, the two took a deep breath. The sea surface, which was more than 30 feet wide, finally gathered at the feet of that man, and there was still a faint smell of sword energy in the air. This was a good slash. It's just how strong the horseman has to be able to do this. Great swordsman. And he is a top-level great swordsman, his swordsmanship. The level is at least the level of Shichibukai Mahawk under the king. How wicked the flames are, and can destroy Kuzan's ice age to such a degree that it is hard to imagine that there are people with such superb swordsmanship in Marine. Reason why they were confirmed to be Marines was very simple. Except for the 3 warships that were attacked by the Sea Kings, there was no one else. If Bai Zi and his party were the ones, not only 3 warships would be damaged in the field. Addition, Yan Shanjin's gaze looked deeply at both sides of the Shira corridor in the distance, where thousands of corpses of Sea Kings, and the sea water that had been dyed red and had not yet dissipated, this time Marine headquarters, in addition to the 3 admiral, seemed to bring the others are also quite weak. They couldn't help but rejoice. Fortunately they followed behind Marine, otherwise so many Sea Kings would undoubtedly be a very fatal blow to them. Just so many Sea Kings, how did Bai Zi and the others do it? Yan Zanjin frowned. Things were extremely strange here. This Bai Zi was even more difficult than he imagined. Everyone, be careful, Queen, and all the cadres, pay attention to your surroundings, don't let the remaining Sea Kings sneak attack. Yes. Understood. Marine's lessons learned, he can still be careless, but looking at the thousands of Sea Kings in the Shira Road, he knows what kind of pressure Marine is facing ahead. Not long after the 2 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts left, Charlotte Linlin's Sweet Stars Katakuri and Cracker also came to the scene. Like the fire disaster, Katakuri's expression was also solemn, and he looked in the direction of Fishman Island with a deep meaning, and no longer dared to be careless. Be careful, that Bai Zi is not as simple as we thought, but it is still easy to kill Smoothie. Declare war with us. No matter how extraordinary you are, you will not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed today. Cracker, keep an eye on your surroundings and keep going. Meanwhile, under the ice. This is. How did Kuzan's trick Ice Age come about? What happened ahead? On the Blackbeard pirates looked suspiciously at the ice above their heads. Fortunately, the depth of their coating was low enough. Otherwise, their entire ship would have been frozen in the sea by Kuzan's ice age. Looking up at them, the closer they got to the battlefield just now, the more Sea Kings were frozen in ice. The small ones were several dozen feet, and the bigger ones were several hundred feet. Among them, a few big guys with a few 100 feet broke free from the freeze, and they were easily solved by returning their beards. They would not give these Sea Kings a chance to attack their ships. The further he walked, the more solemn Blackbeard's expression became, looking at the thousands of children who died on the way, and there was no end in sight. could it be that these are written by Baizi? This is for Marine 3 Admiral S. Gifts. Damn, if Lao Su has this kind of ability, it would not be easy to become the 4th emperor. Commanding the ability of a Sea King, could it be that the person under Z who has this ability, this person, must get it? If you can't get it, you will kill it. With the hatred between yourself and Ace, Baizi and the others will never let them go in the future. After figuring out the joints, Blackbeard's eyes became cold again. In addition to getting Baizi's shaking fruit this time, he had another purpose, and that was to get this person who could command the Sea Kings. Captain, look, that's up there. Kuzan's ice age was actually cut out by a rift of more than 30 feet. My god, what kind of strength. Wolf's eyes widened, and he looked up on the deck and stared at the chopped ice surface. The top swordsman. This person's strength is absolutely comparable to the King's Shichibukai Mihawk, and even more powerful than Mihawk, the world's largest swordsman. Of Blackbeard were shocked when they saw the ice surface being chopped apart. If they encountered such a powerful person, they would definitely die. From the point of view of the purpose, this person is likely to be a member of Marine, but I have never heard of such a master in Marine. Tippin frowned, and in her mind, she had no memory at all. New Marine Admiral Momoshige. Blackbeard searched the memory in his mind, and finally said solemnly. If my expectations are correct, this person is likely to be Momoshige Admiral. Momoshige Admiral, that Marine's new beauty admiral. Hearing Blackbeard's words, Wolf's eyes flashed with disbelief. Not bad. Blackbeard looked at the crack of more than 30 feet above with fear, and said solemnly, don't underestimate Momoshige because she is a woman. You must know that she was named Momoshige by Marine when she was still Vice Admiral. The strength of this man is unfathomable. Judging from the current situation, this woman's strength is likely to be higher than that of the dead Akainu. What? Strength is above Akainu. As soon as Blackbeard said this, the surrounding subordinates and members were all stunned, and their hearts were filled with deep surprise. They know Blackbeard too well, and there are not many people who can make him say this. So, that Marine's newly promoted Momoshige Admiral, 89, is as strong as what Blackbeard said. It's just special, a girl is so powerful, which makes these big pirates who have been guilty of crimes so much, and if they are caught by this girl, the scene is unimaginable. Chapter 72 Momoshige's Little Demon. Above the sea, it is dozens of miles away from Fishman Island. After beheading tens of thousands of sea kings along the way, nearly 100 marine elites with the rank of generals landed on the decks of dozens of warships, panting heavily, their calves twisted. It fell softly onto the deck. All generals rest for a quarter of an hour and prepare for the battle on Fishman Island. The exhausted General Kizaru, he turned his eyes towards the Shira Yongdao behind him, the corners of his mouth twitched and his eyelids twitched. Call. Yes, Kizaru Admiral. Hearing that they could finally rest, many general-level officers breathed a sigh of relief one by one. If they didn't die in battle, they were afraid they would be exhausted. However, at the moment when many general-level officers relaxed their vigilance, observation haki covered Momoshige and Kizaru in the entire sea, and his eyes narrowed. Scoff. Chi-Chi. With the thickness of dark golden houses burst out of the water without the slightest warning, and then turned into long whips and slashed at Momoshige and the three of them. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Esoteric, 6 King's Spear. Open black lens bracket Yatagara mirror close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ice block explosive pheasant mouth close black lens bracket. The sudden attack, the three Momoshige 3 immediately attacked without holding back. Boom boom, 3 cosmic explosion-like sounds roared, and the surrounding sea boiled, splashing 3 waves of hundreds of feet, and the house-sized object in front of the 3 people was instantly smashed into pieces. 3 of them blocked it, but the other 5 battleships were unlucky. Crack. Clap clap clap. Without the slightest hesitation, 5 long whips the size of houses instantly turned the 5 warships into powder, and endless blood flowed from the sea. Waves settled, and the sea was calm again, but Momosegi's three-person spirit reached the climax. What is that just now? It's terrible, it's terrible, it's the size of a house, and our 5 warships were photographed and disappeared in an instant. No, how can there be such a terrible creature? 5 warships, with 5 vice admiral and 10 rear admiral on them, that's all. Stupid, everyone is dumbfounded. Momosegi Trio 3 even heard the corners of his mouth twitching, his eyelids twitching wildly. Damn, what the hell was that just now? After one blow, they killed 5 of their warships in an instant. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It lasted for 6 or 7 minutes, and finally, with a crashing sound, a house-sized octopus appeared in front of Momosegi's 3 people, and at the same time, thousands of sea kings attacked dozens of marine battleships in unison. Damn. Asshole. When the 2 of Kuzan Kizaru saw this, they scolded their mother directly, but Momosegi's voice came from beside this room. Kuzan, Kizaru, you guard the warship, that guy is here. Kuzan Kizaru to reply. Momosegi was already stepping on the moon step with a swipe of the soles of his feet, and smashed the octopus with a teleport-like limit punch. Judging from the familiar feeling, the guy in front of him was the one who just attacked them. Existed, although the size it is much smaller, but the aura around him has soared many times over. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth Open Black Lens Bracket 6 King's Spear, Close Black Lens Bracket. The ultimate armament haki and observation haki are fully open, the thick black shining right fist. The ultimate blow is fierce towards the opposite pure gold, full of the dangerous octopus smashed over. Facing Momosegi's ultimate blow, the octopus's eyes shrank suddenly, not daring to hold it big, and the 8 golden tentacles gathered at one point, and drew towards Momosegi. Booming the 2, they collided in an instant. Like 2 stars, they exploded above the sea, and around the person and the beast, waves of thousands of feet were splashed, covering the sky and destroying the sky and the earth. The surrounding dozens of huge sea kings were instantly burst into meat sauce by the air waves of the 2, and the huge waves directly spilled out to the 4 directions, and it seemed that dozens of warships would be overturned. Open black lens bracket ice time close black lens bracket. The tide of thousands of meters came, and when Kuzan used his ice time ability, he instantly turned the tide of thousands of meters into an ice sculpture and stopped hundreds of meters above dozens of battleships. However, Kuzan's first shot caused hundreds of sea kings to find a loophole, slammed into the inside, and flicked their tails towards dozens of battleships. Asshole. Open black lens bracket Yasukani no Magatama close black lens bracket. Glint glint fruit ability Kizaru appeared on the deck for the first time, and once again made a unique move towards the surrounding area. On the other side, Zan Taomaru and the following humanoid weapons were full of firepower, facing the Sea King who was hundreds of feet and hundreds of feet. The class launched an overwhelming attack. Although there were many attacks, several warships were still sunk again under the waves of Sea King attacks. Fortunately, the marine elites on the ships were not photographed as minced meat. Above the sea, the waves of thousands of meters fell, and there was a deafening sound when they slapped the water surface. A cold light appeared in Momosegi's eyes in the air. The sharp edge of a top swordsman flashed in the air, and instantly penetrated the body from the head of the golden octopus. After that, with a puff sound, a knife that was inadvertently beaten was cut into 2 halves. Then, he fell into the sea water, and there was no more movement. Momosegi in the air, dodged to the deck of the warship, his face suddenly turned pale with a puff, and a mouthful of blushing blood spurted out, but she wiped it away immediately. Momosegi, are you alright? Kuzan Kizaru hurried forward. The extreme sword just now, if it weren't for the golden octopus careless, I am afraid that this time they will have a bad battle to fight. The strength of that monster just now was comparable to Admiral. I'm afraid it is the culprit that they have encountered countless Sea Kings along the way, but being able to solve it today is a big help in killing by Z. Slightly injured. But it's not a big problem. I'm afraid our time to enter Fishman Island will be delayed by an hour. Words were finished, Momosuge sprayed out a mouthful of blushing blood again, and his face was even more defeated. Kuzan Kizaru's face was solemn, and Kizaru immediately ordered, "Battle Taomaru, count the battle damage, repair the entire army, and enter the Fishman Island." "Yes, yes." Carrying a huge battle axe, looked at Momosuge and his eyes changed. If he said that he was a little afraid before, but now he is really afraid, this woman is so strong. Much stronger than him. That, comparable to the golden octopus of the admiral level, was directly killed by this bitch. What a terrifying combat power. No wonder my uncle said that Momosuge's strength is probably higher than the dead Akainu admiral. The tens of thousands of marine elites who survived, while his heart lingered, he looked at Momosuge with a frenzy in his eyes. The horse riding, Momosuge admiral is too strong. That, the monster-like octopus that can shrink was killed by Momosuge admiral. Although he was injured a little, he was proud of himself. Fortunately, Momosuge admiral was there this time, otherwise, they would be afraid of death. Damn busy boy, it's all that guy. When Momosuge admiral recovers, he will kill them all. Feilu reminds you. 3 things to read, collect, push. Chapter 73 Marine Casualties. More than 20,000 people. The sea area where Momosuge is located is under 10,000 meters. Which was split in half by Momosuge's top swordsman's sword, joined together again at this moment, and the injury in the middle recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be careless, that woman is so powerful. With one sword, all defenses were broken. If it wasn't for the recovery ability bestowed by young Master Bai, I would have already died at this moment. The golden octopus thought about the picture just now with lingering fears. It can be said that it was the closest time he was to death except for that time with young Master Bai, and he really didn't want to experience it a second time. However, it seems that my purpose has been achieved. The golden octopus murmured to himself, and immediately turned into an inch size, and quickly ran towards Fishman Island. On the other side, on the deck of the Black Army battleship. "Uncle, under the invasion of the damn monster octopus this time, we lost another 8 warships, 10 vice admiral, 15 rear admiral, and 40 colonels. A total of 123 people were killed, 30 people were seriously injured, and the remaining 423 marine elites." Counting the losses, Zan Taomaru reported to Kizaru with the corners of her mouth drawn. "Remaining people. Bastard, that damn golden octopus. This time it is more ruthless than the last time. The two combined killed nearly 20,000 people. Shame, shame. This battle to encircle and suppress Baizi is undoubtedly the biggest loss and the most shameful one in their marine history. 1. Even without seeing the opponent's people, they lost nearly 20,000 people. What a casualty ratio. They were able to destroy an admiral-level golden octopus, and they lost a full 2 horses. Hurts. It hurts too much. The Flaming Ember, Katakuri, and the Blackbeard pirates who are not far from Marine, and the Blackbeard pirates under the ice, observation haki enveloped the marine area. Immediately, he learned of the topic that the marine elites were talking about. In an instant, everyone was shocked. After this battle, Momosuge Admiral was injured, and Marine had more than 20,000 casualties, including many Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral, and more colonels. But the only thing that made them gratified was that Momosuge solved Baizi's unknown hole card. This Baizi was really not easy, and he was able to conquer such a monster in the sea. Knowing this, everything is clear. Marine's encounters along the way are all the handwriting of the Golden Octopus, the overlord of the sea. Hearing the news, Blackbeard sighed and said to himself, unfortunately, he originally planned to take that Golden Octopus for his own use, that Momosuge bitch, he took it as far as possible. As for Blackbeard's one-stick subordinate, the big pirate, yes. The girls. It's too dick, the top swordsman with one person's power can kill the Golden Octopus in one strike. That kind of strength can definitely be called destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Yeah, I really don't know how that boy Baizi conquered that octopus monster. It's incredible. Hey, there's a good show coming up. It seems that Marine suffered such a big loss this time. I'm afraid that she will fight to the end with Baizi and his party. Isn't it true? There are more than 20,000 casualties. If there is no record, Marine will definitely become the most ridiculous laughingstock in the whole world. Hearing his subordinates' discussion, Blackbeard felt a little relieved, although that the golden octopus that could control the Sea Kings died, but at the same time, the Sea Jun and Baizi have forged an indelible bond this time. Blackbeard with slightly narrowed eyes, looked towards Fishman Island, and the scene of Baizi vs. Marine and Kaido of the Beast's Charlotte Linlin's confidant appeared in his mind. Fight. Fight. In the end, it will be cheaper for my Blackbeard pirates, and the person who harvests the devil fruit will be me. In his opinion, this time, it is not only the conflict between Baizi and the government, but also the opportunity for his Blackbeard to shake the fruit in one fell swoop, and then conquer the fifth emperor's ambition. A quarter of an hour. 2/4 of an hour. 3/4 of an hour. Soon, an hour later, Momoshiki came out of the battleship room. At this moment, his face has recovered most of the time, and there is still a trace of paleness. His recovery speed is even that of Kuzan and Kizaru. All were surprised. Okay, let's go. They came to the deck. Momoshiki said nothing, and ordered to enter Fishman Island. Momoshiki, your state. Would you like to stop for a few hours? Kuzan Kizaru looked at Momoshiki with a faint worry. They were very aware of Momoshiki's injury before. No problem, it won't affect my strength. Go. Momoshiki's eyes flickered, and his eyes were fixed on the direction of Fishman Island. This time, the three admirals of the three of them shot and killed more than 20,000 people. They didn't even see the ghosts of Baizi and his party. If such news spreads out, the face of their marine is now, the only way to remedy it is to destroy Baizi and his party as quickly as possible, so as to preserve the last trace of their marine's dignity. That's fine. Kuzan Kizaru glanced at each other. Momoshiki has already said this. They can't say anything. After all, Momoshiki's intention is also their intention. To know. This is the first time for the three of them to make a move. If it spreads out, not only will Marine become the world's joke, but the three of them will become an even bigger joke. The three admirals of the dignified Marines shot at the same time, and they were there without seeing the pirate face, causing more than 20,000 casualties. They couldn't bear this shame, nor were they willing to bear it. Reorganize the whole army. Target Fishman Island. Go. Following Kizaru's orders, dozens of warships galloped towards Fishman Island again, and since Momoshiki killed the golden octopus, the Sea Kings under the sea have never been seen again. Meanwhile, on the other side. Kingdom, in Shirahoshi Hall. Shirahoshi's pretty face of human height was as white as snow, and he was completely exhausted. He immediately raised his head and fell down, but as soon as he was about to fall, he was supported by the Empress Boa Hancock on the chair and sat down. The beautiful eyes flickered at the girl who was even more beautiful than her. How did the captain do it, so that Poseidon, the Sea King of Fishman Island, did this for him? Immediately, Shirahoshi told Baizi and others about the record of the Sea King class. Of course, she did not know that there was a golden octopus among them. That is, the North Blue giant monster intervened. Everyone was stunned to learn of the casualties on Marine's side. Of more than 20,000 people are too ruthless. How many people did Marine send here this time? And they killed more than 20,000 people from the Sea Kings alone. Only the corner of Baizi's mouth curved into a satisfied arc. It seems that the little demon did not let himself down. Chapter 74 The Battle of Fishman Island, Revelation. In front of Fishman Island, above the sea, dozens of marine warships came galloping, and soon, a huge pirate appeared in everyone's sight. Above the flag was a going 5-clawed dragon with a ferocious dragon head, screaming in the sky. The Yanwang pirates, that is the Yanwang pirates formed after Baizi left the Red Hair pirates. Who survived on the battleship stared at the flag raised in the wind ahead with wide eyes. Baizi's gang, you are so bold, how dare you intercept us above the sea? Bastard, I want to avenge my brother. Those guys are dead and must not be let today. He escapes. The power of Momoshiki Admiral. Many marine elites also became more confident, staring fiercely at the pirate ship in front of them, eager to rush over and tear those hateful pirates to pieces. At this moment, due to the previous ice age of Kuzan, the sea on both sides was frozen, which gave many marine elites room to play. Open black lens bracket ice block partisan close black lens bracket. In front of him, Kuzan immediately had dozens of ice spears and Ning Cheng. No matter the degree of solidification and attack power, they were all improved a lot compared to the top war. Obviously, the top war was his ability to develop frozen fruit again. With a wave of his palm, in the next instant, dozens of ice spears turned into dozens of white streamers, and instantly moved towards Bai Biao on the ship of the Yanwang pirates of Bai Zi's group. Open black lens bracket mirror fire close black lens bracket. Kuzan's attack came in the blink of an eye, but Ace appeared on the ice surface in a flash, and a large amount of flames burst out from his right arm. In the next instant, a huge wall of flames appeared in front of Ace. Chi dozens of partisans collided and were redeveloped by Ace and melted into armament's flames. When even the dozens of partisans in Kuzan were melted, they evaporated into water vapor and dissipated into nothingness. Open black lens bracket Yasukani no Magatama close black lens bracket. Just after the fight between the two ended, Kizaru had already made his move, and countless beams of light turned into streamers, attacking Baizi and his gang of the Yanwang pirates who were few in number but extremely powerful. With the ability of glint fruit, countless light bullets rushed in an instant. Open black lens bracket gravity barrier close black lens bracket. Suddenly, the precise gravity of the standing Fujitora Isho enveloped the pirate group, forming an invisible barrier of absolute defense. Boom boom boom, around the pirate ship where Baizi and others were. Countless roars exploded outside the barrier, deafening, countless ice blocks flipped, was instantly blown into steam, and rose in this area. Above the sea shrouded by the ice age. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth Open Black Lens Bracket 6 King's Spear, Close Black Lens Bracket. Without any hold, Momoshiki came up and armament haki poured into his right hand, and used Marine Rokushiki's Ultimate Mystery, 6 King's Spear. Couldn't wait for a long time, immediately punched Momoshiki, who was also domineering, like an ancient fist covered with poisonous fruit. The two men faced each other, and it was like two comets collided in an instant. There was a loud roar. The endless roar was torn apart before the collision between the two, and the sound of click spread from the feet of the two, and the crack of thousands of meters was in the ice surface between the two spreads to the left and right. The unparalleled impact also caused Ryokugyu to turn into a bullet and fly backwards, retreating more than 10 feet away, and Momoshiki on the opposite side also retreated 5 or 6 feet. The first confrontation, the competition of pure power, Ryokugyu unexpectedly fell down. Ryokugyu, who had stepped back more than 10 feet, not only did not get discouraged, but his eyes became more and more frantic. The poisonous gas lingered around his body, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, I didn't expect you to meet the captain. Kind of move is interesting. Quote. Take me a move poison dragon fist. Flash, Ryokugyu appeared in front of Momoshiki in an instant, and the ferocious dragon head evolved from the poisonous fruit slammed into it with a fierce punch, without a trace of pity. Cut. The face of Ryokugyu's almost full-strength blow, Momoshiki immediately slashed out with a sword, and the sword intent dashed endlessly. The crack, the influence of Yue, was stunned to spread thousands of feet, even more than before. After the blow was over, Ryokugyu was slashed several meters away again, but Momoshiki didn't have the slightest hint of joy on his face. The strength of this big man in front of her is even more terrifying than she expected. No wonder this guy can even defeat Akainu. It seems that this battle must be fought quickly. Suddenly, Momoshiki closed his eyes and raised his sword above his head. Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, 6 King's Spear. Fist intent poured into the swords in both hands endlessly, and suddenly opened his eyes. 6 King's Sword intent. Slash. Integrating the Six Kings Spear. Fist Intent, Momoshiki, who evolved into a top swordsman's sword intent, suddenly came out with the ultimate slash, carrying the energy of destroying the sky and destroying the earth, and slashed towards Ryokugyu. Ha ha ha, what a Six Kings sword intent, look at me, double dragons going to the sea. Now, Ryokugyu is also a hardy size, and he doesn't dare to hold it big in his heart. In an instant, the endless poison of the poisonous fruit poured into his hands. In an instant, in front of Ryokugyu, there were two poisonous dragons with a height of 1,000 meters, entangled together, and attacked towards the opposite. Six Kings sword intent, rushed forward fiercely. However, the other side Zero is in the direction. Lucci, you actually joined Baizi's pirate group. Spandam's eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the figure standing in front of him, not Rob Lucci or who. Zero members behind Spandam also looked strange, because many of them were Lucci's men before. Regarding Spandam's words, Lucci obviously had expected it, and said without much fluctuation, I am now the captain of the 5th Division of the Yanwang Pirates. Get past me first. Lucci, you. Listening to Rob Lucci's words, Spandam's lungs are about to explode. Okay. Very good. Everyone listen. Rob Lucci betrayed the world government, betrayed Zero, and from now on is no longer all of you sir, but an enemy. Follow me and kill Lucci. Eliminate the traitors. Open black lens bracket elephant hand knife close black lens bracket. Was a unique move when he came up, and the attack attacked Rob Lucci fiercely, with a completely dead hand. Very well, this is in line with my estimate. You coveted my seat for a day or two before, right? Rob Lucci, the corners of his mouth curved a radian, breaking Spandam's thoughts, and a swipe on the soles of his feet. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth, Six Kings Spear. Instantly avoiding Spandam's attack, he punched directly on his abdomen with a dull sound, and in the next instant, Spandam appeared hundreds of feet away, mercilessly embedded in the ice. Within. How can it be? Spandam, who was embedded in the ice block, looked at Rob Lucci opposite him in horror. Although this kind of Six Kings Spear, incomparable with Baizi and Momoshiki, it crushes their existence at this level. Rob Lucci's many subordinates are also stunned at the moment. The Six King guns, it is actually the Six Kings again. Fei Lu reminds you. The three things of reading, collect, push. Chapter 75 The battlefield is anxious, 2 disasters and 2 stars are besieged. Reproduce the Six King guns. Rob Lucci's first-hand Six King guns immediately attracted the shock of all parties. First, Baizi, who was at the top of the war, and then the newly promoted Momoshiki Admiral. Now the core member of the company, Rob Lucci, who is responsible for protecting Tenryubito, has also awakened Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear, and the world is completely in chaos. That is the ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki, the legendary existence, and now there are 3.3. Empress Hancock and Jinbei were also very surprised. They also didn't expect that this person who was announced to be the 5th division of their Yanwang and Black Thieves would even know Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear. Rob Lucci's eyes were also shining brightly. He clenched the fist in his handshake, feeling the boundless surging power contained in it. Although he just woke up and was not very skilled, dealing with a person like Spandam would definitely be an instant kill. Is this the ultimate Marine Rokushiki meaning, Six Kings Spear, mastered by the captain? Rob Lucci, who was mumbling to himself, thanked Baizi for all of this for his guidance. Otherwise he would have to wait until he broke through the last layer of bottleneck, and he might not even be able to awaken the ultimate meaning of Marine Rokushiki's trick in this life. It's really an interesting pattern of flaming yellow and black thieves. A 5th division captain can awaken Marine Rokushiki's ultimate mystery, Six Kings Spear, but unfortunately it will fall here today. Just as Rob Lucci was delighted, and when the parties were fighting, a playful voice pierced the air from the sea not far away and spread. It was none other than the other 2 disasters of Kaido of the Beasts, Blazing Ash and Plague Queen, and the one who spoke was the Plague Queen. Killing the Awakener of Marinero Kushiki's ultimate mystery, 6 Kings Spear, sounds good. Open black lens bracket Tyrannosaurus fist close black lens bracket. Queen, who has the dragon fruit Brachiosaurus form, without any fancy moves, punched Rob Lucci, who had just awakened to the 6 Kings Spear, trying to kill this potential threat in the bud. Say it slowly, say it fast. Blink of an eye, the attack of the Plague Queen has come to Rob Lucci's head. Open black lens bracket 10,000 tile Jungchen close black lens bracket. Facing the attack of the Queen of Plague, Jinbei's casserole-sized fist smashed it with a fist that was enough to split 10,000 tiles. 10,000 pieces of Wa Jungchen. Obviously Jinbei's strength has also made great progress after joining the Yanwang pirates. If it was placed before, Jinbei is definitely not the reward value of Kaido of the beasts in front of you. 1.3 billion 2 million Queen of the Plague opponent. After one blow, the ice surface cracked, and countless vigor swept away the surrounding marine elites, and the cracks spread. Oh! King Shichibukai, no, it's Shichibukai, the former king. I didn't expect your strength to grow so fast. Before that, the Queen of Pandemic would never take Jinbei of Shichibukai under the king in her eyes. After all, the difference in strength between the two is not a star. Now Jinbei's strength has made him pay more attention. Yes, then take the old man's blow. Open black lens bracket 20,000 shark tile Jungchen close black lens bracket. Jinbei not know that the arrival of the Queen of Epidemic and others, and now he hit again, and directly increased his combat power again, with a rapid fist, even the air was blasted, and he punched the Queen of the Plague with a violent punch. Crazy boy. Eyes of the Queen of the Epidemic. When she fought against Jinbei, an ice surface cracked, and the scene of marine flying over began again. On the other side, the Star of Kuro and the Queen Boa Hancock all fought their own way. In the end, only Katakuri and Fire Calamity did not take action. Of course, there was also the black-bearded pirate who was hiding in the dark and could attack at any time like a poisonous snake. Group line. The Yanwang pirates, Bai Zi, really underestimated you. Katakuri let the rest of the cadre swept through the formation and looked at the white man in front of him deeply. Z, the guy who killed his sister Smoothie. Reason why he didn't let other cadres take action was because this Bai Zi's strength made him very jealous, and rashly taking action was likely to increase casualties. Katakuri, how about avoiding long nights and dreaming together? Kaido of the Beasts, first confidant, Fire Bitter, said to Katakuri, the star of Desert 3 generals. So good. Yan Zonjin's intention is similar to his, and the two join forces, this kid will definitely die. Open black lens bracket Waxy Thorn close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Arlong Claws close black lens bracket. The air was boiling with two congratulations, Katakuri and Yan Calamity came up with a big killing move. What they had to do was to kill this kid named Bai Zi in the shortest time. As for the others, they were all small things. Of course they know the principle of capturing the thief first and capturing the king. As long as Bai Zi is dead, the others will be defeated. The trident full of armament was swirling at high speed, carrying an unparalleled offensive and heading towards Bai Zi, and the other side of Yan Calamity's demonic claw was even more powerful. It can be said that admiral-level existences should be treated seriously, but now there are these two people in front of them. The face of the joint attack of the two, even if any marine admiral had to avoid his edge, the opposite Bai Zi's extreme power of Thunder Sword. Open black lens bracket Thunder Palm close black lens bracket. In an instant, with Bai Zi's protruding right palm as the center, a huge thunder palm with a length of more than 10 meters suddenly slammed towards the combined attack of the two. The three attacks collided in an instant. Thunder rumbled across the sky, Katakuri and Yan Jajin snorted lightly, and the strength in their hands was even stronger. Zitsa. The endless thunder was reckless, and a marine battleship not far from the three of them was instantly shattered, and at least dozens of marine elites were electrocuted to death by the thunder. After one blow, the ice surface between the three of them instantly cracked several feet of water, and many seawater gurgled out from it. The thunder in the sky dissipated, and the three of them stood up in the air. Baizi stepped back 5 feet, and Katakuri and Yanjajin on the opposite side retreated more than 10 feet. Looking at the retreating distance between the two sides, Katakuri and Yan Zanjin had solemn expressions, and their eyes changed when they looked at Baizi again. That guy was so powerful, and when the two of them joined forces, they couldn't gain the absolute upper hand for a while. Seeing this, the Queen of Epidemic and Cracker, the star of Desert 3 generals, looked at each other. All cadres take action and stop these people. Yes, Boss Queen. Yes, Lord Cracker. Immediately, many cadres of Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, who were watching from the sidelines, all joined the battlefield. As for the Plague Queen and the 3 Desert generals, Cracker, they stepped out without the slightest hesitation. Open black lens bracket Overlord God Fist close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket armament / close black lens bracket. 2 consecutive attacks attacked by Z with extreme ferocity, and Katakuri and Fire Calamity on the other side, very tacitly, turned into 2 meteors and attacked by Z again. Open black lens bracket silly groaning close black lens bracket. Katakuri's ultimate move came out again, and the dark red Conqueror haki was full of firepower, immediately wrapped in armament, arms, and attacked by Z in multiple directions. It wasn't just when the Katakuri Conqueror haki was revealed, the Conqueror haki on the other side, which was also a dark red blaze, slammed open, instantly reaching the highest point, and slammed away with a punch. Open black lens bracket Arlong thrust close black lens bracket. The 2 Conqueror haki gathered together and instantly pressed towards Baizi on the opposite side. There were 4 attacks in the middle of the attack. Such a blow definitely exceeded the Admiral level by a large margin, even if the existence of the Admiral level was hit by this blow, not to die but also to be seriously injured. Chapter 76 Upgraded version of the 6 Kings Thunder Gun, Blackbeard Shot. The 4 extremes attacked in an instant. Everywhere on the battlefield, there was a stagnation for a moment, and all attention was attracted by the 4 peaks of the field. Marine Rokushiki Final Profound Truth Open Black Lens bracket 6 Kings Thunder Spear, Close Black Lens bracket. Without the slightest hesitation, Baizi's endless thunder poured into his right fist in an instant. Even if the upgraded version of the 6 Kings Spear was released, only any fancy moves would smash it directly with one punch. At this moment, Baizi, bathed in thunder, as if incarnated into a thunder god of war. Boom 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 4 peak strikes, instantly collided with the thunder, and suddenly 4 dull sounds like an earthquake, one after another ups and downs in the ears. Thousands of feet of waves, soaring into the sky. Several warships were torn to pieces by the raging air current, and drifted among the thousands of feet of waves, as if a tsunami had occurred in the field. Such an attack, so strong, what's the result? That guy named Baizi is finally dead. Yes, that guy must be smashed into scum. Look, what is that? Everyone was shocked. They saw 5 figures, shooting backwards and flying. One retreated a huge 10 feet, while the other 4 also retreated 10 feet. It's unbelievable. Didn't this guy say that there is only Whitebeard's shock fruit? But how can such a powerful thunder force happen now? Damn, does this person have more than one devil fruit? Great opportunity. Ha 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 ha, let's go to hell, boy Baizi, the 5th emperor of the New World can only belong to our Captain Blackbeard. The next moment, a huge figure appeared behind Baizi. A huge sailboat-like fist was wrapped in the extremely rich armament haki, a punch that ripped through the air, and slammed into Baizi's head fiercely. San Yuan Wolf, now one of the subordinates of the Blackbeard pirates, and also the big pirate that Baizi rescued from the 6th floor infinite hell in Impel Down, but at this moment he took the opportunity to attack Baizi blatantly. San Yuan Wolf, that is Blackbeard pirates. Hey, even the Blackbeard pirates have appeared, and their target is Baizi. The big pirates. It's unbelievable that Baizi has attracted so many people's attention, but fortunately, if it's just us Marine, this time to a large extent, we'll be wiped out. Hey, that kid is completely over now. He just fought against the Flame Calamity Coolie and the others, and he must not be able to recover, he is dead. The tens of thousands of Marines around are in high spirits. Bai Zi, a big pirate, died. Is he finally going to die? Open black lens bracket gravity suppression close black lens bracket. Just when the giant fist the size of Sanwan Wolf's sailboat was still 10 feet away from Bai Zi, a pressure-like Mount-Tai suddenly emerged from Wolf's shoulder, and the next Sanyuan Wolf, without the slightest sluggishness, slammed into the ground in an instant. Not only that, but most of Sanyuan Wolf's body was pressed under the ice layer of the Kuzan Ice Age, and several marine elites nearby bled to death instantly. Strong. The scene of the Jedi reversal, watch it. Everyone, especially Kizaru, who had a spell with Fujitora Isho, his eyelids jumped in the direction of Bai Zi. That is the gravity fruit, the same gravity fruit as this marine trader. How is it possible? Kizaru was dumbfounded. Kuzan Momoshiki also twitched at the corners of his mouth, and everyone present was trembling. Gravity fruit, like that. Fujitora Isho, how could it be possible? That, Bai Zi has 3 kinds of fruit abilities instead of 2. Before the shocking fruit, the thunder ability just now, and the gravity fruit that is now the same as Fujitora Isho, the 3 tyrannical devil fruit abilities, will appear on one person at the same time. Incredible. It's incredible. Having 3 kinds of devil fruits in one person is definitely a shock to everyone. Not to mention 3 devil fruits. Just 2. I am afraid they will all explode due to the conflict of attributes died, unless the user has a 1 devil fruit that neutralizes the other. If I can save you, I can send you to hell. Seeing Wolf's horrified appearance, Bai Zi's eyes flashed with a cold glow, and the thunder in his hand flickered. No. As Wolf's eyes widened, a lightning bolt instantly hit his head, and the ruthless destructive power instantly destroyed Wolf's brain tissue. With a bang. Wolf with such a large body immediately became a headless corpse, and his head was strangled by the thunder. It turned into powder, and a fountain-like blood spurted out of Wolf's neck, dyeing the sea water under him a scarlet color. The famous Sanyuan Wolf, who made countless Marines terrified, was killed by Bai Zi today. The death of Sanyuan Wolf not only did not let Blackbeard retreat, but his eyes were even more fierce. Kill. 3 devil fruits, and each of them is very precious. If these 3 devil fruits are owned by themselves, then I definitely have the qualifications to become the 5th emperor, and even surpassing the 4 emperors is not impossible. Others can't, and he has the black beard of the dark fruit. It may not be impossible. Before the huge temptation, the black beard was moved, and immediately released the dark fruit and attacked Bai Zi, and the Cadre and subordinate behind him were stunned for a moment. Shu also rushed up together. In an instant, all members of the Blackbeard pirates were dispatched. Bai Zi turned into a thunderbolt, and the next moment appeared in front of Katerina Devon. Penetrating through Devon's mouth, he returned his hand again, and in his hand there was already a heart that was still beating bright red, and all the blood was evaporated by the thunder. Remember, in your next life, you can't afford to offend some people. With a bang, Bai Zi's thunderous hand clenched, and the fresh heart that was beating bright red shattered in response. At the moment when her heart was broken, Katerina Devon's eyes were bloodshot and red, and then the consciousness of her mind dropped sharply, her head tilted, and she immediately followed in the footsteps of Sanyuan Wolf. Go to hell, boy. At the same time, the attack of Blackbeard and others has arrived, and the means are extremely hot, and they have no intention of retreating at all. The 3 things in reading are collected and pushed. Chapter 77 _ What Bai Zi fears the most is threats. Various killer moves came frequently. From Sanwan Wolf's shot until now, within 3 seconds before and after, everyone in the Yanwang pirates was terrified by the sudden scene. Was the image of Blackbeard attacking Whitebeard in the previous war on the roof. If it wasn't for Bai Zi's shot at that time, I'm afraid that Whitebeard might have died directly on the roof. However, how similar the current scene is, this Blackbeard is as bad as ever. You must know that this guy was an existence that even injured the red hair of the 4 emperors. Bai Zi, who crushed Katerina Devon's heart, slapped it with a backhand under observation haki, and attached a full-scale shock fruit to it. With a dull sound, Blackbeard, who was about to attack, and the remaining 8 subordinates, followed by a scene similar to the war on the top. Together with the Blackbeard, it turned into 9 streams of light and flew out several dozen meters away. And that's not all. Immediately, Baizi stretched out his right hand. Endless thunder filled the air, and then turned down, his eyes locked on Blackbeard's line, "Thunder God Punishment." Rumbling Baizi's voice fell, and in the next instant, the oppressive dark cloud cover above the Blackbeard 9 people 9 came over, and in the next instant, a pillar of thunder with a size of 10 meters burst from the sky. Like being struck by lightning, it instantly fell on Blackbeard's line of celestial spirit caps, and then penetrated the entire Kuzan frozen ice layer, and turned into a 1 cannonball under the sea with unparalleled speed, smashing into it. One move, everyone present was full of cleverness. Momoshiki and the others looked solemn. This Baizi's strength far exceeded their imagination. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Mystery, 6 King Spears. Extremely skillfully, and in addition to what they know that this guy has the same shaking fruit as Whitebeard, there are also Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble Fruit, and Gravity Fruit. Either of these 2 is extremely top-notch, and the 3 exist in one person, and their strength is far from a 1+1 growth. Just like this guy just now, he fought against the 4 people of Yan Calamity 4 by himself, and he was blessed with the Thunder's 6 King's Spear, in one move, which is not weaker than the shock fruit. Withdraw. Order everyone to retreat. Momoshiki forced Ryokugyu back with a punch, then turned to Kuzan and Kizaru with a loud voice, and withdrew with a bang. If they continued to fight, they might be able to hold on, but with tens of thousands of marine elites, they would probably be wiped out. She can't take this risk, and they can't take the marine too. If all the marines are destroyed here, then they will become a bigger joke. Open black lens bracket Yasukani no Magatama close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Ice Age close black lens bracket. Kizaru and Kuzan heard Momoshiki's words. Their faces were blue and their hands did not slow down, preventing tens of thousands of marines from retreating. They also knew that if they continued to fight, they would only increase casualties. Grandma, this time they lost a lot. Yan Shanjin and Katakori were shocked when they saw Marine retreating. If it was like this before, but now seeing the abilities of Baizi's 3 top devil fruits, they would no longer dare to boast, and all of them greatly underestimated Baizi's combat power. It can be said that in this sea area of the New World, apart from the 4 emperors, few people are likely to be opponents of this guy. Withdraw. Retreat. Katakori and Fire Calamity reacted half a beat slower, and they also ordered their subordinates. Organized a retreat, but just as the 2 sides were about to retreat, Momoshiki, who had already evacuated, turned his attention to Cracker, the star of Desert 3, and the Queen of Plague with a bounty of 1.32 billion berries. Since she can't kill Baizi, then she can't go home empty-handed this time. Marine Rokushiki Ultimate Profound Truth, 6 King's Sword Intent Spear. Boom in succession with 2 sword intent spears from the 6 kings in the air. Immediately, Katakori, Cracker and Plague Queen beside Yanjajin, faced the sudden attack and subconsciously resisted, but Momoshiki Admiral's attack was too strong. Even if they at the peak, they should be treated rightly, not to mention the rush to resist at this moment. Puff puff. Cracker and the Queen of Epidemic were hit and vomited blood and flew upside down, and the direction they flew towards was not somewhere else, but in the direction of Baizi, who gathered thunder. Not good. Momoshiki, you are courting death. Yanjinjin and Katakori reacted. It was too late. They could only watch Cracker and the Plague Queen fly towards Baizi quickly. Ha 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 ha, as expected of Momoshiki Admiral. I have accepted this gift from Baizi. The next moment, under the control of Baizi, the thunder that was gathered in the air instantly turned into 2 giant palms covering the sky, instantly holding the 2 of them firmly. Zeitza's thunder shuttled around Cracker and the Plague Queen, and the 2 grimaced in pain. Ah! Ah! Even if they were as determined as they were, they couldn't help but let out shrill screams. At this moment, they finally knew what kind of pain the Blackbeard had gone through. Let them go. Bai Zi, I warn you not to mess around. Yan Zonjin and Katakuri were shocked when they saw the two being captured. One of their generals had already died. If the other died, their captain would definitely go crazy. And they will become the only remaining subordinates at that time. At this moment, they can't wait to kill Momoshiki, but they only have reason to tell them that it is very unrealistic, so they can only warn Bai Zi with harsh words. However, their warnings are obviously not half silk. Threat. The corner of Bai Zi's mouth curved into an arc. What Bai Zi is most afraid of is threats. Killing one is killing two is also killing, so let them go down as companions. Bastard, Bai Zi, you dare. Yan Zonjin and Katakuri's eyelids jumped wildly at Cracker and Epidemic Queen, who were grasped by Thunder Hand, but before the two's voice fell, they heard two voices of, puff puff. Then Cracker and the Queen of Plague, under the horrified eyes of many pirates and marine, the Queen of the Plague of Kaido of the Beasts, and the three desert generals of Charlotte Linlin, Cracker, were forcibly killed by the Thunder Giants. Those who were shattered and then strangled by thunder and lightning did not even have scum left, and truly achieved the 4 words of, no bones left. Damn. Bastard, you are courting death. Yan Zonjin and Katakuri were trembling in their hearts. This guy really dared to kill them. Scoff. Do you naively think that you only need to kill me, but I can't kill you? Bai Zi sneered. Among the thunder that filled the sky, he was like a thunder god of war, and the entire Yanwang pirates and tens of thousands of marines would never forget this scene. Chapter 78_We won. Above the sea, there is dead silence. That's right. Dead silence. The Plague Queen and Cracker died just like that. That was Kaido's most powerful confidant, and Charlotte Linlin's beloved son. This guy actually really dared to kill. Even Kuzan Kizaru, the corners of his mouth twitched. This Bai Zi is really fearless. Good. Very good. Yan Jajin glared at Momoshiki in the direction of Marine, and you, Momoshiki Admiral. Cut. You are always welcome. The face of Yan Zonjin's threatening eyes, Momoshiki didn't buy it at all. In her opinion, these people should be damned. Although the methods are a little out of the table, it is enough to achieve the goal. Bai Zi's hand, he killed Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin's 2 trusted henchmen, and the casualties on this trip are worth it. Momoshiki, you are so cruel. I swear, you are dead. Katakuri stared at Momoshiki with a grim expression on his face. It can be said that he hated Momoshiki even more than Bai Zi, and he lost 2 sisters and younger brothers successively, which made his eyes full of madness at the moment. I don't know if I'm going to die, but believe it or not, I'll let you die in this sea at the next moment. Momoshiki stared at Katakuri with a slightly narrowed expression, and the slender katana Vivi pulled out. Half a minute. On the other side locked on Katakuri at the same time. It can be said that their mission was a complete failure. If this Katakuri really beats again, they don't mind destroying all Charlotte Linlin's subordinates here, so as to neutralize their loss this time. Katakuri, who opened observation haki, saw Kuzan Kizaru around him, and Bai Zi, who killed Cracker later, blushed immediately, glared at Momoshiki, turned around and boarded the boat. Go. An order. The sailor who didn't want to stay here for a long time immediately started the ship and left this place at a very fast speed. They're really afraid of Marine's Momoshiki Admiral. One unhappy will kill them all. A brief contact, they know that. Mad woman can definitely do it. Katakuri left, and the angry flames looked at Marine's 3 Admiral, and then in the direction of Bai Zi, and waved away with a malicious look, deeply remembering the appearance of Bai Zi and Momoshiki in his mind. In the future, I will definitely kill them whenever I get a chance. Katakuri and the fire disaster disappeared into the sea in a short while. Soon, only the Yanwang pirates and Marine will be left in this sea area. Momoshiki Admiral, happy cooperation. Who was so angry that he didn't pay for his life, said aloud to Momoshiki, who had a gloomy face. Hearing that Momoshiki almost didn't have the impulse to fuck with Bai Zi. Bai Zi, if I have the chance, I will definitely kill you. Momoshiki stared at Bai Zi with cannibalistic eyes. This caused the Marine to suffer too many casualties. It is hard to imagine that against a pirate group, the three Admiral's attack would be the result of a bad luck. After a few minutes, Marine, like Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, retreated from this area. Marine battleship, above deck. Looking at the damage data collected by Zantaomaru in his hand, Kizaru had a tendency to panic on the spot. Nearly half of Marine's elite casualties, damn it. Obviously, Kizaru didn't expect that in a single battle, their Marine casualties would break 50,000 or 10,000. In addition to the previous nearly 20,000 casualties, a total of 30,000 horse casualties, this kind of record is definitely their Marine's highest record. A shameful record. Bastard. It's all damn Tenryubito. Let's lose more than 30,000 elites for a waste. Sooner or later you will be punished. Shush. Momoshiki, that's all I have to say here. Don't say it in the Marine headquarters, or don't say Tenryubito. I'm afraid the Gorosei 5 elders will rectify you on the spot as soon as possible. Hearing Momoshiki's words, Kuzan Kizaru's expression changed, and the surrounding Marines looked at their noses and mouths with their eyes and mouths, as if they had nothing to do with them. In this case, they simply choose to ignore it. On the other side, where Baizi is. We won. Star of Kuro stared blankly at the devastated battlefield around him, feeling that everything was like a dream. In this battle, Marine 3 Admiral, Kaido of the Beast's 2 disasters, half of Charlotte Linlin's cadres, all gathered here. Under such a situation, they actually won. And it was a great victory. Marine suffered more than half of the casualties, and Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin lost a lot of confidence again. If this news spreads, I really can't imagine what kind of sensation the whole world will have. Who had just awakened to Marine Rokushiki's ultimate meaning, Six Kings Spear, looked around with dull eyes. It was the truth. Until now, he couldn't believe what he saw and heard. They actually won under the attack of the 4 forces, including the Blackbeard. To win, this is simply incredible. The captain has reached such a terrifying situation. It seems that the captain was too lenient to himself in the Chang'er Cordo Square that day, otherwise he would be killed in seconds. At the same time, Rob Lucci is extremely grateful that he agreed to join Baizi's Yanhuang pirates, otherwise, at this moment, I am afraid that my soul is still going to hell, not to mention the Marine Rokushiki ultimate meaning, Six Kings Gun, that even he has awakened now and can't even think about it. Fishman Island, Mermaid Cafe. It came out, the fruit came out. At the moment, the Mermaid Cafe was full of people, and an excited voice came from outside the door. The next moment, a fishman walked quickly into the cafe, panting. As soon as this fishman's voice came out, all the people in the cafe stood up, because this battle is related to the future fate of their Fishman Island, and it is also closely related to each of them. Did the results come out and how? Mrs. Shiarly also asked anxiously. Although she had seen the future of Fishman Island, she still couldn't stop asking. Mrs. Shiarly, win-win. Master Baizi, and Master Jinbei they won. Fishman who came to report the news was so excited that he almost jumped up. This news was really exciting. As soon as these words came out, the entire cafe exploded in an instant, and they really won, but they heard that Marine and 3 admirals came over there, and they could win even under such power. They Fishman Island bet right. How did Baizi-sama and the others repel the 3 admiral? I heard that. Momoshiki Admiral is stronger than Akainu. Mrs. Shiarly was also very excited and asked the person who came to report the letter. There are more than 3 admirals. Mrs. Shiarly, you don't know, this time Master Baizi and the others are not only facing the 3 admiral marines, but also the 2 major disasters under Kaido of the Beasts, Charlotte Linling, 2 deserts, 3 generals, half of the cadres, and more, Blackbeard pirates. Hi. What did you say? Hearing the man's words, Mrs. Shiarly and everyone in the cafe roared in their minds. Chapter 79_Palace News. Dragon Palace Kingdom, inside the main hall. Report. Atmosphere was dull and silent in the hall, and suddenly a palace guard in armor outside, his excited voice pierced the air, filling every corner of the hall. How's the battle? Neptune, the sea god, stood up from the dragon chair and hurriedly asked, "This battle is not only about the fate of the Yanwang pirates, but also the fate of their Dragon Palace Kingdom and the entire Fishman Island. Those Tenryubito will never let them go. And, most importantly, now that they have fallen out with Tenryubito, if they know that their daughter, Princess Shirahoshi, is the current Sea King Poseidon, they are afraid that their entire Ryugu kingdom will be destroyed." Apart from him and Shirahoshi's three brothers who know Shirahoshi's identity here, Baizi of the Yanwang pirates also knows about Shirahoshi's identity. As for the rest of the Yanwang pirates, they only know that Princess Shirahoshi has some means of controlling the Sea Kings. Return to your majesty. Victory. The battle report ahead. Lord Baizi and the others, they have won a big victory. The excited messengers were also shocked when they learned the news of the good news ahead, because, meow, the people who came to Fishman Island this time are not only Marine 3 Admiral and many Marine elites. As soon as these words came out, the high-level officials of the many dragon palaces in the main hall all breathed a sigh of relief. 1. Lord Baizi, they won. They really beat Marine. This stop is incredible, and after this battle, their Fishman Island will not be disturbed by anyone for a long time. Hee, tell me more. Knowing that Baizi and the others had won a great victory, Neptune, the sea god, sat back on the dragon chair again and ordered the soldier to give a detailed account of the battle. Neptune's remarks came out, and Shaxing and others, as well as many senior officials of the Dragon Palace, all turned their attention to the soldier. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing the order of His Majesty Neptune, the soldier sorted out his thoughts and said in a succinct manner, "Report to His Majesty." This time, Lord Baizi led the 2 captains and 5 captains of the Yanwang pirates to fight against tens of thousands of marine elites in the sea, but this trip to Fishman Island is not the Marine's side, but also Kaido of the 2 major disasters of the beasts, the Embers of Fire and the Queen of Plague, as well as many cadres, in addition. Charlotte Linlin, who is also the 4th Emperor, also sent 3 desserts, Katakuri and Cracker. Immediately, the soldier brought the previous battle at sea to life, as if he had said it personally. Inexplicably, the soldier was excited, and proud beyond words. Hearing these words in the ears of Neptune and the others, their minds roared, and they all exploded. Not only Marine, but also Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, 2 of the strongest fighting forces under the 4 emperors, and even Blackbeard's sneak attack, oh my god. But when they think about it, they can predict what kind of tragic battle was on the sea at that time, and under this, they actually won. Go on. Shark Star Prince. Squinting, expecting the soldier to continue talking. Yes, Prince Shark. He bowed respectfully to the Shark Star, rectified his thoughts, and continued, Master Shirazawa, Master Fujitora Isho, Master Ryokugyu, and Master Ace fought against Kizaru Admiral, Momoshige Admiral, Kuzan Admiral, who came from Marine this time, respectively. Lord Jinbei vs. Kaido of the Beasts, Plague Queen. In the end, Yan Zanjin and Katakuri joined forces to attack Lord Baizi, wanting to fight quickly, but they were repelled by Lord Baizi's Thunder Palm, more than 10 feet away, and the sea surface splashed thousands of feet. Wave. Listening to the soldier's eloquent words, everyone in the hall already had the battle of destroying the world in their minds. Shirahoshi's beautiful eyes flickered, and his heart was facing the master. Occasionally, Lord Baizi worshipped even more. You made the right choice. Shirahoshi clenched his slender hands tightly, and was extremely fortunate that he had volunteered to be Lord Baizi's maid. The Queen of Epidemic and Cracker saw that the 2 of them were not opponents, so they immediately let their cadres take action. At the same time, the 2 of them pulled out, and together with the 4 of Yan Zan and Katakuri, they hit the strongest blow and attacked Baizi-sama. Everyone in the Guda Guda hall heard this, their scalps were already numb. 2 major disasters, 2 major deserts and 3 generals shot. I am afraid that Marine Admiral can't stand it. Oh my god, what a tragic battle took place on the sea. Master Baizi was not afraid at all, and directly showed the ultimate meaning of marine rokushiki, 6 king spears, which was brought into full play by him, and with the blessing of thunder, 5 attacks collided, and immediately several marine warships turned into fly ashes on the spot. Hundreds of marine when the elite died in an instant. With one blow, the Blackbeard pirates attacked. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Following the soldiers' remarks, Neptune, the god of the sea, and everyone in Shark Star's worship and respect for Baizi, launched a wave, another wave of charges. How about the battle damage on all sides? Emperor Star looked at the soldier and asked curiously. Battle damage. Hearing the words of the King Star Prince, the soldiers were stunned for a moment, reporting to His Royal Highness King Star. The marine casualties in this battle are as high as more than half of the 30,000 people, 20 vice admiral, 50 rear admiral, and even below the general level. Countless, all of them died on the sea. Quote. And that's not all. Kaido of the Beasts offers a bounty as high as 1.32 billion. Bailey's Plague Queen and Charlotte Linlin's 3 desert generals, Cracker, who were split by Momoshiki Admiral, and then by Lord Baizi's Thunderhand Ketch, both died in that battle, and that's why both Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin retreated. As for the Blackbeard pirates, Sanyuan Wolf and Katarina Devon were killed by Lord Baizi, and the others were shot into the bottom of the sea by Lord Baizi, and they are still alive and dead. Battle damage report came out. Like a thunderstorm, it smashed into everyone's mind, and their minds roared. What they heard about marine casualties, more than 30,000 people, Cracker and the Plague Queen died in it. Blackbeard see the pirate group killed 2 big pirate cadres, and the others didn't know if they were alive or dead, but what they heard was the victory. Chapter 80 _ to the threshold of the 5th Emperor. After a quarter of an hour, Neptune, the god of the sea, led the 3 princes of Shark Star and hundreds of senior officials of the Dragon Palace to personally go to the entrance of Fishman Island. Welcome Baizi and his party. Welcome to the heroes of Fishman Island, their guardian. The battle is unprecedented. Not only such a big battle, but also caused the local residents of Fishman Island who are still unknown to come out of their homes. Emerged on the street. Instant. Groups of 3 or 5 groups of discussions sounded one after another on both sides of the street controlled by the army. Hey, here's what happened to King Neptune himself. You don't know yet, it's all gone crazy now. Do you know that Lord Baizi and the others killed Tenryubito before? Tenryubito, that, the savage thief Baizi, of course he knows. Does it have anything to do with him? It's related. Hey, of course it's related. You don't know that just an hour ago, the Marine headquarters sent 3 admiral to come to Fishman Island to capture Lord Baizi back. Even Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linling, the 2 major disasters and the spiritual leaders are coming. Master Baizi and the others won. Hey, how is this possible? Instant, the entire Fishman Island was full of people, gathered on the street. All eyes were watching the entrance of their Fishman Island, and each and every one of them was full of anticipation and adoration. That, the captain of the Yanwang pirates, Lord Baizi, has guarded their entire Fishman Island by himself. You must know that Tenryubito was killed on their Fishman Island, and if they were attacked by Marine, each of them would suffer annihilation. At the same time, they respected His Majesty Neptune even more. Thinking of the eternal alliance between His Majesty the King and Lord Baizi of the Yanwang pirates, they still debated a lot. Now it seems that His Majesty's decision is too wise. Wano-kuni, Kaido of the Beasts headquarters. Beep 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 beep. The phone worm rang, and one of his subordinates answered the phone and handed it over to the giant mountain-like Kaido of the Beasts. Captain, Jin's call. Oh, it looks like the Fishman Island side is over. The burly Kaido of the Beasts took over the phone and heard the news from the opposite side of the flames. Chengzu was instantly replaced by a strong anger on the face of Kaido of the Beasts in Hungarian. Huge slap. When he was about to do something under him, it was shot into a smashing, destructive momentum, and immediately burst out. What did you say? Queen was killed by Baizi. It's such a captain. We have greatly underestimated the strength of Baizi. This person not only has the shock fruit, but also has the gravity fruit and Guro Guro no Mi, Rumble Rumble fruit. This person ranks third a devil fruit. The two of us, Katakori and the other four can't suppress it in a short time. Embers immediately recounted the monstrous battle that took place in the sea before, and Kaido of the Beasts' complexion became more and more difficult to look at. A little while. Click. One sound. The phone bug in Kaido of the Beasts' hands shattered, and a nightmare-like viciousness lingered around him, soaring into the sky. Momoshiki, Shirasawa. Okay, very good. If I don't tear you to pieces, I won't be called Kaido of the Beasts. Of angry thunder pierced the air, centered on Kaido of the Beasts, and turned into a sound wave that spread to the distant sea, splashing several meters of waves, surging away. Other side, all nations. Charlotte Linlin's residence. Mama mama mama. Something has happened. There is news from Katakori-sama, Cracker, Sama, Cracker, Sama. From Fishman Island. The Baron Dandan came to Charlotte Linlin with trembling steps. Well, what happened to Cracker's son? Charlotte Linlin, who was eating her beloved cream cake, stared at Baron Eggy with a slight squinting, and those sharp eyes almost didn't scare Baron Eggy. Master Cracker, he was killed by Bai Z. Baron Bang Dandan was instantly intimidated by the suffocating soul, and the impact flew over 100 meters away. After landing on the ground, Baron Dandan hurriedly got up and quickly left this place of right and wrong. Because next, Mama is going to show her power. Sure enough, just as Baron Eggy left Charlotte Linlin's residence, terrifying screams rang out one after another. Such a scene made Baron Eggy's face pale, like a blank piece of paper, and he couldn't help thinking of the scene where Mr. Smoothie was killed before, and Mama was really angry this time. Dessert 3 stars have now died too full, which is undoubtedly a great blow to Mama. It will be a quarter of an hour later. Charlotte Linlin, once again called Charlotte Oven, the fourth son of the baking minister. A burly man came to the disfigured residence destroyed by Charlotte Linlin. This man had golden orange hair, 3-bladed hairstyle with flames, and Charlotte Oven, who was unclothed and only wearing a cape, walked in. Mama, what are your orders? Oven, your brother Cracker was killed by that Baizi of the Yanwang pirates, and now I order you and you, Katakori, to go to the Amazon Lily Kingdom together, and destroy the kingdom of that woman Boa Hancock for me. Charlotte Linlin was full of eyes. Remember, the whole kingdom, men and women, all creatures. Massacre all, don't leave anyone alive. Yes, Mama, I'll go find Katakori. Charlotte Oven turned her head around to connect with Katakori, and Charlotte Linlin's gloomy eyes in the room burst into a chilling look. Killed 2 of my children. Bai Z, I want someone related to you. All die. Voice fell, and Charlotte Linlin, even more perverted, let people bring the hill-like cake again, and ate it fiercely. Moby Dick. There is a feast on the Whitebeard pirate ship. Gu la 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 la. Little friend Bai Z is one step closer to the strength of the 4 emperors. I really look forward to a fight with Hiyori. Whitebeard, who was drinking beer, disregarded the excess wine flowing down his cheeks into his chest, and was very happy to hear the news of Bai Z and his party's victory. He, yes, I didn't expect Ace's strength to increase so quickly. He directly resisted Kuzan Admiral directly, and he didn't fall behind at all. It seems that Ace's combat power is still at least close to Admiral level. Marco leaned against the side of the boat, took a sip of beer and said with a laugh. Yanwang pirates, this time Mr. Bai Z killed the Plague Queen and Cracker, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin again. I'm afraid I'm going crazy. Hey, the 3 major disasters are only the embers of fire, and the 3 dessert stars are only the faces of Katakori, Kaido of the Beasts and Charlotte Linlin, completely lost. Grandma, the newly appointed Momoshiki Admiral is also very strong, and he directly defeated both Queen and Cracker at the same time. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates were all delighted and complained. After this battle, Baizi's Yanwang pirates had already reached the threshold of the 5th emperor. As long as they took one step closer, they would be able to ascend to the sky in one step.